is Borden. The spinning, he has the ball in hand. Gabriel.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
There's a sleeve.
From that
Close combat onto a Morgan. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish catch? Really has a little bit of health left. Oh! What an HP left. I know.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Oh, trainers, you're back. So good to see you here. Willkommen to day 2 of the Dortmund Regional Championships, our first stop of the EU 2025 Play Pokemon season. Dortmund, of course, a town well known for its mining history, hence the shovel we've got here. We've got all our rock types around us. Tell you what, I've been doing some excavating in the Grand Underground, chiseling Charlie over here, and I've unearthed quite the fossils. Bastiodon Ben, Lilip Lee. Jamie, I struggled with you because there are no J fossils, but I've gone with Gigantamax Dracovish. Jamie, there is no Gigantamax Dracovish.
Gigantamax is...
I know, but phonetically, look, what else are you going to give me here? What else can we work with? You know?
I guess so.
Fine. Gigantamax Dracovish it is. Well, welcome, traders. You join us here in the murky underdepths, and it's not just these fossils that I've uncovered. We found some killer Wattrel yesterday. We found some thrilling end games. We found Solar Dondozo. We found Electabuzz. We found Magmar. It was all going on, wasn't it, Ben?
It certainly was, and there's so much variation in Regulation Set H. Our trainers have so many more options that they have to play with, not just in the Pokemon that they're using, but the way that they're running them as well. And it's really exciting after Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. Now we kind of have a little bit of that feel about what Regulation H is all about, and seeing how our European players are adapting to that metagame and applying themselves to this new format.
Yeah, we're finding some teams really starting to form archetypes right now in the metagame. We saw, for example, talk us through, Lee, some of the teams that we saw yesterday that were coming to the fore.
Well, we saw a lot of teams yesterday, Charlie.
We did.
Where would you like me to start? No, I mean, the kind of common teams that we're kind of seeing, I think Maurice started the show off with that Annihilate, the Mousehold, and then, we've got the Archludon, we've got a lot of Electabuzz, but Magmar seems to be coming into the fray quite a lot. We saw Michelle playing the Magmar and utilizing that, and then having the interview with Michelle and the reasoning behind the Magmar and why, because it pressures the steel types, it offers a lot of different elements to that Electabuzz, why it fits on some of these archetypes, and is performing well in this format because the prevalence of steel types alone is just there. Seeing a lot of Garchomp, of course, but I'm sure we'll get to the usage stats very soon and see the mix-up between day 1 and day 2, and I think that gives a really good picture of where we're heading with this tournament in particular, and what the fallout was from Baltimore last week and the influence that's had into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of Basculegion there as well. Well, why don't we take a look at the stops that we have to go to, the gym badges that our trainers have to earn on their way to the Elite Four, in inverted commas, the World Championships in Anaheim here. We're in Dortmund. Look at all these beautiful places that we have to visit along the way. All these cities putting on their best picturesque impressions, Jamie.
Yeah, it's always nice right at the start of the season to see all these nice, colourful places, and then just as we go through the season, they just slowly get greyed out.
Yeah.
But we're right at the start here. Loads and loads of Pokemon to play. Of course, the second day here in Dortmund. Then we'll be going to Lille in October, Gdansk in November, and then in November as well, there'll be the first international in Sao Paulo. We've got Stuttgart, Birmingham, then our international over here in Europe, and going to Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht, Bologna, then the North American International in New Orleans, and of course, we're all aiming to qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim.
Really, really exciting stuff to come, trainers. Let's tunnel over from there into how these trainers are going to accumulate what they need to qualify for the World Championships. The treasures they need to uncover are, of course, those championship points. Some changes coming into this season, Ben.
The most notable of those changes being the extra championship points on offer this weekend. Not just the fact that it's 350 points rather than previously 200 points that our winner will earn from this tournament and every other regional or special event this season, but look how far those championship points go down. I mean, getting top 32, getting into day 2, even potentially top 64, top 32, 100, 125 points really does set up your season to be able to get to the World Championships. And of course, in the European and North American region, you do have to be in the top 75 of championship points at the end of the season to be able to get that all-important invitation to the World Championships, as well as 50, of course, in Latin America and 20 in Oceania.
Yeah, and of course, the winner of the event just gets that automatic qualification to the World Championships as well, so that indeed is a very coveted treasure. But now, that's not just championships, championship points that are on the line for these trainers. We do, of course, have more, well, shinier treasures on offer as well, with the prize money that can be accumulated here, digging in the Grand Underground. Lee, look at all that.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, it's a real pull for players, not only to come for the experience, but if you do well, you get those championship points and you get a lot of cash on top of that. And, you know, it goes a long way in supporting the rest of your season because it can help kind of supplement these trips. It's not cheap traveling around the world, especially to all of these different locations. So getting this prize money definitely helps out with that. If not anything, it helps you get to Anaheim at the end of the season where, like Jimmy mentioned, everyone is aiming for.
They certainly are, and they will be tunneling their way through all the events that we have on offer, as well as in their local scene. And we are just, of course, here in the EU. You've got the NA scene going on. We've got the Latin American community too, all over the world. So many championship points and Pokemon players having fun across the world. Now, how are people going to be following along, everyone? Let's do that hashtag. Let's try and harmonize something here. 1, 2, 3, hashtag
Play Pokemon!
Absolutely stunning, stunning. A band of Oricorio right here just chirping at you to wake you up in this dawn chorus. Follow along on the YouTube and Twitch as well with that /Pokemon. And we're on X and we're on Instagram too. Make sure you're keeping up to date. Share with us your pictures, share with us your thoughts on all of the action, what teams you have been running, your thoughts on the Grand Challenge last week even, and on Baltimore a couple of weeks ago, how the mess is developing. We'd love to hear everything that is going on. Right then, you two, time to dig your way over to the desk, and I think it's time. We are now nearly at the point where we know who our first winner of our first EU regional will be this season. So, it's all to play for everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you. Now let's get going with day 2.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2 two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion, who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Day 2 of the Pokemon 2025 Dortmund Regional Championships. My name is Jamie White. I have the pleasure of being joined once again by Lee Provost, and we are coming off such a brilliant Day 1.
It was so exciting, wasn't it?
So good.
I think when you think of ways how to end a Day 1 of a tournament, I think that was a perfect way to do it, really.
Yeah.
So it sets us up perfectly coming into today. I cannot wait to get back into the action, you know, when you're looking through the players that we've got remaining in the tournament. It is extremely exciting just to think, okay, what have we got in store for us today? And I know it's going to be an absolute amazing one.
Yeah, and of course, this is the first time over here in Europe that we're using the new tournament structure of we are continuing our Swiss rounds going into this Day 2. So we've had our 8 Swiss rounds from Day 1. We have 3 more. We're currently in round 10 that we're going to be showing you here. So just 2 more rounds of Swiss. And then, of course, if you at least match top 8, then you will also be making it into that asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, and that's when it all comes down to the players really concentrating, making sure that they are on their game at that point, because getting to that stage is just an achievement in itself, but the job's not quite done yet. There's still a little way to go, but it is. I love the tournament structure. I think continuing that Swiss is a really good way of approaching the tournament, and I think then having the top cut after that just flows nicer, doesn't it? And yeah, it means we get to see a little bit more of a flow in the tournament, more games, more exciting games and things like that. But I think we can have a look at the statistics, take a look at those from yesterday, and then kind of have a comparison with what things are looking like as well today, because the Incineroar Rillaboom was still number 1 and 2 yesterday, I believe, on the usage statistics.
I mean, not unexpected, right? Like, those are classically very, very solid Pokemon that people have been bringing this whole time. Incineroar did take the number 1 spot, only just over Rillaboom there. Actually, Goldengo was pretty close to them as well. All 3 of them were in the 33-point-something%. So, yeah, really, really close between them.
Yeah, it wasn't really too much. I don't think I was that surprised seeing these usage statistics. I think the one thing that stood out to me more than anything was the Electabuzz.
Yeah, same.
And how well it kind of performed. And when we saw it yesterday, it did all right. But obviously, it'd be interesting to see if it stays in that spot. Off the usage increases with our Day 2 players, of course, and what Pokemon might fall off, might go up, of course, but I don't think there was too many surprises there with how the format's shaping up after that kind of Baltimore regional last weekend.
Yeah, I think maybe some people, if they're just joining the season and been following previous seasons, well, maybe Sneasler might be unexpected because we haven't seen that across any of the previous regulations. But make no mistake, it's going to be a top-tier Pokemon. As we can already see in this top 12 of the Day 1, it seemed to be pretty successful when we featured it on stream as well. Just Diaclaw, such a solid move. So Sneasler, it may look a little bit odd, but it's not unexpected in the slightest.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's one of those where you just think, okay, it seems frail in a format where there's lots of repositioning. Have you got room to do that? But the value that you get from just that Diaclaw, the secondary effect there, if you get the sleep there and you can stop your opponent from having 1 turn, that can be the difference between winning and losing a match.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen people using just, oh, I'll put Covert Cloak on purely for Sneaser's Diaclaw, or I'll put Lumberry on purely for Sneaser's Diaclaw. Yeah. So, like, it is a huge impact, and whether it's having an impact on Day 2 as well, like we've been saying, Sneaser's actually been having a pretty good showing on the stream so far. Whether it's converted into that Day 2, we're going to be able to see very shortly as well. I think most of the stuff that is that we saw in the top 12 of Day 1 probably going to have a similar conversion rate in Day 2.
Yeah.
Like, there might be some surprises.
I think we will see a rise in the Sneasler. I wouldn't be surprised in that. I think just because of the impact that it's had in this format, how it performed yesterday in particular, I think that is going to be definitely one of those Pokemon that I see kind of doing well. I would imagine Goldingo to stay around where it is because I feel like that's kind of got its place in the format, but we're going to see.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Drops, Sneasler takes its place there in number 3, and Incineroar actually, in fact, out of everything, dropping from that number 1 spot all the way down to 5th.
It did only drop about 1% usage, but the others just gained all their usage. Like, look at that, Rillaboom went from 33% up to 41%, so that's a pretty significant increase. And yeah, Kingambit and Sneasler now in 2nd and 3rd place. I don't think that's ever happened for Kingambit. And of course, Sneasler, well, this seems to be the format for it, so it's not surprising to see it now right up there, but in top 3.
Yeah, I kind of love that as well. You look at Rillaboom, then you look at Kingambit, and then the next thing after that is the one Pokemon that can deal pretty effectively with both of those Pokemon. Yep. Electabuzz staying in its kind of same spot, really, so not shifting that conversion from day 1 into day 2. But you can see the Basculegion creeping in there just at the end, taking the place of that Porygon 2 that has dropped off.
Yeah, and Dragapult was not on the top 12 usage of day 1 either, and that's now actually in pretty significant usage, 21%. That's well, it's the most common dragon now, and it seemed like it was going to be Archaludon and Garchomp just based on that day 1, but no, Dragapult's taking the top spot for the dragon type.
Yeah, surprisingly yesterday when we were looking at the kind of the double dragon cores or just dragon Pokemon performing well, Dragonite from the front of my mind comes as the one that performed really well yesterday, but it's not on here at all, where you've got the Dragapult, the very solid option, and maybe comes down to just its ability to outspeed pretty much everything in the format and having that instant way to either reposition or just get big damage onto the field.
Yeah, like we say, it's the fastest Pokemon you will see in the format. Sorry, Electrode, but like Dragapult is effectively the fastest Pokemon. So the fact that it can just outspeed and still output massive damage that can't be intimidated, like that's very, very impactful.
Yes, hugely valuable. And, you know, when it does go for that terrestrialization, especially when you've got that boosted damage on the Dragon Terra type, and then you're throwing out the Outrage, all those Dragon Darts. The Dragon Darts, I mean, we saw it yesterday. It's doing over 50% damage most of the time to really good defensive Pokemon. And you think, wow, you only need a couple of turns with Dragapult to really start making that momentum swing and then setting things up for whatever you've got beside it or in the back to kind of close the game out.
Yeah, and the most common set we saw on Dragapult every single previous generation was Ghost Terra Blast.
Yeah.
Probably because of Flutter Mane, because you want to be able to outspeed and threaten a knockout on the first turn rather than having to Phantom Force. But now the Flutter Mane's no longer available in Regulation H, and Fairy type is like very limited in viable Pokemon. Yeah, you can free up the fact that to go for Terra Dragon and get those massive Dragon Darts, as well as a huge Outrage.
We need a Tinkerton. That's what we need.
Tinkerton.
I feel like it does well into this format.
But it could be. Yeah, no, Regulation H is the format for niche Pokemon for sure. Yeah, Tinkerton, we haven't seen it. Like, not really.
I don't know if we will, but
who knows?
We might do.
Regulation H, who knows?
Make it happen. So, yeah, I think, you know, the lack of the fairies, especially when you have that fall off from the Paradox Pokemon in particular, with the Flutter Mane that has been so dominant throughout every format, really, that we've had it available until now. That's what's the nice thing, and it is the kind of running theme, isn't it, with this Regulation H format, where these Pokemon, these outliers, get the chance to shine, and it's great to see, and it's exciting to see. And we're only just at the tip of the iceberg. We've got so much more Regulation H to delve into, and you know, it's great to see the innovation of our trainers when they come to these events. And two trainers that are very innovative in their own right are going to be featured next for our round 10 here at the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Yeah, we've got Jack Clark versus Fevzi Ozkan to start us off here for round 10. And yeah, speaking of innovation, I already know what Jack is running based on just what he's been running in locals. And this is going to hopefully prove that, yes, Regulation H is absolutely a format for creativity, because there are some really, really cool picks coming out from Jack. He mentioned he's not using any Pokemon that are in the top 12 usage.
Yeah, and he's very correct in that, but he has got a very unique team, and I do love it. I also I'm familiar with what Jack is running, and we are in for a treat, because I think it is that innovation that really kind of makes these events so exciting, especially when they perform so well. And the nice thing about this matchup is you've got the innovation side of it, and you've got that more, what we were talking about yesterday, Jamie, tried and tested.
Tried and tested.
Tried and tested.
But we need a few more tournaments maybe to see that.
Maybe, yes.
Yes. Yeah, like it's the key thing of, well, do you go for something that is obviously good and has been established, or is at least starting to be established? Well, then you know that you've got probably a good team.
Yeah.
Whereas on the flip side, and it seems to be what Jack is going for here, is trying to counter everything that is going to be common with these very niche picks, because then you get the bonus of, well, you've surely not practiced at all against my team, but I practiced against yours, so I already have the information game. You have 90 seconds to work out a game plan.
Yeah, exactly, and it is that matchup, isn't it? Seeing how these innovative teams go up against the more kind of conventional picks, and that's exactly what we've got here. And I think then it comes down to the conventional teams, the ones that are kind of in that process of getting to the point of being that established good meta team that you can bring, and you're going to have a steady result or a very good result. And how the trainer then adapts, it comes down to their skill, how they can adapt quickly on the fly to these really surprising teams that they're coming up against, how they're functioning completely different to the things that they may have been practicing against.
Yeah, and like a couple of the Pokemon that we're going to see coming out from Jack, like, you know what they do, you just probably haven't seen them and practiced against them. Like the niches that they have are usually, like, when you see uncommon Pokemon, if you're like a reasonable amount of experience, you'll probably know this is what the niche is going to be.
Yeah.
But I just don't know what my game plan against that is, because I just haven't had to face it yet. So,
and it's the interactions within those niches that make it complicated, because you might know exactly what your opponent's trying to do with that particular Pokemon, but the interaction with that Pokemon alongside something else can throw a spanner in the works and make it very difficult to kind of get around that sort of strategy that your opponent's trying to do.
Yeah, but that's something you will need to do in tournaments. You're not always going to be facing like all the common teams. Like if you get, well, would it be considered a lucky run if you face all the meta teams, or would it be considered an unlucky run if you face the anti-meta teams?
I guess it just comes down to what you've prepared and how confident you feel, you know, against those. And I don't think there's any. I don't think you're going to ever go into a tournament and have a flawless run of opponents and teams that you face. I mean, there might be situations you might have a really nice, easy run, but I think, like it's always said, there are no easy games at any of these tournaments anymore, you know? I think every round is just as hard as the last one. But, I mean, to back that up, look at the accomplishments of both of these players.
Yeah, Jack has been able to quite consistently make it into day 2 of multiple regional championships. Hasn't quite had the breakthrough yet, so hopefully going to be going for that here in Dortmund with an 8-1 record. Got every chance of being able to do that, because of course if you get that 9th win, that's almost certainly going to tie that 8th place and make it into that asymmetrical top cut. Febzy, on the other hand, has broken through a little bit further into regionals, was able to make it into the top 8 in the Malmo Regional Championship, the Players Cup 4 that we had, managing to make even top 4 in that one when we had the online era, and yeah, just very recently as well, top 4 as well.
Yeah, incredible performances from both of our players over the last few years and a little bit further back as well. But, you know, this is the next test. This is where these players want to be adding Dortmund 25 to their resume. And here we go. We've got the Toxtricity, the Volcarona, Indeedee, Driftflame, Hydreigon, and the Kommo-o Double Dragon. A little bit different, though, Jamie, from what we've been seeing.
Yeah, this is definitely not the classic Double Dragon by any means. And I would argue that's the least surprising thing that we see on the team. Toxtricity does huge damage with Terra Normal Boom Burst. Like, even just Overdrive. Like, Punk Rock gives a significant boost to all of its sound-based moves. Overdrive and Boom Burst are sound-based moves. If you haven't done the calcs for Terra Normal Choice Specs Boom Burst, you should go and do them and be incredibly surprised, because it's way stronger than you expect. And you've got the Driftblim to be able to set Tailwind. That's a Ghost type. You can Boom Burst next to that all you want.
Yeah, and with that Unburden ability, with the Psychic Seed, you've got a really good enabler there to get that Unburden, get the speed boost so you can set that Tailwind away. You've got the Strength Sap as well to weaken opposing threats, and then the synergy throughout the team is just fantastic. You've got the Terra Ghost on that Hydreigon that you can sit next to. You've got the Kommo-o with the Soundproof, so that's going to be immune to the Boom Burst as well. Really great composition team, going to make it very difficult for Febzy to kind of get around, but that's the challenge, isn't it, as we take an overview of this team. Sinistcha, the Grimmsnarl, Pelipper, Archaludon, Mousehold, and Annihilape.
Yeah,
very familiar.
Yeah, it's a team of 6 we featured on the first round. We featured round 2 yesterday in day 1. These are Pokemon that are not unexpected in the slightest. We know what Mouse Hold and Annihilate can do. You can beat yourself up and get massive Rage Fist. We know what Pelipper Archaludon can do. You set the rain, Electro Shot now only needs 1 turn to charge, and you get special attack boost to boot. Sinister's going to be able to get some recovery with that Life Dew on top of the Hospitality, and Grimmsnarl's going to be able to make your team even bulkier with those screens. So this is the team that you would expect to see. These are all 6 Pokemon make sense together.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And whereas Jax, like, who knows what the game plan is going to be against that?
Exactly. And I think if you're looking at Fevzi's options against trying to stop the big damage that is present on Jack's side of the field, you're looking at the screen support. The Grimmsnarl there is probably quite important. I think the Assault Vest on the Archaludon as well definitely helps you out, because you've not only got the resistance to the normal type attacks as long as you stay in your base typing and don't terrestrialize there, but you do have that extra kind of bolstering with the screens, with that typing, with the Assault Vest that allows you to maybe sit in front of it and try and target it down. Especially if the Toxtricity does go for the normal Terror, then you can hit it with those Electro Shots, maybe position your Rain, but then are you going to bring the Pelipper to this match? Because, yeah, it's good against the Volcarona for sure. It's good against the Como if it doesn't terrestrialize, but it's going to be a huge risk from that Toxtricity, especially with the choice specs. If it decides to go for maybe an Overdrive or something like that, that's super effective into it, make really quick work of it.
Yeah, especially because it's not Focus Sash as well. You'd just be dropping to the Overdrive. There's no White Guard available to be able to stop that Overdrive. So, yeah, Pelipper would be an incredibly risky bring, and then that means that your Archaludon is a little bit weaker because you can't go for those Electro Shots in 1 turn. So then it becomes incredibly awkward whether you bring that or not. And even if you bring the Pelipper and get the Tailwind, well, Drifloon is probably outspeeding you anyway with some burden boost that it can get with the Psychic Seed. It can match the Tailwind, and then it'll still be faster anyway.
Yeah, and it threatens the Annihilate very heavily from the get-go, doesn't it? With that Will-O-Wisp to burn it.
Yep.
You know, you're looking at the Terra type on the Annihilate as well, and you think, well, it's not a Fire Terra type like we have seen in previous formats. It's that Water, so we'll be susceptible to the burn there to reduce that attack power. And then you've also got the Acrobatics, which can do really big damage if it's not terrestrialized. But we are getting into this game run of round 10. We're going to see Jack lead off with the Indeedee and that Toxtricity, and Fevzi leading off with the Archaludon and the Grimmsnarl.
We get the Toxtricity on the field turn 1. Absolutely great to see. It's not going to threaten the Archaludon very much, though. All of its attacks it would want to go for are resisted or even immune because of the poison typing. But you can threaten down that Grimmsnarl with a massive Sludge Bomb. Maybe won't KO through the Light Screen. You'd have to Light Screen to be able to survive a Sludge Bomb, but against 2 special attackers, you almost certainly want to be clicking that anyway. You can't go for Thunder Waves because the Psychic Terrain has been set by the Indeedee. Spirit Break would be reasonable as well, but this is surely a turn to just get a Light Screen going. And then with the Archaludon, well, you can't really safely Electro Shock because the Pelipper's not on the field. So you might just need to be able to go for maybe a Snarl to be able to reduce the damage output of both of these special attackers.
Yeah, I think that's a good answer here as we get into this first turn. Indeedee not wanting to stick around for the action. It's set that Psychic Terrain up and gonna replaced with that Hydreigon now that comes onto the field. As we get into it, we are going to see the first terrestrialization of the match. These players are not hanging around at all, and it is the Grimmsnarl going for that terrestrialization, turning into the Ghost Terra type here, just to give itself a little bit of a better security against what's coming out from it on the opposite side of the field. Light Screen being set up on Fevzi's side, going to give that defensive boost. There's a Sludge Bomb coming out and a great terrestrialization from Fevzi to kind of counteract that. And the Snarl, like you rightly mentioned, Jamie, going to reduce that special attack on 2 of these big special attackers on Jack's side.
Yeah, that was a very solid terrestrialization to allow the Grimmsnarl to survive there, because now this Toxtricity, it's kind of useless on the field. It can't hit the Archaludon at all because of the Steel typing. And now that Grimmsnarl's a Ghost, you've seen how much damage that is not doing. But at least you've switched in the Hydreigon on Jack's side of the field, and now that the Grimmsnarl is a Ghost type, you can threaten it pretty heavily with your Dark type attack. So a Dark Pulse would do significant damage. Probably not a KO because of the Light Screen. We're not seeing anything like a choice specs on this Hydreigon. It is the Assault Vest, so it's probably going to be a little bit bulkier, but that also means it's not as strong as the damage boosting item Hydreigons that we sometimes see as well. So this is still a really solid position for Fevzi, especially because you've got -1 on both the Toxtricity and the Hydreigon. Not anymore on the Toxtricity though, because that's switching out, and we see the 4th Pokemon in here is the Drifloon.
Yeah, and the Drifloon going to come come in. And because of the Psychic Terrain that's active, it is going to activate the Psychic Seed, giving a special defensive boost by 1 stage, and also activate the Unburden ability, which is going to give it that huge, all-important speed boost. We are going to see another Terrestrialization, and to get around the threat of that Spirit Break from the Grimmsnarl, taking away that 4 times weakness from Fairy-type attacks, it's going to revert into a Ghost-type for the remainder of this game. What do we see? Is it the Dark Pulse? Yes, it is. Does it get the flinch? It does have a secondary effect. To get that, we are seeing the Dragon Pulse into the Drifblim, ticking pretty comfortably there, and it is the flinch there. Jack getting very lucky with that Dark Pulse, preventing the Grimmsnarl from firing off an all-important Spirit Break, which you've got to imagine would have been into that slot to, again, lower that special attack even further.
And some nice chip on top of it as well. It wouldn't have picked up the one-hit knockout thanks to that Terrestrialization, but there's not really much damage coming out from Jack's side of the field. Like, that was a super effective Dark Pulse into the Grimmsnarl. It just barely brought it under half. This Archaludon, it went for Dragon Pulse, but it can pretty safely just spam Snarl. Now you know the 4 Pokemon on Jack's side of the field. Acrobatics is the only attack from the Drifblim. That's not going to bother the Archaludon in the slightest, so I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a lot of Snarl spam coming out from this Archaludon.
Yeah, and the other thing is the now Ghost typing on that Hydreigon is giving it a weakness to those Snarls, making it even easier for Fevzi just to lock into that. We are going to see the Grimmsnarl leave and Pelipper take its place on the field, and with it, it brings the rain. That'll be for the next 5 turns. There's an Acrobatics coming out into that slot. The physical side of things, but the Electro Shot charged up, 1-turn charge in the rain, going to be able to launch that off after that all-important special attack boost to the Archaludon, and it is into the Drifblim slot. It is going to be weak. Let's do it, and a huge knockout here. Drifblim going down and not really getting too much return for Jack.
Yeah, that's another way of reducing the attack power coming out from the opponent's side of the field by just knocking out in 1 shot with that Electro Shot. And now the Archaludon is starting to become incredibly threatening. You're at +1 stages of special attack. You can go for another Electro Shot whenever you want now that the Pelipper is on the field and the Drizzle is activated. Here comes the Hydreigon once again, and you can go for a Snarl potentially to get rid of that special attack boost that the Archaludon does have. But there's not really too much threatening it down. The Toxtricity just doesn't. Like, it's the resistance of electric and also even the normal Boom Burst that can come out with the light screen on top of it, it just won't do much damage to the Archaludon. The Pelipper is definitely threatened, so you can go for an Overdrive or a Volt Switch and pretty easily pick up the knockout on the Pelipper. And then the Hydreigon can follow up with maybe a Snarl to reduce that Electro Shot boost. But then you're still not really threatening this Archaludon with much damage.
No, I think that's the problem here. This defensive core that Fevzi is leading this game out with is so hard to break down. We are seeing the Protect on the Pelipper here as a Snarl is fired out from that Hydreigon. I'm going to try and keep that Archaludon in check there with the Snarls and those boosts from the Electro Shot. We're going to see it followed up by an Overdrive here. Protecting, of course, not hitting the Pelipper this turn, and because of that resistance there, doing very little damage and that Stamina ability activating, but not really going to play too much of a part in this match as another Electro Shot doing big damage into that Toxtricity here. Once again, you know, Jack just find it very difficult to break through this defensive core here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he's going to be able to break through the Archaludon. Like, maybe the Terra Blast from the Indeedee would have done it, but you don't have that available anymore because the Hydreigon went for the Terra Ghost instead. You saw how much damage the Archaludon took. Like, Overdrive and Snarl, it barely tickled that Archaludon. Yes, you can take care of the Pelipper whenever you want, but this Archaludon, as far as I can see, can very, very easily just 1v3 the rest of Jack's team. I'm really struggling to see the damage coming out into it. Maybe a Draco Meteor or a Dark Pulse, that would do some pretty significant damage, but you still got the light screen. So it's the Archaludon's in still such a solid position.
Oh, we are going to see a Dark Pulse into that Pokemon, and it does again activate that Stamina boost, giving a +1 to the defense, followed up by the Overdrive, taking down the Pelipper and taking the Archaludon down to 50% of its health. So chipping away slowly at it, but it's no danger of getting knocked out, and it is sitting here free to get an attack off this turn. And will it go for another Electro Shot? It is not. It is the Dragon Pulse into that Toxtricity to remove the threat of that special Pokemon.
Yeah, and Jack's down to his last 2 Pokemon here, whereas Fevzi still has 3. That Archaludon, at least it is now below half, but you're probably still not going to be able to knock it out with a combination of Expanding Force and Dark Pulse, maybe Expanding Force and Draco Meteor. But then if you do commit to going for Draco Meteor into the Archaludon, you're stuck with -2 on the Hydreigon for the rest of the game because you can no longer switch out now that it's down to the last 2 Pokemon. And when I was saying the Archaludon was down below half, no, it's not. Here comes Sinistra. Yeah. So it's going to activate that Hospitality. It was perfectly timed with the Psychic Terrain at least, so that's now back on the field for 5 turns. But yeah, Hospitality. The Archaludon seemed to be unbreakable. That's even more unbreakable when it's recovered recovered 25% of his HP.
Yeah, one of the beauties about that, and so well timed from Fevzi, getting rid of some of those big threats with Galadon, and now in that position to get that health back and make it even more difficult for Jack to break through it. Because even if you do decide to go down a terrestrialization route with it, you're going into the grass terra type, and you're still not threatened by really anything on the Jack side of the field, and you're going to have to rely on those dog pulses, like you've mentioned. The Indeedee going to really struggle in this position. It has got the expanding force, it does have that little bit of an extra boost, of course, and now the Grimmsnarl coming in as that expanding force is fired off. It's doing not bad damage to the Grimmsnarl, but both Pokemon taking that pretty comfortably for such a powerful boosted attack.
Yeah, and the Dark Pulse at least will finish off the Grimmsnarl, but that's almost a bad thing, because this just immediately gives the switch back to the Sinistcha for another round of hospitality into this Archaladon. So, yeah, now it is down to a 2v2, but this Archaladon, it's launched off its Snarl, and now, just where's the damage coming from Jack's side of the field? Unless you get some critical hits to break through those special attack drops, I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, and now with the only 2 Pokemon remaining on Jack's side of the field, you've not got the ability to switch out to reset those drops. So the Chaladon's in that position where it can just spam the Snarl from here on out. As we see the hospitality coming in with that Sinistcha, activating the recovery there on that Pokemon. And, you know, this must be so frustrating to deal with, because you think, I've got it down to 50% health. Oh, no, Sinistcha's coming in, and I've got to do this all over again. And I don't think you've got the ability to really get through this just defensive Pokemon because of its typing, because of the support that everything else has provided in this match, and really well identified by Fevzi. And I think Jack's going to have to reevaluate how he's approached this match, maybe going into a game 2.
Yeah, it seems so. Still going to be firing off some attacks there. The expanding force, not that much damage still. The Archaladon now at +6 defense, so massive body presses could be coming out. And yeah, Dark Pulse super effective into the Sinistcha, but still with that light screen, it's only just brought it below half, and then that activates the Citrus Berry, bringing it back above half. So that's just not doing the damage it needs. Body press now with +6, that's an easy one-hit knockout into that Indeedee after the sash had been broken thanks to that Snarl. And now it's just that Hydreigon that's stuck at -1. Yes, the Sinistcha did flinch, and that could have been a life do, or it could have been a Trick Room to be able to just reverse the speeds and move first, but I don't think that flinch particularly matters at this point, because the Hydreigon is just not going to be able to break through this Archaladon.
No, not at all. And that is, you know, I think we're just kind of maybe at this point where you've come to the conclusion of, I probably won't win this game, but I'm going to take the next few turns just to think over how I can approach this matchup going into game 2 to maybe bring this back. We are seeing the Dark Pulse once again launched off into the Sinistcha, but once more, another Snarl, another special attack drop to weaken that Hydreigon even further and make things even more difficult as the Sinistcha finally gets to set up its Trick Room and reverse the dimensions, making things a little bit easier so that Dark Pulse doesn't have the chance to flinch anymore in this game.
Yeah, now you just be able to just consistently attack this Hydreigon moving first, no fear of any Dark Pulse flinches. You can go for Life Juice just to make sure that you're staying on the field like so. Could have been a match of gotcha, but that could miss, so just playing extra safe here. Life Dew is guaranteed to get that recovery. Now our Chaladon looks like it's going to be, yeah, basically back to full HP there. Another Snarl, 2 more will do it, but yeah, the Hydreigon now at what, -3 special attack? It's going to respond back with its own Snarl, but that's just not damage.
No, and you've got a line of recovery on Fevzi's side of the field as long as that Sinistcha is still in play.
Yeah.
Whereas Jack doesn't have that, so playing the Snarl against Snarl game is just not going to be something that you're able to do. If you're in this position, Jamie, are you taking the time now to look at how and what went wrong in this match to try and fix in the next game?
I think that the Pokemon that Jack brought struggle to break through that Archaladon very quickly. We've seen that like a lot, and the real out of those 4, maybe the Terra Blast from the Indeedee would be able to do some good damage into that Archaladon. It's got to be the Kommo-o, right? Because the Volcarona, it can do pretty reasonably into Archaladon if there's no rain, but Pelipper was brought. So it's kind of got to be the Kommo-o that has to break through this Archaladon. It's going to be hitting on the physical side, because the Hydreigon's now been taken care of. That's obviously going to be game 1 for Fevzi. But yeah, Kommo-o, it's got to be Kommo-o that breaks through the Archaladon. I'm not seeing any other way of quickly breaking through that Archaladon. And when I say quickly, that was like, what, probably 8 turns that the Archaladon just did whatever it wanted to.
Yeah, it just took, well, I mean, Jack did it well in one regard, getting it down to 50%, but when you've got that recovery with the Sinistcha and you're free enough to switch it in get the hospitality, switch it out, bring it back in.
Yeah.
You're pretty much back to 100% there, and you already fired off a few of those snarls. The toxicity just didn't have the impact. It did pick up a knockout onto the Pelipper. It was great for that, but I mean, outside of that, really, what was it providing? The Drift Blimp did nothing in that match. You think that's a slot that you could maybe look at and say, okay, there wasn't really much value there in bringing that to this game, because yes, it got an acrobatics off into the Pelipper, but really in hindsight, that didn't matter too much at all. I love the identification of the Komodo, but we can't just focus too much on Jack, of course, because we have to really give huge credit to Fevzi for the way that they've approached this game and how well they set up to make it so difficult for Jack. And when you look at the threats, we highlight all of those big, powerful attackers at the start of the game. Well, he just handled those so eloquently in that last game.
Yeah, Fevzi's game plan there was very solid. It seemed like it was near impossible for Jack to break through. Given the Pokemon that he brought, Fevzi played basically flawlessly to not allow Jack really any chances back into that game. Like the Komodo could break through the Archaladon, but then the Sinistra was a really good bring. And like you mentioned, it can bring itself in, get that hospitality, and then, well, it can just Rage Powder away the body presses, because you want the soundproof on the Komodo for this kind of team because of that Boom Burst toxicity, but that means you don't have the probably more regular Overcoat, which could have avoided the Rage Powder. So the synergy that the Jack has may come back to bite him against that Sinistra.
Yeah, and without a way to really break those screens once they get set up, it's so easy for Fevzi to lead with that Grimmsnarl, lock into that turn one, and then you've got a long period to wait before that screen goes away. And then, like you say, then you need to almost prioritize bringing that Hydreigon to deal with the Sinistra, because if you are relying on the Komodo, you don't want to be in that situation that you've just outlined. You want to be removing that Sinistra as soon as possible from the field, and I feel like, you know, something like the Hydreigon would be your best option to do that.
Yeah, it would normally be the Volcarona because of that Life Orb as well, but you just got to worry about the range. So yeah, Hydreigon and Toxtricity are joining the field here. It's going to be the Grimmsnarl and the Archaladon once again for Fevzi. Again, there's nothing wrong with just setting up your light screen for 8 turns again, because you're still facing down 2 special attackers. You can snarl the Archaladon, and maybe you can Earth Power the Archaladon, because it does have access to that, and that'll be a super effective hit as well. So that could do some noticeable damage. But then we've seen how much damage even the Overdrive was doing to the Archaladon behind that light screen. It just wasn't.
Yeah, if you are Jack here, do you maybe commit to thrustalizing the Hydreigon early turn one here and just lock into those snarls, and then try and leverage your toxicity to slowly remove that Grimmsnarl? Because after the light screen's gone up, it's not going to be an easy job, but by kind of spamming, keeping that Hydreigon on the field and utilizing those snarls, you're keeping the Archaladon in check the whole time, although you are boosting the stamina the whole time. So if you do have something like the Komodo on the back, it's going to make it a little bit more tricky to utilize that Pokemon later on in this game, if that's what we see.
Yeah, and especially if the Indeedee is in the back and wants to be going for a Terra Ground Terra Blast, but it won't have that option. But of course, Jack did not go for Terastallization here. Fevzi did, and turned into a Ghost type once again with the Grimmsnarl, but very, very nicely done by Jack here, covering for that Terastallization. Yes, that was a Sludge Bomb that didn't really do much damage, but it was followed up with a Dark Pulse as well, so actually doing some significant damage to this Grimmsnarl. There was the light screen set, and now there is that Snarl that has reduced the special attack once again. So now Jack's not really doing too much damage once again. But you would be able to KO this Grimmsnarl with another combination of the Dark Pulse into Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing that you may want to switch up this game, and we got a quick glimpse there. Jack has brought that Komodo on the back, so that is a different option for him to look at in this game. The Terastallization has been spent on Fevzi, but a worthwhile one. We saw how well that played out in game 1, where it was enough between the light screen and that now I guess we're going to see the Reflect, because the Grimmsnarl's able to stick around that a little bit longer, where it'll be so important for Fevzi in the duration of this game. But what Jack does next is all going to be important, because do you switch around like you did in that game 1? That slows your momentum down, or do you just go after targets that you can take down and then leave the Archaladon to last? But we are going to see the Reflect from the Grimmsnarl, the Dark Pulse coming out, and it is enough to take this down. Now, this toxicity we know is locked into the Sludge Bomb. It's going to go into Archaladon, and it's not going to be... It's going to have the immunity, so not going to do anything this turn, while the Snarl could be an option here that is just fired off again. But it is the Dragon Pulse here. Can be super effective into the Hydreigon and doing some nice damage in return.
So a little bit of a missed opportunity to switch out the Toxtricity to reset it from being able to go for Sludge Bombs here. But Jack surely just covering, well, I've been Snarl. Maybe that's not enough with the Dark Pulse into the Grimmsnarl for the KO, but just guaranteeing that that would be the case. You can still Sludge Bomb whatever comes in, assumedly if it's still the Pelipper and the Sinistra waiting in the back. Sludge Bomb's still going to do some pretty nice nice damage and could be picking up the poisons. Here comes the Sinister on the field. Our Chaladon's at full HP, so the hospitality not going to be coming into effect here.
No, not at all. And we are going to see maybe the Sinister under a little bit of threat here. Like you've mentioned, the Snarl has fired off, so these Pokemon on Jack's side aren't hitting to the optimal damage they can, but they can start chipping away at this Pokemon. You've got to realize as well that there is going to be that a little additional damage that you're going to have to do because of the Citrus Berry, so it does allow the Sinister to maybe set up a Trick Room in this situation, which would then favor that Archaladon to be in that position where it can constantly fire off those Snarls, knowing that the special attack is the main option for Jack right now to get damage onto the field.
Yeah, and it seems like Jack's gone for that Snarl, so not opting to try and go for a Dark Pulse flinch at all. Just going to be able to reduce the damage output of this Archaladon and the Sinister as well. It won't come into play for any Machigotchas that could be fired out, but we're slowly ticking up with that stamina boost on the Archaladon. Yeah, Sludge Bomb, it does get the poison, which is quite nice for Jack, but it didn't even do half damage to that Sinister, so the poison will activate the Citrus Berry and actually recover it more healthy than it would have been at the end of this turn. Dragon Pulse fired off into Toxtricity, bring it below half, and yes, as you mentioned, there is that Trick Room, so now the Sinister and the Archaladon will be moving first.
And the poison ticks over, and because of it, it will activate that Citrus Berry, just giving that Sinister a little bit more of a buffer with that health recovery there. The Trick Room being set up now puts that Archaladon into a great position where it can just go for those Snarls. But is this the opportunity now for Jack, preparing for a Snarl to come out, that you could maybe get your Como onto the field? There's a little bit risky, Jamie, with that Sinister still present, and potentially could throw out a Machigotcha this time around, although not super effective, could be very disruptive.
Yeah, definitely could. If your Como gets burned, I'm not sure how you break through this Archaladon anymore, but maybe you do need to risk that to be able to get into position to start dealing with this Archaladon. It can still launch off any Dragon Pulses. It's been snarled, so it's not going to be as effective. Hydreigon is surely still in range of Dragon Pulse, though. Toxtricity, it's going to be close based on the damage that it was done previously, but then that's where the Machigotcha could come into play and just do that tiny bit of extra chip to be necessary in order to pick up that KO. And yes, here we go. No, here comes the Machigotcha, no switch in, just a tiny bit of extra chip. Little bit could be impactful to allow that Dragon Pulse follow-up to potentially KO either Pokemon here.
Yeah, we do see that little bit of recovery, which is always, every little helps, of course, with that recovery there. Dragon Pulse again into the Hydreigon, and going to be enough to take it down, which does allow Jack a free switch into something in the back. And just to elaborate a little bit further on that Machigotcha, because of the burn, if we are going to see, a huge critical hit here from the Sludge Bomb, taking down that Sinister. Line of recovery through that Hospitality, taking away a step further forward in this match for Jack to maybe get a little bit of a momentum swing with that Toxtricity claiming that big knockout.
Yeah, that's really big, because yeah, like you mentioned, there's no recovery available for this Archaladon anymore. The main issue was that it was really, really difficult to break through, but now it's on limited HP, so that is a very, very nice critical hit there through the light screen, through the Snarls, able to knock out that Sinister from almost back to full health thanks to that Machigotcha recovery. Assumedly, it's still the Pelipper waiting in the back, so you can start going for your Electro Shots once again. But yeah, you're still in a reasonable position for Fevzi, thanks to the Trick Room being up, because you're still going to be able to move first with both the Archaladon and the assumed Pelipper against any of Jack's team, because it's a reasonably fast-paced team. Like, yeah, there's the Pelipper, so it's going to assumedly underspeed this Toxtricity and the Indeedee that is going to be coming in as well. But at least you need to double into this Indeedee to be able to pick up a KO into it. And another saving grace for Fevzi is the fact that the Toxtricity is still locked into Sludge Bomb. It can't go for the overdrive to just immediately knock out the Pelipper.
Yeah, and the other thing you would notice about the Indeedee on Jack's side of the field, normally Indeedee, one of those Pokemon that does have that redirection available to it, but unfortunately for Jack, in this situation, it's more of an offensive Indeedee, so it hasn't got access to pulling in those attacks to maybe give that Toxtricity a little bit of support here to allow at least a Sludge Bomb or maybe a switch out to something in the back. In this situation, you're going to have to lock in with some sort of attacking option onto Fevzi's side of the field. You have got the Psychic Terrain, of course. The Expanding Force is going to be boosted in damage, but if we just see a Snarl come out from that Archaladon, it's going to reduce that down once more. It's not going to be enough to pick up the Pelipper, and it leaves it open to just going for whatever damage it wants, and you would likely see it go into that Toxtricity just to remove it from the field. Yeah. Dragon Pulse coming out from the Indeedee, going to be enough to do just above 50%, followed up by that Weather Ball here, and it is boosted by the Rain, and more than enough to take down this Indeedee in its tracks.
Yeah, that's easily going to be able to KO, especially with that Life Orb as well. That means that this Toxtricity has no option to switch out and lock into something else. So yes, Sludge Bomb did good damage to the Pelipper, but you'd have wanted something like an Overdrive, and now that Toxtricity is completely useless worse against the Archaladon because it's locked into the poison type attack. Archaladon is that steel typing, so it's down to this, which we can see Komo-O, that has to be able to beat this Archaladon. But the issue is that Trick Room's still up. Komo-O, it's going to be knocked out in one shot by a Hurricane, so it's almost forced into its defensive terrestrialization of the Fire type, but then that's surely knocked out in one shot by a Weather Ball as well. So yeah, it's still really awkward position for Jack, especially because he's locked into the Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, it's just not the most ideal situation to be in. Another Sludge Bomb probably will be enough, but I don't think you're going to be able to get through this turn. And like you say, the Komo-O in that pinned position where do you go for the terrestrialization to get rid of your Dragon weakness? Well, if you do that and the Pelipper's still active on the field, then, well, it's not really going to help you there because the Weather Ball is just going to be enough to take you down, especially with that Life Orb boosted. And with the Trick Room still in effect as well, the Pelipper's probably in that position where it's sitting kind of pretty right now.
Yeah, it's still pretty reasonable for Fevzi. I think it's just going to come down to whether this Komo-O does go for its terrestrialization or not. It does seem like that is going to be the case coming into that Fire typing. So if a Hurricane wins that slot, it's still doing very good damage, don't get me wrong. A Life Orb Hurricane from Pelipper is actually significantly strong. But if it is a Weather Ball instead, that would just pick up the one-hit knockout on that Komo-O. There comes the Dragon Pulse into the Toxtricity, is enough to pick up the KO, so that's going to keep the Pelipper safe from any Sludge Bombs that could have come out. So that means that the Pelipper is a little bit more free to launch off whatever attack it wants to go for. Looks like the Komo-O actually underspeeds this Pelipper here, so it went for an Iron Defense, not going on the offensive. There's the Hurricane from the Pelipper, and that's going to do still so much. Look at that damage coming out. But the fact that Pelipper actually outspeeds the Komo-O means that Fevzi can stall out his own Trick Room and then just launch a Weather Ball for the win.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing. With not many turns of the Trick Room left, it is a matter of time. And now with so much damage taken as well, you do have the leftovers item there, but do you have enough in the tank to be able to potentially use a body press this turn into the Pelipper? That would probably be enough to take it down, even though it's resisted because of the defense boost that you've got there. But in the process, you're going to have to take an attack from this Archaladon, and it has got the Rain Up. It is going to have the ability to lock into those Electro Shots, get those special attack boosts, and you've got to think at that point, with the stamina boost that it's already taken from those Snarls, it's going to be in a position where it's going to be able to easily out-damage this Komo-O in this situation.
Yeah, the Pelipper going to keep itself safe on this last turn of Trick Room, as we did see that Pelipper did outspeed Komo-O here. Electro Shot being fired off from this Archaladon. Of course, it's going to take one turn to fire up and will attack this Komo-O immediately on this turn, getting that special attack boost, getting rid of the earlier Snarls from the High Dragon. This will still do some reasonable damage to this Komo-O. Say reasonable damage, it's brought down into the red, so that's definitely in range of any attack the Pelipper want to go for. And I reckon it's even in range of, even if the Komo-O managed to stall out the weather, just a regular Weather Ball would be able to KO. But yeah, there comes the leftovers recovery. Body Press was not enough to KO the Archaladon thanks to all those earlier stamina boosts. There is the end of Trick Room. We've just seen that the Pelipper does outspeed this Komo-O. It's going to be in range of any attack the Pelipper want to go for here.
Yeah, it almost feels like Jack locking into the Protector is delaying the inevitable here, because we know the speed tiering of these Pokemon. We know the Pelipper is going to outspeed it. Now those dimensions have twisted back to normal. Weather Ball this turn going to be into the Protect here, as Komo-O trying to clutch out, get as much recovery and use from those leftovers as possible, but Electroshock not going to be hitting the Komo-O. But in fact, even though there is the Protect, it still gets that special attack boost just to put a different stamp and further that advantage that Fevzi's got in this match.
Yeah, if the Komo-O protects, you might as well get a free special attack boost here. You want to be trying to get that leftovers recovery. That's not going to save you from a Life Orb Weather Ball in the rain here, though. You still need to be protecting multiple times to stall out the rain, and I guess less and less likely every time. There is the failed Protect here, so Pelipper is going to be able to follow up with that Weather Ball into the now Fire-type Komo-O. Absolutely enough to KO this Komo-O, and Fevzi Ovskan is going to be able to advance to 9-1, almost certainly securing their place in that asymmetrical top cut.
Incredible, incredible game from both of our players, and what a great example from Fevzi to show when you do go up against these really unique, well thought out teams that are a bit different from what we see generally in the format, how the defensive cores of your team can deal with them. And he did it so well and just really made it so difficult for Jack to kind of get any foothold in that game, despite the huge powerhouse Pokemon that he had on his side of the field.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to see how he breaks through the Archaladon easily. Like, he definitely can, I'm sure he's faced multiple Archaladons. If he's at 8-1, Archaladon's pretty common. I'm sure he faced them. The Terror Blast ground on the Indeedee, I think, is probably his best way through it.
Yeah.
But then if you get snarled and then there's a light screen, then that's not actually a solid way at all. So
it makes it very difficult in that situation for the High Dragon, doesn't it? Because you kind of want to lock into the terrestrialization on the High Dragon a lot of the time to get around, especially when the Grimmsnarl's still active and it's got that Spirit Break, and you've got, you know, you've got the Snarl as well, you've got the Dragon Pulse threat. You preferably want to go into that Ghost typing like we saw in that game 1, but if you do it with the Indeedee, yes, you've got that turn 1 where you can go for that Terror Blast, the ground Terror Blast, and get some good damage, but behind the light screen it's probably not going to be as effective. And then how long has the Indeedee got left on the field? It's not really doing too much after that, is it? To the remaining Pokemon that are the options that Fevzi kind of went with.
Yeah, and I reckon behind a light screen and then probably a Snarl as well, you're probably going to be able to recover up the damage that was done by a Terror Blast with just the Sinister switching in with its Hospitality. I think that like Archaladon is surely breakthroughable with this team, but maybe not with a Sinister next to it that's allowing just consistent recovery.
Yeah, and I think the way that you would have to maybe approach it, could you lead with the Como in that match, go for the Iron Defense turn 1, and then try and go on the offensive from there, have something like that Toxtricity like Jack was doing to force that terrestrialization from the Grimmsnarl early on, and then use that to pressure it to try and remove it while you get your Iron Defenses set up to get in that position where you have got the Body Press as an option at some point in the game. But you also, like you all rightly mentioned throughout that set, you need to check for that Sinistcha, because if it comes in and redirects, then your Body Presses aren't doing anything. It's so difficult to get that positioning right and to break down the defensive units that Fevzi's got in the lines of the team.
Yeah, but then if you lead with a Como straight away, you're almost forced into the defensive terrestrialization in the face of the Spirit Break and also the Dragon Pulse. And then, as we saw, if you're forced into the Fire Terror type, at any point Pelipper comes in and Weather Balls. So, yeah, it did seem incredibly tricky there. But I think still just very solid showing of Fevzi there. Just being able to recognize, well, this is seemed to be pretty safe path through this match, and being able to take down this unconventional team, because like we mentioned, it is quite difficult to face these successful unconventional teams. 8-1 is absolutely successful.
Absolutely, yeah.
And being able to find a very solid path to victory with very little time available. Like, you've got the 90 seconds to choose your 4 Pokemon. Like, the fact that Fevzi was comfortable terrestrializing the Grimmsnarl turn 1 both games showed that he had a very, very solid game plan in mind for the future.
Yeah, and it didn't matter about it going down, because it was, you know, even in game 2, where we're seeing now, the Grimmsnarl went down quite quickly. Even though it didn't get much use out of any offensive threats, it done its job. It got the screens up, and that's all Fevzi needed, because after that we saw Archaladon really not have anything to worry about. It was just free to fire the electric shots if the rain was up, fire off the Snarls if it needed to lower that special attack on those targets on Jack's side of the field, or just go for those Dragon Pulses and just chip things and pick things off one by one.
Yeah, I think the fact that it was even comfortable after the critical hit Sludge Bomb KO'd the Sinistcha through the Snarls and the light screen, and the fact that the Pelipper just came in and it was still incredibly comfortable for Fevzi, that showed that just the game plan that Fevzi went for was like absolutely solid.
Yeah, and that's the problem. The Sinistcha goes down, the Pelipper comes in, and because of the Life Orb as well, you think, I haven't got room to take a lot of attacks from this, and yeah, your hand was forced at that point from the Como, or like you say, it's just a very well put together team on Fevzi's side that makes it extremely difficult to find any sort of route around the big issue in that Archaladon.
Yeah, well, like we've been saying, Archaladon is incredibly solid throughout the entirety of Regulation H, so be very curious to see the thoughts, or hear the thoughts of Fevzi, why he brought this team to the match. So we're going to hear from him himself, the winner of round 10, Fevzi Oskin.
Well, trainers, we just had a match of intense volume paired with drizzly cozy tea time, and it was the coziness, the quietness that came out on top. Fevzi Oskin, huge congratulations for winning that game. I mean, first thing we've got to talk about is you sit down and you see Jack Clark's team. What are you thinking?
I was like, wow, this is the first team of this kind I'm facing. Yeah. I didn't even know Toxtricity was legal, to be honest. There was a Drift Blimp that I've never seen before. But yeah, glad I had a supporting Grimmsnarl to help me out.
Yeah, you certainly did. And I mean, Light Screen was so very effective into Jack's team. I mean, the Como, of course, came out in game 2. We were surprised not to see it come out in game 1. So that's something I identified early on. But then, of course, the Archaludon, that just remained on the field the entire game for both games. Talk us through your game plan.
So my game plan was that I saw that my opponent didn't have a lot of answers versus Assault versus Archaludon in the first place. And then if I paired that up with screens and Snarl support, I figured that it would be really important, like really impossible, basically, for my opponent to get rid of it early. So I could just let it sit on the field, spam some Snarls, and set up screens. And yeah, the only important thing was that I don't lose my Grimmsnarl too early, because as you have seen, my opponent had specs on the Toxtricity, and that such one would have definitely knocked me out. So I had to Terra Ghost there, which was really handy as well. I mean, yeah, basically just slow down the game, chip everything into range so that Pelipper in the late game with Sinistra can kind of clean up.
Yeah, drink down some matcha as well, keep your Pokemon nice and healthy. Yeah, Terra Ghost on the Grimmsnarl. You committed to that in both games, but I mean, obviously that worked out great for you. And how, I mean, you said that you weren't, you know, you didn't even know Toxtricity was legal in the meta at the moment, and then you see a Drifblim there as well. I mean, were you fairly set on the 4 Pokemon that you were bringing to each game?
I kind of wanted to bring the Annihilate as well, because like my opponent kind of tried to do the same thing that I did with like spamming Snarl to lower the special attacks, and I was like, okay, if I can catch my opponent while snarling my Archaludon and I switch in the Annihilate, I would get a Defiant Boost. So +2 immediately, and then I think it would be hard for my opponent to deal with the Annihilate as well, but I figured that, hey, you know what, my opponent also has a Drifblim, I don't have Terra Fire, so I cannot avoid the Will-O-Wisp burn, and they also had what was it, Acrobatic, I think?
Right, yes.
And I already terrored my Grimmsnarl, so it would be a little bit tricky, I think, so I just figured, hey, I need the rain anyways for Electroshot boosts if I get too defensive. And also Sinistra was just a great Pokemon to have in the back for late game Trick Room. Yeah,
Snarl is so effective on Archaludon. It's a really nice tech to have available on that Pokemon. So Fevzy, we're going to let you get ready for your next round. We've got a whole lot more of Dortmund to go. So any shout-outs that you want to give?
Yeah, shout-outs to my friends, my family. I built the team. I'm not built, but we were inspired by the team by Ethan from Baltimore Regionals, who finished top 16. And then Marcus, me, Faiz, Emre, and Maurice worked on the team together. So shout-outs to them. And yeah. Thanks for having me.
Shout out to your favorite Pokemon Lapras as well. Keeping things nice and serene, just as you were with your warming cups of tea in the drizzly rain provided by the Pelipper. Thank you so much, Fevzy. And we will be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the next Swiss round very shortly. Don't go anywhere, trainers. We're just getting started.
Hyper Boys, there it is. That's going to do it. And Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
I got first into Pokemon when I moved to Los Angeles in 2015. I was looking at a way to make friends. I was like, oh, I like Pokemon, let me try this so I can make friends, and then just been playing ever since. I transitioned to competitive play because I'm a pretty competitive person, and being able to talk to people that's also competitive was sort of a way to like share this love. What drives me to compete in Pokemon is honestly just to have an opportunity to hang out with my friends. I only get a chance to see these people a few times a year. It's just a really fun experience to be able to spend time with these people that I honestly love from the bottom of my heart. My favorite moment from Pokemon is my 4v1 comeback with my Dragonite back at 2017. I don't think anybody thought I was be able to come back from that, but Dragonite pulled through.
It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama.
Absolutely crazy. I could hear the crowd through the headphones. That's how loud people were.
So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh, my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds.
Honestly, my #1 goal is to become the world champion. I top cut worlds back in 2016. Ever since then, I've been chasing being able to get to that place again. And it only gets more and more difficult every single year. And if I can get that one title, then I can say I accomplished what I wanted to with Pokemon. One of the things I learned very early on is like I like to make my own teams. I like to just try my own things, and I think that has translated very well to other things in my life. If I were to give one advice to someone is like always march by the beat of your own drum. Do what you think is right, and I think you will be successful no matter what you do.
My name is Alex Underhill, and I'm from Seattle. My earliest memory would be playing with my friends. We competed to see who could get the most level 100 Pokemon. That was the coolest thing you could do. I started way back in 2014 when I went to Nationals. It was just a kind of like a Pokemon convention I wanted to check out. And from there, I went to the following year, got top 8, and got hooked on competing.
Alex Underhill,
second out of Day 2 Swiss in this field. Definitely makes a name for me.
It's been a long time. I guess, yeah, it's starting my 10-year anniversary. And I don't know, I think that there's so many different ways to play the game. So winning with something new feels cool. Rehashing old ideas, like there's so much to explore in the game every year. The game just has so much depth. It's so cool, and I don't ever see myself stopping. Something that I've learned about myself while playing Pokemon for so long is that I like to play something that feels unique to me. I don't like to just steal what I've been seeing do well. I want to, make it my own, and I love personalizing my own team, I guess. Some of my favorite teams I got to run back in 2017 when I won my 2 regionals. Those teams were very unique to me, going about, either going all in on a move like Discharge or a hard Trick Room strategy. Those are some things that were setting me apart from the rest of the field. Favorite moment from competitive Pokemon history is probably just attending my first Worlds in 2016 in San Francisco. It was a big Worlds. There was a lot going on. It was like just flying across the country to play Pokemon. The event was run awesome. It was so cool. Going to Japan last year, also very cool. Getting to travel, I guess, is a big part of it. There's too many to name, honestly. There's so many people that inspire me. There's a lot of players right now that, are still innovating and building cool teams. Alex Gomez, and there's like David Kutesh, some of the European players. They do some really cool stuff. For this season, I just wanted to qualify for Worlds. It's a hard year. 500 CP is a lot to get to. And I also do think I play a lot of events for like the glory. It's fun to win, like there's prize money, there's championship points, but mostly I just want people to recognize me as a strong player.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to round 11 and the final round of Swiss here in the Pokemon 2025 Dortmund Regional Championships. My name is Jamie Boyt. I'm joined once again by Ben Kiriakou, and we're almost there. We're almost through this first for us of Swiss plus some more rounds. Like, how do you think it's been so far?
It's been really good. I mean, it kind of works in many ways like the tournaments that we've had from last season, where it's, a certain amount of Swiss in day 1 and a little bit more in day 2. But the way it works is just that little bit different, where our trainers are just trying to match the result of the 8th place person after the Swiss has concluded to be in that all-important asymmetrical top cut. And that gives players a lot more opportunity, I think. You don't have this situation where, depending on how your day went, depending on who your opponents were, you could just bubble out at 9th or 10th, and you kind of get to the end of the tournament and think, if I'd have only had that opportunity to get into Top Cup, maybe I could have had a chance to win the whole thing. That is what this round our players are fighting for.
Yeah, it's not like we had previously where, maybe I've started 0-2 and now I've had a perfect run, but no, I started 0-2, therefore my resistance is not good enough. Now, it can be you lose the first 2 and win the whole thing from then on. That can absolutely happen. Now we've got this asymmetrical top cut.
And it's a really good system for, just giving our players that opportunity. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to be able to achieve because of it. Now, it's looking like, we haven't crunched all the numbers just yet, but it's looking like we're going to get a top 32 round, a top 16 round, and then into our top 8 with the amount of players that we have here this weekend, and with the amount of players that, of course, made it into day 2. We've already seen some fantastic, one fantastic match on stream, Jack versus Vevzi. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, if you're just waking up, if you're just getting tuned into the stream, definitely go back and watch it, because it it was an absolute masterclass of how to deal with a matchup that you're not really used to, and Fevzi played that game so well.
Yeah, it was really cool. Like, Jack had some really cool picks of the Drift Blim and Toxtricity. We're going to have 4 more matches for you guys to choose from as well. Of course, we're going to be able to see what Pokemon they're going to be bringing, so you guys get to pick what kind of Pokemon you want to be seeing on this final round, round 11. Yeah, there's some really cool picks there.
Yeah, this is your choice, the community choice here. 4 matches, your pick on who you want to vote for. So if you're in the Twitch chat right now, get ready, get voting for the matches that you want to see. Let's go through them. Lucas versus Davide, and look at that. Hisuian Zoroark. I never thought I would see any form of Zoroark making it to these top tables, but here it is on the screen right there versus Davide. Hydreigon kind of fallen out of favor in the format, but Davide showing that it's still a viable Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure. You've got that Paldean Taurus there with the fire typing as well coming out for Yost against Hjalmar, who's going to be running a Delphox of all things as well. Actually, one of the fastest expanding force users that we have in the format, paired up with that Indeed Ian's a really fast-paced team with that Whimsicott going for the Tailwinds as well.
Reese representing Electabuzz in that Electabuzz Magmar conversation, the debate that we've been having all weekend, paired up with that Dragapult Rillaboom King Gambit, a very solid, very good team. Whereas Daniel, on the other hand, is that Jungle Vivian? I think it looks like it's going to be that. It's my personal favorite, so my vote's going to see Daniel on stream and hopefully get that Pavilion in play. That's been seeing a lot of usage this weekend, and for good reason.
Yeah, but of course we have one more. We've got Nicolo versus Francesco. Francesco, had the pleasure of I had the pleasure of interviewing yesterday, and he was really hyping up Magmar over Electabuzz. And look what he's facing. Almost a mirror match. Different dragon. You got Dragapult versus Dragonite, but then it is like we've had this small debate here so far in Dortmund of, well, this team archetype is incredibly common. Should it be Electabuzz or should it be Magmar? Maybe even should be other Follow Me Pokemon as well, but it seems to be Electabuzz and Magmar, and Francesco was a big proponent of that Magmar.
If you had to choose, Jamie, if you were preparing for a regional championships and you had the choice of Magmar and Electabuzz, what are you thinking right now?
My choice would probably go towards Electabuzz purely because of the consistency of accuracy, because Will-O-Wisp is a very good move on Magmar. It is less accurate than maybe just like the Electro Web that can get the speed control as well. So my choice would be Electabuzz. How about you?
I'll go Magmar, and that's not even just to go Magmar just because you said Electabuzz. No, actually, I really like that Pokemon. It's been one of the Pokemon that I've been kind of wanting to use since I first saw Sage and Park use it in the 2014 World Championships, and since then it's kind of one of those Pokemon that I look back at and think, hey, that was really cool back then, and now that it's viable, I kind of want to give it a go myself.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see who's been chosen to be featured on our stream, whether we're going to get an Electabuzz versus Magmar show-off to round off this round 11 in Dortmund. I think it would be quite fitting if we do, but of course, any of the other 3 matches would be perfectly great to see as well. And it seems like we are going to be seeing that Electabuzz versus Magmar to finish off our Swiss rounds here.
Excellent. Of course, it has to be said that this is a win and in match for all of these matches. So you couldn't have picked wrong back at home if this wasn't the match that you voted for. Commiserations, but this is, I'm sure, going to be a fantastic one to feature. And maybe once and for all, we can answer that question for everybody at home. Thinking about Regulation Set H, maybe you're wanting to go to a locals, wanting to prepare for another regional championships, and that's the question that you've been asking. Well, here we go. Maybe we'll find the answer.
Yeah, we also got another debate of, well, what's better between the Dragonite or the Dragapult here as well. So,
yeah, I love that.
Yeah, here's the difference between the dragons. I've been incredibly impressed with the Terra Blast, Terra Flying Dragonites that's popped up in Baltimore and got second place there. And we've been able to feature so far in the day 1 streams as well. Like, I've been... The damage output is really significant, even though we've been seeing Choice Band Dragonite previously, and the Dragapults are almost certainly Choice Band as well. Even with just the Lumberry set, the Terra Blasts have been doing really good damage.
It's definitely a different flavor, isn't it, to Dragapult, where Dragapult from Nicolo is going to be trying to probably go a little bit faster on the offensive. Of course, you called it out last round. Dragapult is basically the fastest Pokemon.
I like that. We always have to say basically because of Electrode, we have to say basically.
It's nearly there. it's nearly the fastest Pokemon we have in the format, and that makes a big impact. I mean, you don't have to worry about whether or not you're going to be outspeed unless something's carrying a cheeky little choice scarf, but you can see that coming with open team sheets, so you can prepare for it and make sure that you're kind of ready with the plays that you need to make in that situation. But otherwise, it's pretty much always going to be able to achieve the damage that it's trying to go for, and especially against Dragonite in a mirror match between these two dragons. Well, Extreme Speed, the move that Dragonite in previous regulation sets has been most known for overall, is not going to be effective whatsoever against the Dragonite. So, yeah, sorry, Dragapult. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and I think this is one of the more interesting types of mirror match that we get. Sometimes it's a little bit, hey, who's going to win the speed tie, or how does the lead matchup go? But because of the small differences here making a big impact, it really does shake things up.
Yeah, for sure. Like you obviously still have the Sneasel versus Sneasler, and if they're the Focus Sash set, which seems to be the most common, then yes, there's probably a speed tie there. If you got the Rillabooms, that's going to come down to the training. If you got the Primarinds, that's going to come down to the training. So like that, yes, like you said, like the small changes that could be huge. If the Primarina on one side is 1 point faster, then that gives you a huge advantage. Massive. So like 1 point faster, 20 points faster doesn't particularly matter. So yeah, the training, whether you prioritize, I'm gonna try and move first, or I will try to survive this attack instead, that's huge in the team building. And it's not just a one-size-fits-all. Like, this is the best set for a Pokemon. Like, it should be trained exactly this way. It depends on the team, and it depends on the trainer, and the preferences as well. Like, how comfortable am I being this fast, and I will be outsped by everything else. Yes. But I want to be a little bit faster, so I'll sacrifice some survivability. It's hugely impactful, and in mirror matches, especially so.
Definitely. And let's take a little bit of a step back, have a look at how the tournament is going in our player standings so far. Of course, we have got some players that have guaranteed their spot already into that asymmetrical top cut, one of which, of course, Michael Kelsch, going 10-0. When I spoke to him after round 5, he was 5-0 and 10-0 in games, answering the question again, Magmar versus Electabuzz. It is Magmar, and it was so interesting talking to him after he was on stream about his Dragapult as well. Back when he went to the finals of the World Championships in 2023, he was using Terra Ghost on the Dragapult, but now he's using Terra Dragon. He's adapted what he was doing with Dragapult to suit the new regulation set. Yeah,
it makes perfect sense, and one up for Magmar there with the undefeated record. So I'm scrolling down, of course, to the other 9-1s. There's another previous regional champion that I've spotted there, Hippolyte Bernards from France, was able to win back in 2019, and is going to be using that established team there of the Porygon 2 Ursaluna Amoonguss Incineroar core, and opting for the Flamigo in that tech slot.
Flamigo is such a good Pokemon, and I think people, certainly in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago, really found the niche, especially with how prevalent Golden Go is, the popularity of Porygon 2, as well as a more consistent, more kind of good stuffy Trick Room setter, but it's weak to fighting, and especially with the boost that it got to its Scrappy ability, where that blocks Intimidate as well, it just makes sure Flamigo can't be slowed down whatsoever.
Yeah, of course, and we had a really good showing, of course, from Fevzi last round. Really consistent team against a very surprising team coming out from Jack. But yeah, these 6 Pokemon we featured previously on the stream in day 1 as well. Fevzi seems to be relying on these 2. We know how Mouseape works. We know how Pelipper Archaludon works. But I think that the fact that there was also the screens to supplement with the Snarl, to supplement with the Hospitality and Life Dew as well, just made that Archaludon just basically unbreakable.
I think that's a really nice thing about the way that Fevzi and potentially Maurice, that I'm sure they were working together when they were preparing for this regional championships, we're seeing is like, well, a lot of the time when you build Pelipper Archaludon, you're trying to get the other members of the team to really round out the damage complement. You're trying to account for lots of different situations. But Fevzi and Maurice have both approached it in the same way. They're saying, well, actually, No, every single game can be won by Archaludon and or Annihilate.
Yep.
And so all I need to do is make sure that they are the most protected they can be. You've got the Friend Guard and the Mousehold rather than the Population Bomb Technician set that's been really picking up in popularity. So it's still running its more supportive variant. You've got that Hospitality with the Sinister, you've got the Life Dew, you've got the Rage Powder, you've got the Follow Me, you've got so many different tools that just allow Archaludon and Annihilate to do what they do on their own.
Yeah, for sure. But we are moving on, of course, into this almost mirror match between Nicolo and Francesco. Who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be Electabuzz? Is it going to be Magmar? But also, we've got now the debate of Dragapult versus Dragonite. It seemed like Dragapult was much more common on this team archetype, at least from what we've seen on stream so far. Dragonite, still absolutely a great Pokemon to put onto a team, but it was the less common Dragon to put into that slot on this particular archetype.
We've seen Dragonite really do well in lots of different archetypes. Paul Chua was running, of course, the Dragonite and Garchomp combination, that sort of ability to go for the Terra Flying, Terra Blast, plus an Earthquake to support it. And we saw this tournament in Dortmund here, Antonio Sanchez running the same team as well, a same team archetype, supported by a bit of a different complement of supporting Pokemon. So yeah, I think Dragonite's showing that it's really got a place, that it can do something more than just go for Terra Normal, Extreme Speed. It's got this sort of variation, and even if you have to use the Terra on another Pokemon instead of going for the Terra Flying, well, it's got usually an Assault Vest and 3 other moves that it can use, Low Kick, Extreme Speed, moves like that that really do help out in various different matchups as well.
Yeah, for sure. And we've been taking seeing an uptake in Lumberry as well, and that seemed to be purely because of Sneasler. Of course, it's going to help against Spores from Mungus and Will-O-Wisp potentially from Magmar and all that as well. But the fact that, like, we saw Sneasler was top 3 usage, and it's on both of these players' teams here as well. So yeah, it's had a huge impact on the meta. We can see the accomplishments now of both these players. Francesco, we've been mentioning back in our day quite a lot, and Francesco...
You don't get to say that. No.
Okay, fine.
Back in my day, JD.
Okay, fine. Nicolo, I'll go for.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
No accomplishments just yet, but already has one right here in Dortmund. 8-2, almost going to be making it into that asymmetric top part. One more to be able to. But you old codger, take it away from Francesco.
Well, I remember watching Francesco way back in my day. I remember seeing him as a player to be watching when I was first getting started in 2011, and he was just such a figurehead in the community back then, and he certainly is now. And it's so fantastic seeing players like Francesco that have been playing a long time. They bring a wealth of experience. I'm like trying to get myself going as well here. Wealth of experience to the table, and look at that. He's well known for using that Fire Spin Dragonite back in Liverpool, I believe it was, in 2023.
Yep.
And here it is with the Lumberry that you were mentioning, Terra Blast, Terra Flying, getting those boosts with a Dragon Dance and getting it set up. But I really like the fact that he's using multi-scale and trying to play a little bit more defensively and allowing the Dragonite a little bit more space to get set up. That, of course, is supported by the Rillaboom Primarina, Sneasler with a coaching as well to further support the Dragonite and the King Gambit there, and Magmar as well.
Yeah, the coaching a really nice tech on Sneasler. You don't able to hit Golden Goes at all if you don't run anything like a Throat Chop. And you see here, Protect is usually the more common move in that coaching slot that we do see on the Sneasler coming out from Nicolo instead. But like we said, the variations are usually in here between the Electabuzz and the Magmar, the Dragapult and the Dragonites, because Rillaboom, Primarina, Sneasler, King Gambit, apart from the coaching or Protect, are all the same. It's mainly here the Electabuzz is the Follow Me Pokemon against the Magmar. You've got the Taunt instead of the Will-O-Wisp. You've got the Electro Web for speed control rather than a bit more damage with Heat Wave. And then, of course, Dragapult does not need to click Dragon Dance to be able to do some great damage because it is holding that Choice Band and it is able to just go on the offense immediately.
With Dragapult's speed tier and holding a Choice Band, it's kind of like a Dragonite that's already got a Dragon Dance.
Yeah, basically.
It can't change its moves, but it has effectively the same sort of speed tier that Dragonite can get into, well, even higher, in fact. But it's also got that effectively +1 boost from the Choice Band. So I quite like the way of thinking about that. It's like Dragapult's just like, well, I could have clicked Dragon Dance, or I could have just clicked an attack already, and you've kind of got that power and offensive capability right off the bat.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to be getting into the game very shortly. I think whether the Electabuzz and the Magmar comes to the match, both are entirely reasonable. Redirection is going to be quite nice for either trainer here. I wouldn't be surprised at all if both of the dragons come. And then just the variation of the training between the rest of the Pokemon that are all the same. Like you can see there, Assault Vest, Rillaboom, Throat Spray, Primarina, Focus Sash, Sneasler. Safety Goggles, at least on the King Gambit, is different from the Black Glasses. Not going to come into play here. So already a one-up for the Black Glasses set, because obviously the Safety Goggles won't matter here, but the Black Glass is definitely good.
I think this is where coaching really does come into play, though, because Francesco's playing a game where he can boost with more passively with his Pokemon with the Sneasler to support them as well. So Sneasler isn't just going for damage. We'll have to see if it comes to the match whatsoever, but it is that Electabuzz, it is that Magmar on the field. The only difference being a Primarina and Dragonite as a difference between these two trainers' leads.
Yeah, so not going for any kind of mirror leads at all. This is totally different between the two players. Yes, there is follow me redirection for both Pokemon. That won't really help the Magmar against a Hyper Voice that could be coming out through Primarina, which will allow it to set up that Throat Spray and start to do some really good damage. The Dragonites could be kept safe from a Moonblast coming out from the Magmar, meaning it doesn't have to go for a Terror this turn, and probably actually doesn't want to yet, just because the Electro Webs could be coming out from the Electabuzz, which would turn super effective to be able to break the multiscale and kind of cancel out a Dragon Dance as well. So maybe you just go on the offense immediately with your Dragonite here, and Electabuzz actually the fastest Pokemon on the field here.
Magmar getting its speed dropped, Dragonite getting its speed dropped, so Primarina gets to go first and launch out a Hyper Voice. Throat Spray activating, boosting its special attack, gonna make sure that the Moonblast, after now the multiscale on the Dragonite has been broken, it's gonna be able to do much more damage, but Dragonite gets to respond with a Stomping Tantrum. You can see how useful the Eviolite item is on the Electabuzz, taking those two attacks like an absolute champ. Little critical hit on the Primarina, little burn going off onto the Electabuzz. Francesco's probably happy about those extra little bits of damage, because in this sort of matchup where things are so close, those little bits of extra damage matter.
Yeah, and that turn surely went to Niccolo there, because you've got the Dragonite and the Magmar speed dropped, and the fact that the Primarina outsped both of them after just one Electro Web means that you can just go on the offense straight away, but now with your +1 special attack thanks to the Throat Spray. You can't safely go for a Moonblast into the Dragonite because that Magmar could still go for the Follow Me, and if you do go for Follow Me, the Dragonite is surviving the turn for sure, but going for a Dragon Dance, which it does want to be doing here, well, it could just take a second Electro Web, and then the Dragon Dance is even more cancelled out. Even just getting back up to neutral, that didn't outspeed the Electabuzz here, which at least it is switching out, so there's not going to be a second Electro Web.
And it's going to be a Dragapult coming in for that Electabuzz there, and a Terra option. Francesco clicking that button and going for his Terra flying onto the Dragonite. So a really good call here. Both being able to be defensive in the Primarina's Moonblast now will not be doing super effective damage. Certainly not into the Dragonite, because it's going to be a Follow Me from the Magmar, redirecting the Moonblast into it. The Eviolite coming in clutch here with the Magmar just taking that attack, and of course a call here from Francesco, getting that Terra Blast into the Primarina and getting some damage on the board.
Yeah, really good damage there, and very nicely done to Follow Me away that Moonblast that was surely targeting into that Dragonite, because if that would have been a Hyper Voice, that's a KO Magmar, and now the Dragonite went for the Terra Flying. It would have been a neutral hit and actually done some very reasonable damage with the previously broken multiscale thanks to that first Hyper Voice. However, that switching into the Dragapult, very, very nicely done here, because now you threaten the Dragon Darts into both the Magmar, which would KO, and then the second darts will still go into Dragonite, even if it was a Follow Me clicked into Magmar, because those Dragon Darts are so smart at targeting. And then the Primarina, we already know, outspeeds the Dragonite. Surely a Choice Band Dragon Darts into a Moonblast or even Hyper Voice, now that it's a flying type, should be able to pick up the KO on this Dragonite.
We'll have to see. Follow Me coming out from the Magmar, just making sure that it's going to be targeting into that slot. But there's no Dragon Darts this turn, just a Phantom Force. I quite like that, the preparation for what could be happening next turn, making sure that Phantom Force, which breaks through Protect, is set up. The question is, where did the Phantom Force target? Certainly the Dragapult as well gets to just avoid avoid any damage from that Terra Blast.
Yeah, very interesting Phantom Force there. There could have been a KO with the Dragon Darts, but yeah, you can't protect from this Phantom Force, so if it is targeting into that Dragonite slot, there is nothing that Francesco can do about it. Primarina should be able to survive the Phantom Force, but yeah, it's into the Dragonite. That's an easy KO.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe it was into what was the Primarina slot, because the second Hyper Voice here could have knocked out the Dragonite, but Nicolo playing that really safely, really consistently, but Francesco gets to reply back, and it looks like the debate is not between which Dragon is the best, it's which Primarina is going to be on the field at the end of the game.
Well, it seems like it's going to be Nicolo's, because it's already got the +1 special attack boost and now has dropped the Primarina special attack on Francesco's side thanks to that Moonblast getting that secondary effect of the special attack drop. Here comes the Sneasler. Here comes the Sneasler for both players. So now we're down to the Sneasler versus Primarina in endgame, but Nicolo surely has the one-up as well, because there is still that Electabuzz waiting in the back.
It's going to make a big difference, because the redirection and Sneasler only being able to target one Pokemon, there's no spread damage available to either player from their Sneasler, going to make a big difference. As is whether or not this is a speed tie, likely is, because they're both carrying a Focus Sash, but also whether or not any Dire Claw activations go on to each other as they're targeting down each other in the end game. Now, Nicolo, because of that Electabuzz, is going to get more opportunities here, but there is a option for a Protect on Nicolo Sneasler.
Yeah, very smartly done there. A double Protect going to be stalling out the Fake Out, so no Focus Sash broken on the Sneasler on Nico's side of the field. It was a Fake Out from the Sneasler, and it did target the opposing Sneasler here, so potentially going for that speed tie win if the Sneasler had gone for a Fake Out into the Primarina on Francesco's side of the field. It was a double up with a Moonblast into that Sneasler as well, so Nicolo could have gone on the offensive with a Primarina, but just playing it safe on this turn.
Now, the difference here is that while Nicolo has gone for Protect on that turn, Francesco hasn't gone for the Protect, and that gives Francesco a few more options in this scenario. Can try to play for Protect and Dire Claw onto Nicolo's Primarina. If the Primarina switches out into the Electabuzz, that's already taken a lot of damage, so it would probably be knocked out on that turn. But instead, we're going to get the Primarina on Nicolo's side, finally getting the Terra going, turning into the Terra Poison. Big impact here. Poison resisting Dire Claw and close combat.
Yeah, very nicely done there. Dire Claw into the Sneasler on Nicolo's side of the field, going for maybe a secondary effect. Nope, no Dire Claw secondary effect here. And into the non-terrored Primarina, Nicolo's Dire Claw from Sneasler is easily able to pick up the knockout on that Primarina on Francesco's side of the field. The Primarina was not attacked this turn. Hyper Voice easily going to break that Focus Sash. Again, I keep saying break Focus Sash when it brings down to Focus Sash. And yeah, this Sneasler is not going to be able to 1v3 this.
No, only to be able to target one Pokemon at a time is Sneasler's downfall in this situation where you've got more than one Pokemon, and both Pokemon on Nicolo's side of the field have 100% accurate moves. So there it is, the Dire Claw. I'm impressed by Francesco Sneasler at this point. It's managed to win the speed tie at least twice in a row. So that could speak maybe to the training of Nicolo Sneasler. There is the decision that you have to make whether or not you go for a speed boosting or an attack boosting nature in the way that you train your Pokemon. So it could be a little bit of a window in there, but we'll have to see. Both of these trainers will, of course, have a good idea of that. Now, Francesco wasn't quite able to pull things forward. He just wasn't able to get the damage on the board as quickly as possible, and that Electabuzz was causing Francesco quite a lot of issues. Jamie, looking at game 2 now, what are you thinking for switch-ups?
Yeah, well, it didn't seem like the Magmar particularly helped Francesco in that first game, whereas the Electabuzz, that Electro Web was quite impactful on that first turn. Primarina is not the fastest Pokemon, but allowing it to outspeed both Pokemon on Francesco's side of the field on that first turn, while setting up and getting a +1 special attack boost thanks to the Throat Spray, that was very impactful. So that's already a 1-up for the Electabuzz versus Magmar debates. So I think the Dragapult and the Dragonite all both make perfect sense to bring to this game, but with the Dragonite, it seems like the set that Francesco is going for at least wants to be clicking Dragon Dance, wants to be setting up, getting a speed boost. But if that's just cancelled out with an Electro Web, well, that doesn't particularly work anymore. So maybe Francesco could leave the Dragonite in the back, take care of the Electabuzz, and then free themselves up to go for a Dragon Dance.
That's a really good shout, actually. It's one of the downsides of not having a clear body ability like the Dragapult does. It's like you're susceptible to those speed drops from Electro Web or Icy Wind or any moves that are pretty similar like that. I like it, JB. I think, yeah, the question for me, I suppose, is, you know, how do you deal with that Electabuzz in the early game? Does Francesco need to bring in the Sneasler first, get some fake-out support going, maybe even just fake-out Dragon Dance?
Yeah,
and just get yourself set up, stop the Electro Web by just not allowing it to work turn one, and then you've got the Stomping Tantrum to be able to target down into the Electabuzz, do a little bit more damage that way.
Yeah, we saw the Stomping Tantrum damage in that first game. It seemed pretty reasonable, but it's not going to be Electabuzz and Primarina here at all. It seems like you've called it for Francesco at least. It's going to be Sneasler for both sides, paired up with both Dragons for both sides. So it might have been that Francesco was looking to go for that Fake Out and Dragon Dance. That's not really going to be the best of options in the face of an opposing Dragapult now.
No, and yeah, Dragon Darts is looking pretty terrifying right now, but because of those speed tiers, the Dragonite's multi-scale is, I think, going to come a little bit to the rescue here.
Yeah, but it's not in a focus as well, so you can be faked out.
Oh, you can be faked out, yeah. So used to looking at Dragapult and seeing that they're in a focus, yeah, absolutely. But then, you know, if Francesco does have the fastest Sneasler, then maybe the fake out into Sneasler could be the safe option, but Francesco just switching it out instead.
Yeah, going to be switching out, and it could have been a Primarina switching in the place of a potential Dragon Darts coming out from the Dragapult, but no, it's Magmar joining the field for Sneasler, and it is going to be an immediate turn one terrestrialization here coming out from the Dragapult. Going to be really turning on the offense here, going for that Terra Dragon to get the most out of those Dragon Darts, or that Outrage if it wants to really turn on the offense here instead.
Protect coming out from the Sneasler, just making sure it's not getting faked out, not getting its focus sash broken. A Protect, if it's the Dragon Darts coming out here, both of them are now going to target into the Magmar with the Choice Band, with the same type attack bonus, with the Terra Dragon. Look at how much damage that Magmar is taking from those Dragon Darts.
Yeah, that was so much damage. That looks like another just single dart would be able to KO that Magmar now, which means that the second one would go into the Dragonite. So that just frees you up to go for a Dragon Dart into a Diaclaw. At least you do have the Lumberry on the Dragonite, so a secondary effect wouldn't come into play, but like a multi-scale broken Dragonite still taking very good damage from Sneasler, because there's no slouch in the attacking department at all.
But the Dragonite does have the option to go for its Terra Flying and remove at least its weakness to Dragon typing, and that's exactly what we're seeing here in reply. Dragonite just going for its Terra, trying to put some damage now onto the field. Maybe try to start pressuring down that Dragapult. If you don't deal with it quickly, those Dragon Darts damage is going to really add up.
Yeah, as for sure. Follow Me coming out from the Magmar, trying to draw away those Dragon Darts, and it's definitely going to draw away the first one, but it seems like it's knocked out by just one of those darts. So Magmar is going to be felled here by that first Dragon Dart, and then here we go. It's not going to be able to hit the second one, because the Follow Me did actually take away the second, it seems. So Diaclaw, critical hit to make up for it though. Going to be able to break that multi-scale very nicely, and then yeah, the follow-up Terra Blast into the opposing Dragapult. So you're going to do absolutely massive damage, because Dragapult's not the bulkiest of Pokemon.
It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, but it can take a hit, clearly, as we've seen here. And yeah, I'm struggling to see it. I tell you what, no, I've just.
We are no longer struggling to see.
We are no longer struggling to see, because the Dragonite is now a Terra Dragon. It's no longer immune to Fake Out. So this Sneasler coming in.
Might be in range as well.
What, from a Fake Out?
Maybe. Sneasler's pretty strong, and Dragapult's not. It's actually reasonably frail. So if it is in range, you can just take care of it straight away.
Well, that would be the ideal situation. Then you can go for a Terra Blast into the Sneasler and be able to take Sneasler down to his Focus Sash. You can knock out the Dragapult, but you got to target down the Dragapult just to make sure, because if the Fake Out isn't enough to pick up the KO here, you're definitely risking that Dragapult being in the later stage, which it certainly will be after it's now switched out.
Yeah, very smartly preserving the Dragapult there. No reason to try and get it KO'd to a potential Fake Out coming out, and protect from Niccolo Sneasler as well, as the Electabuzz has joined the field. There was the Fake Out into the Electabuzz. Whether that was enough to be able to pick up the KO, we'll never know. It would have been, especially because of the Poison Touch. If that would have been activated on the Dragapult, yeah, that's definitely a KO. But instead, the Electabuzz gets poisoned, and there was that Terra Blast into the protecting Sneasler. So a really good switch in for that Electabuzz.
Niccolo is playing this game so well, really preserving his pieces, using them to their maximum benefit, knowing that the Dragonite probably isn't going to be able to knock out the Dragapult because it doesn't have that Dragon-type coverage. Instead, just doing a little bit of damage and then bringing it back in preparation for the late game, where there's not a lot of priority that Francesco has to play with in their team. There's no extreme speed on the Dragonite. That would be a big risk with the Dragonite being a Terra Dragon and that low HP range. So no reason to take a risk, just playing that conservatively, setting up and making sure that maybe you can get an Electro Web down onto the Sneasler. That makes it much easier to deal with. Just chipping away at that Dragonite and setting up for what is presumably a Primarina in the back.
Yeah, and there comes the Diaclaw from the... Oh, you're going to get the paralysis from the Diaclaw on the opposing Sneasler there. That should allow the Dragonite to outspeed if it weren't for this Electro Web that is going first from the Electabuzz. So,
close.
Yeah, whether the Dragonite will outspeed this paralyzed Sneasler, it's going to be really close. But yeah, no, the Sneasler's still faster, even while paralyzed. And that's still enough to be able to pick up the KO on that Dragonite. So, yeah, the paralysis, it could have come into play there, but a very, very smart Electro Web. The slash has been broken on the Sneasler as well, on top of being able to allow your Sneasler from Nicolo's side of the field to get that KO on the Dragonites.
And it is all about that broken focus sash as well, because of the Dragapult in the back. It's probably going to be thinking about locking into a Phantom Force.
Yeah.
But now Primarina comes in. It's the last Pokemon that Francesco is revealing, and yeah, it's in an okay spot to be able to do damage. If the Sneasler is fully paralyzed on Nicolo's side of the field, it does open the door for Primarina on Francesco's side to go for some damage, maybe remove it. But Nicolo playing safe, playing conservatively, and Francesco taking a little bit more of advantage of that, getting the attack boost, which won't affect the Primarina at all, but more importantly, getting the defense boost and setting it up for the end game. That is Francesco's route to victory, trying to make sure that the Primarina isn't knocked out by all these powerful physical threats.
Yeah, especially because now it's taken the Electro Webs. It's going to be slower than even the paralyzed Sneasler, so you need to be able to survive a Diaclaw, and with a coaching boost, you probably will be able to. Of course, you still have to contend with any of the secondary effects that could be coming out. The poison is slowly chipping away at this Electabuzz. It hasn't really been targeted too much, but it's down like to 25% of its health, but it's still able to fire off all of those Electro Webs. And yeah, once again, because now it's fired off 2 into the Sneasler, it outspeeds, and that's another drop, and that's -3 on the Sneasler. Nicolo's Sneasler should be moving first, even while paralyzed here.
But I think you do, if you're Francesco, need that Sneasler to be fully paralyzed a little bit and have the opportunity to get this Primarina set up and take a little bit less damage. But the Diaclaw does in fact go into Sneasler on Francesco's side. Another coaching comes in because the Sneasler was able to just about hang on there, and Hyper Voice with the Throat Spray activated is enough to take this double KO. We'll find out what is going to be paired up with the Dragapult in this end game to be able to play against Francesco's last 2 Pokemon of Sneasler and Primarina. And of course, here it is, Primarina.
Yeah, Primarina should just about seal this up for Nicolo's side of the field. You can very safely go for your Phantom Force into the Primarina slot. The Sneasler is -3 of its speed at this point, so Primarina should be able to outspeed it. You can go for a Hyper Voice KO into the Sneasler. It's carrying coaching, no protect. You're guaranteed to get your Hyper Voice off, get that Throat Spray, and then the combination of Choice Band, Phantom Force, even at a +2 defense Primarina, in combination with a +1 special attack Primarina, should be able to seal up this game.
Well, it's the Hyper Voice going out first, as you rightly said. The Sneasler is going down. A critical hit on Primarina is just adding insult to injury there and just taking it down a little bit more. Throat Spray activating on Nicolo's Primarina, and it looks like with this final Phantom Moonblast coming out here, that did good damage, JB.
It's good damage. It's not going to be enough, though. The Choice Band Phantom Force is probably still going to be able to knock out this Primarina, even at +2. And even if it doesn't, the Primarina will be able to follow up. But yeah, Choice Band Phantom Force is still able to pick up that knockout. And there we have it. Nicolo is able to take down the veteran player in Francesco, move on to that 9-2 record, and secure their place in that top cut.
It's so nice to see when you get a newer player being able to take down the veterans, but not only that, doing it in such style. I mean, look at the way that Nicolo played that. I think they had a little bit of the team advantage overall. They had the Dragon that was there and present and a little bit more damage dealing right up front.
Yeah.
But also the Electabuzz did do a lot of work with the speed tier of the Dragonite, the fact that it didn't have a clear body ability to be able to resist those speed drops and still be effective. But what I really want to call out from Nicolo is the way that they identified those win conditions and so expertly played into them and just didn't take any risks the whole game.
Yeah.
I mean, there was those dire claws that were being thrown out left, right, and center, and okay, none of them got that status condition. We did see a poison touch, but not quite the same thing. But even if they'd have come out into play, I think the way that Nicolo was playing it probably would have led him to a win regardless, because he just made sure he conserved all of those pieces at the right time.
Yeah, I think, like we mentioned, one of the key things in these like almost mirror matches is how you train your Pokemon and the speed interactions. And then Electroweb completely throws that out the window and says, no, it doesn't matter if you train your Pokemon faster, which we did say the Primarina on Francesco's was faster than Nicolo's. Yeah. No, it wasn't because of Electroweb. So yeah, like the Electroweb over the Magmar, like the Magmar, it didn't really seem to do much. Like it follow me away the initial Moonblast. It took away one Dragon Dart in game 2 as well.
Let's give it props for that.
Yeah, it took away one singular Dragon Dart, whereas the Electabuzz was able to spam Electroweb and just like give a huge advantage in the mirror because it just didn't matter how the Pokemon were trained in relation to each other because now you are definitely moving first.
I think if Nicolo allowed Francesco to get that Dragon Dance up with the Stomping Tantrum, maybe that could have been a slightly different way. And I do think the adjustment that Francesco made in Game 2, bringing the Sneasler, bringing the Dragonite, trying to take advantage of the Game 1 lead was really good. But Nicolo just didn't allow that to happen and was able, especially in Game 1, to get his board set up so that Primarina was doing such good work, with the Dragapult doing such good work as well, but then later in the set just denying the only win condition I think that Francesco really had on the Game 2 adaptation.
Yeah, it seemed like Nicolo was almost in the driving seat the whole time. That Game 2 adaptation would have been pretty nice, but you can see here, like in this Game 1, that single Electroweb just allowed all of the Pokemon on Nicolo's side to outspeed and then just taken care of pretty comfortably. Even with the Poison Terror on the Primarina, I think that's a really cool terror in the face of Sneaslers because you do resist both of its attacks. But then, yeah, we can see here in this Game 2, yes, the Magmar took away this one Dragon Dart that could have done some extra damage into the Dragonite, but that was it. So it just really wasn't as impactful as this Electabuzz was.
Yeah, and that's the other thing actually in terms of speed training. You see here this Dragonite going down to the Dire Claw. Even though the Sneasler on Nicolo's side was paralyzed, Dragonite on Francesco's side of the field just wasn't trained to be fast enough to be able to overcome the Sneasler, even though at one stage of decreased special attack. And I think that's really props to Nicolo for training a pretty speedy looking Electabuzz. I mean, it's a fast Pokemon naturally, right? But it's you don't have to train it in all speed. You kind of want to balance between the defensive capabilities and being able to be going first as well and getting those Electrowebs off in good time.
Well, actually, like it outspeeds more than you think, even with no speed training at all, because its base speed is so much. Like it's naturally faster than Volcarona is.
Naturally faster than Garchomp.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a really fast Pokemon. You just don't invest in its speed because you want that bulk to compound with the Eviolite, but because you have that naturally fast speed, you're actually outspeeding like a significant chunk. Like we outsped a Dragonite. Dragonite's like, if you train it as fast as possible, will outspeed an Electabuzz, but because it was obviously a train a bit bulkier, then yeah, Electabuzz was able to outspeed, get the Electroweb first.
And it really does make a difference. Those speed orders are so important to how a game unfolds. And speaking about speed, I do want to go back to the Dragapult as well versus the Dragonite, where again, it's just having effectively a Dragon Dance Dragonite right off the bat. You can go for the Terra Dragon, and even in that Game 2 where, you know, Nicolo went for the Terra Dragon, went on the offensive, was able to knock out that Magmar where the Dragonite was struggling to knock out the Electabuzz, of course, and then was able to switch it out and preserve it for the end game where, after all is said and done, well, it's one of the fastest Pokemon on the board that we have at the moment, and if it's alive, you only need 1 HP to be able to launch out yet another attack, and it's so powerful with all of those boosts compounding.
Yeah, and even if the Dragonite would have got a Dragon Dance off, the fact that it undersped an Electabuzz on turn 1 meant that it couldn't have outsped a Dragapult even at +1 speed, because you need basically max speed training on your Dragonite to guarantee you outspeed a Dragapult if you are going for a Dragon Dance. And the fact that it didn't even outspeed assumedly not much speed at all and maybe no speed Electabuzz meant that you needed 2 Dragon Dances to be able to get to that Dragapult's speed stat. And then at that point where you've probably taken like 4 Dragon Darts on the way there and probably not going to make use of it.
No, just one of those matchups, I think, where, yeah, those small. But we've been talking about this all weekend. It's those small differences that really do make an impact there.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there was something that could have been said for taking a turn to Hayes on Pre-Marina to be able to take away those speed drops and to be able to kind of just reset the board and try and get into that slightly better spot. But I'm telling you, I don't know where you'd would have been able to weave that in. I mean, Pre-Marina's not the fastest Pokemon out there. You can see there it's got a good special attacking capability. It's quite good taking special hits, but not so good taking physical hits. And especially with the coaching boost that it kind of needed in the end game there because of all the pressure that Niccolo was putting on it, it's a really tough sell.
Yeah, it is for sure. You mentioned about hazing away the speed drops, but I think the Pre-Marina had already activated its Throat Spray, and then, well, do you really want to sacrifice your special attack boost in order to just maybe outspeed the opposing Pre-Marina, and that's it? So, yeah, it was incredibly awkward for both of them. Then the Pre-Marina on Niccolo's side of the field, that was still doing really good damage. We saw that in the game 1 when it activated its Throat Spray. Like you mentioned, its special attack is actually very, very high, so when you've got a +1, then you're really doing some significant damage.
Yeah, and a lot of players do opt for items like Life Orb to be able to just, again, having the power straight available to you off the bat, and also being able to switch as well. I mean, you know, we see Pokemon a lot of the time, especially in Regulation Set H, they want to be switching around, they want to be, you know, changing the stats that they've got. Maybe they've had a speed drop already and you want to reset that, but if you do that with a Throat Spray Pre-Marina, you wouldn't be able to maintain that Throat Spray boost, where something like a Life Orb or a Choice Specs or not even a boosting item, maybe you just want to be a little bit more consistent with something like Safety Goggles or a Citrus Berry that we've seen this weekend as well. It's such a flexible Pokemon. There's so many options available to it.
That just goes back to us saying, like, all these small choices in the train. Like, this archetype, it's going to be common. I'm not going to be surprised to see it in future tournaments going forward as well, especially because, like, Michael Kausch undefeated, maybe 11-0, who knows, we'll see after this round. But yeah, this archetype is going to be still incredibly common, I think.
It definitely is. It's certainly establishing itself as the core. I think the core of 4, to me, looks like Rillaboom, Dragapult, Sneasler, and Kingambit.
Yeah.
And then the slots that can also play into that really are a little bit up for grabs. Of course, I'm going to call it the Follow Me slot.
Yeah.
We talk about it being Electabuzz or Magmar, but I do think there's a lot of room for... we saw Vivian in that composition. We've seen Mousehold and Archaludon in that composition.
It was Clefable right at the beginning of the format when we saw these, like, you'd call this a balance kind of team. Yeah, Clefable was in that slot as well.
With the Unaware boost that it gets now, with all the boosting there, it's really viable. So Follow Me slot, it's definitely an archetype to be watching out for. And why don't we talk a little bit more with our winner from round 11 of the Dortmund Regional Championships. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Ben and Jamie. I'm here with a round 11 winner, Nicolo Borrado. How are we doing, Nicolo? Yeah, how are you feeling as well after that incredible game?
Hi, everyone. I feel really, really great because it's one of my first tournament. So I didn't expect it to be there at the moment, but it's good.
But you're doing extremely well, Nicolo. You just told me as well, this is the first tournament where you've made it into day 2 of a tournament as well. And how was that feeling yesterday? We'll get into the match in a minute because I got a bunch of questions because it was just such an incredible game. But how are you feeling this morning coming into the tournament after being able to kind of achieve day 2 for the first time?
Well, a little bit nervous because, of course, the first time is always a lot of emotion, and well, it's going well. So I hope that continue like that, and we will see.
Yeah, well, the nerves definitely didn't show when you were on the stage. You definitely looked like you were zoned in, focused, and just playing extremely well. So into the game itself, I think the big pivotal plays were how in control you were of the game, especially against the threats that Francesco had. Obviously, the Dragon Dance Dragonite was a big threat, I think, if it was allowed to set up the Dragon Dance in that game. Was that something that you were really aware of, and by leading the way you did to prevent Francesco the opportunity to get that? Was that one of the first things that you thought, I need to prevent that, or did you have other thoughts in mind as well to kind of go into that first game?
Yes, in the first game I lead Primarina because I expected Dragonite in lead. So I think that I had to kill Magmar as soon as possible, and then if Dragonite doing Dragon Dance, so go to Hate as going for Hyper Voice, it is how it's going effectively.
Yeah, and I think getting your Hyper Voice and your Throat Spray set up early really put you in such an advantage position. And the other thing that you kind of noticed throughout that game as well was how impactful the Electabuzz was. We've had this running theme throughout the weekend. Is it going to be, is Magmar the better support? Is Electabuzz the better support? Well, I think in that game, it showed how important the Electabuzz was, just to be able to fire off those Electro Webs and keep everything in check so you were able to get those attacks off.
Yes, Electabuzz is awesome. He redirect, he's doing speed control. He's one of the best Pokemon of the team.
Yeah.
And I think that I bring him all the game.
And what was your thinking going into game 2? Because you came out of game 1, you took the victory, and you think, okay, Francesco's going to adjust here. But you led so perfectly with your Sneasler, and then the Dragapult as well, which put on so much pressure again, kind of forced Francesco into that position where he was unable to get the Dragon Dance off, and then forced the switch out to the Magmar, which then subsequently came in, and then took the double Terra Dragon boosted Dragon Darts, which made it very difficult to kind of get any sort of position in that match.
Yes, in game 2 I thought that he has to change the lead, and I thought that Magmar wasn't there. So I think that the lead Sneasler Dragapult without the redirector is really strong. I didn't expect Sneasler, so I protected on my Sneasler, but I think that it is going good.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. And those Dragon Darts, once you have terrestrialized, do so much damage as well, don't they? They're just, you know, it doesn't allow a Pokemon to really, as long as it doesn't have the immunity, even if it's resisted, it's coming in, taking neutral damage, takes so much damage from that Pokemon, and it's...
Yes, yeah. A lot.
The other thing that I kind of noticed as well, that you had the Electabuzz was trained quite quick as well. It was very speedy. A lot of the Electabuzz kind of vary in speed stat, but yours seem to be a lot faster than other Electabuzz we've seen in the
yes, it has some helps in speed.
It, but yes.
No. But yes, it's a little bit less bulky with a little bit of speed to overspeed something.
And I think that sacrifice is so worth it, and it really showed through in that match, because it just allowed you that position where you didn't really have to worry at a lot of stages. There was the opportunity and the turn where the Dire Claw, the secondary effect came in and it paralyzed, and you think, oh, but I think even after that, you still had the Primarina and the Dragapult to come in and close the matchup. It was just too much overwhelming offense you had in the back to be able to close the game out, and it was just extremely well done. And yeah,
thank you.
Like I say, I don't think the nerve showed through at all during the match, and I really hope that
thank you so much
continues for the rest of the tournament. But before we let you go, have a little break, a breather before the next round, I do have to ask, do you have any shout outs you'd like for people here at the venue or people watching maybe at home?
Yes, I want to thank and to say hi to all my friends at home and my parents, and in particularly to my brothers, my little brothers, that I hope that they see me on stream.
well. That is nothing better than brotherly love. I can definitely relate to that. So, Nicolo, it has been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations on doing so well in the tournament. Good luck in the rest of your games. And we will throw to a quick break, and we'll be back very shortly with all of the action.
Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Seijun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Seijun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Seijun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Seijun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Seijun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Seijun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Seijun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Seijun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Seijun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Seijun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Seijun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Seijun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Seijun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Seijun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Seijun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Seijun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto
Ice Punch Freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the minds are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after. Sejun Park takes down Bo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Shiny new season, shiny new rule set. And Lee, I made some shiny art.
I know, I've seen it. It's great.
Oh, you're ruining the illusion here, Lee.
Well,
the idea is that you haven't seen it until I show the camera. Okay. Trainers, shiny new season, shiny new rule set. And Lee, I've made some shiny new art.
Have you, Charlie?
I have.
No.
Would you like to see it?
I would love to see it.
Here we go. Yay!
Wow.
Look at this. This is one of the colouring sheets that, I'll hold it as close as I can, one of the colouring sheets that you can get involved in out there, activity sheets in the activity zone here at these regional championships and other regional championships. Thank you very much, Exhibit A. Oh, thank you very much. You can see I've got my shiny Totodile, shiny Mudkip, shiny Piplup there, having a good time under the sea. We've got a tomato berry, we've got the Pokemon egg floating there. I don't know what all these things are doing under the sea, but there they are. They're just sinking to the bottom. And you can get involved with this if you like at home as well, trainers. If you go to Pokemon.com, or if you just search Pokemon.com activity sheets, you can download these things. And what more calming way to spend a Sunday than having an eye on the Dortmund stream, as well as doing some art, doing some colouring in. I think there are mazes and things on there as well. So, yeah, get involved.
Get involved, yeah. I like your dive ball.
Thanks very much. Yeah, no, I'm pleased with how that came out. I think, Lee, for you, okay, two-part question here. Which of these three, Mudkip, Totodile, Piplup, is your favourite? But then, which of the shinies is your favourite?
Totodile and Totodile.
I think my answer's the same.
Sorry to all you Mudkip and Piplup fans. They're brilliant Pokemon. I do love them, but...
They are all brilliant. But no, I've got a special place in my heart for Totodile as well, I've got to say. But yeah, we're not doing a good job of representing the diversity on offer here.
You've even drawn a little shiny
stars, exactly. Hey, listen.
Hey, you went above and beyond with this.
Thank you so much. Yeah, they do call me a latter-day Picasso. What can I say? They've always said that. You just last night, you were saying, here's Charlie Picasso again.
Yeah, I did say that, as we were having dinner.
Yeah, always. Oh, that's always what you do when I say, Lee, stop, it's embarrassing. Stop calling me Picasso.
Picasso, would you like another glass of water?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then
taste my dessert, Picasso.
Then you can imagine somewhere else in the restaurant is like, sorry? And it was literally Pablo Picasso. Trainers, hello, and welcome back to the Dortmund Regional Championships. I am Charlie Merriman. This is Lee Provost. There's no denying it. And we're having a fantastic day two here in Dortmund. The competition's really heating up after that brief little artistic respite. And Lee, you just had the opportunity to talk to our winner of that last game.
Oh,
share some insights with us.
Yeah, what an absolutely amazing person. Nicola is just full of life and just
you're sounding so old, right? He's full of life.
No, what I mean is just he said he was nervous, but I think just the excitement as well from the tournament, obviously making day two for the first time as he started playing, not been playing that long either, so having this success and feeling really good with his team. I just loved the energy that Nicola had, and it just spilled over really.
Yeah,
and it was a great experience, and I just love that when you're coming into a tournament, you're having a good run, you're feeling great about how you're doing in the tournament, you're getting deeper and deeper, closer to the top cut. It's really great to not only witness the match and the increase. I can't speak, can I? I barely speak half the time.
I don't even know what you're trying to say. Well,
no, anyway.
Give it a go.
No, we'll leave it.
Okay.
Leave it. No, but just how well he built a team, basically.
Yeah, okay.
And the Electabuzz, the speed, how important that was there, the speed on the Primarina to make sure you got the throat spray. And prioritizing and shutting down the options that Francesco had that could be a detriment to your game plan. And I think it was just, masterfully done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's something we need to talk about more in VG, really. Everyone's here for their own reasons. Not everyone's here to necessarily... Everyone would like to go ahead and win, but you've got to set your own personal goals. Maybe some of these trainers just wanted to make day two. Maybe some of them want to reach top cut, then anything beyond that as a bonus, you know? Maybe some people, it's literally their first in-person event, and so they're just here to get the lay of the land, and then head into the rest of the season with more of that knowledge. The only way to get better is by attending these events in the first place. So it's fantastic to hear that, you're able to take a little step back with Niccolo in your interview there and just reflect on the season as a whole and people's goals as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's a good mentality to have when you come into these events. Of course, at the forefront, I think, of all of our trainers, they want to come in and win the event. I think, even if it is your first event, there's always going to be a little part of you that thinks, I could win it. And I think that's a healthy thing to have because you've got that competitive nature, you've got that drive. That's what's going to push you on to improve and keep getting better, But I think as well, you have to kind of separate that from the rest of the tournament and take every game as it comes. So, you know, just, yeah, everyone has their own ways of coming in, what their goals are, and hopefully they're all being achieved in some sort of way or fashion over this weekend, which I'm sure they are.
Yeah, I have absolutely no doubt they are. Something we probably wouldn't be able to replicate, Lee, based on, or at least I wouldn't, based on my caster predictions, but I think everyone else is potentially a little bit more on brand. I mean, I'm representing McKingdra here with my pin. Thank you very much, Ben, for that very kind gift. I'm absolutely thrilled with it. Polytoad, we did have a Polytoad yesterday. It didn't come to the games. Choice Specs Polytoad, but it's an alternative for setting up the rain there with its Drizzle ability. Porygon 2, we've seen plenty of course, with Terra fighting these days as well. Really nice coverage against other normal types. But then Porygon Z there as well, because I feel like it can be a really good delete button in the right situations. With maybe a Silk Scarf or even a Choice Specs or something, Hyper Beam, if it connects, can just absolutely eradicate something off the field. And there's no better regulation for it than Regulation Set H.
Yeah, I mean, you're making it sound very appealing, Charlie. And I think you downplay a lot of your selections because we had a lot of success with the Porygon 2 yesterday. The Polytoad, I think, had a good showing as well. And for good reason, I think it has got a niche place in this format where alongside the Pelipper offers different options. I got called very safe in my picks coming into this by Jamie Boyd this morning.
I would agree, frankly. Would you not agree? How are you going to argue against that?
Well, I don't know. I think I picked logically about what I thought coming into this tournament. I was true to myself. I didn't pick anything like a Kingdra or a Superior. I don't know. I just thought I'll just pick the things that I thought would do well. And so far, they probably are looking a little bit safe. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Tyranitar, if I'm completely honest, because I do think that Pokemon, it's obviously not having a great time at the moment because I think of just the team archetypes that we are seeing give it such a hard time, a lot of fighting, attacks that can come out and cause it a lot of issues.
Yeah.
And it almost forces your hand to terrestrialize it if you are bringing it to battle to disrupt weather or support a member like Excadrill. Maybe players just haven't figured out how to utilize that Pokemon effectively yet, but that's the one that really stands out. The other ones, of course, Basculegion, I think we did see it creep into the day 2 usage stats. That Pokemon seems to be really making some waves.
Oh yeah, very much so. Very good, Lee, very good. I think, yeah, we haven't really seen any Excadrill at all, have we? I wouldn't be surprised if Tyranitar has some unexplored potential. When we do see Tyranitar, it tends to be that Assault Vest, Terra Flying, Terra Blast, Rock Slide, Low Kick, that sort of thing. And maybe there are other ways to run it. Maybe even a Dragon Dunk, something like that. Maybe you can set up. But certainly that weakness to fighting is holding it back. And for example, we saw Hydreigon on stream earlier today. And when you're bringing that and you're facing down Fairy moves, you just have to terrestrialize, really. And sometimes you just don't want to put all of your eggs in that basket. But yeah, of course, Jamie with the Superior, favorite Pokemon. And again, just like with Kingdra, just like with Porygon Z, there is no better format for it to shine than Regulation Set H, where the power level's a bit lower.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, we can take a quick look at the day 1 usage stats just to familiarize ourselves with how this tournament began yesterday here at the Dortmund Regional Championships with Incineroar in that #1 spot. No surprise. Yeah, what a surprise. Rillaboom, then Goldingo. I mean, it's the big, I said it earlier on stream, the big standout for me was the Electabuzz. And I think, you know, in that last match there, we had a really good showcase of how effective that Pokemon can really be.
Yeah, we absolutely did. But then, of course, it's Gounspark, Magmar. A lot of trainers have been using that too. Bear in mind, this is, of course, day 1. This isn't reflective of the stats that we have today that we'll be able to show to you very shortly. But yeah, a lot of Garchomp. That seems to be the powerhouse Pokemon of choice right now. Very interesting, because it really does take us back to the heady days of Regulation Set A. We saw a lot of Dragonite coming out in later regulation sets, especially paired with Chien-Pao, but of course, Chien-Pao, no longer can you use it in Regulation Set H. And Dragon, Ground, really nice coverage, very weak to Ice, so got my eyes on something like a Frostmoth, even, or something else that could run Ice Beam, and certainly Frostmoth has some potential in this format too. I mean, certainly some archetypes are really cementing themselves right now, but there are definitely still some head chefs out there that are cooking away in their kitchens, their pots bubbling over with ideas, what with Drift Blim and the Toxtricity earlier that Jack Clark showed us. We had Kilowattrel yesterday from Evar. We had a Gengar team yesterday as well. I mean, yeah, there's still so much experimentation to be done.
There is, and I mean, for the Garchomp, going back to that, you can look through the usage stats, why it's so good. Hits Electabuzz for good damage, the Arcaladon, the Goldingo, the Incineroar, the list goes on, so it's just really good with those two, you know, same type attack moves that it's got as its base typing. So just a very strong Pokemon in general, and got that really unique niche speed tier. But not only the day 1 statistics, we can move into day 2 and we can have a look how things change up this morning when our players came back in to get back to battle.
Yeah, and there really are some significant changes here. One change that hasn't happened is Electabuzz is in exactly the same position, interestingly.
Solidified.
Exactly, but Incineroar gone from number 1 down to number 5. Rillaboom overtaking it. Kingambit there in position 2 as well. If I remember correctly, this is fairly similar. Rillaboom being in number 1 and Kingambit being in the top 3. I think that's fairly similar to Day 2 in Baltimore as well. So Kingambit has a really good conversion rate so far in regulations at 8. Keep your eye on it. Sneasler, I mean, I'm scared just looking at that picture, to be honest. I don't want to be put to sleep or poisoned or paralyzed by that Pokemon. It's you've really got to be preparing against it, and this is why we see some trainers running Lumberry, for example, on their Dragonites. That seems to be a pretty common option. Primarina up there as well, really good in regulations at 8. But then we've got Dragapult there as well in the 8th position, and it's a Pokemon that Michel Kelch, of course, it's sort of his signature Pokemon in inverted commas. He often brings Dragapult, but now Dragapult is being used by far more trainers.
Yeah, and relying on that choice band held item, which has boosted his attack even further. And we saw in that last match, again, referring back to that, but that's a good showcase in that game too. But Niccolo using that so effectively to pressure everything on Francesco's side of the field, especially after you do terrestrialize it and you can launch those Dragon Darts. Come back to it, Charlie, the smart targeting of the Dragon Darts. If a Pokemon protects next to another Pokemon, then the Dragon Darts will revert into that target and do incredible damage and make it very difficult to kind of get any sort of momentum after that point. Dragapult as well, immune to the fake out with its Pod Ghost typing. Just an extremely good Pokemon all around. It's performed very well in every format where it's been available, and you know, top of the tree of that speed chart. And yeah, and players are really utilizing the most of it. Like I've said though, I think it's the one thing that'll be interesting over the next few months, I think, as we get deeper into Regulation H, is how players kind of counteract that threat of the Dragapult in particular. Will we see more fairy terrestrialization as a way to get around it? The issue is its best friend and partner, the Sneasler. If we do see that kind of come to the floor, it's got the poison Diaclaw to hit for super effective damage. If you go down a steel route to have the resistance, then, well, it's got close combat. So those two work in tangent together so well, and why they're so effective, and a lot of trainers are utilizing them together. You saw the Sneasler jump up massively in the usage stats between day 1 and day 2, taking that Gold Ingo spot on day 3, in day 2. And the Dragapult making its way onto the scene as well. It's no coincidence that they're kind of in tangent together there as well.
Yeah, agreed. And that's also perhaps telling us about the rise of Kingambit as well. They being able to threaten with Sucker Punch, for example, into a Dragapult. Because a lot of Dragapult that we've been seeing in Dortmund are carrying the choice band, so all they can do is attack. So the only way to get around a Sucker Punch would be to switch out or terrestrialize. Now, I had seen quite a few Dragon Terrors on Dragapult, so that would be one way to make the Sucker Punch at least neutral damage as opposed to super effective. But yeah, this is the thing. It's the ever-evolving ecosystem of Pokemon VG, and so very excited to see how things continue to develop, and of course what teams we'll be seeing inching ever closer to Top Cut here in Dortmund.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think our players are just finishing up round 11 still, so as we get to the tail end of those results coming in, we're going to jump to a quick break. It gives you the opportunity to go and grab a beverage and get yourself all settled down, hunker down for round 12, which we'll be back for very shortly. So sit tight, trainers. We'll jump to a quick break. Be right back.
Trainers, Charlie Merriman here, and I'm joined by Lee Provost and Ben Kiriakou. And today we're going to have a little deep dive into the new Terra Stellar type with the Indigo Disc DLC having come out recently for Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. Now, Terra Stellar works a little bit differently from the other Terra types. You get a one-time boost to each type of move you have. So, for example, a Terra Stellar Fluttermane, if it used Dazzling Gleam, it would get a boost to that Fairy type move, but if it then used Moonblast, it would not get a boost to that Moonblast. But then if you used Shadow Ball, you would get a boost to that Ghost type move because it's a different type. But you keep your same original typing, so there's no terrestrializing away from the defenses you currently have. Lee, why might trainers want to use the Terra Stella type?
There are some advantages to this new Terra type that we've got. In particular, you've got the Pokemon like Chien-Pao, for instance. It has an array of different attacks that it can utilize. Things like Sacred Sword, things like Ice Spimmer, Icicle Crash, and also, you know, the Sucker Punch or other Dark type attacks that it kind of tends to use. So in those situations, for that Pokemon, it can really take advantage of one of three pretty much moves that it's got access to, allowing it then to really have a big impact on the field at one particular time where it can pick up a knockout, which is really quite useful. So in one instance, that's where it can be very useful for trainers to take advantage of.
Right, sure. It's more the Pokemon who are around to deal a lot of damage quickly.
Yeah.
To take advantage of that. But Ben, why might trainers want to veer away from Terra Stella?
It's a difficult mechanic to be able to fit onto every Pokemon because, as you said, you don't change that defensive typing that you have access to with using other Terra types. So in an endgame situation where you've got a Pokemon like Urshifu Single Strike against a Fluttermane, you could change that to a Terra Poison, and the Fluttermane's no longer able to hit you with super effective damage, and in fact you resist moves like Moonblast, and so you get into this situation where you turn a losing situation into a winning one, where the benefits of having extra damage don't actually allow you to get through to get that all-important victory.
Yeah, that's certainly a tricky thing about Terra Stella, but the way Terra Blast works with Terra Stella is a little bit different. Lee, do you want to take us through that?
Yeah, that's another really good point. I think it's got a huge advantage when it comes to the Terra Blast because its mechanics do change. When you terrestrialize into the Terra Stella type, Terra Blast then gets a power increase only if you are attacking into an opposing terrestrialized Pokemon, and it will always be super effective in that instance. So there are specific situations where you can maybe predict your opponent terrestrializing and really take advantage of that to get some big, powerful, super effective damage, and that damage isn't reduced either throughout the battle like it would be with some other choices of regular moves.
Right, but then you do take recoil to your attack and special.
That is one huge drawback of it, but the price for it, I feel, is kind of warranted for the power increase that you do get in those specific situations.
Yeah, well, which trainers might be running Terra Stella this weekend? We'll have to tune in and find out.
My goal here is to compete, play really well, and make it to Worlds. And I did that today.
My favorite part is definitely traveling the world with my friends. We end up going to so many amazing places, and spending it with my best friends is an unreal experience.
I try at first to meet all of my friends.
When I'm not playing, I'm just hanging out with friends, talking, how is your life going?
I recently got into photography, and traveling to all these cities around the world is a great opportunity to take some photos.
Like, there's plenty of things you can do at these events. You can play side events. You can just chat with your friends, seeing the stream. People organize meetup in the evening, so there's always stuff to do. So you're not gonna get bored easily.
I think my other favorite part about these events, except playing of course, is just meeting all my friends I've known since 10 years almost, some of them.
I love the community. I love talking to people, interacting with them.
I'm so happy to be here, to find all of them, because we share the same passion, the same love for the game. That's what we love to do, and we try to do the best.
Pokemon trainers, we're here in front of the stage with a player that we featured in round 10 of our Dortmund Regional Championships here. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here, of course, by the wonderful Jack Clark. And Jack, we saw you on stream earlier. You have some spicy picks on your team, which I want to go into in a little bit more detail a little bit later on, but you've made it. You're 9-2. You're in our asymmetrical top cut for the first time ever.
The first time.
How are you feeling?
Surreal. I genuinely got emotional when I realised the board state at the end of that final game that I'd won, and yeah, I had to just take a breather and just just realised what had just happened, because I just never imagined that this team, of all things, without a single top 12 usage mod, would do this for me. So I have very low hopes in this event, and I cannot believe it surpassed my expectations by a mile.
You've more than delivered this weekend so far. Not just the fact that you're using Pokemon that are not in the top usage, but you're showing us that they can work as well. For anyone at home that's thinking, hey, can I use those Pokemon that are a little bit outside the top usage charts? Well, here's your example, traders. It's, but, you know, Jack, you showed us that it can work. Let's dive down deeper into those. If you missed it at home, Jack is using a team of, and I'm going to try and remember this off the top of my head.
I'll test you.
We've got Indeedee.
Indeedee male to specify.
We've got Drifblim.
Oh, yes.
We've got Hydreigon. Komodo.
Correct.
Toxtricity.
Absolutely.
Corviknight.
Almost. Volcarona finishing off the floor.
That's my favourite Pokemon as well. I remember that. But yeah.
Who doesn't love Volk?
What a great composition of teams. Tell us in a little bit more detail how that team works.
Oh, that is definitely an interesting.
Does it work? Yeah, clearly it does.
Well, I used Indeedee male and Drifblim a little bit back in Generation 8 during the non-Dynamax format. I think it was Series 10 back then, and I had a lot of fun with it because Expanding Force is just very, very strong. And actually, I think it's Series 5, actually. Oh, it's been so long, I forget the format. That was good because of the Isle of Armor DLC, actually, yes. So I found that Will-O-Wisp and Strength Sap is an incredible combination on Drifblim. I've always been a fan of Tailwinders that aren't just going to go down quickly. You know, they've got some bulk and stuff. Like, it's funny how my entire season I haven't really had success with Prankster Tailwinds. Meanwhile, I've had Pelipper, Salamence, Roaring Moon, Corviknight, and now Drifblim is what got me the good results. So yeah, so that core just being able to hit big damage with Expanding Force and Tailwind and outspeed the majority of the opponents with, you know, just the unburden that Drifblim has, giving it with holding the Psychic Seed, of course, to pair with the Psychic Terrain that Indeedee sets. It just gives it a great amount of bulk and speed. And yeah, it's insane how much damage mitigation you can do with the Drifblim and how you can just sit there to get Tailwind after Tailwinds and do some good damage with Acrobatic. My choice of move, even though I think some, you know, some Psychic Drifblim cores in the past may have used more like the Tapu Lele and such. And I feel like Shadow Ball was quite popular back then, but there's just so many good normal types now. I don't like the idea of being completely walled. It's nice to have a move that can still do good damage. It goes great into Volcarona, Rillaboom. It's a good chip damage in general.
It does look like it, doesn't it? I mean, it really does pair well with that Toxtricity. Tell us a little bit more about because I mean, I wasn't expecting to see Toxtricity coming. I knew you were running it through locals and for this tournament, but it's not the Pokemon that most people have on their radars. But it's got that really nice synergy with the Drifblim, with its Boom Burst in Terra Normal. So tell us, how much has that been impactful this weekend?
Very much. I remember facing a Weezing team round 4, which was quite difficult for me because my team loves its abilities, and without the Drifblim's Unburden, I don't really have many high base speed mons. So having to position myself in front of Garchomp, Weezing and such, that was quite difficult, but I managed to get it, and I was just the Terra Normal Choice Specs Boom Burst does unthinkable damage. Like, because of the Punk Rock, giving it a 1.3 times boost, I believe. I think it's technically a base power of 182, and then your Slapper Specs and a Terra on top of that, and it's crazy. The one-hit KOs or just 2 shots you pick up, and just the pinning you can do with the Tailwinds. Once that's up next to the Drifblim, as well as the Soundproof Komodo that I decided was the call on this one.
Yeah.
You've got a Terragos Hydreigon if I need
so
that.
Much synergy.
So there's a lot going on there,
Yeah. I mean, that is the way that you've constructed the team to be able to use those moves effectively. It's tough to do, but you've managed to find a way, and you found a way into our asymmetrical top cut. That is getting decided very, very soon, trainers. So, Jack, we're going to let you go and get prepared and get yourself ready for your next match. But before we go, do you have any shout-outs, friends and family along the way that have helped you out?
So many people, and I'm going to forget to name so many, but from the top of my head, mum and dad, of course, my brother, they may not know much about the game, but they love and support me either way. My beautiful partner, Florin, I've got some incredible team builders.
We had to cut.
Oh.
first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. Fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. But if you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
So much cool merch to get involved in. Oh my goodness, a trip to the Pokemon Center, it always feels like Christmas Day. And I tell you what else, Lee, Regulation Set H makes us feel like we've got our wristbands for the gigs right now. We've got Rillaboom and Primarina, of course, but now Toxtricity as well. I mean, we've got a whole band. Got the drums, we've got the guitar, we've got the singer with Primarina. What other instrumentalists do we have in there?
We need a dancer so we could have Quaquaval, but...
Yeah, there we go. Quaquaval is here at the gig, just like a sea of Quaquaval. We've got Golden Go. I guess he's
making it rain.
The guy, yeah, exactly. Yeah, on the stage. Yeah. Very nice. Well, I mean, there's so much fun and frolics to get involved in Regulations at H, and Jack Clark really illustrating that to be the case.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, you know, when I was preparing for the tournament yesterday, I was able to go through Jack's team and have a look at it, and I just think it's so clever the way it's been put together because of the synergy between the different modes that it's got. Like we was talking about there with the Toxtricity, with the Boom Burst, but the selective Terra typings on the team to allow it to function as a unit rather than just individual Pokemon, and the Unburden with the Driftblim, and going back and taking reference from all the formats and things that were effective in those formats and bringing them into this new one and trying to just innovate around the new tools that we've got. It's just fantastic to see, and all the best. I'm pleased to see after Jack maybe had a very difficult matchup earlier on stream, was able to kind of put that to one side and carry on with the form and make it into asymmetric top cut, and it's great to see. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of Jack and that Toxtricity later on in the broadcast.
Let's hope so, yeah. The asymmetric top cut, of course, new in this season. It means that any trainers who have as many match points as the trainer in 8th position, they're all going to qualify for the top cut, and then we battle that out to determine the top 8. And that's going to very shortly be defined. So looking forward to seeing the names that have made it up there alongside Jack Clark. Really interesting text on Jack's team. One thing that you could note, and something that we were mentioning earlier, Lee, about that matchup we featured on stream for Jack, is a lot of special attackers on Jack's team. You do have the Komodo that has access to body press, but always a good idea to get that balance of physical and special attackers, because as we saw, of course, Fevzi early was just able to set up that light screen. He had Snarl on the Archaladon, and once, even just with one Snarl, and certainly behind the light screen, Jack's team starts to struggle a little bit. Clearly, obviously, Jack's done really, really well, but something for trainers to bear in mind.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe why we're not seeing, and I'm not saying it's not effective because it's working for Jack in a lot of situations. Getting to this stage of the tournament is just no mean feat. And it is obviously effective, but I think the burst immediate damage that you get from something like close combat, it puts a lot more pressure on that would have prevented from Fevzi from being so comfortable in that situation to allow the Archaladon to just sit on the field and do basically what he wanted it to do without much threat throughout the whole entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, of course, Jack is just one of those trainers. Lee, Christmas has come early once again.
It's time
to look at our standings. Who's going to be advancing to our top cut? Let's take a look at this bracket. The trainers in Dortmund have been battling it out all weekend. First of all, let's just take a look at how these standings are looking, with Juan Garcia up there, 10-1. Michel Kelsch as well, top 4 worlds this year, semi-finalist last year. Then other names, that Fevzi, who we saw on stream earlier, other names that we're familiar with, as well as ones that we're less familiar with.
Yeah, we've got Matty Morgan there, you know, has done extremely well in past years, more recently, of course, but, you know, performing extremely well coming into this tournament. You've got Hippolyte as well. We've had recent success with Hippolyte and just an extremely good player overall. Jack as well there, Ibrahim, right down in that 16th slot as well. So, you know, a real mix. And then you've got the more familiar names like Davide Carrera there in the 7th spot, which is just phenomenal to see. But then you got up furthermore, we had Michel Kelsch featured yesterday on the stream, finishing the tournament 10 wins and 1 loss, and then John Garcia finishing top seed in this, and just an incredible showing from all of our top trainers, managing that 10-1 record. That is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it is.
And the field of competition that we've got in the first European regional of the season, you know, to come in and perform and get that result going into this latter part of the tournament is just amazing.
Yeah, this is the top 16. It's going to be 23 players total in the top cut, so we'll see which other names will be joining these ones very shortly. And Davide Carrera, of course, running the Vivian. This is a Pokemon that we've seen rising in prominence too. It offers not only very fast, but very accurate sleep powders with its compound eyes ability. And as I said yesterday, Davide Carrera and I went up against each other in the Grand Challenge, and that Vivian was certainly a very, very tricksy Pokemon to deal with, and one that I would not be surprised if we see more of.
Yeah, it's very awkward to play against, especially when it's got the buffer of that Focus Sash to kind of protect it, to allow it to just get that one important pivotal sleep powder off, and then that can swing a game in one way or another. But there will be, from the asymmetric cut, we're going to have going down to top 16, I believe. I think it will be the top 9 players in that bracket seeded that will be advancing on to the next round, and then the remaining players will play it out to make up that top 16, which will be moving into next round.
Exactly, trainers. So don't go anywhere, because now we can take a look at our notable matches going on in the venue, and which match we're going to be able to bring to you right now. So let's see which matches will be featured here. Dortmund Day 2. Obviously, all of them are going to be absolute thrillers, and just take a look at that. We were just talking about Vivian there, and that's certainly what we're going to be bringing to you. Alongside that, Gastrodon, Lou, rejoice. Lee, rejoice. We got Nisi, Gastrodon on stream, alongside Hippolyte Bernard's Flamigo team with Porygon 2, Golden Go, Ursaluna, Incineroar, and Amoonguss. But take a look at some of those other matches going on right now as well.
Yeah, we got Nicola, we've just featured. We'll be making it through, progressing, and going up against a really tough team, one of your favorites in that Delphox there. And then we go down a little bit further. Victor Medina, I was able to interview Victor out on the floor yesterday, and didn't have the best of the starts to this tournament, going 2-2, but has managed to get back to winning ways like we all know Victor can do, and made it into this top cut, which is just amazing to see. Piloting a very familiar team as well, the same one that Paul Chua, with some slight tweaks made from the Baltimore Regional. And then you've got Jack Clark versus Julio Talau at the bottom there, and that again, how is Julio going to face up against the threats on Jack's side of the field?
Yeah, exactly. It's such a fascinating team to see in action, and you can see Jack Clark's team in action on stream early today, so make sure you check that out. Not that the matchup was so favorable for him there. Love to see a couple of Mousehold there as well. We are, after all, one big happy Mousehold family. Just reminding us of that, Jalmar and Julio. Thank you very much indeed. But so, Sergio with the Vivian team on stream against perhaps a more established composition at this point. Flamigo, Golden Go, Porygon 2, Ursaluna. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays into each other. I mean, Gastrodon is a really interesting call in the meta game right now, given how prevalent Rillaboom is. It's literally #1 on our Day 2 usage stats.
Yeah, you know, I think for that reason, the Storm Drain ability is always going to be good in whatever format, because we're always going to see strong water types as an option there. But the ability to have that Earth power as well, especially in a format full of electric type, steel type Pokemon, it's so important, you know. And the advantage that you get with the Gastrodon, sometimes not something that you see where it does run both a water attack and a ground attack. Sometimes it does rely on other options, but that ground attack's always normally the mainstay there, where it can just fire out, you know, targeting into things like Goldingo, doing good damage into it. If Trick Room's set up, it's a great environment for it, and it does get access to recover as well, so it can heal back any HP that it takes throughout the battle. A really versatile Pokemon. You know my feelings on it, I don't really need to talk about it too much, but I think it does have a place in this format as well. The advantage that it has coming into Scarlet and Violet over other formats, as well as it can get rid of that 4x weakness to grass that has always been a hindrance to it, and you can tear out of that and give yourself some more preferable weaknesses and resists going forward.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes we even don't see a water type move being run at all on Gastrodon, because it has access to Ice Beam, for example, ice moves which provide really useful coverage, especially against, for example, all the Dragapults that we've seen running around. Other dragon types, we've seen a couple of double dragon teams. We've seen quite a few of those powerhouse Pokemon. Kommo-o, Garchomp, Dragonite, Hydreigon even. So yeah, Ice Beam can be a really nice move as well. As well as Yawn, that's something that can really pin your opponent down, get them cycling in and out in order to reset that drowsiness and really force them into what can be a very difficult position as we have our trainers getting ready on stage.
Yeah, very exciting. This one is going to be, you know, from this point on in the tournament, if a player loses, that is them out of the tournament, and their opponent will be moving on to the later stages. So everything to play for at this point. The trainers have done everything to get to this stage of the tournament, and now it is crunch time. Very exciting to be featuring both of these extremely talented trainers up next. There's Sergio giving us a little salute, saying that he's ready to get into action. I do really like the team concepts here on both sides of the field, because both have quite similar kind of support lines, both have kind of similar offensive outlets, but there is obviously going to be those differences that make the matchup very interesting between item choice, terrestrialization choice, and all of that. But before we get into all the meat and bones, Charlie, take it away with the accomplishments.
Well, Sergio did so well here in Dortmund just last season, a few months ago, reaching the top 4. So clearly this is a place that holds a very special place in Sergio's heart, hoping to go even further with that, as well as some really fantastic achievements in that previous season as well. So really recent indeed. And Hippolyte, on the other hand, going back to 2020 from the achievements we can show on screen, but Bologna special event top 4 as well at the tail end of the 2024 season. Brilliant to see he's come off the back of that, going strong into our 2025 season as well. And you cannot ignore World's top 16 in 2022. I mean, these players are absolutely phenomenal, and they both know it. They will both have that fear going up against each other, so I can't wait to see how they keep their heads level and approach the teams.
Yeah, and it all comes down to that, you know. Then this isn't an unfamiliar stage for either of these players. So, you know, though, you know, sometimes you say the nerves are going to be there, it's going to get to them. These players know what to expect coming into this next match, taking it one step at a time. So we do get an overview of Hippolyte's team. That is the Amoonguss, the Incineroar, that kind of common supporting pair alongside the Flamigo, the Goldingo, Porygon 2, one of your picks, Charlie, and the Ursaluna, another favorite of yours.
Yeah, I guess it is. But Porygon 2 with that Terra Fighting provides really nice coverage, for example, into a Porygon 2 Mirror, or into other normal types like the Ursaluna, into any Terra Steels, for example. Terra Fighting we really didn't see at all before this point in our Scarlet and Violet generation, so really exciting to see it come out here. Now, Flamigo, you might be more familiar with the Co-Star ability trainers, copying the stat changes of the partner on your side of the field, but Scrappy will allow Flamigo to hit Ghost types with fighting type moves, in this case close combat, as well as be immune to Intimidate from the Incineroar that are still running around the format. And we saw Flamigo putting in really good showings in Baltimore, so I have no doubt it will be doing the same here in Dortmund.
Yeah, and one option that Hippolyte has is that Trick Room, getting that set up and getting that Ursaluna activated, because under that it's going to cause Sergio a few problems. Of course, we can take a look at this team with the Vivian. They're the Incineroar, the Gastrodon, Goldingo, the Porygon 2, and the Garchomp. Garchomp. So there is some slight differences. The one thing that I do note here for Sergio, a big advantage, I think, personally, is going to be the same kind of Porygon 2 with that same Terra Fighting type. That's going to be very useful under a Trick Room against that Ursaluna on Hippolyte's side of the field. Although, at the advantage of Hippolyte, they do have the Ghost Terrestrialization on that Pokemon. It's going to be interesting how the Terrestrialization choices interact with each other, because you look on Hippolyte's side of the field with the Goldingo, it had a Dragon Terrestrialization, and Sergio's has that Fairy, so you can get around the Ghost weakness from the Shadow Ball by terrestrializing, but then you put yourself in a really awkward position where you become weak to that Make It Rain.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. See the Vivian running Hurricane here when there's no rain on the team, but there is so much rain in Regulation ZH right now. Sergio, I'm sure, will often be able to hit with a Hurricane, just because the opponent has set up the rain for him. Otherwise, just relying on it hitting outside of it, which isn't going to be the most accurate, but of course with Compound Eyes will be boosting up the accuracy as well. So a lesser chance to miss, but it is still very much there. Rage Powder, such a nice redirection move as well. And I want to call out the Clear Smog on Gastrodon too. This is a really nice way of taking care of those Dondozos. It's really a sign of how threatening a Pokemon can be in the format when you have move text designed specifically to counter them. And Clear Smog is really one of those, as well as any other setup Pokemon, of course, but Dondozo perhaps the most notable.
Yeah, and it's a really nice option here. You would think on face value that the Gastrodon wouldn't be that valuable at stopping with the Clear Smog the Goldingo, but if it doesn't terrestrialize, you can hit for super effective damage with that Earth Power, and then if it does go for the terrestrialization, then you can remove any potential nasty plot boosts with the Clear Smog. So it does work in a little way around, but it's all going to come down to how these players think the best approach to going into the opposing team. Like I say, they've got pretty similar kind of tools at their disposal. Sergio obviously has that Tailwind, which can put into immediate effect. But if you go for that, then you see Hippolyte go for the Trick Room, it puts you at a massive disadvantage. You've also got to worry about the Sleep Powder there. But you do have Incineroar with those safety goggles. It's going to come in a big player in this game.
Really big. These safety goggles making it immune to powder moves. And here we have our leads. It's Garchomp alongside Vivian. Can't think of two more contrasting Pokemon in terms of their ferocious versus cute look, and then Goldingo and Incineroar on the other side for Hippolyte.
Yeah, it does. The Garchomp is subjected to that Intimidate, so it will be hitting a little less than usual because of that -1 attack, but it does have the Life Orb to bolster that and does threaten both the Goldingo and the Incineroar here with an Earthquake. It is a suitable target for the Fake Out in this situation to avoid any of that damage, and the Vivian can't go for the Sleep Powder here because there is the Good as Gold ability on the Goldingo, preventing that from taking effect, and the safety goggles on the Incineroar. So a nice lead from Hippolyte here, although both Pokemon are threatened from this Earthquake, which we are seeing, Charlie.
Let's get into our top 32 trainers. It's going to be super effective damage onto both Goldingo and Incineroar, mitigated slightly by that Intimidate, but still huge damage. Hurricane connecting outside the range thanks to the Compound Eyes into the Incineroar, and it's down already. So top 32 off to a flying start.
That is a huge knockout turn one here. No Fake Out coming out from the Incineroar, and it's just to make it rain to get damage.
Goodness.
Both players coming out swinging here.
Yeah. I've never... Well, this is probably the lowest we've seen any given health bar so far in Dortmund, just at the end of turn one, with the Incineroar down and out already. They might have some stalling options on their team with the Porygon 2, but that doesn't mean these trainers know when to step on the gas. Speaking of stepping on the gas, here is the Ursaluna joining the field. It's certainly a slow Pokemon, but it's one that can turn up the volume very, very quickly.
Yeah, definitely, and I think in this situation, it needs to protect to activate the orb that it's got holding it, get that status condition to prevent the Sleep Powder from taking effect, of course, so double protect here makes a lot of sense just to get that into play so the Ursaluna can function going forward. The other thing to note as well, why we might not have seen a Fake Out into that Vivian was because it does have that Ghost Terra type, so you do want to take a risk of going for the Fake Out into it and then not doing anything at all.
Absolutely, it's going to be time for this Ursaluna to get its Flame Orb nice and activated, so it's dealing as much damage as it possibly can. You can see how huge the Focus Sash can be on the Vivian, just so it's around for another turn of disruption. Goldingo able to get a little bit of leftover as a recovery too at the end of this turn, and the Ursaluna is now ready to go. It doesn't like the look of that burn. It's nice and angry. It's nice and ready to dish out huge damage.
Yeah, it is ready, and both targets on Sergio's side are going to be susceptible to going down, whether it is a Facade or if it is one of those ground type attacks into the Garchomp. Of course, you're going to have to lock into the headlong rush because you can't go for the Earthquake here. You will damage your old Goldingo, and the Goldingo on Hippolyte's side of the field does have the option to go for that terrestrialization, hovering over it now, maybe to take less damage from an Earthquake coming out from the Garchomp while you try and get one last Make It Rain off to remove the 2 targets on Sergio's side.
Covering for a switch as well, perhaps with the Facade targeted down into Sergio's side. But trainers, time for our first terrestrialization here in top 32. It's going to be the Goldengo. It's putting in all its cash to turn into the Dragon type. It's changed up its type matchup significantly, and it's no longer going to be fearing the big ground shifts coming out from this seismic Garchomp. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it certainly is. The Goldengo able to hang on thanks to that Dragon terrestrialization. It is going to be a dodge from the Hurricane onto the Goldengo. Can't be too surprised, even though Compound Eyes does boost the accuracy. There is a completely unnecessary critical hit onto the Vivian there. Both of the Pokemon on Sergio's side of the field are going to be knocked out. Hurricane could have been huge into the Goldengo because, of course, now it's no longer resisting those flying type moves.
Yeah, we talked about those Compound Eyes and how it does boost the accuracy of those moves on the Vivian, but not quite 100% and really costing Sergio there. You would have avoided the Make It Rain. You would have still had at least one of the Pokemon on your side of the field active because the Ursaluna, as we saw, went for that Facade, not into anything. But Hippolyte taking advantage of the tools, the offensive tools that they have available to them to make the most out of them. The terrestrialization, they're very smart to reduce the damage, take that super effective damage away from the Earthquake, allow you to take it, and then get that pivotal Make It Rain off. Now we're seeing Sergio bring in their Goldingo and the Incineroar.
Speaking of pivotal, here is the Pokemon that loves to pivot in, out, and all about. It is that Incineroar. So Ursaluna does not appreciate that attack drop at all, even though it is such a threatening Pokemon, even still with its Facade. Boosted by the burn that it now has. That's a move that is boosted by any status conditions. And of course, Facade, Ursaluna being a normal type Pokemon, Facade being a normal type move, that's going to pay dividends to its damage output too. And at the end of the day, it's just a Pokemon with a really high attack stat.
It is, yes, but it's on a timer because of that burn. Even though you get the boost of the attack stat, you are on a timer where after a certain amount of time, with damage coming onto the field, it will slowly whittle you away and put you into a position where it's not as useful as before. Right now, it is threatened by a Fake Out from that Incineroar, so has to reposition around that, and why we're seeing maybe the Goldingo come out and take its place for the Porygon 2.
Porygon 2 gets that really nice special attack boost, though, which could be huge heading into the late stages of the game. That is the side that Porygon 2 likes to hit on. That is Ursaluna going for a Shadow Ball. Really nice call by Hippolyte. Of course, the Porygon 2, a normal type, isn't going to take any damage. It's immune to Ghost-type moves. But that's the Eviolite gone for Porygon 2. Now, if you're wondering why is that not a Porygon Z, Porygon 2 can evolve, the Eviolite boosts up the defenses of a Pokemon that can still evolve. So it makes that Pokemon really, really bulky. But without it, Porygon 2 is much more vulnerable.
Yeah, it is. Now the Make It Rain, which is going to be boosted by the Metal Coat item that Sergio's got in his Goldingo, can maybe pick up a knockout or put it in a position where the Incineroar has enough to be able to kind of close that out, take away the option for the Trick Room that the Porygon 2 is trying to set up here for that Ursaluna endgame.
Really huge knockout onto the Goldingo here for Hippolyte. That is the terrestrialization option down and out. Still in the back pocket for Sergio. We'll have to see when that comes out. What is this Porygon 2 going to be able to achieve before it potentially goes down on this turn? Its Fear is facing down a nasty, nasty growling cat here, going for another knockoff. His item is already gone, so Porygon 2 is going to stick around and is able to set up the Trick Room here. And now you've reset your Ursaluna. It's going to come back in, all orbs blazing, ready to deal massive damage with its ground-type moves into the Goldingo and the Incineroar. And oh yes, it does have Earthquake.
That is such a huge survive there for the Porygon 2, and to detriment of Sergio only having the knockoff as an offensive option on that Incineroar. No Flare Blitz there would have been enough to take it down, but the knockoff, lower power because the item had already been removed. Key turn for Hippolyte, getting that Trick Room up. Now the Ursaluna back on the field, ready to go. An Earthquake, flame boosted as well. It is going to be hitting very hard. Can it take down both these Pokemon? No Intimidate after the switch out and back onto the field. Hippolyte ready to go.
Certainly ready to go. You would definitely take some damage on your Porygon 2 if you do go for the Earthquake, but Porygon 2 also has access to Recover, so it'll be able to heal up at least some of the damage that it would take. Ursaluna loves these twisted dimensions. Trick Room, of course, means the slower Pokemon act fast. We are, of course, going to see a terrestrialization come out from Sergio, so that one of these Pokemon is not going to be taking super effective damage. It's going to be Ghost onto the Incineroar. That was already a scary cat. It just got spookier. Going for its Ghost Terror type, now taking neutral damage from ground type moves. Goldingo, not liking the look of this one bit, going for the Protect.
Yeah, going for that Protect here, maybe scouting out the protect there. It is a headlong rush into that Pokemon, though. Maybe the Facade was thought into the Incineroar, expecting a protect on the Goldingo, so not wanting to damage your Porygon 2. Go for that move, allow it to get the recover off, so you've still got 2 Pokemon active. The knockoff, the only option, though, from that Incineroar, not going to be enough to take it down, but that damage is pivotal. Has Sergio got enough in the tank to get through this Trick Room and chip away at both of these threats? You would think not with the recovery on the Porygon 2, but that Goldingo can't be written off yet. It hasn't decided to Terastallize into that Fairy type, which would have removed the ground weakness that it had, but also you're going to be susceptible to that Facade. I think the Ursaluna is just in that position where it is putting so much pressure on in the environment that it loves.
You said it earlier, Lee, the Ursaluna's on a timer. The Goldingo fails the double protect, which is huge. Not really enough stalling potential left now, unfortunately. Headlong rush going headlong into the Goldingo for that big one-hit knockout. Down and out it goes. It is just this Ghost Incineroar facing down the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna over for Hippolyte. And Ice Beam now neutral damage into this Ghost-type Incineroar. No freeze to speak of. Knockoff still enough, even though Ursaluna's item is already down and out to secure the knockout here. So perhaps a slightly tighter endgame than we might have been expecting, Lee.
Yeah, a little bit tighter, of course, but I think what really comes into play here is the fact that Incineroar makes it more comfortable for Hippolyte to go the direction that he did, was the Terastallization on the Incineroar. Yeah. Doesn't have that fire typing anymore, can be hit for neutral damage with that Ice Beam, and now you've got the Porygon 2. It's not really threatened by the knockoff because it's kind of limited what damage it can do. You've got the recover as well, so you just heal that off anytime and just chip away at this Incineroar until it is removed from the field. Of course, you can put a little bit of an extra timer on that Porygon 2 with the Will-O-Wisp, but, you know, you can easily recover off any residual damage.
Yeah, this Incineroar does not have access to a fire-type move. It is just knockoff. Knockoff does less damage if the Pokemon that you're targeting into is not holding an item, and the Porygon 2 has already had its Eviolite removed by knockoff earlier in the game. So Hippolyte can just sort of play this very safe, heal up. He might even get a cheeky freeze with Ice Beam at some point, but we'll have to see if Sergio is going to do all they possibly can to try and knock out this Porygon 2.
You have got the option to slow this Porygon down, though. With that parting shot, you can reduce, like we're seeing now, coming out, reducing that special attack stat down. But the thing is, with the Incineroar, unfortunately, you don't have a way to recover it, and it will just prolong the battle. Maybe that's enough for Sergio to have the time to think about how I can adjust maybe going into game 2, because it was so tight, such fine margins coming into this one. Maybe just a slight adjustment going into that next game is the time that he needs now to make those decisions.
Yeah, of course, the more HP you have in your Porygon 2 and the longer you stall it out trying to reduce the stats of it with parting shot, more likely it is that you'll have a freeze coming out, and that could just spell the end of the game then and there. You have no idea when your Pokemon's going to thaw. So really, really difficult gameplay right now for Sergio's Porygon 2. Pretty safe. Its burn is harming it, but you can see how much recover is just healing it right back.
Yeah, it just shows how valuable recovery, if you've got access to it on your Pokemon, is, especially in these endgame situations, because even though you're not doing a massive amount of damage, you can always out-damage your opponent and heal off any damage they do to you.
Yeah, exactly. And so that is going to be the Hippolyte claiming game 1 here in this Masters top 32, but really well played to both trainers. Of course, in that game, we saw Sergio missing the Hurricane with Vivian, missing a crucial knockout onto the Terra Dragon Golden Go on Hippolyte's side, as well as the damage being double targeted into the Porygon 2, not being enough to secure the knockout before the Trick Room went up. So Sergio was really sticking to a good game plan. It just didn't really pan out for him in that game.
Yeah, it was very unlucky with the Hurricane miss. Unfortunately, when you are using those lower accuracy moves, that can happen, and that's unfortunately in that situation where you needed it to hit, it did miss. It did give Hippolyte the opening after that point, though, to kind of get that Porygon 2 in, get the Ursaluna in, get that Flame Orb activated, and then take the game forward from there, utilizing the Goldingo as well. It had done the work, fired off 2 Make It Rains, removed the Garchomp, removed the Vivian from the field on Sojo's side, and at that point you're thinking, okay, well, is it going to do much more work? You've had that -2 special attack. Well, yeah, it did a lot of work, even though it only went out to come back in to take a knockout. It helped reset the Intimidate, and it gave the room for the Ursaluna while that Trick Room was being set up.
It certainly did, and now it's going to be the same, where it's going to be the Vivian and the Garchomp coming out same lead for Sergio, Flamigo and Incineroar for Hippolyte. So the Flamigo, a little bit of a switch up here.
Yeah, and it's a really nice switch up because now it pressures that Vivian with the dual wing beats. The sash is on there, but you can break it because that is a 2 attacking move. So it will hit once, break the sash, and then the next one will be hitting for super effective damage. If no terrestrialization from that slot, pick up a knockout. So a really good switch here. You've got the fake out as well, which you can go to into the Garchomp, prevent that from causing any damage this turn as well. And already the Intimidate as well is kind of mitigating the attack power from that Garchomp already.
It certainly is, and the Vivian does have the Terra Ghost up its sleeve, so that would make it immune to a fake out. But what's going to be the Terra choice coming out here for Hippolyte? It will be onto the Incineroar. That Incineroar, his own, as opposed to the previous game where Sergio terrestrializes Incineroar, is becoming a Ghost-type Pokemon now. And that's Protect coming out from Garchomp. So all eyes now on this Vivian. Is he going to be able to achieve much on this turn? Protect's coming out from the Vivian too, so just stalling out for Hippolyte. This is nice for Sergio because now you have that Terra option spent on Hippolyte's side.
Yeah, and you can start planning on ways to get around that terrestrialization. Like if you've got the Goldengo on the back, you can bring that in and pressure the Incineroar with a Shadow Ball now, which is really nice. But the immediate threat is going to be that Vivian. Have you got anything in the back that you can switch to maybe preserve that? Or is it going to be too detrimental to you? If you switch something in, is it going to take a dual wing beat and take too much damage? And is it worth keeping the Vivian at this stage? I think you might have to just kind of swallow it at this point, take the loss because you're kind of pinned at this position, and then readjust with some Pokemon. You never like to lose a Pokemon, but in this situation against the Flamigo, it is pressuring a knockout.
Yeah, knowing when to make those trades, absolutely crucial. And Hippolyte, therefore, thinking very carefully about where to target here. Sergio still taking the time. Of course, there's everything on the line for Sergio right now, trainers. If he loses here, that is it. He is out of the competition here in Dortmund. Dragon Claw coming out into Flamigo, dealing about 50% of its health. There is that dual wing beat into the Vivian. It's going to be more than enough to secure the knockout there. So that's Vivian down and out before he can achieve anything, and that's really unfortunate there for Sergio and his Vivian. The Butterfly back inside the cocoon, and that's going to be, well, the Incineroar coming out with a parting shot now, reducing the offensive pressure from this Garchomp, able to pivot around for something in the back.
Yeah, it's a great start to the battle from Hippolyte. He's really doing everything right, pressuring the Vivian, making sure that there is no issue from that Sleep Powder, no Tailwind setting up, just pinning it with that dual wing beat. And like I said, you either switch it out and take some damage on something else you may not want to, and then the terrestrialization on that Incineroar, getting that Garchomp down to -2 attack now, really reducing its effectiveness and almost forcing Sergio at this point. You're going to bring a fresh Pokemon in, but you have to remove that Garchomp from the field to reset those drops to get it back in later. Perfect Pokemon to help do that, of course, is going to be that Incineroar. Now, both Pokemon on Hippolyte's side of the field can't terrestrialize. There is the Ghost terrestrialization on the Ursaluna that you may have worried about before, but that is a nice, easy target to go into with the fake out. But you can't forget about that Flamigo, though, because now it has access to that close combat that is also threatening the Incineroar. So maybe that's the target that you go for, but if you do that, maybe take some damage you don't really want to from the Ursaluna, or do you go for the terrestrialization and follow suit of Hippolyte? If you're Sergio, go for it onto your Incineroar, take away that ground weakness.
Yeah, going into the Ursaluna here is so nice to get that Flame Orb activated so it doesn't have to spend a turn protecting. It's not under the conditions it likes to be under. Hippolyte could have set up Trick Room perhaps with Porygon 2, but the Ursaluna is still threatening big damage. It has taken an Intimidate drop to its attack here, so not quite as much damage as it would have done otherwise. Sergio deciding that it's time for Garchomp to race back to its Pokeball. Goldengo coming out instead, bringing the money and bringing big damage with its Make It Rain. Close combat, nearly enough just to one-shot the Incineroar there. The Intimidate, well, no, it's immune to Intimidate thanks to its scrappy ability, so really well-trained Incineroar. The Flamigo doesn't go down either to the knockoff. Not very effective damage thanks to its fighting type. Earthquake big into this Goldengo, and the Incineroar super effective damage. Not enough to one-shot the Goldengo.
Yeah, that's a big play there, and taking advantage of the flying type on the Flamigo, not having to worry about the residual damage from the Earthquake, and the close combat doing such big damage that Incineroar, putting it in range. Obviously the Goldengo now coming in. You had to take the Garchomp out, but at the cost of doing that, your Goldengo is not in a position where it's really going to be able to pressure. The scrappy ability on the Flamigo as well is going to be able to potentially knock that Goldengo out. If it does terrestrialize, even if it does, it's still going to take probably with the health that it's got remaining, a knockout there, leaving everything really down to Garchomp on Sergio's side.
Yeah, this Garchomp is having a lot asked of it. Wide guard really nice to mitigate the damage from Make It Rain, from Earthquake from the Garchomp, for example, and 1 HP, certainly more than 0, or indeed 5. Critical hit for style points. That Dragon Claw more than enough to take care of this Flamigo here. And Ursaluna, even though it's not in the Trick Room, really left free reign. And speaking of rain, there is the Make It Rain. Ursaluna, of course, keeping itself nice and safe. And Hippolyte has his choice of things in the back. And there's the Earthquake coming out. Of course, it was the Wide Guard coming out before protecting the Ursaluna from that Make It Rain. That's Golden Go down. And now it's all eyes on this Garchomp.
Yeah, and now in an awful position where the Incineroar can just come in. It can pressure with the fake out, maybe force a protect here. Then you can just switch it out. You've got the Porygon 2 in the back. It's very, very difficult for the Garchomp to make any sort of comeback here. And just you got to say how well played Hippolyte has done this game 2 in particular.
Yeah, congratulations to someone advancing now through to our top card. It's Hippolyte Bernard.
Absolutely incredible game for us to kick off our top cut here at the Dortmund Regional Championships, and a massive congratulations to both players, but to Hippolyte, who will be moving on in this tournament, and what fashion to do it in as well. Yeah, the game 1 was very close margins, came right down to the last kind of 2 Pokemon on both sides of the field, but that game 2, the adjustments there, showing just how good Hippolyte can be in these sorts of environments.
Yeah.
Adapting to it, identifying the route to victory, and just targeting and going and getting it done.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the winner of the previous game making an adjustment as opposed to the person who didn't win the previous game. Switching it up and bringing in that Flamigo, identifying, you know what, I could have made that even more secure for myself. And that's something that at this high level of competition, you've just got to be able to do. And of course, also anticipating switch-ups that could be coming out from your opponent's lead as well. It was really good to see that Sergio still had a smile on his face at the end there, just knowing that, look, I am running Hurricane. That is a move that can miss. You have dual wind beat on your Flamigo. My Vivian is really threatened. These are the parameters that we're working with here, and Sergio gave it everything he could. He still went all the way to top 32 here in Dortmund, having reached top 4 in Dortmund in the previous season. So huge congratulations to him. And again, I mean, he had the right plan. It was just Hippolyte that perhaps had the advantage in that situation.
Yeah, I think game 1, he did everything right. I mean, the Hurricane miss was huge. I mean, the Vivian was so impactful in that game 1, where it was able to just really overwhelm the start of that game. The Make It Rain came out, of course, initially, but both Pokemon hung on and in a position to kind of close out that Goldingo. The Hurricane hit there. Like I say, you're only going to take the Facade onto one of these 2 Pokemon, so you would have one of them left. Maybe the Vivian would be left. Maybe you'd then have the ability to put something to sleep. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and then it really came down to the Goldingos. They're getting the Trick Room up. The Eviolite being knocked off from that Porygon 2 is quite pivotal as well, but the big problem was the Incineroar didn't have anything outside of that knockoff to do additional damage, because it drops in power when the item's not there. If you had Flare Blitz in that situation, the Porygon 2 would have been denied, and I think the outcome of game 1 would have been so different despite the Hurricane miss, but unfortunately that wasn't the case for Sergio, and just extremely well played, patiently played by Hippolyte in game 1, and then it all just went into a culmination of what did I learn from game 1, a really good example of this, and saying, well, if that Vivian comes out game 2, like we're seeing, I'm just going to pin it. I'm going to make it impossible for you to switch it out unless you want to take big damage. I'm going to remove it, and it's not even going to be a problem anymore. And you saw how much work it really did put in, especially when it was next to that Ursaluna, not in its preferable environment in the Trick Room, but with the close combat, the scrappy, the dual wing beats, really, really strong Pokemon.
Yeah, at no point did we see a terrestrialization come out from Sergio either in that game too. And this is the thing, sometimes terrestrialization isn't going to help you. What it does is change the type. It's our new mechanic to play with in Generation 9, but changing a type isn't always going to work in your favor. You know, it just means that you have some weaknesses that you didn't have before, some strengths that you didn't have before, and it's all in the timing. So really well played to Sergio there, and of course, huge congratulations to Hippolyte. An example of how Ursaluna can work even outside of Trick Room. If it doesn't have the right things threatening it, then you just give it free reign on the field with those headlong rushes.
Yeah, they are very scary to take, you know, between the normal facades after the Flame-O boosts or the headlong rush or just the Earthquake. The spread damage is so valuable, and I think it goes back to how important, you know, we saw the Wide Guard in the end game there. I don't know if it would have made much difference. may have been close to doing the damage required there to get the Ursaluna. We'll never know now, but it just shows the importance of those wide guard moves, you know, the support options just to block those common spread attacks that we do see, where it can just shut them out and give you a free turn just to get that little bit extra of an advantage as you needed. Of course, Hippolyte at that point did have Pokemon in the back that would be able to come in and support and probably close things out from there anyway, but I think it just highlights the importance in the timing of when to use those moves in the match. It would have been easy to use that earlier on maybe, but yeah, keeping it right till the end when it would have been more useful.
And of course, we're just talking about the Hurricane coming out from the Vivian. Sleep Powder is such an oppressive move as well. Just seeing that in Team Preview, you need to have a plan for how to play around that, how to get around your Pokemon being put to sleep. That's not something we saw coming out in this game, but I'm sure that there have been plenty of matches this weekend for Sergio where perhaps the back's against the wall. What can I do? Well, I can always try and put a Pokemon to sleep. And then suddenly you turn potentially a losing position into a winning one. It's so important to consider these status moves that can give you an advantage as well.
Yeah, well, we talked about that at the top of the match, and I think it really dictated, that threat dictated Hippolyte's lead there, because the Goldingo, the Goodest Gold ability, you don't need to worry about it. The Incineroar as well with the safety goggles. So it really gave you a lot of flexibility from that point where that wasn't a threat, and I think it shows a trainer thinking about that already, but that's just my and your opinion of that. I believe Hippolyte is ready to give us a few more expert insights. So we'll head over to the couch now and hear from our winner of last round.
Thank you so much, Lee and Charlie. And expert insights is definitely something we're going to have with such an established and well-regarded trainer as Hippolyte Bernard. You've made it through into the top 16 of our Dortmund Regional Championships here. Congratulations. First off, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm really enjoying the format so far. I really like the change that have been made, the new Pokemon that are authorized, and more like the Pokemon that are no longer available. I really like the list. I really like the format. So, yep, let's see how it continues. And so far, it's good. So I'm happy.
So far, very good. In fact, top 16 in a field of nearly 800 players this weekend. So, yeah, a very big accomplishment already. Let's go a little bit further back, though, because I remember casting your game when you won the Cologne Regional Championships way back in 2020 using Shedinja. And we like to say that you Shedinja'd your opponents back then. How does it feel like playing a completely different set? Is your mindset the same as it was when you were playing back then?
It's a mix of feelings. First, like I realized recently that I didn't have that hunger of winning, that I was a bit losing it. But when I see my friends doing very well at tournaments, I was like, maybe having a second title or something would be nice. So, so I want to try hard again and try to win a new title. That's my goal of this season, basically.
I mean, you got close in Bologna getting top 4. You're top 16 now, so it's definitely possible this weekend could be yours. Let's hone in on that team choice, though, that you brought this weekend. We saw that team quite prevalently in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. Was there a reason that stood out to you? Was there a reason you thought, hey, that's the team that I want to be playing?
The fact is that I really wanted to play Porygon 2 plus Ursaluna. The combination, I believe, it's really strong. And it's been like 3 weeks I'm playing these teams at locals. And I'm just changing like the last slot. So once it was a Paldean Tauros, then it was a Tyranitar, and now it's a Flamigo. I was just changing this set and training at locals. So I was able to find out what is the best set to fit the team. So I believe Flamigo is the best, considering how it can do what it can do against Focus Sash Pokemon and Ghost type Pokemon, which can be really annoying for Facade Ursaluna, which can be a bit tricky. You have to guess, is the Ghost Pokemon gonna come out?
It doesn't matter, we'll just close combat it, no problem.
And the best thing I think about Flamigo is that it's immune to Intimidate since last generation, I believe. So yeah, it's a really good Pokemon, to deal a lot of damage, and while keeping Porygon 2 and Ursaluna in the back safe to win at the end of the game.
It's so difficult, isn't it, for your opponents to beat Porygon 2 Ursaluna after they've already lost so many resources to Pokemon like Flamigo. You showed that in, well, especially Game 1 of the set, but Game 2 as well, where the Flamigo was able to just keep the Vivillon in check, and that's a Pokemon that's seen quite a lot of usage this weekend. Was it something that you were worried about coming in, Pokemon like that?
Worried? Not really, because I'm playing a little tech on my Flamigo. I have dual wing beat, which allows to beat a lot of focus sash Pokemon such as Vivillon, other Flamigo as well, Whimsicott, and also it allows me to keep my focus sash intact. I don't lose HP with a move like Brave Bird, which has recoil, for example. So I really prefer having a move that doesn't have recoil. And when I saw that it had dual wing beat available, I was like, it's just perfect. It breaks through focus sash and I don't get recoil, so that's the best for me.
Yeah, so, I mean, you certainly showed why it's a really good call in the set that you just played. And let's talk a little bit more about that set. I mean, in game one, where you had the Hurricane missing into the Golden Go, that gave you a little bit more of a window into the match. What were you thinking at that point?
I was like, okay, I got a bit lucky here. I don't know if I was happy or not with this miss, because I would have, when I have Porygon 2 and Ursaluna in the back, I tried to get Ursaluna in Trick Room as soon as possible, which I could have maybe clicked like something Trick Room plus Protect and let my Flame Orb being active and then do big damage. So I don't know how it would have turned out. The fact that the Hurricane miss was a bit tough for my opponents, since then I could have just sacrificed my my Golden Go later in the game and ensure my Ursaluna is safe on the field.
Yeah, well, go on. You had something else. I could see you had something else to say there. Well,
sorry?
Do you have something else to add there?
Yeah, not really. I really liked. I mean, that's why I just in game 2. I was like, okay, since my opponent seems to want to go with Garchomp, I don't think that Golden Go is that good, because I was expecting my opponent to take his Golden Go as lead, and so kind of enforce their terrestrialization with my own Golden Go, which didn't happen. So that's why I changed my plan, and we're like, okay, I can just lead with Flamigo, who is 1 point faster than Vivillon as well, which is really cool, and although to. Porygon 2 is safe to click Trick Room and place my Ursaluna. That's why I made this adjustment in game 2.
Yeah, it was a perfect situation, because you could just go for damage right off the bat and be able to break through Sergio's team. But there was also that turn where you were able to get the close combat into Incineroar, even though there was fake out in play. You kind of had the opportunity to maybe fake out and knock out your Flamigo, but you managed to make the right call in that situation.
The thing is that I would have been. I think that if my opponent clicked fake out at this moment of the game, that's worse for them, because it means that they are basically doing no damage, and so it's either they stay with a -1 Garchomp, which is fine with me, it doesn't do any damage, either they switch in Golden Go, so it means that they click fake out plus a passive switch, so I have no reason to protect here. I believe that the position was so good for me that I believe that Protect was a way for my opponent to come back in this game. It was giving an opportunity, and I didn't, so I'm really glad I didn't Protect.
Yeah, that was a really good insight into why it's so important. Just for anyone at home, like, it's so important to just think about those win conditions, think about where you are in the game state. Thank you so much for explaining that so clearly for us, Hippolyte. Now, there's people at home, you mentioned your friends earlier that are competing as well and getting results. Do you have any shout outs for those that have helped you along the way?
Well, first to Anthony, who is right here. He won on stream yesterday with an incredible set against Federico. So thanks to him for training with me, training the matchups. It kind of paid off for me. I believe he could have done a bit better. He's a bit frustrated, but I hope that he will get what he deserves at Lille. All my opponents, also shout outs to all my opponents at locals. I went to 3 locals in the 3 previous weeks, so they helped me to practice a lot of matchups against Hard Trick Room matchup, with Indeedee and Armarouge, with Rain matchup, with Archaludon and Pelipper. So I had a lot of practice against those teams, which was really helpful today. So thank you guys for attending the locals, actually. And last but not least, of course, to all my friends from Team PE. Merci les gars, merci pour votre encouragement et on se voit à Lille. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And for all those shout outs as well, I'm sure the people at home are very grateful to be hearing that. That's all we've got time for, Hippolyte. We're going to let you get off and get prepared for your top 16 match. And trainers, don't go anywhere. We are getting to crunch time at the Dortmund Regional Championships. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hello everyone, we are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we have, we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have, it's the raids format, that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemon, you know. For the Vici, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to sit to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part, because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall. But if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult. I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese, because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters. So maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
on to your hats, trainers. We're here in the top 16 of the Dortmund Regional Championships. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here on the desk by the wonderful Charlie Merriman. And Charlie, I just want to check, since the last time we were on the desk, can you hear me okay?
I think I just about can. My ears are significantly smaller than they were yesterday, but I think I can just about make out what you're saying. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, well, I don't blame this little mouse here on the desk for flopping down because, yeah, the action has been really intense so far in Dortmund on day 2, and it's just getting even more because we're getting into our top 16.
We are indeed. We have whittled it down from nearly 800 trainers that got started, over 700 at the very least, going through 11 rounds of Swiss. We found out who was going to be in our asymmetrical top 8 cut. There were 23 players remaining. Those players that were at the lower stages of that ranking have now played in the top 32 round. We have found out who is going to be in our top 16 round, and we're whittling it down in an even top cut now from 16 through to our winner.
16 down to just 1, and these trainers have been paddling it out all weekend. Don't forget, trainers, that the competition started yesterday morning, and so these trainers fortunately had a night in between where they could get some rest, get some proper preparation in before today. But even then, you know, after a long weekend of battling, these trainers just need to be taking things one step at a time. They need to make sure they're staying hydrated. They need to make sure they're staying well fed. It really is, all of these things will contribute so much to the mental aspect, and that's something that cannot be understated in Pokemon.
When you look at it, really, I mean, every single game, all you've got to do is knock out 4 Pokemon. Yeah. It doesn't sound like it's a lot to be able to achieve. There's lots of moves out there, lots of Pokemon to choose from, and, you know, that's difficult to really find a construction, but a lot of them do quite a bit of damage. So, you know, when you break it down to that level, yeah, knocking out 4 Pokemon really doesn't sound like too much of an ask, but with the caliber of trainers that we have that have made it all the way to this top 16, well, it's no easy feat.
Yeah, there are all sorts of roadblocks that will get in the way of just simply knocking out 4 Pokemon. And speaking of a road, let's take a look at our journey through to top 16. Let's take a look at how the bracket is looking right now. Here we go. So look at all those names here. This is quite a different bracket graphic than what we saw in the previous season because of the changes heading into this season. But let's take our eyes down these names. Juan Garcia, Ibrahim Maruf, Rahim Farzan, Davide Moralia, Fevzi Ozcan, Hippolyte Bernard, both of whom we featured on stream earlier today, Nicolo Barado and Van Can there as well. And Ben, what about these other names we have at the bottom?
Yeah, Rafael versus Alejandro looks like a great match. Nico David Conieta, a player that we're used to seeing on the top tables, versus Lucas. Davide Carrera, a former international champion, against Matty Morgan, a former regional champion, and Jack Clark, who we featured running the absolute spice. No Pokemon on Jack's team in the top 12 usage, versus our previously nearly undefeated player, Michel Kelsch, who was 10-1 and got a bye into this top 16. So Jack has had to battle for his chance to play here, while Michel got an automatic entry to the top 16.
Yeah, Jack really giving us all tickets to the gig with that Toxtricity coming out, boom bursting its way into the top 16. You can check out that team earlier on stream today. So these names, of course, we're more familiar with. Matty Morgan, Malmo regional champion in the 2023 season. Davide Correa, a player who's also running that Vivian, something that we featured on stream just now, from Sergio Ramirez. And then it's, as ever, always such a pleasure to see these players that we're less familiar with doing so well as well. And we know what happened in Baltimore, trainers. Nicholas Morales, first regional championships ever attended, went all the way beating Paul Chewer, such a veteran player, in the finals to claim that championship. It could all happen again, and at a future event, it could be you.
It could indeed be you, but let's focus in a little bit more on some of the other things that we've seen. So Fevzi running a really interesting composition, really honing into our Chaladon, really honing into Primate, supporting it with Mousehold, supporting
Annihilate. I think you said Primate there.
Did I?
Which,
well,
you know, that would be cool. But I think it was the
personally, I would have picked Primate, but that's why I'm behind the desk. Yeah, Annihilate. And supporting it with Sinister, supporting it with the Grimmsnarl as well. We saw it in his match with Jack playing so expertly with that Grimmsnarl, Terror Ghost, Light Screen and Reflect doing very well. And Hippolyte, who just won on stream in their top 32 match against Sergio Ramirez. And just explaining, it was great to have a chance with explaining all of the different intricacies and ins and outs of the team that he was using. It is a team that we're familiar with from Baltimore, but Hippolyte in his local scene has been tweaking things, testing things, really honing it into the team that he's using this weekend, and that's really showing in his performance so far.
Yeah, it certainly is, and these archetypes are starting to establish themselves in Regulation Set H, even though our first major was only a couple of weeks ago in Baltimore. It's so strange to think that we're nearly at the end of the month, and therefore nearly at the end of the first month of this format. But yes, that is plenty of time for these archetypes to establish themselves. But of course, then what happens is people trying to counter those established archetypes. So we see new archetypes come to the fore, and then you counter those. And before you know it, you've sort of come full circle, and you can see some teams that you were seeing at the very beginning of the format. And we are going to be featuring some very similar Pokemon on stream right now. But Joan Garcia, who I believe is our #1 seed here in Dortmund, up against Ibrahim Maroof. And we've got two supportive Magmar there on stream, Ben. This has been one of the debates of the weekend. Do you use Magmar as your support or Electabuzz? And you can see a couple of Electabuzz ready to go in the match just below that.
I'm gonna ask a different question when we get into this match. What is the water type of choice? We'll get to that in just a moment. Nicolo versus Van Can there as well. Van Can running the Alolan Ninetales. I'm really happy to be seeing that doing well as Kamoa. You've got Nicolo, who we saw on stream earlier, so expertly piloting the Electabuzz as well as the Dragapult to be able to win versus Francesco Pardini on stream.
Yeah, and a few Basket Legion there as well, and notable matches going on. That's a Pokemon that was putting in a lot of work on stream yesterday. Do check out the VOD if you haven't already, trainers. There were so many thrilling matches. If you want to see a killer Watchel, if you want to see one of the most thrilling endgames of all time in Swiss Round 8 that floored Ben and Jamie. And I mean that literally. They were sat down here. I came round to the desk after the match, and they were just, I wondered where they were, and they were just behind the desk because they had to take a breath, take a moment, lost for words.
It was such a good match. The predictions were absolutely on point. It came down to a game 3. There was a Terraghost with Vivian. There was a Flamigo that close combated into a Terraghost with Vivian in that match as well. I was just honest, I can't do it justice here right now. Go and watch it back because it was a fantastic match. And now it looks like we are getting set up for the match that we are seeing here in our top 16.
Yeah, we certainly are. Let's cast off our Slitherwing versions of ourselves and become Volcarona. Time to move from the past to the present here in top 16 with Joan and Ibrahim getting ready to go on stage. So as a reminder, trainers, from the previous round on, it's a knockout. If you lose in this round, then you are out of the competition for good. It's single elimination, and really interesting teams that we've got going up against each other. A few repeats of Pokemon, but crucially, some differences there as well. And looking forward to getting into these players' achievements to see what this matchup will be like.
And of course, we are right at the start of the season right now here in Dortmund. We've got so many events upcoming in the European region, but that doesn't mean that you can rest on your laurels in top 16. You want to be getting set up both in terms of the championship points that you're earning, but also those cash prizes and the booster packs as well, to be able to just set yourself up to compete more and more through the season. Just make your life so much easier getting into that top 75 in Europe.
Yeah, and Joan looking like he couldn't quite stand the heat right now, but he's also looking fairly, or Ibrahim, sorry, also looking fairly relaxed on the stage as he gets settled and ready to go. So Ibrahim, Liverpool Regional Top 64 in 2024, just the previous season that we had. This is his best achievement to date. Very exciting to see. And Joan Garcia, couple of top 32s there, as well as the EUIC top 128s in the previous season. So this too is a real add to his roster, and it's good to know that in this Masters top 16 here in Dortmund, that whichever of these trainers advances, whichever of them goes out, at least reaching this stage already is a fantastic achievement to add.
And that will be adding them to their roster of achievements going forward. Let's have a little deeper dive into Ibrahim Ibrahim's team. The Rillaboom, the Dragapult, the Primarina, the Sneasler, the King Gambit that we've been seeing all weekend doing fantastically well. Such a consistent composition, and there's no big surprises there. The little bit of a decision-making process that you have with how you run a Primarina. We've seen Throat Spray, we've seen Life Orb, we've seen Citrus Berry that Ibrahim has opted for in this match, but it's the Magmar that sets this apart to their Electabuzz counterparts. Being able to go for Will-O-Wisp, getting a bit more damage on Pokemon like a Moongus in Overheat, still having Follow Me and Terra Ghost available to them. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it really does come down with these compositions to how our players pilot it. Clearly, in the top 16, Ibrahim knows what he's doing with this team.
You should have heard the roar when Ibrahim took his seat there. The crowd is ready to go, and so are we. Look at that, coaching on the Sneasler here, coming out from Joanne. You don't often see that. That's a move that's going to be boosting the attack and defense of its partner Pokemon on the field. Got the Terrastella there as well in order to provide a one-time boost to its poison or fighting type move of choice. Dragapult, Rillaboom, Dondozo, Magmar, and Kingambit. And that's right, that is a Dondozo without a Tatsugiri. And that's right, that is a Dondozo with Fissure. A one-hit KO move if it connects. And that's not very likely, but in a potentially long end game when this team seems to be perhaps heading for that with that unaware Dondozo, Fissure, the more times you click it, the more times it has the chance to connect.
Absolutely, especially when you're boosting up the Dondozo defenses with coaching, especially when you're using that combination of Yawn and Protect to make sure that your opponent's Pokemon go to sleep. You've got then the time to recover the HP with leftovers. You've got the defenses. You've got the Rillaboom with the grassy terrain. That's going to be healing the Dondozo yet further. And, I mean, if it comes to the match at all, I mean, that's going to be something that we're really going to have to hone in on and sort of keep on check with, as will Ibrahim, as they're playing this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important to note that Ibrahim's Magmar running the Overheat, but for Juan is Heat Wave, so that will be providing spread damage rather than single target, a bit less of it. There is a chance to miss for both, but Overheat reduces your special attack after you use it. Heat Wave does not do that. Of course, Joanne and Ibrahim consider carefully which one they use for the compositions they're going up against, and now it's time to get into our top 16. Look at those beautiful shiny Pokemon on the field. Sneaslers staring each other down. Primarina ready to be the star of the show, but King Gambit ready to overrule proceedings.
He is just sitting there ready to start to go for those sword stances if he wants to do that, but you've got to do that in front of Pokemon that are really quite problematic for King Gambit. So I do think Ibrahim's got the better end of this lead matchup, and I think it's up to Joan to make sure that he can reposition effectively. At least the Sneasler on both sides of the field is putting pressure on the partner Pokemon, so the King Gambit is struggling to get set up, but the Primarina is also not wanting to take a Dire Claw, not just because of those second effects, but the super effective damage that it can unleash.
And remember that Joanne Sneasler does not have access to Fake Out here, as King Gambit decides to become spooky, even scarier than it once was. An immediate Ghost Terastallization, as Primarina will be just scouting out for this turn. It's time for Ibrahim Sneasler to attempt the close combat into the King Gambit. So really good Ghost Terror there. Of course, not doing any damage into the Ghost type, being a fighting type move. And Dire Claw targets it down into the protecting Primarina. Time for this King Gambit to move, but it's going into the Primarina. So although the health bars may remain the same, a lot has changed in that turn one.
It really has. I mean, the Terra Ghost, the commitment to the Terra Ghost on the King Gambit early with Joan, it's not a Terra type that we see very often, and it does allow it to sit in front of the Sneasler very comfortably, with Ghost type also always being resisting the poison type Dire Claw as well. There's a nice little double up as well. Dire Claw plus Kowtow Cleave may have been able to pick up the KO onto the Primarina, even if it goes for its Terra Poison.
Yeah, and with Terra Poison, of course, it wouldn't be able to be poisoned from Dire Claw, but you could still have the chance to sleep or be paralyzed. Time for the coaching to come out from Joanne Sneasler. Time for King Gambit to be put through its paces, get a boost to its attack and defense. Really nice in the face of this physical attacking Sneasler. Dire Claw, not very effective. Does it get a status condition there? Or Poison Touch is going to activate first. So this King Gambit will now be on a timer. Doesn't seem to have any access to healing, as Hyper Voice will be becoming a water type move thanks to the Liquid Voice ability. Kowtow Cleave now into the Primarina, no longer resisted because it's no longer a fairy type. It's a poison type, getting a nice bit of recovery back up to about 50%.
Really brave for Joan Joan to be going for the coaching in that situation, knowing that there was haze potential on the Primarina as well. Primarina can just change things up a little bit and be able to go for maybe a Moonblast and a Dire Claw into the King Gambit and stop it from being able to act, but then you do risk the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit into the Primarina. Instead, Ibrahim might be content to use that haze in this position, maybe try to break the Focus Sash or use the broken Focus Sash on Sneasler on Joan's side of the field. There are so many Sneasler on the field right now, Charlie. And just to be able to get a little bit further forward, given that we know that Ibrahim in the back doesn't have the most potential for damage options.
Yeah, well, Magmar the Teeny's going to be joining the field. Let's hope it's not put off in the face of these scary Kingambit and Sneasler on the other side. Primarina able to stall out once more with a Protect here. Where have Joan's Pokemon targeted? It's going to be the Sucker Punch. It's going to fail because the Magmar just switched in. You've got to be ready and a damaging move for that to work. Close combat into the Magmar, taking it like an absolute champion, thanks to the Eviolite held item, boosting the defenses of a Pokemon yet to evolve.
Ibrahim has done something really nice in this situation. Being able to block the Sucker Punch by switching and protecting, and then also being able to get their redirect to the Follow Me in, but at the same time preserving the Focus Sash on the Sneasler for a little bit later on. That gives the Primarina much more room with the Follow Me ability to be able to land some damage into this now Rillaboom and King Gambit.
This Rillaboom is going to be mitigating the poison damage on the King Gambit thanks to the Grassy Terrain it's set up with its Grassy Surge ability. Follow Me, Magmar is going to steal the limelight from the Primarina, becoming the center of attention in this what was previously a one seal show, I guess you'd say, but critical hit coming out, and that's going to be the Terra option down for Joanne. That's King Gambit down and out. The Hyper Voice, of course, not very effective into the Rillaboom because of the Liquid Voice ability becoming a water type move.
And the Terra Poison is showing why it's a really good option for Primarina, where once the Rillaboom would be able to knock it out with a Wood Hammer or even a Grassy Glide, especially from this HP range, the Terra Poison is doing so much work resisting that, but also resisting the damage from Sneasler coming in as well. Even with some coaching boost, it's still going to be struggling to do damage.
It certainly will, but coaching is going to be coming out for this Rillaboom. Its drum is going to be hitting even louder. Its solo is going to be even more piercing, providing a nice little percussive accompaniment for the singing Primarina, but Overheat going to be coming out into the Rillaboom, dropping the Magmar special attack and dealing really good damage, and you want to remove that Rillaboom while you can. It's really threatening with that Assault Vest there, providing fake outs later on in the game.
Depending on how the Rillaboom and the Magmar have been trained, it could be that the Magmar is going to be outspeeding the Rillaboom and able to land an Overheat, a second Overheat into the Rillaboom. It's not able to protect itself, and that looks like a really big risk for Joan, something he might have to think about playing around, and I'm struggling at this stage to see how you actually deal with this Terra Poison Primarina if you're Joan. Do you have that last Pokemon in the back that can really deal with it, so you want to try to focus down the Magmar, maybe get a Grassy Glide and a close combat into it after the coaching boost? That could be enough to pick up the KO there on the Magmar, and then you try and deal with the Primarina a little bit later.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, Magmar is once again going to Follow Me, and Grassy Glide not going to be doing much damage into that at all, but boosted by the Grassy Terrain being a Grass-type move. Another coaching coming out onto this Rillaboom. Rillaboom realizing that it has the opportunity to get these boosts now. A lot of attack and defensive boosts, but Moonblast going to be enough just to pick up the knockout onto that Sneasler, being neutral damage into poison and fighting.
Ibrahim doing very, very well here. The Follow Me taking away the Grassy Glide there. It's looking like Rillaboom is getting further and further away from being KO'd by this Overheat, but there it is. It's the Dondozo coming into play, the last slot. And well, Charlie, yeah, if there was a Pokemon that could knock out any other Pokemon on the field, it is that Fisher Dondozo. Very unlikely to be hitting the amount of times that it needs to, but because Primarina is Terra Poison, now that opens up the Liquidation, in fact, on the Dondozo to be able to do some damage, and it doesn't have that recoil to worry about.
Yeah, it's really nice having that Liquidation there. We saw a Dondozo yesterday nearly KO itself on stream, or it did KO itself on stream thanks to all of that recoil damage from the Wave Crash, but the burn on the Dondozo is going to be mitigating its damage from physical moves, but that big boosted Wood Hammer is enough to remove the this Primarina from the field totally. So huge coaching coming out from the Sneasler on one side.
What a wood hammer. That's definitely something that you don't want to be taking every day of the week, but you can see how good that Will-O-Wisp was. The burn mitigation, the Eviolite on the Magmar, just compounding the defenses of it to be able to survive this turn. Now, even though the Rillaboom has had those boosts, it's been able to do a lot of work. We had the confirmation there, if we didn't before, that the Magmar was indeed faster than the Rillaboom. There is still the Follow Me. Sneasler has its Focus Sash intact. It does have Fake Out support available to it, but because that Rillaboom cannot protect itself, the Dire Claw is a nice, easy target to try and pick off that pesky Rillaboom.
Certainly is. Speaking of pesky, what about those status moves that could come out? Grassy Glide now with those boosts. Enough to send the Magmar back to its Pokeball, and now it's going to be the Dire Claw, Super Effects onto the Rillaboom, more than enough to claim the KO here. So it's just going to be Dondozo, Big Fish versus Sneasler against whatever Ibrahim has. Waiting in the back, but the Fisher connects onto Ibrahim Sneasler. Oh my goodness! You click it once and it connects, but the Focus Sash is going to be enough for the Sneasler to hang on. Oh my goodness!
That is one of the best item choices right there on the Sneasler. And normally it's because of big damaging attacks, not because of Fisher, but we're 1 for 1 here in this top 16 match. And looking at the Rillaboom coming out, that's the perfect Pokemon to try and target down this Dondozo. But if the combination of close combat and Wood Hammer isn't enough, I mean, technically, I guess there's a chance that you get the Fisher onto the Rillaboom somehow, and then the leftovers and the grassy terrain recovery is enough. But I mean, this is a real uphill battle for Joan.
Yeah, it is an uphill battle. I mean, where there's a Fisher, there's kind of a way, but you can't connect with 2 Pokemon at once. Joan realizing that, and so it's going to be Ibrahim beating our #1 seed, going 1 game ahead in this top 16 match in Dortmund.
Not just #1 seed overall coming into the top 16, he was #1 seed in day 1 as well. Yeah. So he has been doing so well here in Dortmund. Wow, what a match. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there with how these trainers had approached the game, but it looked like Ibrahim was kind of ahead most of the way through, just being able to, even though Joan created a big problem with that Terra Ghost King Gambit early, I think the Terra Poison on the Primarina did so much work to be able to just sort of sit there turn after turn and chip away and chip away and chip away. Even though Joan was able to get those boosts with coaching onto the Rillaboom, it just wasn't quite enough.
Interesting to note that it's Terra Fire on Joan's Dondozo there, so if he did have that up his sleeve in the later game, then that would have been great against the Rillaboom. Not so much, of course, against the Sneasler, though, which would have been neutral damage anyway. But I think you're right, it was, the King Gambit very threatened by fighting type moves, hence the Ghost type coming out, but that was the Terra option spent pretty early for Joan. And now heading into this game too, how are you going to adapt? Are you expecting your opponent to go with the same lead? Are you expecting them to switch it up?
I want to see the Dragapult here. Yeah. I want to see that coming out, even if you're not going for okay, I'm going to clarify. I want Joan to bring the Dragapult in this game and try to put pressure on it a little bit earlier that way. Where the King Gambit was under pressure, as you mentioned, in turn 1, that's why he had to spend the Terra so early against the Sneasler. The Dragapult would put some pressure on it, would break a Focus Sash. You could even go for the Phantom Force and try to chip down that Primarina a little bit more, and then just Phantom Force for the KO. And there's not too many ways that Ibrahim can punish that very quickly.
Yeah, I guess not. Well, it's time to find out what their game plan is. There it is. There's Dragapult coming out for Joan alongside Magmar. And once again, Sneasler and Primarina for Ibrahim.
And that Primarina is in a prime spot to be trying to do a little bit of damage. Of course, it's not going to take too much damage against a Magmar, but the Magmar is going to be able to redirect away the Fairy-type attacks that Dragapult really doesn't want to have to deal with. And of course, with the fact that Primarina is a fairy type, if the Dragapult does go for the Dragon Darts on this turn, they would target both into the Sneasler, picking up a one-hit knockout.
As it is, though, Sneasler just going for the Protect, as is Magmar. So Phantom Force actually coming out. Really nice play from Juan here. We'll have to see on the next turn where that Dragapult targeted, as the Primarina is left alone to go for its wonderful solo on the field. Not that it will be doing anything here, with the Magmar keeping itself safe.
We'll be appreciating it here behind the desk, won't we? But yeah, Phantom Force, a great target there. And I would be very shocked if that wasn't into the Primarina slot. So Ibrahim is going to need to kind of figure out if the Primarina is able to take that. There's no helping hand on the Magmar on Giant's side of the field, so there's no sort of extra damage that it can do, but you can just redirect away the Moonblast. Yeah, okay, you might have to take a Liquid Voice, Hyper Voice onto the Magmar, but you're kind of okay doing that.
Yeah, you are, and speaking of okay, it's just going to be the Poison coming out from Diaclaw onto the Magmar. Probably the one you want to see in this situation, but it was, in fact, the Sneasler being brought down to its Focus Sash here. So clever targeting by Juan. Sneasler hanging on with just 1 HP, but the Heat Wave going to be a double connect and enough to pick up the Sneasler.
Well, Sneasler going down there is definitely a benefit for Juan if that King Gambit is in the back. Of course, predicting that there will be the Follow Me, and Ibrahim sort of leaning into that play, going for the Hyper Voice. So Juan realizing that actually, with the Follow Me support in play, you've actually got a little bit of time. You don't have to necessarily go for the Phantom Force into the Primarina early doors. Take out some of the support, and then you can focus down the Primarina a little bit later while it's not incentivized to go for a Moonblast.
Right, exactly. And speaking of Moonblast, it's such a nice move, or such a nice pairing that Juan has to deal with, as you were saying there, Ben, because Follow Me from the Magmar, being a Fire-type Pokemon, it's not very effective, a Fairy-type move into that, whereas it's super effective onto Dragapult. So the ideal redirection here, but then, of course, you've got to face the Water-type Hyper Voice that's super effective against the Magmar.
Now Magmar coming in for Ibrahim is going to cause some other problems with that Dragapult, with the Follow Me. I think Ibrahim's leaning into this and predicting that that Dragapult is going to be leaving the field this turn. It doesn't have to deal with a Phantom Force or redirect it later, as the Rillaboom is coming in. And of course, maybe predicting that the Magmar is going to go for a Follow Me and not attacking, but it's not going for a Follow Me. A Dragapult is disappearing. Taunt coming out onto that Assault Vest. Rillaboom not going to be able to impact it whatsoever, and the Moonblast is there to finish off that Magmar. So I think all in all, that Rillaboom's pretty happy with the way that turn played out.
Now remember, that wasn't a double knockout on the field, trainers, even though we don't see any Pokemon on Juan's side. That Dragapult is just waiting in the wings, ready to strike on stage on Ibrahim's side. King Gambit will be joining the field right now. If there's one Pokemon you don't mind having taunted, it's a Pokemon holding an Assault Vest that can only go for attacking moves anyway.
And the Phantom Force is going to come back in for the Dragapult now. And again, we're going to have to see where it targeted. If it's into the Primarina, it's probably not going to be able to quite pick up the knockout here, but it's going to do significant damage. And I think with King Gambit now being revealed on Joan's side, I think he's played this really, really well, identifying the Sneasler as a big, big problem. And now using the Terra Ghost onto the King Gambit to avoid a fake out from Ibrahim. It's going to be able to act this turn.
King Gambit and Dragapult ready to celebrate Halloween. Both ghost types on the field here in Masters Top 16. Fake out, of course, not going to do anything. Being a normal type move into a ghost type. There's Sucker Punch. Good for a little bit of chip. Is it Phantom Force into Primarina? Yes, it is. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Primarina is down for Ibrahim. Just down to the Magmar and the Rillaboom.
What a choice of moves there from that King Gambit. The Sucker Punch doing that little bit of chip damage that Joan needed to be able to pick up the knockout from the Dragapult. Phantom Force landing into it, getting the KO, reducing all of the options that Ibrahim has remaining. But there is that Magmar. It's going to be coming out onto the field. Rillaboom's going to get a little bit more opportunity to do some damage, but the Dragapult, being a dragon type, is going to be resisting those grass type moves and the fire type moves of the Magmar, and it's just going to be able to keep going for Phantom Forces. It's going to be able to keep putting damage on the board. And of course, there's still one Pokemon that Joan has not yet revealed. Probably the Sneasler, if that's the case, knocking out the Magmar with a combination of Dragapult and King Gambit would give you a great opportunity to bring that Sneasler in the back and just use Dire Claw to be able to dispatch off the Rillaboom.
Masterful adaptations coming out from Joanne. I say adaptations, but this Dragapult has done one thing all game, and that is vanish, and then reappear at the appropriate moment. And the Will-O-Wisp, of course, not connecting into the King Gambit. Neither is the Woodhammer. Joanne has this luxury now to be able to play around with these protects. Of course, Woodhammer no longer resisted by the King Gambit, being a ghost type, and it's boosted by the grassy terrain to boot. This King Gambit, it can counter all it likes, but is it going to appreciate a massive hammer to this head?
It's definitely not. Now that it's lost its steel typing, that's going to be doing neutral damage, and so the King Gambit, yeah, it's going to take a bit of damage. It might get Will-O-Wisp for its troubles, but you're still not dealing with that Dragapult. That's the big thing in this end game here, that Joan has just positioned it so well, not been concerned about the Magmar going for the redirections here. And look at that damage on the Magmar, harrying the Eviolite. Magmar's doing a really good job here, getting the Will-O-Wisp onto the Dragapult, slowing it down.
Yeah, absolutely. With that Will-O-Wisp, it's now not going to be dealing quite as much time as it did before. How much is this Woodhammer going to do? Really good. It's brought down to about a third of its HP. King Gambit able to dish out a Kowtow Cleave to the Magmar. Oh, and the Eviolite is going to be enough for the Magmar to hang on. Oh, I love these fine margins, Ben.
such a fine margin, but it's definitely not going to be able to take another Phantom Force. And of course, the second effect of Phantom Force is that it does break through Protect. That's why it's one of the most powerful ghost type moves we have. Yes, you've got to wait a turn for that damage to go off, but you can be rest assured, unless a Maushold switches in, it's not going to be able to be stopped from doing a lot of damage there. And again, like I said before, if that Sneasler is in the back for Joanne, it's just a matter of time.
Well, King Gambit's going to be scouting out for this particular turn. May as well. You have the option to. And again, an unrevealed Pokemon in the back. Magmar deciding to follow me just to mitigate threats on the field. I think we all know what this Dragapult's going to do. It's saying, see ya, and it's out of here, deciding to reappear on the next turn. Rillaboom not going to be able to do anything into this protecting King Gambit.
And, yeah, I mean, we are definitely in that situation. I think Ibrahim's doing a really good job here of just taking his time and just thinking about the things that he can do coming into game 3. That's really what we're thinking about. We've been in this position long enough for the grassy terrain to expire, and that hurts the Rillaboom yet more. Just stops that damage output, stops the recovery on, well, both sides of the field, I suppose. Yeah, it's... Still, Ibrahim struggling to be able to do damage as the Magmar does indeed fall to a Phantom Force.
If you get this to an endgame where it's just a Rillaboom against a burnt Dragapult, it is holding the choice band, so it's still going to be a lot of damage, but you can see the impact of the lack of grassy terrain here. That Woodhammer is just not beefed up enough to pick up the knockout onto the King Gambit, and now with Rillaboom hanging on there, it's, you know, it's still looking very much in Joanne's favor. There's just a lot of health to work with on that Dragapult on Joanne's side. The burn is chipping away at it, though.
I do like what Joanne's doing in this situation, though. I mean, there is the temptation to play a little bit more aggressively when you know you're so far ahead and you know what the Pokemon in the back is and whether or not it can deal with the Rillaboom. But you might as well not show what that Pokemon that you brought is. It leaves your opponent guessing as to whether the Sneasler did come to the match. I mean, yeah, we can sit here and say it's probably going to be the Sneasler. It looks like that with the way that he's playing. But that doesn't mean that you have to reveal it to your opponent. And even though we've got open team sheets, there is some information on the board. There's not every last bit of information.
Yeah, I mean, if it were the Dondozo, then just like in the previous game, Rillaboom's in an incredible position. But it would be interesting to see that coming out, given that Ibrahim clearly is very happy to bring the Rillaboom into this matchup, as Joanne is just deciding how to absolutely cement the victory to take us through to a game 3. As Dragapult once more said, I'm off, actually. Do you need anything from the shops, King Gambit? Because I get a pint of milk or anything, I can provide that for you.
That sounds great, actually. Hit me up, Dragapult. I'll see you at home. I'll see you at home.
Well, Sucker Punch now into the Rillaboom, and that just in itself is going to be enough to secure the knockout. And so, trainers, we love to see it. Masters Top 16, we're going to a game 3.
Game 3, everything to play for. It comes down to this as to whether our trainers will be advancing into the top 8 here at the Dortmund Regional Championships. What a way to adjust as well. I mean, it looked like Ibrahim was just totally in control of that game Game 1 all the way through, but the total reverse was true of Game 2. With the Dragapult there, it did so much work just going for Phantom Force over and over again. Joan really did have a handle on that matchup, and the way that he targeted down the Sneasler was so good. Now looking into Game 3, Charlie, we've got some probable change-ups here for Ibrahim. Do you reckon that the Dragapult might be coming for Ibrahim this time?
Oh, now, that would be one way to step on the gas, wouldn't it? If you bring a Dragapult apiece and they threaten each other with super effective damage. Would I see the Dragapult coming out here? I mean, you've got the King Gambit there, and that's going to be resisting Ghost and Dragon-type moves. Of course, Ibrahim also has the King Gambit, so a bold choice for Joanne to bring it. But once you've got a handle on how Ibrahim plays after that Game 1, deciding that that was going to be the play to step on the gas, and given how much Phantom Force could achieve there, navigating around those protects and of course hitting through protects, really nice. I think for Ibrahim to adjust to that Dragapult, you could then bring your own King Gambit, threaten it with a Sucker Punch, but then you can have that King Gambit mirror. Neither of these King Gambits have the low kick option to be able to hit each other with super effective damage. Of course, once you Terastallize into the Ghost type, then your Dark type moves become super effective into each other. So mind games are plenty right now, but perhaps that King Gambit could come out for Ibrahim.
I think, yeah, definitely. You've got to be thinking about how you can do damage to it. I mean, I think that was Ibrahim's a little bit of a struggle with the 4 Pokemon that he brought. It really just didn't have any coverage into Dragon typing. So yeah, maybe you don't lean into the Dragon type. Maybe you lean into doing damage to the Ghost type with a King Gambit. We'll have to see. As here we are, Charlie, we're getting into Game 3.
You'd be forgiven for thinking it was the Grand Finals, trainers, but this is just the intensity we reach in Top 16. Use the hashtag PlayPokemon. Let us know how thrilled you are by this incredible action we've got going on here as Ibrahim takes on Joanne in Game 3 of Masters Top 16. It's going to be King Gambit and Sneasler for Joanne, and Primarina Sneasler once again for Ibrahim.
2 games in a row we've had King Gambit going for a Terra Ghost. Will it go for another Terra Ghost? This is one of those big decision moments in Game 3. Do you do what you've been doing all set long, or do you deviate at this point? Can Ibrahim take advantage of that? Does just a close combat into the King Gambit pick up a knockout straight away? There's no Terra.
There's no Terra, so if it's targeted down, then that would be absolutely massive. There is a Protect, though, from the King Gambit. So Joanne, once again, just scouting out, but we're going to see the fake out that was connecting down into the Sneasler on Joanne's side of the field, leaving the Primarina free to get off a Moonblast, targeting down into the Sneasler. Now, of course, if that were, to go into the King Gambit, and you were to get a cheeky special attack drop onto the King Gambit, then that would activate the Define ability, giving it a +2 to its attack. So wise targeting there from Ibrahim. And interesting to see Joanne not leading the Dragapult here that worked so well for him in Game 2. Just expecting an adjustment perhaps from Ibrahim.
The targeting of the Sneasler in that situation from Ibrahim does kind of set us up for maybe that there is that King Gambit adjustment in the back. If your opponent, if Joanne leads the Dragapult, you're still in an okay situation with Sneasler and the Primarina, but you can just switch into King Gambit and kind of react to it more after the fact than try to prepare for it straight away, and then you get to prepare for the other Pokemon as well. But there is that Terra Ghost from the King Gambit coming out in Game 3.
Really interesting. Let's hope this Terra Ghost King Gambit is the play here after losing Game 1 in the game where Joanne terrored his King Gambit before, as Primarina just scouting out. Diet Claw was connected down into Primarina. Would have been super effective. Poison into a part Fairy type Pokemon. Close combat, going to be connecting into the Sneasler, predicting perhaps the Terra Ghost coming out from Joanne's own King Gambit. And so now this Sneasler over on Ibrahim's side softened up, taking a Kowtow Cleave, not enough to bring it down to its Focus Sash. Both Sneaslers down to about 1/3 of their health.
That's a really good set of targeting there from both of these players. Most notably, we've broken the Focus Sash on both of those Sneaslers. So if it is a speed tie between the 2 Sneaslers, it's down to who goes first, and it's going to be Ibrahim's picking up the KO.
Ibrahim's Sneasler is doing the goods here, as Joanne's own is going to be returning to its Pokeball. So Ibrahim currently up in terms of Pokemon numbers advantage. Hyper Voice connecting into the King Gambit. Now remember, that counts as a water type move in this situation, being changed by the Liquid Voice ability. That's why it's connecting with the Ghost type King Gambit. Kowtow Cleave just chipping away at this Primarina that caused Joanne so many problems in Game 1 in his Dondozo. Very interesting.
Ibrahim really standing their ground and knowing that that was the key moment to go for that maybe a little bit of a risky play, but it's paid off so well. No Dire Claw coming out from Johan's Sneasler into the Primarina means that Primarina is sitting nice and healthy, and with the Dondozo coming in, I think we're playing a different game now. What happens if the Fisher starts hitting? Oh, it's got to sleep!
The Dondozo is gonna have a little nap on the field after that Dire Claw activates its sleep possibility. Goodness gracious me, the King Gambit able to do a little victory dance here and boost its attack sharply. Those sucker punches are going to be even more threatening than they were before, but at least on the very turn that you go to sleep, Dondozo being so slow, you do burn that mandatory turn of sleep, so it could just wake up on the very next turn.
Every cloud has a silver lining, Charlie. It really does in this situation. But wow, what a turn there for Ibrahim. Just close combat, getting the KO on the Sneasler. Dire Claw getting the sleep on the Dondozo. Now the King Gambit's got itself set up, but Primarina does resist those sucker punches with its fairy typing, and because of the citrus berry, if it lands in, it's not going to do too much damage. But now the Dragapult coming in.
This is so interesting coming out from Johan, just completely changing out the Pokemon he brings every single game. Dark Claw into the Dragapult. Are we going to see another cheeky stasis condition? No, we're not, but Moonblast connected down into the King Gambit would have been super effective into the Dragapult that just switched in there. So again, really interesting to have the Dragapult lurking in the back this time for Johan.
But now that Dragapult has to spend 2 turns trying to knock out that Primarina. Primarina is still in a brilliant position to be able to dispatch of that King Gambit, even though because it resists those sucker punches well. There's still 2 Pokemon in the back for Ibrahim. He's not revealed anything. Johan has had to use all of the Pokemon at his disposal to get to this stage of the game. So in terms of the resource management game, Ibrahim is definitely ahead. And those Pokemon in the back, if there's Rillaboom in the back, it's going to be able to do a lot of work against that Dondozo as well.
Yeah, even more so if the Dondozo decides to just stay in bed. But Dondozo is going to rejoin the field here. Let's see if it is going to be able to wake up on this turn. Dire Claw once more into Dragapult. The more you use it, the more you might get a stasis condition, and that's another sleep. Oh my goodness!
Done it again.
It is snooze time for Johan's team right now. As far as they're concerned, it's the middle of the night. They don't mind if they're going to take a Moonblast when they're asleep, and here it is. There's one connected down into Dondozo.
How can you sleep in a game like this? Is all to play for. Top 16 at Dortmund. Wake up!
Alarm bells are certainly ringing here, and poor Johan is just going to have to hope and pray that these Pokemon are going to be able to wake up sooner rather than later, because right now Ibrahim is running rampant, and it's just going to be the forfeit. It's going to be Ibrahim. You're going through after top 16 in Dortmund. Oh, time for us to have a nap now.
I was going to say, the floor is looking pretty good right now, Charlie. Oh, that was such an intense game. But this is, I mean, we've been talking about it quite a lot this weekend already. That is what happens when you can use Sneasler, when you can go for the Dire Claw. Yes, Ibrahim got the better end of that. He was able to capitalize on the secondary effects of Dire Claw. Yes, in another match, that wouldn't have happened. But this is Pokemon, this is the game we play, and you've got to take advantage of those things when they happen, and Ibrahim certainly did that.
I mean, you got to feel for Johan being the #1 seed today and yesterday, and then going out right now in top 16. And to be fair, he could have played it out a little bit longer, but, you know, as if the Dondozo in particular had woken up on that turn, given it had spent more time asleep than the Dragapult, then maybe something could be done there. But, yeah, Ibrahim, you know, on top of the status conditions, fundamentally, was still playing really well through that set. And, of course, Johan adapting masterfully in Game 2. But, again, it was interesting to see Johan revert back to the King Gambit coming out in the lead in Game 3, which he did in Game 1 when it didn't work out so well for him.
There's quite a lot of mind games to be played here as well. I mean, if your opponent, if Ibrahim had led a little bit more strongly for dealing with the Dragapult, maybe you don't bring Sneasler in the lead in that situation, and then the King Gambit looks really, really good. It's not particularly threatened by the Primarina because the Primarina is carrying the Citrus Berry instead of a damage boosting item. And so you can like try to get the Sword Stance up, you can try to get the King Gambit in a good position. Once it has a Sword Stance, once it's got itself boosted up, then yeah, it's looking great. I mean, you can Sucker Punch the Sneasler. The Sneasler is going to be going down to his Focus Sash, and all you need to do with the Dragapult is hit it with one Dragon Darts or a U-turn or a Phantom Force or whatever you want to go for. So I do like the way that Joanne reacted to that game 3 because there was mind games at play. But I think the story of that game 3 was that Ibrahim was like held their ground and was like, no, the King Gambit is a bit of a risk. The Dragapult's a risk as well, so I'm going to make sure I've got some sort of coverage for that as well and have a game plan in the back to be able to deal with all the scenarios. And I think, status aside, as you said, Ibrahim was playing so well up to that point. Joanne had all 4 of their Pokemon revealed by the time that Ibrahim only needed 2 Pokemon that he led with.
Yeah, really phenomenal stuff. We would take a look back. We're here in game 1. King Gambit going down early along with the Terra option for Joanne. And that Primarina was just so threatening on the field. One of maybe the MVP for Ibrahim in that set, this Terra Poison Primarina. We only saw the Terra Poison coming out from it in this game 1. Woodhammer, of course, boosted by 2 coachings coming out from the Sneasler early on in the game, enough to secure the knockout on that Terra Poison Primarina. And Sneasler ending up being the MVP for Ibrahim in game 3, but here we are in game 2 as the Heat Wave going to be enough to secure the knockout onto Sneasler being brought down to the sash. But it was, of course, the Dragapult that is still there, trainers. Don't be fooled. It's just about to strike with its Phantom Force, and there it is into the Magmar. It just had free reign to swoop around and do what it liked.
And of course, yeah, that Sucker Punch there securing the knockout on the Rillaboom in game 2. So the Joan didn't have to reveal that last Pokemon, but here it is, that second close combat that Ibrahim went for, potentially winning the speed tie. Our trainers back there will know whether it was or not. Getting that KO, putting Ibrahim in such a commanding position to be able to lock up that game, and Diaclaw just made things a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think with when you see a Sneasler in team preview, I think I want to remove that as quickly as I possibly can. But of course, you can use that to your advantage if you're running Sneasler. If you're expecting targeting down there, a well-placed protect while you attack with your other Pokemon can be absolutely huge. These are the mind games at play even when you just see something on open team sheet. You don't necessarily have to be into the game to then start making these decisions, start making these predictions. And we had the privileged position of seeing in that game 3 that for Ibrahim, it was indeed the King Gambit lurking in the back, an unrevealed Pokemon. And given that the Dragapult was lurking in the back for Joanne, really nice adaptations. So both trainers really trying to stay one step ahead in that game. As it was, unnecessary because the Sneasler was like, bedtime for you, good night.
Go back to your room.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's the nice game 3 adaptation as well. I mean, that's the danger of bringing Dragapult in this matchup where your opponent has King Gambit as well. If you get that situation where your choice band King Gambit your choice band Dragapult is in front of a King Gambit, well, King Gambit can just go for Sucker Punch, and there's not really anything that you can do about it if it's one of the last Pokemon that you have available to you, and you can't switch it on out of there to be able to deal with the Sucker Punch, make that fail. Or if you don't have the redirection, I think like not having the Magmar available to Joanne in that end game, didn't bring it in game 3, was a really big adjustment as well that Ibrahim was able to take advantage of.
Yeah, oh wow. And I mean, Magmar was there providing ample support throughout those sets rather than the Electabuzz that we've seen also commonly throughout the Dortmund stream. Interesting to note the overheat versus heat wave difference on those Magmar as well. Do you value spread damage more than just immediate quick burst damage at the cost of course, a reduced to your special attack stat? But yeah, and then the Dondozo with Fisher, which of course it connected first time it was clicked in game 1. Exactly, yeah. As far as that game is concerned, Fisher is 100% accurate. Also, you would be led to believe. So it would have been so interesting to see if that Dondozo hadn't gone to sleep, it was able to achieve more than it did in that game 1 and get more Fishers off potentially.
I like to think that Dondozo was dreaming about landing Fishers aplenty there. So it was like knockout after knockout after knockout. And we saw in Regulation Set C back last year how prevalent it is if you just get to keep using Fisher over and over again. And this wasn't the matchup for it, but Dondozo is certainly capable of it.
Yeah, it really is. And someone else who's incredibly capable, of course, is that winner from our previous game. So let's go ahead to the lounge, throw it over to Ibrahim, our winner of Masters Top 16 in Dortmund.
Thank you very much, Charlie and Ben. I am, of course, joined with our first player getting into the top 8 of the Dortmund Regional Championships. Ibrahim, how are you feeling after that set?
I'm feeling great, honestly. So So many emotions, so many struggles throughout the whole day, and I've been pushing through and winning, I guess.
Yeah, and hopefully continuing to win going into that top 8 as well.
Yeah.
The teams you both brought, they seemed to be pretty similar. Like there was a couple of differences between them. So like, what were your thoughts about how you were going to approach the matchup that is almost like a mirror match?
Yeah, the thing about mirror matches are always like, do they really have the same stakes, or is it a small difference between Dondozo or Prim? We have different water types, we have to utilize them in a different way, and that's why I brought Prim, because I felt like it made such a difference in that mirror match, as you said, and it like pulled its weight. It did a lot of damage, hyper voice spread throughout the whole board, Moonblast damage. It was a really good bring, and that's why I always like look at the differences between the team and the sets of the Pokemon.
Yeah, there were some subtle differences between them. There's, like, for example, on your opponent's team, they had the Terra Ghost on the King Gambit.
Right.
It was able to avoid your close combat of the Sneasler. It was able to avoid the fake outs of the Rillaboom as well.
Yeah.
Like, Terra Ghost is usually an uncommon Terra on King Gambit, and they went for it every game. So, what was your approach to somewhat of an uncommon Terra type on King Gambit?
So, my problem with the Terra type was, of course, the immunity to the close combat, which normally would be like 4 times effective, and I thought about like looking how easily my opponent will pull the trigger on the Terra Ghost, and I utilized it in a way so he can't use like his offensive Terras, his Telos Terra on Sneasler, his Terra Dragon on Dragapult. So I was fine with forcing him to Terra and not messing with my game plan, since Terra Ghost on the team sheet always looks scary. Don't click Fake Out in it, but if they don't and you respect it too much, you get overrun as well. So
yeah, for sure. Game 1 seemed like pretty comfortable for you, I would say, and then the Game 2 adaptation, the Dragapult seemed to put in some really good work for Jon. So your Game 3 approach, like how did you go into the Game 3 after that really strong showing from the Dragapult?
So my opponent played so well in Game 2, positioning his Dragapult with the Phantom Force turns. So I felt like, as you saw, I brought King Gambit in the back, and I felt like if I lead Sneasler and Primarina again, I force him to Terra Ghost again. So his Terra Ghost King Gambit against my King Gambit doesn't look too well, as well as Choice Band Dragapult. I can just sucker punch it. So that was my Game 3 adaptation, and Rillaboom also handled Dondozo. So that's why I focused Sneasler that hard in Game 3, since it was basically the only thing on his team that can deal with my King Gambit.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Sneasler and the absolutely broken move it would seem of Diaclaw if you're going to be able to sleep everything. Getting the sleep on the Dondozo, sleep on the Dragapult, like, yeah, that Sneasler was putting in work.
Yeah, Sneasler pulled its weight, but a fast Spore is just too good, also dealing damage. So, no, Diaclaw is such a broken move, especially if it goes too well in your favor. I really dislike RNG, especially in such an important game. But in this position, I wasn't relying on the status conditions like sleep or poison. I had my plans. What would have happened if I didn't get them, or like planning without them. And yeah, so getting the sleep on his Dondozo, I had Rillaboom in the back, I had King Gambit in the back, and could have dealt with their last 3. So I think my decision making of focusing Sneasler in Game 3 was the right one, bringing King Gambit in the back and letting King Gambit go through the rest of the team.
Yeah, it seems so, and you made it into the top 8, so your decision-making's working out so far. Speaking of the top 8, like, what do you think your chances of now you're into the quarterfinals? What are your chances of winning the whole thing?
Oh, that's the thing. I really struggle with pressure. So a lot of people at home, a lot of people that don't get into the situation of winning, playing your win it in, playing a game that really, I mean, you're playing 7 rounds, but the 8th one counts. So everything is just in one set, the pressure gets to you. And I played at Worlds this year and went 5-1, and then the pressure got to me. So the only thing I did between tournaments was dealing with myself, my mental game, and it worked out for me. So if I keep going, keep my mental game strong, I think I can go far away.
We will see. And it seemed like you had a lot of support in the crowd. We could hear them. Like when the Diaclaws were going off, we could hear the crowd.
Yeah.
So is there anyone you want to give a shout out to, maybe that's in the venue or at home?
Where should I start? So my family, my friends at home, everybody who is here today, like the German community, the whole VGC community is such a beautiful place to be in and to be part of. So especially Michael, Kelch, you all know them, Marco, Leonard, I can go the whole way, Azus, Lena, Omar, my brother, supporting me throughout the whole way. There are a lot of people I love, a lot of people that know that I love them, and I want to shout out them too, that they support me in such a beautiful way that I am allowed to play how I play.
So perfectly put, and congratulations once again for making it into the top 8, and good luck in that quarterfinal. We're going to cut to short break, and we will be back with the top 8 of the Dortmund Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
It's time to kick off our 2024 Pokémon North America International Championship.
Seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions.
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of pocket. Your NAIC 2024 champion.
There's the lightning energy. There's the drop free.
Fighting energy to the hand.
So he attaches, he retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American International Champion in the Juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Boss Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh. Neo Upper Energy on the pit shot. KO with blustery win. And Nathan Ostergaard is your North American International Champion.
We are asking for a judge shuffle, Stefan, making sure that the judge is the one that will determine the fate. The North American Championship. And there it is. The prime catcher is found, and Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew to become the North America International Champion.
Is Sandsear Storm going to be enough into this Ice Rider Calyrex? It's not. It's just 50%, so Kevin has the potential to strike back. And with his Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the Junior Division for the 2024 North America International Championship. So the Calyrex with this Astral Barrage able to move before this Urshifu is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game. Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your Senior Division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a
If you were joining us for that top 16 match just now, I really do hope you've taken that break to pick yourself up off the floor like I have. What a way to get into our top 8 here at the Dortmund Regional Championships. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here for the first time on the desk by the wonderful Lee Provost. Lee, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Ben. Enjoying the tournament so far. It's nice to be behind the desk with yourself. And yeah, I mean, as you said, what a way to kind of take us into top 8. You know, the Dire Claw showing what it's worth in that last match and really throwing Abraham into the top 8 and an incredible match altogether. The King Gambits there played a huge role in that, and I was looking through the top 16 and it seems like there is a bit of a King Gambit off. There was 8 King Gambits in that top 16. It's interesting, and it'll be interesting to see how many of those King Gambits progress into the top 8.
I mean, we saw it earlier today on the day 2 usage statistics that King Gambit was sitting at position number 2, very high usage in Dortmund, and only Rillaboom standing above it. Incineroar's gone like way down to position 5, which is one of the lowest positions that we've seen it in so far. But yeah, just showing why King Gambit is such a good Pokemon, which is really impressive, actually, given the prevalence of Sneasler as well in position 3 of our day 2 usage. So yeah, I mean, it's just so good to see that these trainers have found a way to use that Pokemon to its best potential.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think, you know, when you look at like the big threats in this format, the Dragapult in particular, that's had such a good showing this weekend, especially when it doesn't revert to that terrestrialization. It's threatened all the time by that Sucker Punch, so you have to watch out for it. There are checks, of course, but I think it's harder to take down a King Gambit most of the time than it is a Sneasler. That sounds
sort of, yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, because of the Focus Sash, usually. Well, on the Sneasler, it's like, it's fast, it's offensive, it's just a bit of a thorn in a lot of trainers' sides, isn't it?
And the one thing that you would always say, the detriment of King Gambit, is that 4 times weakness to fighting, but you can terrestrialize out of that. And you can do the same with Sneasler, but I think when you terrestrialize out of a King Gambit, you've still got those really good defensive stats kind of backing you up, whereas you don't have those defensive stats. You've got the security blanket of the Focus Sash, but the King Gambit is one of those Pokemon that is and has been performing very well over this weekend.
Yeah, it's really good to see it coming to the fore. It's been popular before as well, but I don't think to quite this extent. But let's have a look. We've got our top 16 matches all now concluded here, and we're going to be looking ahead to the top 8. So let's go down the list. So we saw Ibrahim on stream being able to claim victory over Joan Garcia. Raheem is going to be, unfortunately, not proceeding into the top 8. Davide Miraglia was able to claim victory here. Fevzi, we saw on stream a close victory against Hippolyte Ballard, 2-1 results. And Nicolo, who we saw as well on stream, a 2-0 victory versus Van Can.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the top 8 signs seem to deliver. These are our players that will be progressing further into the tournament. Some incredible accomplishments from some of these players. Well, all of our players, to be honest.
Definitely.
Not some, just all of them. But really nice to see some that we have featured this weekend progressing even further. One player that we haven't been able to feature this weekend is David Cuneta, and a player that is extremely established within the format. You know, got the titles to go next to the name. And Nicolo as well, we featured earlier on, first time in day 2, making it all the way to top cut. Got a big challenge in front of them in the next match. Fevzi, we've already featured as well. Incredible. And the big one there, Jack Clark, we had against Fevzi earlier on, played Michel Kelch in top 16 and managed with that toxicity to progress into top 8. Got a tough opponent in Matty Morgan next, but Jack on an absolute tear after that match. And I love the fact that Jack didn't let that kind of rattle his cage a little bit, and he just said, no, I'm gonna get my head down, gonna do what I know the team can do and just play my game. And exactly what Jack's done and got to this point. Massive congratulations to get to this stage, but it's not over, Ben. There is a lot more action to go, of course. This next top 8 match will be decided. It is a community choice match, and it will be decided by you fine people all watching the broadcast at home. So make sure you do hop over to twitch.tv/Pokemon and get voting there. That's where you can decide what we feature next. And I don't mind.
Yeah, there's just like it's fine, isn't it? It's
everyone's a winner.
Exactly. There can only be one winner this weekend, but certainly at home, watching along and us behind the desk, we're going to enjoy anything that these trainers can show us. I think it's going to be a really interesting top 8. There's a lot of different teams out there. There's a lot of players that we've broadcast, a lot of players that we haven't. So yeah, if we want to see some of those players that we haven't showcased as well, this is the opportunity to get them on the stream, find out what they're all about as players, find out how they're piloting their teams and how they've got here so far.
Yeah, and what's the narrative going to be when we get there? This is what makes it exciting, not just the matches, but the narrative. Is it going to be Nicolo, the first time day 2, makes it into top 8, makes it all the way to the finals and wins? Is it going to be Jack Clark with the toxicity? Is it going to be one of the already decorated players that we know, a well-known player in the community, taking it all? And you know, that's what I'm excited about. We've got it all to come, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's like you could just keep going down the list, can't you? Like, you've got Matty Morgan, one-time regional championship from Malmo in 2023. He's here trying to do it again, get that second title under his belt as well. I mean, these stories almost write themselves, don't they, Lee?
Yeah, I mean, well, sometimes they do.
Sometimes they can.
But the surprises are just as exciting as well. When you know, and no detriment to Jack, but when you see that matchup and what a tear Michelle Kelsch has been on, when you see that matchup, you think, oh, that might be just a step too far. And then you see that Jack's made it through there, and you think, wow, that's incredible. I'm happy for Jack, obviously. Congratulations to Michelle. But I'm excited to see where this adventure goes, you know. So there's those twists and turns still to come, and I'm sure we've got plenty lined up for us as well.
Absolutely. So, yeah, stay tuned, trainers. We'll be getting our top 8 set up and ready to go so that you guys can vote at home on what match that you want to see in this top 8 of Dortmund. And while we get those things set up, here we go. We're getting set up. There are your matches on the screen there. Ibrahim versus David. Fevzi versus Nicolo, Alessandro versus Nico, Matty versus Jack. Get onto twitch.tv/Pokémon and cast your vote. Which of these matches do you want to see?
Yeah, and I mean, you could decide on the player that you might be supporting, the player or the team or Pokemon that you want to see featured in the next match. There's a lot of deciding factors, of course. There, you know, like I say, we can't lose with the selection here, and we're in reliable hands. Every time we throw it out to one of these community choices, you take care of us, you treat us, and we always get an absolute banger. So no doubt that is what we're going to get next. With the array that we've got to select from, you cannot get it wrong. But which one, Ben? I'm going to put you on the spot. Let's sway the thought slightly.
Yeah, no, easy. Matty versus Jack. That's what I want to see. And yeah, I was casting in Malmo when Matty claimed his first regional title. He's a player that I've seen develop over the years, as is Jack as well. This is first time that Jack has managed to get into the top cut. Here he is in top 8. So for me, I've got a little bit of a personal stake in both of these players, and that's the match that I want to see.
That would be a nice one, I think, as well. And yeah, having the experience of playing Matty back when I used to play, dip my toe in the water, and knowing how good a player he is, it would be great to see that duel going on between him and Jack. Nico as well, you know, I think looking at that team in particular, there's a few things on there and a few builds in those Pokemon that I would like to see featured. So again, I think the Salamence in particular, really interesting Pokemon there it is the only one in this top 8. Is there any Pokemon jumping out at you that you think, wow, didn't expect that to do so well this weekend, Ben?
I'm going to ignore Jack Clark's team because Jack is using Pokemon away from the top 12 usage statistics. That's actually Whimsicott from David there actually standing out, because we haven't seen Whimsicott being used as a tailwind setter of choice. We've seen Kilowattrel this weekend, of all things, as the tailwind setter on Eva's team. But Whimsicott hasn't found as much favor in this sort of developing stage of Regulation Set H. So I'm excited to see what that can actually achieve, as well as the Flamigo. I mean, that's definitely something that we've talked about quite a lot this weekend that really does hold its own in this format.
Yeah, and every time it has appeared on the broadcast this weekend, it's done extremely well, you know. So David's team there, I really like the look of it as well. Double Dragon,
yeah,
double Ghost, double Fairy. It's feels like it's got some nice combinations between the two, and who knows what the terror types are in there to really mix things up even further. But like you say, it's going to be exciting whichever match we get into, but we are ever closer to crowning our top our champion, our Dortmund Regional Champion, the first regional champion of the season. So it's very exciting. And just heard the results are in.
Let's see.
Who and which match are we going to feature next?
All right, here we go. The choice is Fevzi once again versus Nicolo. A fantastic match to be showcasing. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Fevzi in the regional championships has managed top 8 many times before, but has not quite been able to advance to a top 4. Could this be the time that Fevzi makes it all the way?
Well, I mean, if on a reflection of the match that we featured earlier with Fevzi, and combining that with the result this weekend, getting to top 8 alone, I would say yes, he's in good form to do that, but obviously standing in their way is going to be Nicolo. And we saw how well Nicolo played earlier, how intricate the team is with those, how the Pokemon are trained, the speed stats, how important they are, and how well they utilize the Electabuzz in particular alongside that Dragapult, you know, and timing it right, adjusting in game 2s when just to mitigate the big threats. Now, there are a lot of threats on Fevzi's side of the field. Obviously, you've got the screens to consider, you've got that Arcaladon to consider as well, and then you can't ignore the Mousehold Annihilate as well, which we didn't see from Fevzi earlier on, but it is something that can cause a lot of issues. The Bishop?
King Gambit.
Evolution. Yeah, the King Gambit on Nicolo's side of the field could be quite useful in this match in a lot of respects, to being able to pressure the Sinister. It can pressure the Grimmsnarl, do decent damage to the Archaladon, but it has to be very careful around that Annihilate, especially with that Drain Punch that's there. If we do see things like Bulk Up utilized on it, with that support from the Mousehold and that redirection.
Not just that, you've got the body press on the Archaladon to be able to consider, and of course, beat up on the Mousehold. It's carrying Friend Guard as well, which, we've seen Mousehold come out in popularity. Population Bomb has been the kind of set of choice, running it fast, using Technician. That's what Nicholas used it to win the Baltimore Regional Championships. But Fevzi showing that it's not just that set that's going to be viable in Regulation Set H, and choosing to compose his team in such a way that all eyes are on the Archaladon, all eyes are on the Annihilate in his team, to be able to set it up, protect it properly, and be able to use those Pokemon to form the win conditions. And especially with the amount that they can boost up in combination with the stamina and the body press from the Archaladon, the Electroshock as well. Then you've got the Annihilate with the Rage Fist that you can power up with a Bulk Up as well. It's almost like types don't matter at that stage.
Well, and it's like, you know, with those teams as well, it's almost like you're getting punished for attacking into those Pokemon. If you can't knock them out, then it gets even worse, doesn't it?
It does. And that's the really difficult thing. You want to target it down. You want to pick up the one-hit knockouts. But there's Light Screen and Reflect for the Grimmsnarl. Even if you do a bit of damage, there's the Hospitality Recovery and the Life Dew on Sinister. There's just so many tools that Fevzi has been able to utilize this weekend to such great effect. That doesn't mean that Nicolo is not going to be able to overcome them. I'm sure he's sitting there thinking like, hey, I know what Fevzi's been using. I've kind of heard what maybe some of his opponents have been experiencing against it. Of course, we've played 11 rounds of Swiss. We've played a top 32 round. We played a top 16 round to get to here in the top 8. There's a lot more information out there than there was when we started this tournament yesterday morning. So, yeah, Nicolo, I think I wouldn't be surprised if Nicolo came with a pretty solid game plan here.
And I think as well, because of the 11 rounds that we've already played, you've probably already bumped into a similar team to this at some stage throughout the tournament. At least I'd be very surprised if you didn't. So maybe even bumping in, because there is a number of trainers running a very similar team to what Fevzi is running. So if you've run into any of those opponents throughout the tournament, you've already got that experience under your belt. But even surmising a game plan, I'm sure it's something that you've done against this collection of 6 Pokemon. It just comes down to how well you can execute it and how Fevzi can maybe overcome some of the threats from the opposite side of the field, and how you know, Fevzi's obviously going to have prepared against this sort of team that Nicolo's got.
Right.
How does Fevzi deal with the redirection from that side? The Electro Web that would normally be quite useful in this match, it's going to be a bit of a detriment. You're probably not going to see it used so much in this one because the Electro Web, if it goes into the Annihilate, you're activating the Defiant. You kind of want to avoid that.
Yeah.
If you're setting up your King Gambit for an end situation, utilizing the Sword Stance that you've got on the King Gambit, which could give you the power boost that you need, then you've got to be careful around hitting into the Arcaladon, not to activate that stamina to make things more difficult for you. So there's a lot of things that you think when you look at Fevzi's team that you think, that might be a bit difficult, as good as the redirection, as good as that taunt would be in a lot of situations.
Yeah, it's that's what's so tough, but I think there is some routes there to victory. Of course, it will depend on the terror choices that these two trainers are going for as well. I mean, if you look at the Archaladon, it's probably going to be knocked out by a Sneasler's close combat, or at least getting close. And I wonder if part of the game plan is Nicolo's going to have to find a way to either pick off all the support pieces before targeting into those big threats, maybe leave the Electro Web at home for risk of activating those abilities, Stamina and Defiant, but then finding a way to isolate the Archaladon, isolate the Annihilate, depending on which route that Fevzi is going down, and then to be able to pick it off at the end rather than trying to sort of pile into it at the start and then having Sinister come back in and heal it up with Hospitality.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue. It's good that you mentioned the Sneasler, because I think when we had Fevzi on stream earlier against Jack, the problem is Jack did have that offensive fighting type attack that he could utilize into that to damage it for good damage, but it took turns to set up, right? Yes. And the nice thing about Sneasler is it got that immediate damage with the close combat that can put a lot of pressure onto it, and it was one of the things we outlined to say that maybe that would change up the adaptation of how Fevzi does play the team. But we're going to take a quick view of the accomplishments here. We'll start with Fevzi, and you can see the most recent accomplishment was the top 8 in the Dortmund Regional Championships this time last year. Not this time last year, but in the Dortmund Regionals last year. And then obviously the Players' Cup accomplishments, top 4 there, Malmo Regional top 8, and a German national top 16 back in 2016.
Nicolo going to be adding this to their list of accomplishments this weekend. As you said, Lee, first time getting into day 2, so an achievement in itself. Let's see again that team that Fevzi has been running: Sinister, Grimsnarl, Pelipper, Archaladon, Mousehold, and Annihilate.
Yeah, we've been talking about it in the lead up to this match. We get a quick refresher here, but there are a lot of tools in the team. I think even the Pelipper, when you look at it, if you can utilize that to bring the rain, that supports that Archaladon with the Electro Shot. And once you do start utilizing that move, getting some of those special attack boosts under your belt, you've got the body press. If you get the stamina boost, can become a big threat very quickly, but you can't ignore the other threats as well. You know, you've got the Annihilate, another big threat, especially if it is supported by the screens that you're going to get from the Grimsnarl with that light screen, with that reflect, and the light clear there, extending the longevity of those on the field. So it's not like you can just wait 5 turns, you've got to wait 8. And do you have enough time around that big threatening powerhouses on that side of the field?
Rillaboom, Dragapult, Primarina, Sneasler, Electabuzz, and King Gambit, the Pokemon of choice again for Nicolo here. Rillaboom just going for that tried and tested set with the Assault Vest, the U-turn, making sure it can pivot around, supporting its team with the grassy terrain. Choice Band Dragapult has been doing fantastically all weekend. Terra Dragon, Choice Band, Clear Body Dragon Darts, and Outrage is doing massive damage. You've got Primarina being able to haze away some boosts. Maybe that's something that's going to be important in this matchup, but also set itself up using Hyper Voice with the Throat Spray. Of course, the Sneasler, Terra Stella, Protect, Fake Out, Diaclaw, and Close Combat just doing some damage, but Poison Touch rather than Unburden. So isn't trying to go first, isn't trying to go fast, just trying to put some nice, consistent damage on the board.
Yeah, and I think that Primarina on on that side from Nicolo is the most important thing when you look at Fevzi's side of the field. I think if that is the choice of terrestrialization there, then you really struggle to deal with it effectively, because then it's immediately going to have that any weaknesses from those electric type attacks taken away. You're going to have the fighting type attacks that could come out into that slot. If there is another choice of terrestrialization, of course, that's resisted. So if you're left kind of with something like Annihilate there, then you're having to rely on the Rage Fist. But if you can't terrestrialize your Annihilate, then you are going to be hit for super effective damage from the Moonblast. Of course, you've already said as well that there is the Haze there to undo any of those boosts that the Electroshock can rack up. And you've got a nice support option as well with that Electabuzz. If you do see that the route that Fevzi does go down, where you can redirect those electro shots into the Electabuzz, because they're going to be able to kind of resist those, take those pretty comfortably, and allow the Primarina the room to kind of function. The same could be said between the Primarina and the King Gambit, where you can go down the line of maybe setting up the King Gambit to get that Swords Dance. I think that's quite important in this match, to allow the Sucker Punch, to allow that Kowtow Cleave, especially if the terrestrialization's there, to do the damage that is going to be required.
The one thing I like about the Electabuzz in this situation for Nicolo is that you can redirect a beat up from Mousehold and stop Fevzi automatically being able to boost up his Pokemon, the Archaludon and the Annihilate. Now, even if Nicolo is able to take away those boosts from Haze, it is worth also mentioning that Rage Fist boosts, power boosts that come out from the Annihilate being hit time and time again do not go away. They don't get treated like a stat boost. So that could be something that both of these trainers have to consider if the Annihilate does take chip damage over and over again.
Well, chip damage is one thing, but we're into it. Here's top 8 at the Dortmund Regional Championships. We are kicking off with the Fevzi side of the field, the Mousehold and Annihilate, and on Nicolo's side of the field, we are going to see the Electabuzz and that Primarina.
And you can see straight away that Follow Me is really going to be impactful in this position. You definitely don't want to allow the Mousehold to go for a beat up and then start boosting up that Annihilate's Rage Fist damage. But the Mousehold does have a good tool in Haze that it can go for. Stop the Electabuzz going for a Follow Me later and then be able to set that up. It does, though, depend on the training, because the Electabuzz also has a taunt available to it. And if this Mousehold is a little bit slower, a little bit more supportive, then maybe the Electabuzz has the opportunity to outspeed it.
Well, we're soon going to find out as we kick off this battle with the first terrestrialization, and because of the threat from the Primarina, the Annihilate is deciding to go into a pure water type here, just to take that weakness away, give it a little bit of a breathing space on the field, as we are just going to see a protect from the Electabuzz this turn, not wanting to take any risk of getting taunt here or any damage, either that taunt from the Mousehold into that slot, trying to prevent that Follow Me in subsequent turns, and the Primarina left alone. But before we get to the Primarina, we've got to get that bulk up going on the Annihilate, boosting that attack and the defense by one stage, getting even more threatening as we go forward, and followed up with a Hyper Voice doing nice damage to the Mousehold, and because of the terrestrialization, the resistance there, not doing too much to that Annihilate.
With the Annihilate at such good health and recovering it through its leftovers as well, you're not even going to be worried if you're Fevzi about the extra damage now that the Electro Web is going to be able to do to the Annihilate. And there's a decision to be made as well for Nicolo here. Do you have to feel like you have to go for the Electro Web, activate that Defiant, just so that that Annihilate is just that little bit slower, and maybe you can get some extra attacks into it? Maybe if you're able to go for an Electro Web before the Annihilate is going to act, then you could haze away the Defiant boosts that the Electro Web has. You kind of end up in the same place, but at least the Annihilate doesn't have that bulk up boost anymore.
No, but we are going to see the Mousehold just protect itself. Doesn't want to go down just yet. That protection coming out this turn, as that Follow Me is chosen from the Electabuzz. It's going to draw all attacks into that side of the field, protecting the Primarina, and coming out is a Rage Fist. It has got the one boost already from that Hyper Voice, doing some pretty respectable damage after the bulk up, followed up by another Hyper Voice, trying to get and pick off that Mousehold. But Fevzi taking full advantage here, Ben, taking advantage because the resist on the Hyper Voice now, it is a water type move because of the Liquid Voice ability, of course, and it is activating the Rage Fist, boosting it up all the time at getting those moves, and Fevzi quite happy to let it sit there and take those Hyper Voice for the majority of the time. the Electabuzz now is going to be threatened by a knockout, and the Primarina are going to take a lot of damage if a Rage Fist is targeted into that side of the field.
Definitely, it's something that you've got to be really scared of. Of course, Throat Spray is activated on Nicolo's Primarina, so the second Hyper Voice would probably be enough to knock out that mouse hold there, but Fevsy protecting it so well. The Sinister switching in and getting that Hospitality boost. It's another redirect for the Electabuzz. This Rage Fist is boosted up yet further. It's going to be able to pick up the KO here, knock out the Electabuzz, and knock out any form of redirection that Nicolo has available to them. Another Hyper Voice targeting down into the Annihilate and the Sinister. But this Annihilate, with a Hospitality boost, with those leftovers acting every single turn, it is just sitting there so happy to be there.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think you really need to stop pressuring it right off the bat now, and one answer to that is the Dragapult that we are seeing hitting the field now for Nicolo, and it does have that choice band. It does have the ability to go for those Dragon Darts as well. They potentially could do good damage, but with the bulk up already under its belt, it is going to be taking less damage because of that defensive boost. You're not really going to get as much out of the Dragapult as you would have normally.
Well, the Primarina is going to be getting on out of there, fearing that the Annihilate is going to be targeting into that slot. Coming in favor is the Sneasler, trying to get some fake-out pressure on the board. Now that the Annihilate is a Terra Water, it's going to be susceptible to that. You do boost up Rage Fist, but I think I prefer to boost up Rage Fist one more time in this situation rather than get hit by it instead. So the Dragapult responding with a Terra and getting that Terra Dragon going, getting some extra damage on the board here with these Dragon Darts. Both of them going to land into the Sinister and be able to not even pick up the KO, even with that Terra, especially since it gets some HP recovery with the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, you know, when your Dragon Darts are going into one target opposed to spread across two, you think it's probably going to get the knockout. Here's that Rage Fist you were talking about, Ben, into the Sneasler, just saved by its Focus Sash item, so it is going to be able to stick around on the field, pressure that Sinister the next turn, and like you already quite rightly mentioned, the Fake Out, which can now come in to the Water type Annihilate.
Yeah, no, Sinister's definitely not going to be able to hang on with another Dragon Dart. Now I was thinking, hey, with the Citrus Berry, is it going to be enough? But no, definitely not. So the Rage Powder can come out here, and we saw the mechanic earlier. If you do go for a Follow Me and the first Dragon Dart knocks out the Sinister, the second does target into that empty slot and doesn't target down the Annihilate. So there's a couple of ways to sort of protect your Annihilate in this situation, but of course you do have the ability to go for redirection with the Mouse Hold in the back. You've got the Friend Guard there available. No Fake Out coming out from this Sinister, just another Rage Powder.
We are going to see the Dragon Darts powered up, boosted by that Terrestrialization, and the first one is enough to take down that Sinister. The second one will be interesting to see how much it does to this Annihilate, but because of the Rage Powder there, like you mentioned, that mechanic really key in protecting it. Just a Dire Claw. Can it get a secondary effect? It gets the paralysis, which is very big. And it
doesn't move!
It's paralyzed. It can't attack this turn. The Dire Claw coming in so clutch once again.
Oh, you definitely. That's the other way to fake out your opponent there. Just go for the Dire Claw, get the sleep, get the paralysis, and have it act in that way. Yeah, it gives Nicolo a little bit more breathing room, but it's still an uphill battle here. I mean, you've got the ability to go for Dragon Darts now. It's probably going to be enough to knock out the Mouse Hold. We get the benefit of seeing the Archaludon in the back here, but being part steel, it's not going to be weak to the Dragon Dart, so you do have an opportunity for the stamina to get activated on the Archaludon and get that set up as well.
But with the Follow Me here, you've got one more opportunity to fully protect that Annihilate, at least from the Dragon Darts. The Dragon Darts will come out from the Mouse Hold, probably pick it up in one shot, but that second one, like we just saw with that mechanic, it will be pulled into that side, so the Annihilate safe, at least this turn. Has the Sneasler got enough in the tank to be able to get the Annihilate? And can the Annihilate break through this paralysis and attack this turn? Because you've got to think, if it lands one Rage Fist into either of these these targets on Nicolo's side of the field, it is going to be picking up a key knockout.
Well, it's going to be the first Dragon Dart and potentially the second that will be able to pick up the knockout. Yeah, only one Dragon Dart required. One Dreepy can have a little bit of time off this time round, and a close combat coming from the Sneasler into the Annihilate. It's not enough to pick up the KO here. Will the Annihilate be able to act in this situation? It will. Rage Fist coming out into Nicolo's side, gonna be able to knock out that Dragon Bolt in one critical hit to boot, but let me tell you, traders, it didn't need it one bit, and it's now going to be the Sneasler and Primarina versus Annihilate and that Archaladon in the back.
Yeah, the Sneasler's in a great position now to just get rid of that Annihilate the next turn, but you kind of want to target the close combat into that Archaladon, because if you can get the big damage into that, that's probably more important, and then you can use the Primarina to maybe Moonblast into the Annihilate. And the alleviation that you've got here from the Archaladon is the Electroshock doesn't have the range, so it is going to have to be a 2-turn move, so you can at least be safe in knowing that you're not going to get hit by an electric type attack this turn.
This is where the paralysis really comes into play. The Annihilate is most likely going to be slower than the Primarina, so you do have the opportunity to just go straight for that close combat into the Archaladon. I think wisely the Annihilate there protecting itself from an attack from that Primarina, but it's a one-hit knockout. It's enough to pick up the KO onto that Archaladon. It's only Annihilate against Primarina and Sneasler. The Annihilate's paralyzed. It's not going to be able to move very quickly and will be susceptible to the close combat, to the Moonblast that Nicolo has managed to pull out of his hat right here.
Yeah, what a swing in momentum here for Nicolo with that Dire Claw, and how impactful that was. We do see Fevzi lock in the forfeit here, and Nicolo going to take game one. Dire Claw coming in clutch in that game, Ben.
So clutch in that game, and you know just exactly why trainers are opting for it as the secondary move. I mean, it does lots of damage. It is able to pick up lots of KOs, but in a pinch, that's exactly what you need to be able to do. And if that paralysis hadn't come out, it's a bit unfortunate for Fevzi, because if that paralysis hadn't come out, if the Annihilate wasn't fully paralyzed, there'd be one less Pokemon that Nicolo had at their disposal. But as it turns out, it was all about that Dire Claw activation to be able to, and then to be able to capitalize on that afterwards, get yourself into a good position, get enough damage onto the Annihilate, and preserve your Primarina for the end game.
Yeah, it was really smart preserving the Primarina, I think, because in particular for that end game. But not only that, showing the worth of the Sneasler as well. I mean, where the Rage Fist was being targeted in the turn where it was paralyzed is really key there. We know that Dragapult was the target the turn after, but was that because the Sneasler has access to protect and you don't want to risk it that next turn?
Yes.
And you want to make sure that you are getting a knockout. And in fact, that turn that it was paralyzed, you're going after the Sneasler because you know in the back that you've got that Archaladon, and when it comes in, it is going to be threatened by that Pokemon. And that's where the real crux of it falls, and how important and how, you know, these little things like the secondary effects on a move like Dire Claw might not be the most powerful attack in the world, but it is so impactful when it activates.
Definitely, and that Sneasler is definitely going to be something that Fevzi needs to pay attention to. I mean, the Sneasler switching in and going straight down to the Focus Sash was fantastic for Fevzi. If he's able to do that again, maybe just be able to break it down with his Pokemon a little bit better, maybe he'll have the Archaladon in a better spot. And that's what I'm kind of thinking of for coming into game two, whether or not that Archaladon needs to be the Pokemon that's led, and keep Annihilate in the back that's a little bit less susceptible to something like a Sneasler close combat.
Yeah, and I think that's not a bad idea or approach to it, because I think with the support options that you're bringing with these two big powerhouses, they were cut down as soon as that Dragapult came in. So removing the Dragapult early on, and maybe that is an easier job for the Archaladon to do than the Annihilate in this situation. But here we are, we're getting into game two. Nicolo leading off with the Primarina, the Electabuzz, and Fevzi leading again with the Annihilate and the Mousehold.
do you make the call here that there isn't a follow me and maybe there's a taunt coming out from the Electabuzz here? Try to get that beat up going onto the Annihilate, try to knock out that Primarina before it even gets a chance to get started. I wonder, it's a big swing, but maybe these are the swings that you've got to make when you're in the top 8 and you're 1 game down.
If you can get the beat up off onto the Annihilate, I mean, it becomes an immediate threat where it is just going to be knocking things out with that Rage Fist, even without the bulk up that it had from that first game. Or do you prioritize getting the bulk up off, repeating kind of a similar vein of what you did last time? We are going to start off with a terastallization here once again onto the Annihilate, going into that Terra water type, and it will have the resistance to those Hyper Voices, which if they do come out, we know are going to boost that Rage Fist.
And boost the Primarina as well with its Throat Spray, but it is just a follow me coming out from the Electabuzz. Nicolo playing that safe. No protect on turn 1 this time, and falling foul of the taunt from that Mousehold. A bulk up coming out from the Annihilate as well. So next turn, there is no follow me support whatsoever. Primarina's Hyper Voice, we know it from game 1, not going to be able to pick up a knockout onto that Mousehold, and the Mousehold is in the perfect spot to just start boosting up that Annihilate.
Yeah, and this is the problem now, where the beat up can come out and you can quite easily remove either one of these targets. We know with the taunt onto the Electabuzz, Fevzi's kind of pinned Nicolo into a position where whatever you do this next turn, you switch something in, it's going to take a lot of damage. And here we go, there's 1 beat up. Every member of Fevzi's team still active, so it will be 4 hits. There's number 3, and we'll round it off with a cheeky number 4. Rage Fist will be nearly fully powered up. It has been boosted 5 times, coming out from this bulk-up boosted Annihilate into the Primarina, making easy work of that really awkward Pokemon from game 1.
1 hit knockout very, very easily. And of course, because of the taunt, the Electabuzz is having to go for an Electro Wave. We talked about this already. It may be super effective against the Annihilate, but with the Friend Guard, just making sure that it's not taking too much damage, as well as getting that Defiant boost up. It almost doesn't matter at this stage that the Annihilate is going a little bit slower when you've got so much boosts to your Rage Fist, but also, if that wasn't enough, you've got 2 stages of increased attack now.
Yeah, and you're on +3 at the moment. If you are Annihilate and you've got those already boosted Rage Fists, boosted 5 times already, and then the +3 on top of it.
Now 6.
Oh, 6 times.
Yeah,
because
6.
of the Electro Web.
Yeah.
The drop in speed's a little bit of a detriment. Of course, I think the biggest problem for Nicolo now is making sure to get rid of that Mousehold as quick as possible. Now, you've got a good Pokemon to come in with the Sneasler, of course, to do that, but you need to act fast, and we are just going to see this turn play out with a Protect from the Annihilate, the Diaclaw going into that. What is this Mousehold going to decide to do? Is it going to maybe break a sash on the Sneasler with the beat-up, make some utility out of that, as we do see an Electro Web now fired off from the Electabuzz. That's going to lower the speed on the Mousehold, but unfortunately does miss, and a beat-up is exactly what we see to the Sneasler, making it easier to deal with later on in this match. More importantly, not doing the damage, but breaking that Focus Sash.
It doesn't matter that this beat-up really doesn't do any damage into the Sneasler. Just 1 hit point is all you need in this scenario, and the Electabuzz is still taunted. It cannot follow me, redirect away from the Sneasler. Sneasler can go for a Protect in this situation. I think that would be wise for Nicolo to be considering, just to be able to try and get it to go for the close combat, or even are we in the situation where Diaclaw again is the out here for Nicolo?
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out as the Follow Me comes out from this Mousehold. It's done its job and ready to take a Diaclaw. It takes it pretty well, but it goes down, unfortunately. So, Nicolo taking a little bit of a clawback, but the Annihilate in a position now where it can just fire off. Oh,
it avoids.
But the Rage Fist coming out now in return. Going to be into the Electabuzz here and picking up a clean knockout with all of those boosts that it's had up to this point in the battle, leaving Nicolo with the Sneasler, broken Focus Sash, and 1 remaining Pokemon in the back.
And that 1 remaining Pokemon, you'd probably think that it was going to be Dragapult in this situation. It did quite a lot of damage in game 1, and you do need that damage on the board. Fevzi has such a defensively orientated team that Nicolo has to find a way to out-damage it almost and try to pick off the Pokemon. Well, it's not picking off the Pokemon anymore. It's really just trying to get as much damage as possible in there. Of course, we can see the Sinister in the back as well, like it was in Game 1, coming in, healing up that Annihilate to pretty much full HP, if not to full, and being able to act as a secondary redirector. Dragapult coming in. We know that one Dragon Dart isn't enough to be able to knock out this Sinister in one, so it's going to be able to redirect at least 2 attacks coming out from Nicolo's side of the field, and that Dragapult is locked in. It cannot protect itself. It has a choice band. It cannot switch anymore because Fevzi has taken 2 knockouts, and it looks like we are going towards a Game 3 here.
It does look like it. Not over yet, of course, but the Sneasler in a real precarious position now. Its sash has been broken. The Annihilate can easily pick it off, and like you say, with that redirection from the Sinister, it can just pull in any attacks. It's going to be able to, like you say, take the Dragon Darts if we do see the Terastallization, which it looks like we will do from the Dragon, the Dragapult, and that will be redirected into that slot. It will activate the Citrus Berry along the way, but the Sneasler doesn't have enough to take it down. Even if it does, something on Nicolo's side will be going down, and I would say maybe likely even the Dragapult this time around.
I think the Dragapult would be the clever choice here to be able to knock out, but it's an Outrage, not a Dragon Dart. It's more powerful. It's boosted by the Terror. It's not enough for the one-hit KO there. Sinister activating its Citrus Berry. Oh, that was a big hit. Now I'm going to have to recover some health, but the Dire Claw is going to be enough to pick up that secondary knockout, and Annihilate now gets its pick of targets, and it is, as you mentioned, Lee, going to be targeting into that Dragapult.
Yeah, removing that big threat because the Terastallization likely on there. You know, the Sneasler probably feels like it doesn't really have a way to get rid of the Annihilate, but now Fevzi with the Pelipper to bring in, it is going to pressure with those Hurricanes, with that Weather Ball and the rain alongside it. The Annihilate bulked up, ready to go and close this, taking us into a Game 3.
Like the adaptation here from Fevzi, actually leaving the Archaladon at home and saying, well, okay, if I'm going to play the Annihilate game, if I'm going to go through this and try to knock out my opponent's Pokemon, and something goes a little bit wrong like it did in Game 1, actually the Pokemon that I want to be coming out last to be able to deal with a Pokemon like Sneasler is a Pokemon that resists close combat, not one that's weak to it.
Yeah, exactly that. The Dire Claw coming out into the Pelipper. No secondary effect there, and the Hurricane going to be enough, more than enough, with that Life Ball boosting it to pick up a knockout onto the Sneasler, tying this setup. Fevzi taking this game. We're going to a Game 3.
We absolutely are here. We are on the edge of our metaphorical seats here behind the desk in Dortmund. These trainers are looking focused. Fevzi is no stranger to being in this position. Nicolo may be feeling a little bit of pressure right now, but he is playing very, very well nonetheless. Going back to that Game 1, he was able to find a way through. Fevzi's team is so difficult to deal with, but he found a way to make it work. And now going into Game 3, we've seen quite a lot of the options that both of these trainers have available to them. Lee, what are you thinking as an adjustment for Nicolo? How do you break through Fevzi's team?
I think, you've got to expect Fevzi to probably lead the Annihilate in the Mousehold again. I do like the idea of the Dragapult as a lead rather than anything else, and then immediately go for that Terastallization, lock into Dragon Darts, and then maybe supplement it with something like the Primarina. I just don't feel like the Electabuzz is working. The only thing that the Electabuzz does is the fact that it allows you to distract the Mousehold a turn. It means that the beat up isn't so easy, right? Because it has to taunt you turn 1, and having its presence there, but outside of that, it's not really providing much value, in my opinion. And if you can, with the Dragapult, if you can get rid of that Mousehold early on, easier said than done. Or you go with something that faster mode that Nicolo's been keeping in the back. You go the Sneasler, you go the Dragapult, I think, and that gives you the pressure to get rid of the Mousehold. I think the Mousehold is the key to enabling the Annihilate, and if you can prevent that, it makes the Annihilate a lot easier to deal with going forward.
I really like that way of thinking about it. Let's see if Nicolo is thinking along the same lines coming into Game 3. I keep wondering about that Rillaboom. I keep kind of looking at it. I'm not sure it's going to be coming to this matchup. It does struggle quite a lot into some of the other Pokemon as well, but a Terra Water Annihilate, a Wood Hammer would be quite nice in that situation.
Yeah, it really would, wouldn't it? You think if you can force that terrestrialization with maybe the Primarina and that Electabuzz lead, and you've got the Rillaboom in the back, it makes it a lot better, doesn't it? But we are getting into it. Here we go, Game 3. We are seeing Fevzi stick to the same lead, the Annihilape and Maushold, and Niccolo going with the Sneasler and that Dragapult.
Close combat and the Dragon Darts both threatening KOs here on the Maushold. So yeah, really, like as you were saying, Lee, dealing with the Maushold early is really a key for Niccolo to be able to come back after losing game number 2, and he's definitely put all of the pieces on the field to be able to achieve that. Of course, if a Dragon Darts does go into the Maushold and knock it out, then you do get the opportunity to go for a Dire Claw into the Annihilate in this spot, and so that really could open the door. Multiple Dire Claws gives you multiple opportunities to slow that Annihilate down a little bit more.
Well, here we go, trainers. We're going to see the first terrestrialization of this Game 3. It is going to be that Dragapult from Niccolo's side of the field. It is going to boost those Dragon-type attacks. But Fevzi just wanted to scout things out, protecting both the Maushold and that Annihilate just to see what this Dragapult has locked into. Of course, that choice band meaning that it will have to choose that Dragon Darts from here on out until it switches, and the Dire Claw following up from that Sneasler.
Well, it's a good double protect there because you definitely want to know what that Dragapult is going to be doing in this situation, so you can react as best you can to the scenario. I'm not sure there's any Pokemon that wants to switch into the combination of that attacks. Yes, you could maybe try to switch in the Archaludon if Fevzi has brought it to this match, but it's still going to be taking a lot of damage for its troubles.
But there is one thing that Fevzi could do, and that is the Fairy Terrestrialization on the Maushold. If you transform into that Terra type and you follow me, the Dragon Darts would be not effective into that slot, of course.
No, but then that
smart targeting.
Smart targeting then would go, oh, but not if the follow me comes out. The smart targeting kind of gets defeated by the follow me from the Maushold. Like, and here we go. Here it is. The Terra Fairy, the Maushold with the heart above their head coming out here. Fevzi reacting to that situation perfectly, and follow me coming out to negate any damage from that Dragon Darts.
Well, we are going to see the Dragon Darts here. No Terra Boost because it's not going to have any effect. The Dire Claw, though, super effective into the Maushold.
It's a one-hit KO.
And it is a one-hit KO.
Into the Maushold. The Maushold is knocked out for the count. Now the Annihilate cannot go for its Terra Water. It's going to stay Ghost Fighting for the rest of the game. Yes, it's going to be able to get a bulk up. Yes, it's going to be able to start setting its way to a path here to do a lot of damage. But Fevzi, I think for the first time this set is on the back foot.
Yeah, I really like the adjustment from Niccolo here, and getting rid and covering that potential terrestrialization with the Sneasler is so good, and why this pairing are so overwhelming when led like this. The thing is now as well, I like with this lead is the Annihilape hasn't had any of those Rage Fist boosts that the Primarina was kind of giving it for free in those first 2 games. You've avoided that. Yes, it's got a bulk up. Yes, it can take attacks a little bit better. You do have redirection, of course, now. But the Sinistcha with the combination of a Dragon Dart isn't going to be able to take a Dire Claw from it. The Annihilape is sitting pretty safe at least this turn, but the Sneasler still got its Focus Sash intact.
It has. We see a Rage Powder coming out from the Sinistcha. We've seen this previously. It can take a Outrage, which also means it should be able to take a Dragon Darts unless one of them has a critical hit. Here's the first one. The second one going into the Sinistcha. Just 34 hit points remaining, but a few more than that after it munches on its Citrus Berry, restoring a little bit of health, but probably not enough to be able to take an attack from the Dire Claw, which is going absolutely crazy this game, going for that critical hit and picking up the knockout.
And another bulk up here from the Annihilape, just wanting to bolster those defenses a step further. +2 in the attack and its defense. Is it going to be enough to take what this Dragapult and the Sneasler are throwing out? The remaining last Pokemon on Fevzi's side of the field is that Pelipper. We know it's an offensive threat. It brings the rain Drain. It's got the Life Orb. Has it got enough to be able to take a Dragon Dart from this Dragapult? There's no redirection now. The Dragapult able to fire that off into both targets. The Sneasler enabled with the Dire Claw. Can that play a role? We are going to see how this game is going to play out. It all comes down to this next turn. The bulk ups are set up on the Annihilate, and it's ready to go.
That Annihilate is absolutely out there to do as much damage as possible, but the full complement of Nicolo's team is ready to take those attacks. Pelipper just going for the protect, making sure that it's not going to be taking any damage this turn, setting itself up for the Annihilate to boost up its Rage Fists from the 2 hits that the Dragon Darts takes, but this Dire Claw is not going to be enough, especially since it's targeting into the protect. The Annihilate now will be able to go for a Rage Fist, will be able to target down into that Dragapult, will be able to pick up that 1-hit knockout and secure the first knockout for Fevzi in this game 3.
Yeah, getting rid of the Dragapult, a huge step forward in taking this game for Fevzi. There's still a lot to do there. The bulk ups, you can see how valuable they were in being able to take that banded Dragon Darts there, just about 50% health. Now the Electabuzz that was so relied on in those first 2 games as a lead for Nikolai comes in as one of the supporting members here, and actually in this situation not too bad either, because it's got that Electro Web that it can fire on, do super effective damage to the Pelipper, but can also slow down in that Annihilate as well, although if you do go for that, you run the risk of activating that Defiant ability, which you kind of want to avoid. But the Sneasler in a position now where it can potentially double up into the Pelipper because it just protected that last turn, and with the Electro Web and the Dire Claw into that slot, you can remove it, leaving just the Annihilate there. Dire Claw coming out, critical hit, big.
Oh, and the Annihilate is outspeeding the Electabuzz in this spot. Goes for a Rage Fist, hanging on just a little bit, and the Electro Web goes off. Pelipper is going down. The Annihilate is going to get a speed reduction here. It's going to be going slower. If the Primarina for Nicolo is in the back, maybe it's going to be outspeeding this Annihilate. Annihilate's going to have to be able to take another Electro Web because now it's got a reduced amount of speed. The Sneasler still has his Focus Sash intact. It doesn't matter how many stages of increased attack that Annihilate has, and the Electro Web could be knocked over by a stiff breeze at this point with the amount of hit points remaining on it.
That survival from the Electabuzz was incredible. You expect it to go down. The Annihilate outspeeding it, you think, oh, this is not going Nicolo's way, but the survival huge, allowing the double up into the Pelipper and taking it down, removing that threat. The protect coming out from the Annihilate, a smart play because it allows one more tick over of the leftovers here. But can you get through this with Annihilate, or are you going to face down against this Electabuzz, the Electro Web, the Dire Claw?
And whatever is in the back for Nicolo as well. There is still one unrevealed Pokemon. We have our suspicions on what that may be, and I think I like what I see here. Fevzi's adjustment to going for a Drain Punch and trying to recover a little bit of that HP because it's not taking as much damage, but Poison Touch activating from the Sneasler there, putting that Annihilate a little bit more on the timer. The second Electro Web not picking up the KO, but once again reducing the speed of that Annihilate. Whatever's in the back is now definitely going to be going first, but a big Drain Punch. 5+, 6+ attack, and look at how much health that's recovered now.
Yeah, that's a really smart adjustment from Fevzi, knowing that the Rage Fist, yes, it could not do the same sort of damage, but I'm going to get more utility out of the Drain Punch. I'm going to get that health back. The big problem is that Poison Touch activating, because now it's put it on a ticker. Now you have to really prioritize that Drain Punch. You are boosted up to pretty much the max at this point with those Defiant boosts. Another Dire Claw coming out, but not really the damage that you need, and another Electro Web just about doing the damage. But the Pokemon on Nicolo's side of the field don't have the HP to give you the recovery now, which is the big problem, Ben.
It is, and now Drain Punch, yeah, it's going to be knocking out the Electabuzz. only recovered a paltry 1 hit point from that Electabuzz. That's a lot less hit points than I think Fevzi is needing in this particular situation. But now we get the reveal of what Nicolo's final Pokemon is. Will that Pokemon, along with Sneasler, have what it takes to be able to knock out this Annihilate and seal the game for Nicolo? Or will this Annihilate be able to go all the way?
Well, it's looking very dicey at this point, and it is, as you suspected, the Primarina coming in out of the back. And you would say normally the Electro Web put you at a detriment, but the speed advantage it gives you means that Fevzi locks in the forfeit. Niccolo will be proceeding on to top 4 here at the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Congratulations to Niccolo, showing that in their first day 2 they can go all the way, making it into the top 4 here in Dortmund. And what a way to do it as well against such a veteran player. They were, I mean, we talked about them being an underdog before. I'm not sure they're an underdog anymore with that performance now. Such a difficult matchup, but they found their way through. By game 3, they had that adaptation.
Yeah.
They were able to lead exactly what they needed to lead in order to put pressure onto that Mousehold Annihilate lead and take the victory here.
It was incredible to see, and I think the adjustment from where we'd seen in games 1 and games 2, the Dragapult and the Sneasler in the back, well, it is impactful, but by that stage, I've kind of set the Annihilate up, and yes, I've got rid of the Mousehold, but then the Sinister's in the position, and we know we can't take it down with not even an Outrage or a Dragon Dart. So maybe why don't I lead with it, and then I pressure the Mousehold from the get-go, and I force that Terastallization. I can cover the cover there with the Dragon Darts and then the Diaclaw into it, just to ensure that if the Terastallization did come out, you completely wasted it, and that's exactly what we saw. At the same time as well, you aren't giving those free Rage Fist boosts like you were with the Primarina. We talked about it in that the game 1 and the game 2, where it was you were kind of going for the Hyper Voice because you want to chip down and get rid of the Mousehold, but at the same time you're giving the Annihilate what it wants, and because it's a water Terastallization, doesn't really mind, right? And it did cause a lot of issues in game 2. Great adjustment by Fevzi, but what an adjustment by Niccolo in that game 3. Again, utilizing those 2 Pokemon, and the Sneasler got to the nearly the latter stages of that match with its sash still intact, and that is the big important thing, not allowing that sash to get broken, taking full utility of it. Incredibly done.
Just putting so much pressure on from turn 1. And I would like to call out the long-term thinking of that play, having the Primarina in the back as well, and forcing the Mousehold into a spot where it had to go for its Terra Fairy, which means the Annihilate can't go for its Terra Water. The Moonblast in the back for Primarina is doing super effective damage. But then also, like, along the way, you've got that Electabuzz turn where the Rage Fist went into the Electabuzz, the survival. I mean, we've got to talk about that. I mean,
we have to.
How many Rage Fist boosts? Like, I mean, you've got 2 bulk ups at that stage, that's doubling the attack power of the Annihilate. You've got multiple Rage Fist activations, at least 2 Rage Fist activations there, and then the Electabuzz still manages to hang on.
Yeah, just incredible. You really thought things were looking bleak for Niccolo at that point, because the Electabuzz goes down, then the Annihilate, I think, is pretty much free just to clean up the remainder of Pokemon on their side of the field. But the survival there, you can see the Dragapult going down, how easy that was, and that was earlier on in the game. The Electabuzz then coming in the next turn, and this is the key turn here, where it does get that Rage Fist, surviving on maybe 1 or 2 HP hit points there, and it's just incredible to see what that did for Niccolo, and it just goes in such testament to how he's trained this Electabuzz. In the previous match where we featured Niccolo, we were giving him praise for how fast it was trained and how it was able to outspeed some of the things that we might not have expected it to outspeed, to get that Electro Web off early so it could support its fellow members. But it's not only built well in regards to its speed stat, it's built well defensively as well. This is maybe the perfect Electabuzz.
It could be. I definitely do want to hit Niccolo up and see exactly how he's trained it. It's just like get a little head start on the next regulation set H regional myself. But yeah, it's just that combination, and then using all of the tools available to you. I think the way that Niccolo approached the games 1 and games 2, where they were using the Electabuzz in the front, made sense, right? You don't want that Mousehold to go for the beat up into the Annihilate, nor the Archaludon if that was the route that Fevzi went. You want to be able to redirect that, but if you're redirecting that beat up, you're not putting any pressure on the board, and you're allowing the Annihilate the room to get boosted up and get ready for the rest of the match. And yeah, that's what that, again, another another reason why that game 3 adjustment was so huge.
Yeah, and you talked about it as well. It could have been quite easily for Nicola to say, okay, well, I think if we go down the same lines, we're going to see that terrestrialization from the Annihilate again. I'm going to bring Rillaboom in the back, and I just don't think it was a call. Yes, it's appealing because you think, all right, I can get that Wood Hammer into it, I got the Grassy Glides into it, but I just don't think it would have been the answer into this match. And I think the adjustment that they made here was the perfect adjustment, made things very difficult for Fevzi to kind of get any sort of foothold in the game, because that mouse hold was just cut out from the start, and it just wasn't able to support in any of the ways that it was kind of put there to do.
And I think we've got to give some props to Fevzi for the way that he's constructed his team. I mean, yeah, when you've got Pokemon like Archaladon and Alaya, they are difficult to knock out. They are very powerful when they get themselves set up. We saw that in this match. We've seen that previously this weekend. But if you aren't quite able to get them there, the Pokemon that you have in the back, the support, I mean, the Sinistcha came in, it got its hospitality boost, won at least one of the games, but then it was knocked out by a combination of Dragon Darts and Dire Claw. So each time the Sinistcha came in, maybe it healed a little bit of health for its partner, but then it was just removed from the field straight away. It didn't really do anything. No. And it's a big ask sometimes if you can't get your Pokemon set up in the way that you want to, for it to do all the work without the support of its partners.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing to bring a Pokemon in to redirect and let it go down to give the Pokemon next to it a free turn almost. But if you're getting no value back for that knockout of your partnering Pokemon, it's not worth it at all. And that happened countless times in that match, where the redirectors were just in that position where, yeah, I'm giving the Annihilate room, but I'm not getting the value back on this in this situation. And I think as well, giving credit to Fevzi, you've got to remember back to game 1, that really critical Dire Claw paralysis onto the Annihilate, and then the fully paralyzed Annihilate that turn, which really did tip the balance of the game from that point on. And whether that affects you because of the stage where you are in the tournament, how important it is in a turn like that, you think, please don't let this go wrong for me here. And it can get to you, you know. We're all human at the end of the day. We all have the same sort of reactions to difficult situations we're in. You can best deal with it, but we don't know how it's affected Fevzi in that moment. Thankfully, though, we did see the adjustment in game 2, played flawlessly, made it really difficult for Nicola to deal with, but then the adjustment from the other side was just a little bit better and just closed Fevzi out.
And I think there was an opportunity maybe for Fevzi to have clinched that game. The turn where the Rage Powder went off, maybe if the Sinistcha was able to only take one Dragon Dart, go for a Trick Room, maybe that would have swung the balance in the favour. That's not the match that happened, though. So let's hear a little bit more from our winner, who is going to be going into the top 8 here in Dortmund on the couch. Take it away.
Oh my goodness, Nicolo. That was so intense. I was backstage with my head in my hands almost. All of the critical hits coming out, the status conditions. What an absolutely thrilling game. But more to the point, huge congratulations to you. You've just stamped your ticket into top 4 here in Dortmund. How does that feel?
Thank you so much. It feels good.
Yeah.
Really good. Of course, I'm a little bit nervous, but it's really good.
Yeah, it is really good. And I mean, let's take a more of a deeper dive into that game before we talk about your season as a whole. You're sitting across from Fevzi. Fevzi is a player with a really good record history in the community. What are you thinking when you see his team?
Yes, Fevzi is really strong. When I see his team, I don't know barely what to do.
Right.
Because Mouse Ape is really tough to play again.
Yeah.
In fact, in game 1, I played turn 1 better than him, I think.
Okay.
Instead of the game 2 that he outplayed me, and in game 3 I had a little bit of lucky,
right,
with the secondary effect, but like Claw is that, so I think that I play pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to talk about that Dire Claw. In game one, I want to highlight when Annihilate got paralyzed by the Dire Claw, and then it was fully paralyzed on that very turn as well. And here, I mean, we can see it in action, and connecting down into Annihilate, it takes it really well, but there it is, the paralysis. You can see Fevzi's head in his hands there, and sure enough, there you go, fully paralyzed. And Dire Claw really is a move that can turn potentially a losing situation in a game into a winning one.
Yes, it helps. Sometimes it helps because the right secondary effect in the right time can win your game instead of lose. I think that it's going it is going well for this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in game two, Fevzi was able to adjust really well, and, you know, the Annihilate was just able to set up. I mean, the theme of the whole game, really, the whole series of three was anger management. That Annihilate was just boosting up its Rage Fist. You had Rage Powder going on as well. And but then in game three, again, you were able to come out on top. The secondary effects that were coming out in that game, what with some misses, the critical hits that were coming out. Interesting to see Fevzi, Terra Fairy, the mouse hold, and then, of course, Dire Claw became super effective with the one-hit knockout there, and meaning that Annihilate didn't have the Terra Water up his sleeve. I guess in that game three, at what point did you think, yeah, I've won this?
In game 3, my goal was to don't make him to do beat up on Annihilate.
Yeah,
and it does well. But I thought that I win the match when I killed Pelipper, because in the back I had Primarina that one-shot Annihilate. So when I killed the Annihilate was -3 of speed. So with Primarina I outspeed Annihilate. I know that I had win.
Yeah, absolutely. The Primarina in the back was the perfect Pokemon in that situation. And earlier on in that game, the Electabuzz just hung on. It wasn't KO'd. It remained on the field on just a sliver of HP, and that gave you a lot more room to maneuver. You know, 1 HP is so much more than 0 HP.
Yes, I think it was a roll, but my Annihilate is really bulk in defense. So I barely expect that he can
hang on.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
And so it does.
It was able to, yeah. Oh, really going in your direction there. Well, again, you made it through to top 4, Nicolo, and you were saying to me just before the interview, you started playing VG around a year ago.
Yes, more or less, yes. I had 3 major,
right,
and 2 local.
Okay.
So I'm barely new in the game, but I'm happy. I'm really happy.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible achievement all round. So we need to let you settle down, get ready for your next match. So finally, just quickly, Nicolo, any shout-outs that you want to give?
Yes, I again want to thank all my friends and all of my family because they really support me, and we are in contact from all the day and all yesterday. In particular, I want to thank again my little brother, and I want to say hi to them because I love him so much.
Well, that is beautiful to hear. Just like a little household family, you're all in it together, and I'm so thrilled that you got that support.
Too much.
Well, huge congratulations to you again, Nicolo. Trainers, I hear that you're wanting more. Well, good news, because it's time for top 4.
is Rajan Ball, and I'm from Washington, D.C. The World Championships were in Washington, D.C. in 2014. So I wasn't competing then, but I participated. And after that, I was hooked. I saw some of the friends that I'd known online. It was right in my backyard. I took the metro there. I did go to the 2015 World Championships in Boston. That was my first actual tournament. And my friend Nick Navarre and we both top cut that tournament. And then I just remember thinking, man, this game is really, really easy. It's not that easy. I've come to find out.
He's come so close to winning regionals in so many different years. This might be his chance to secure his first championship title.
The times in the tournaments I've done the most poorly have been when I felt tepid, when I was playing scared. I have never again watched the stream set of my previous finals experience. I started tunnel visioning on the win. I was thinking, I'm so close. But unfortunately, that compromised the quality of my play. I started to really think about stream being man, I lost my mojo then. It's just been downhill from here. And this time, each stream set, each round today was just win. I was competing pretty actively as a full-time lawyer, and I just wasn't sure I could justify continuing. Folks are prepping more, they're playing better, they're just smarter, they're better players now. But if I quit, I wouldn't have as many lifelong friendships as I do. This weekend especially, I didn't mind falling on my feet. I didn't mind messing up something because I was playing to win. I was not playing to not lose. Identifying the things that are costing you games. Lean in on what you're good at and then bring everything up to the extent that you can. It's been my goal for a very long time to win a regional championship. I'm over the moon.
Rajan Ball, he's made it to the finals and now he's claimed his first regional championship victory.
I had high expectations going into this tournament. The prep was coming together very well. The weekend could not have gone any better. I went 9-0 day one, won the tournament day two. I've been wanting this for a long, long time. So this just feels really good.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously, you have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too the next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can, although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
One of Pokemon VG's foremost players joined on the desk by Jamie Boyd. I'm joking, Jamie, of course, you take that crown by far and away. I am Charlie Merriman, and an honor to be joining you here, Jamie. We haven't had a game here together, so exciting to meet here in top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant tournament so far. What a match that previous one was. I think this is really cementing that Sneasler is actually probably one of the top Pokemon that we do have available in this Regulation H. It was 3rd place in usage in this day 2, and it's kind of proving why.
Yeah, you've been saying it for ages, haven't you, Jamie? And no one was listening, but here we are.
When's that going to change?
With that Dire Claw move, really, really threatening. I mean, you saw in that game. If you haven't seen it, then do go and check out the video on demand, trainers, because very clutch paralysis coming through in game 1, for example. But more to the point, even when Dire Claw doesn't connect, even if it doesn't get a stasis condition, even if it isn't clicked, it's just the threat that it could, and needing to redirect around it, Rage Powders and Follow Me's and the like.
Yeah, and even if you're into a quad resistance of an Annihilate, but then still you're going to get the paralysis, and then you're going to get the full paralysis, and yeah, and getting status is pretty good. Who would have thought?
Yeah, status is can turn a losing situation into a winning one. And now we can take a look at how the bracket is looking in top 4 here in Dortmund. How have things been shaping up as we head into the latter stages of the tournament? Well, there's our bracket. Davide Moralia and Niccolo Borrado facing off in the semi-finals. Of course, Niccolo we just featured there. And Alessandro Marchioni versus Matty Morgan. Of course, Matty being able to take the victory over Jack Clark, who's running that Toxtricity and Drift Blim team. But I mean, if you told me that would make top 8, I'm not sure what I'd have thought, to be honest.
I mean, Regulation H is the time for all this creativity for sure. And yeah, that was absolutely such a cool team. But Matty Morgan, our only previous regional champion left in the tournament so far, gunning for potentially their 2nd one here.
Yeah, and what a win that would be. Get your EU 2025 Play Pokemon season started off right with the best that you possibly can do. A win and an automatic invitation to the Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. You know, I'm so used to saying Honolulu, Hawaii after last season, but we need to readjust because we're on a brand new path now, a brand new victory road.
Yeah, and we mentioned Matty Morgan, previous regional champion. Alessandro was able to take down, again, another previous regional champion in Nico Davide Cognetta. Very, very solid player, but yeah, able to squeak out the win 2-1 against him. So I'm really looking forward to see that match coming up.
Yeah, really, really excited. I mean, all of them are going to be absolutely fantastic matches, as they have been all weekend. And if you want to see some more of that creativity that Jamie was talking about, look no further than the day 1 stream from yesterday, trainers. If you want to see a killer watch roll, if you want to see one of the tightest endgames that we will probably ever see, leaving Jamie and Ben grounded and speechless. If you want to see all kinds of cooking, solo Don Dozo fishers, then go and check it out.
Yeah, it was such a good stream yesterday, and it's been great games as well today.
Oh,
like I mentioned, the star has been Sneasler for sure, but the teams that have been coming out into this tournament, I think there's been one like standout, and yes, it does have the Sneasler, but it's based around the Rillaboom, King Gambit, Dragon type, probably Dragapult as well. It seems to be the standout at the moment, I would say.
Yeah, certainly. Dragapult is absolutely soaring through the metagame right now. It is essentially the fastest Pokemon in the format, unless you want to use Electrode, which it could do.
Yeah,
I mean,
we always have that caveat, don't we? Essentially the fastest. Basically the fastest. Only reasonably faster, but yeah, there's that Electrode that's always going to be sat on the bench, unfortunately.
Or indeed the Hisuian Electrode. I mean, Chloroblast, you could go for you could take a punt on that, but yeah, no, that is just leaving it to self-destruct by itself. But yeah, Dragapult, very fast powerhouse Pokemon that came out in Pokemon Sword and Shield. And in Regulation Set H, provides a lot of utility, part ghost typing, so you can't fake it out with that clear body ability, getting around the Intimidates and other stat drops from other Pokemon too. And it just really useful combination of typing. As you say, the most common Terra type is just the Dragon, so you really go all in on the power of your Dragon type moves. We often see a choice band being run as well.
Yeah, for sure. Just absolutely maximizing. And Terra Dragon has been an adaptation in Regulation H. Of course, we've been seeing Terra Ghost, Terra Blast so commonly in previous regulations when Dragapult was run. That was, of course, mainly because Fluttermane existed, and it no longer exists. And I think a lot of people might be celebrating that one because it was incredibly dominant in basically every single regulation that it was available for.
Oh, my goodness. Fluttermane, yeah. It's been so strange not to see any Fluttermane at all over the past couple of months, because since the start of this year, and for longer before that, Fluttermane has been able to be used, and yeah, it really was everywhere. We know that Regulation Set G is coming back in the new year, so be prepared to see more there, but it'll be fascinating having pivoted away from that format to then go back to it, see, you know, with a bit of time away, what other adaptations can we have? Of course, it was the format for the World Championships in the 2024 season, so I imagine trainers will just start with what was working there and then go from there to see how to adapt, but really interesting to be doing it this way around.
I think the most interesting thing to see would be, does Sneasler actually now translate over to the Regulation G format? Because we are finally quickly discovering how very, very good Diaclaw is at this point. So like I was a big proponent for Sneasler all the way back in the Stockholm Regional Championships back in May, and like you said, no one believed me and no one ever believes me, but finally people actually are starting to believe. So yeah, Sneasler has been putting on a very, very solid performance. We're again going to be seeing it in this top 4, no surprise at all.
Yeah, you've also been flying the flag for Basque Legion for a very long time, and that's a Pokemon that's really been rising to prominence as well in Regulation Set H. But here we are, our trainers getting ready to go on stage. It is Alessandro versus Matty Morgan that will be able to feature for you, so the other side of the bracket. Top 4 for both of these trainers. Now, Alessandro, not a trainer I'm so familiar with. As you say, Matty is a previous regional champion. We'll be able to get into their achievements very shortly, but once again, Baltimore a couple of weeks ago, brand new player, could go all the way, and this is why there's never been a better time to get involved in the VG events.
We have been seeing what we at least considered upsets in some of the matches that we've been featuring, the quote-unquote underdog taking down the veteran players, so absolutely could be seen here. Matty is probably one of the only real trainers left that would be considered a veteran at this point, and has reasonable success behind him as well. That absolutely backs it up. Like, he's got a regional championship behind him, he's got a top 8 of the world championship behind him, so really, really solid player. He did win the regional championship back when with a Pelipper and a Palafin.
Yeah.
So he could have very reasonably been a Pelipper with a Basque Legion and the Archelodon that is very common in the Regulation H, but it seems like he's taking a slightly different approach here.
Yeah, we'll be able to get into the teams very shortly indeed, but it cannot be overstated really, the difference between playing just on a desk in the venue versus playing on stage. They're under the lights, they're under the scrutiny of the audience right in front of them that you can't see, and of course, you guys, the audience, watching from home live on the stream. And so keeping your mental focused, remaining composed in these high-stakes scenarios, it really is a challenge.
Yeah, it is absolutely a challenge, but we've got Matty that's at least used to it. Alessandro, will see his accomplishments very shortly as well, whether he's been able to make a deep run into previous tournaments. Both are running like reasonably similar teams. They both got the Porygon 2, so would be wanting to go for the potentially Trick Room route for both of them. But here we are, we're going to see the accomplishments right now. As mentioned, Matty, top 8 of Worlds in 2023, previous regional champion in Malmo, top 16 in EUIC, very, very solid performance as well, and actually a repeat for Malmo Regionals, but top 4 back in 2020.
And this is really exciting over on Alessandro's side, because it seems like we have a trainer who only recently has come into the Masters division with some really good senior finishes, with the most recent being in 2022, and then Bologna just a few months ago, but a whole season ago, top 128. So Alessandro already has this incredible achievement to add to their roster in the Masters division.
Yeah, it's always great to see trainers that go from the senior division and level up.
Exactly.
Level up into the Masters division and then find immediate success. We've seen that multiple times. There's been countless examples of trainers that are actually, well, even as basically just graduated from seniors, still incredibly solid players. Alessandro, of course, going to be one of them, making it into the top 4 here.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how these two trainers face up against each other. And it just goes to show that really the time put into practicing Pokemon, attending these events from a younger age really can pay dividends. But once again, that's not to say that a newer player cannot go all the way as well. It's all about experience and building that up in your local scene or at bigger tournaments like this. And now it's time to get into the teams.
Yeah, and we've seen these 6 before. There is going to be that Porygon 2 Ursaluna with the Flamigo. We do have the Brave Bird variant on Flamigo. We've been seeing Dual Wing pick up quite a lot to not break your own Focus Sash, and potentially deal with Vivian that has actually been way more common than I would have expected. But yeah, going for the Brave Bird instead, and calling out the flying Terra Blast on the Porygon 2 with its Terra type. That was the Terra that ended up winning the European International Championship when we were first aware of now Porygon 2 Ursaluna is a very good combination. We've been seeing Terra fighting so much on Porygon 2, but the benefit of Terra Flying is you are able to get off the ground and give yourself an immunity to ground type attacks. Therefore, you can freely Earthquake next to your Porygon 2.
And of course, you can then target down opposing fighting Porygon 2s with super effective damage with Terra Blast. So really nice adaptation. It's all about these tiny tweaks that can make all the difference to our trainers' teams. Now there's that Sneasler with its Terra Flying as well, but this one has coaching, something we've been seeing more and more. And of course, Diaclaw, that can cause the status conditions. Interesting to note that for Alessandro, it's Clear Smog on the Amoonguss. That's really helpful to deal with setup Pokemon. It's going to be the more offensive Sludge Bomb here for Matty, alongside the Incineroar Golden go Garchomp on Porygon 2. Now, that is in fact Terra Ground on the Porygon 2, so it seems like it's just a roulette of what Terra type you give your Porygon 2 right now in the meta game.
Well, Ice and Ground is much better coverage than Flying and Ice, and also Fighting and Ice can give you. So, yeah, really, really nice Terra type for that Porygon 2. Surely going to be a bit more offensive here. You can think to hit things like Archaludon, like you can with the Fighting, but then you can still hit something like a Golden Go. Whereas if you're the Terra Fighting version, then no, you can't. Golden Go will still wall the Porygon 2. So, yeah, I really, really like the Terra Flying and the Terra Ground here, both for different reasons.
Yeah, but you've got to be careful not to target down a Terra Flying Porygon 2 with a Terra Blast if you're a Ground-type Porygon 2. That's a lot of Porygon 2s in one sentence, Jamie. We also have that Garchomp, and that's a Pokemon that we've been seeing a lot throughout the weekend, actually. Seems to be the powerhouse Pokemon of choice, and we've seen a good few of them over the course of the weekend. Dragonite and Hydreigon as well, just to name a couple. And this one, holding the Clear Amulet, freeing up the Life Orb to go over to the Golden Go.
Yeah, Life Orb has been just the item on Garchomp so far. It used to be that when you were running a Garchomp, Clear Amulet was absolutely the most common item, and then we've seemed to have shifted more towards the Life Orb variants, but yeah, going to be the Clear Amulet once again for this Garchomp, and like you mentioned, that does free up the Life Orb available on the opposing Golden Go. So that would allow things like, well, the Life Orb Shadow Ball definitely KO as opposing Golden Go, whereas a non-boosted one, so the Metal Coat not boosting the Shadow Ball, may not be able to respond back with a KO. So it does free up your Golden Go to somewhat beat the opposing a little bit better. And then, of course, the Garchomp holding that Clear Amulet will be much more effective against the Incineroar.
Let's get into this, trainers. It's time for our Masters Top 4 here in Dortmund. Porygon 2 and Sneasler leading the fray over on Matty's side. And Incineroar and Porygon 2 coming out for Alessandro. Let's get into this.
Yeah, we got fake outs on both sides here. We've got the Incineroar. You get the Intimidate down onto the Sneasler, so you should be able to survive a close combat pretty comfortably with either Pokemon here. And, oh, actually, no, this is just a coaching Sneasler. There's no fake out available on this one. So, actually, usually you would be incredibly scared to go for a fake out into the opposing Sneasler because they would be faster, and surely you can't match fake outs like that. But this would be a situation where, actually, yes, Incineroar could very freely go for a fake out into the Sneasler. That would put a stop to any close combats, and of course, the Diaclaw shenanigans that can happen. But at the same time, you could have been coaching your own Porygon 2 to get a defense boost, and then if you keep getting coaching boosts, well, that could also have got you a physical Terra Blast. But no, straight on the offense, no fake out here.
No fake out, close combat, bringing that Incineroar into the red, just like the fur all over its body, as Knock Off will be removing the Eviolite from Matty's Porygon 2. Eviolite, of course, boosting the defenses of Pokemon yet to evolve. Ice Beam connecting down into Matty's Porygon 2 as well. No freeze to speak of, just a raw Terra Blast to pick up the knockout on the Incineroar.
Yeah, very nicely done there. That is the Incineroar taken care of. That's fake outs and all that parting shot pivoting gone, but you did end up losing your Eviolite in response to that, so the Porygon 2 on Matty's side is going to be a lot less bulky. Here comes a Moongus, so Alessandro is going to be able to pretty comfortably go for a Spore here. There's not going to be too much offensive pressure into the Amoonguss. Ice Beam would still do very reasonable damage, but it should be able to shrug off a Diaclaw and an Ice Beam, especially with the fact it's holding that Citrus Berry for even more longevity. So this is a pretty free Spore if Alessandro does want to take it, but at the same time, maybe you want to Rage Powder so you can keep the Porygon 2 safe. You can still take a very strong close combat, even at -1, but no, the Porygon 2, it is going to be switching out, but Ursaluna wouldn't want to take a close combat either.
Ursaluna comes coursing onto the scene. Yes, being a part normal type would be taking super effective damage from the close combat. The other Porygon 2, the other rubber little duck, goes paddling away back to his trainer as joins the fray, but there it is. There's close combat into the Ursaluna. Takes it really, really well. It's a Pokemon known for its great physical defense. As Sneasler softens itself up, it does have that Focus Sash to buy it some time, but Spore, all that's going to be buying it is some time to sleep.
Oh, that's absolutely a great trade there for Matty. Yes, you will accept a sleeping Sneasler for this Ursaluna definitely being in range of even just a neutral Life Orb Make It Rain. And you don't have the Porygon 2 on the field anymore to try and get the Trick Room up so that the Ursaluna would be able to attack the Golden Go with its ground type attacks. Rage Powder won't help you here. Make It Rain is a spread type attack. If you just go for a Protect on Ursaluna to try and sacrifice your Amoonguss, Amoonguss is too bulky to be KO'd to Make It Rain. So that means you'd have to switch in your Porygon 2 and protect your Ursaluna if you want to try and position into that Trick Room. But then you'd have to maybe switch out into the Amoonguss again as you Trick Room, and then that's 2 Make It Rains that you've taken. So yeah, really, really nice switch in for the Golden Go there to threaten all this damage, and also would have been a Spore immunity as well. But yeah, Golden Go absolutely in a fantastic position after that brilliant close combat into the Ursaluna.
Huge calls all round as the Scary Cat joins the field over on Matty's side. Intimidate will be mitigating the damage coming out from this Ursaluna, and Ursaluna is indeed going to be withdrawing just as soon as it hit the field. For Porygon 2's come in. Of course, Alessandro's bulkier since it has that Eviolite intact. Gets the attack boost, not what you want to see in a Porygon 2, being a special attacker. It's now time to get sparkly trainers here in top 4 of Dortmund. Golden Go will be going for its Steel Terra type, so cashing in all its checks for that metallic power, making it rain on the field. So even though Porygon 2 has just switched in, looking healthier than the Ursaluna, how much cash can it take? Here it comes, pouring down, and that Porygon 2 down to about half of its HP. Really fantastic damage on the Amoonguss 2.
Yeah, that was really, really good damage here, and it doesn't particularly matter what the Amoonguss is going for here. If it was a Spore into the Incineroar slot, well, that doesn't matter because it's got the safety calls. It has to be a Pollen Puff into yourself, which it is ending up being here. So that actually does give the Porygon 2 a little bit of leeway, but now you've got your safety goals Incineroar in. There is nothing stopping a Fake Out and a Nasty Plot here, and then you're absolutely threatening huge damage with a +1. We saw that the neutral Golden Go's Make It Rain was not quite doing half damage to Porygon 2, so at least after this, assumedly Fake Out and Nasty Plot turn, you will be able to survive and hopefully set up the Trick Room, but Amoonguss would go down when you're still setting that up. That frees up the Incineroar to pivot back out, get the Intimidate on the Ursaluna later, so yeah, still an absolutely fantastic position for Matty, because the Golden Go is just really not threatened here at all.
Well, Fake Out will be making sure that Porygon 2 certainly is not going to be able to set up that Trick Room, just as you said, Jamie. And there's Golden Go having a light bulb moment, boosting its special attack back up to +1, as Pollen Puff able just to recover that little bit of health on the Porygon 2. And at this stage of the competition, it really is as fine margins as that.
Yeah, that extra bit of recovery could actually be pretty impactful here, because if you go for a +1 Make It Rain and a Flare Blitz, that's going to be really close if that's enough to KO the Porygon 2. Based on the previous damage of a neutral Make It Rain, it's going to be really close. And that tiny bit of recovery could allow the Porygon 2 to be able to survive. It's basically one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the game when it is carrying that Eviolite. So if it's able to survive, that could be very, very big here, because otherwise Trick Room won't go up.
Absolutely massive turn for Alessandro here. Can they get this Trick Room up? As a big Make It Rain now connects down, Amoonguss definitely down and out for the count. It did Rage Powder, but now Incineroar's attack will be redirected into the Porygon 2. Does it have enough gas in the tank to survive whatever's coming out from this Incineroar? Into big Flare Blitz, into the Porygon 2. It's going to be a critical hit as well, and so absolutely no Trick Room to speak of. This Ursaluna coming out in the dimensions it does not like.
And I guess we'll never find out if that was able to KO the Porygon 2 without the critical hit, but that just absolutely seals the game for Matty. Ursaluna, it's in range of a Make It Rain at this point. You don't have the Trick Room. You're not going to be able to outspeed. Yeah, Alessandro realizes this, is going to throw in the towel. So just fantastically positioned there from Matty. Seemed like that Golden Go was very, very crucial, and it was able to get into a position very comfortably to just launch off a Make It Rain and then set up the Nasty Plot, and then here's a boosted Make It Rain, and we just sweep through the game.
Yes, you have your ground-type damage threatening the Golden Go, but outside of Trick Room, the Golden Go is absolutely acting faster. Speed tiering is so important in this game. Who's going first and when? Porygon 2 was attempting to reverse that with the Trick Room. Trick Room, of course, allows slower Pokemon to move earlier in the turn, reversing the speed order. So, really convincing and fairly swift win for Matty there in this Game 1 of Top 4. Jamie, looking at Alessandro's team, what are you thinking in terms of adjustments?
I think the Amoonguss was just out of position there, because the Golden Go, you ignore it completely, and you bypass its Rage Powders. The Incineroar is safety goggles, so that Amoonguss was effectively a dead slot. Yes, you got the Pollen Puff into your Porygon 2. That wasn't enough because it was still KO'd to the combination of Make It Rain and the Flare Blitz. So I don't think the Amoonguss is doing too much here. Rage Powder is nice, but not against a Golden Go and not against the safety goggles Incineroar. So if it would have been something else, like the Flamigo, if that would have been in the back, that would have threatened the Golden Go and the Incineroar. So you'd be able to threaten close combats, not need Trick Room, and free up your Porygon 2 completely. So yeah, I don't think that Amoonguss is doing too much here for Alessandro. And I think that maybe a switch up, maybe to their own Golden Go, or the Flamigo could be a nice adjustment here.
Yeah, you'd also threaten that Sneasler if that were to come out for Matty as well. Yeah, Flamigo would be a much more oppressive Pokemon for Alessandro to be able to bring. If you're relying on that Trick Room to get the Ursaluna set up, you have to make your peace with the fact that it might not go up at all, and the Ursaluna might be left high and dry, just like it was in that Game 1. So let's see if we have a more threatening lead coming out from Alessandro as we get in to Game 2 of our Top 4 here at the Dortmund Regional Championships. Championships.
It seemed like it was a very reasonable lead coming out from Matty in that first game. Even though the Sneasler didn't have fake outs wasn't hit into it from the opposing Incineroar. It's the same as we saw before. Same from both players here. So it's going to be Incineroar Porygon 2 coming out from Alessandro again, getting that Intimidate on the Sneasler, and the Sneasler paired up with the Porygon 2. So now do we see a fake out into the opposing Sneasler? Because last time, the close combat and the Terra Blast was an immediate KO into the Incineroar. That took away any potential pivoting. That was a huge answer gone from the Golden-Go, because Incineroar is definitely one of the best answers that Alessandro has available for the assumedly Golden-Go waiting in the back, given how good it was in the previous game. This could be an opportunity to immediately set up Trick Room. Like maybe if you're willing to sacrifice your Incineroar to the close combat and Terra Blast again, so that you can Trick Room, and now here's the Ursaluna ready to go. That could be pretty reasonable as well.
It certainly could. Will the Porygon 2 be able to get up the Trick Room? And close combat will be super effective into that normal type Pokemon. It is Terra Flying that would enable it to resist, but no, the close combat once again goes into the Incineroar. That Wrestling Cat more than familiar with the close combat required coming out from that Sneasler. Sneasler once again softening itself up. Poison Touch activating thanks to the ability. Incineroar now being poisoned here on a timer. Knockoff again softening up the Porygon 2 over on Matty's side as well. Ice Beam connecting into the Incineroar. Will it be enough for the knockout? No, it won't, and the poison will chip away at it too. It's time for the Trick Room to go up, trainers.
Yeah, he did go for the Trick Room here, and maybe, like I said previously, expecting the Incineroar to go down, and even with the poison, no. A perfectly trained Incineroar? Did you want to be KO'd
exactly,
there? So
yeah.
like technically perfectly trained, but actually it might have been more ideal to lose your Incineroar there because it is, of course, on the timer. It's going to be KO'd whenever it stays on the field now. Incineroar doesn't like to stay on the field. It likes to switch out and pivot back in to get fake outs and maybe just go for a parting shot as well. But yeah, you'd probably prefer the Incineroar to go down there. So actually, a very smart Ice Beam coming out from Porygon 2, because that would have covered something else switching in, like maybe the Amoonguss that could have switched in straight away on the close combat and Terra Blast, and that would have been able to do some pretty significant damage. But yeah, Incineroar, it's in a little bit of an awkward position here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's going to stay in. It's just going to take out those final frosty bites from the Porygon 2 and finally go down. And now Alessandro has that free range of switching on the next turn. This Bear Terra Blast, still the Porygon 2 can deal decent damage with. Going into the Porygon 2 here could have been an opportunity to break the Focus Sash on the Sneasler. That Porygon 2 being brought down to about a third of its health thanks to that close combat. But of course, where there's a recover, you could easily just heal that right back up. And there is the Ursaluna waiting in the wings.
Yeah, you could also Pollen Puff yourself as well. And here comes the Amoonguss. So Amoonguss now in Trick Room is a lot more reasonable. So in the previous game, wasn't really threatening too much into the Golden-Go and Incineroar. They could very easily still switch in here. Given the fact that the Ursaluna is not on the field, there's nothing stopping a Golden-Go switching in and not taking any damage because the Porygon 2 is not threatening anything. There's nothing stopping the Incineroar switching in and not taking really too much damage. Terra Blast would do okay damage, but not that great damage. So you need to consider getting your Ursaluna in on the field, but then you might need to contend with a potential close combat like we saw in that game 1. It's still the huge damage even at -1.
Nice switch in for Golden-Go here, being immune to status moves thanks to its good as gold ability. So if Amoonguss were indeed targeting down that slot with the Spore, it would not do anything, as Ursaluna is going to be switching in. Sneasler going for that Protect. At the end of this turn, Ursaluna will be able to be burned by its Flame Orb, so nice switch in there. And that was the Spore going into the Golden-Go indeed, so really nice call from Matty here. Now, of course, we've got the Ursaluna that's outspeeding the Golden-Go under the Trick Room environment, but Matty here really looking just to stall out this Trick Room.
Yeah, for sure. Golden-Go's not in as good a position as it was in that first game because Trick Room is active on the field. In the previous game, it was able to just threaten the massive damage with the Make It Rain. The Ursaluna had taken a close combat and would have been in range of that attack. Now, Ursaluna's threatening the KO into the Golden-Go, and there's not too much going to be stopping that. Even if the Incineroar switches in with the Guts boost, the Ursaluna should still be able to knock out the Golden-Go in one shot. Because it's the offensive Terra, the Terra Steel, there's no way to get around like a Headlong Rush defensively, because you're still going to be weak to it in and out of your Terra. So this is a much, much stronger position for Alessandro here because he's got his Ursaluna in the Trick Room ready to go.
It's a stronger position, but we saw that the Earthquake was locked into. That could be dealing massive damage to the Amoonguss for no reason. We do indeed see Golden-Go going for the Protect here. Sneasler protected on the previous turn. Going to use Spore coming out, so you're going to be dealing massive damage to the Sneasler. It's going to hang on anyway from the Focus Sash, and the Golden-Go's protecting. So all you're doing really with this Earthquake is harming your Amoonguss, as well, of course, as breaking that Focus Sash. But might have just been, you certainly don't need to worry about targeting around going for an Earthquake, but Look at all that damage that you've dealt to your own Pokemon.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage to the Amoonguss. At least you activate the Citrus Berry, so it's back to a very reasonable amount of HP. I think what Matty's trying to do here is just stall out the Trick Room, because if the Porygon 2 is not able to recover and he gets out of Trick Room with the Golden Go, then you can just make it rain for throughout the rest of the game. Especially because the Ursaluna went for an Earthquake. The bonus there was it didn't actually drop its special defense for a Headlong Rush, which means it would still be potentially out of range of a Make It Rain were Matty to be able to successfully stall out the Trick Room. Whether that's a Terra Steel Make It Rain, it's going to be able to survive with just neutral special defense. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. But I think it was very smart of Alessandro not to KO the Sneasler there, because that would have given a switch into the Incineroar, and then you can just go for Fake Out into Ursaluna and Nasty Plot. Then you can protect on the final turn of Trick Room, and then it is just Make It Rain for the game. But because it was a Spore instead of a Pollen Puff KO into the Sneasler, this bought a turn for the Ursaluna to still do what it wants to do here.
It certainly did, and it's really nice to see this Life Orb on Matty's Golden Go. It means that you can protect the Choice Specs variants, of course, unable to, as Ursaluna goes careering back to its trainer, and Porygon 2 landing on the field once more, getting a boost once more to its attack. So this old Golden Go is going to be switching out as well, fearing the Ursaluna staying in, going for a big attack. And here is the Incineroar coming in, freeing up a Fake Out on the next turn. Alessandro angling to reset up the Trick Room here. It is mind games aplenty right now here in Dortmund. And Sneasler, it's just going to be the double switch, and the reveal of the final Pokemon for Matty is going to be the Porygon 2.
Yeah,
not the reveal.
Yeah, well, it's going to join the field once again, and it's still going to get that attack boost, so not going to be too impactful. But yeah, very, very nicely done from Alessandro there. That is a Pollen Puff into the Porygon 2, and it is now incredibly healthy once again, just as the Trick Room finishes. So yeah, really, really nicely done. The only issue here is Amoonguss is incredibly threatened by a Flare Blitz KO into that slot, and you don't have Protect. So there's not too much that you can do about that. Yes, you do have your Terrestrialization available still. That would be pretty nice to be able to survive that attack. But then Porygon 2, maybe a knockoff and a... Well, actually, no, not the knockoff, because the Citrus Berry's already in use, so it wouldn't do as much damage. So maybe a defensive Terrestrialization would allow this Amoonguss to survive, because the Porygon 2 should be able to make it through the turn pretty comfortably. It might lose its item for a knockoff if it doesn't go for Rage Powder on the Amoonguss, but you've got the opportunity to get Trick Room up once again, and Trick Room has been stalled out here, but if the Ursaluna can get into a second Trick Room, that would be very, very solid for Alessandro.
Of course, Matty's Porygon 2 also has access to Trick Room, so you could just reverse the Trick Room that Porygon 2 sets up. But of course, with Fake Out, you can buy yourself a turn here, and once again, Spore heading into the Golden Go. So a knockout for the taking on the Amoonguss there, but it's nice to deny the Trick Room that could be so huge for Alessandro.
Yeah, and here you can now have the option to go for a Terra Steel, Make It Rain, and maybe a Flare Blitz KO into the Porygon 2. It's going to be weaker than it was in the previous game. That was +1 Make It Rain from the Golden Go. Now we're at neutral. You still do have Terrestrialization available on Alessandro's side, and that looks like what we are going to be seeing here, because the Amoonguss, it would have been KO to a Make It Rain, most likely if it was Terra Steel. It would have been KO to a Flare Blitz, but the Terra Water on the Amoonguss is going to be able to resist both the Make It Rain and the Flare Blitz, so very, very good defensive Terra here for that Amoonguss.
Yeah, Water, the ideal choice, as it will be redirecting any single target attack towards this cute little mushroom as Golden Go decides to get nasty, boosting its special attack by 2 stages. May as well get it primed in order to deal with any Pokemon before a Trick Room set up, but this Porygon 2 is now free to do just that. Parting Shot, though, is going to allow the Incineroar to pivot out, force something in the back to rejoin the field, potentially that Porygon 2, so that you can reverse the Trick Room that potentially Alessandro is fishing to set up here in this Rubber Duck Pond.
Yeah, absolutely. Porygon 2 is going to join the field there. The Golden Go going for the Nasty Plot, though, so it is incredibly boosted up. Yes, that is the Trick Room from the Porygon 2, but once again, the Ursaluna needs to be on the field to threaten this Golden Go. Amoonguss just straight up does not. Porygon 2, because it's got the Terra Blast fighting to it available, and we can't even Terra anymore. Now it's just normal Terra Blast and Ice Beam. That still does not threaten the Golden Go. It has to be the Ursaluna to break through this opposing Golden Go. So now you've got to try and reposition it at some point to be able to Earthquake or Headlong Rush that Golden Go. But the fact that the Porygon 2 on Matty's side of the field could reverse the Trick Room, the fact that he's still got the Incineroar waiting in the back, which could potentially be in switching in, so that you can cycle Fake Outs and be able to stall out the turn Trick Room, which is what we're seeing here. Incineroar switching onto the field. If the Ursaluna does switch in here, well, that's just going to be a Fake Out and a Make It Rain, and then something's going to be KO'd.
This couldn't really be a more different game from the game 1 that we saw, trainers. That first game was incredibly fast and dynamic. This one is all about getting your pieces in the right position. Yes, the Ursaluna joins the field here, and yes, you are threatening super effective damage onto the Incineroar and the Golden Go, which goes for yet another nasty plot. But Is it going to come out in the end for Alessandro? Of course, the Amoonguss was also threatening the spore onto the Trick Room that could have come out from Matty's Porygon 2 there. So Incineroar coming in instead with those safety goggles.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there for Matty. Because like it was said in the previous turn, it wasn't threatened. That was just a free nasty plot. There was nothing that Alessandro could do to stop that. And now +4, that's able to knock out the Ursaluna in one shot with Make It Rain for sure. That's probably enough to knock out the Porygon 2 in one shot now. The only issue would be the Terra Water on the Amoonguss might allow it to survive. But if it goes for a Terra Steel, I'm not sure that even with this not very effective hit into the Amoonguss, it would be able to survive. It can't protect. If you go for a Fake Out into the Ursaluna and Shadow Ball into the Amoonguss, that would be a KO. But then you've got to contend with the fact that the Porygon 2 could be switching in, and that would be able to just be completely immune to Shadow Ball. So maybe you still just go for the Make It Rain, even to the not very effective hit, because you're threatening absolutely huge damage. You're at +4 now. You're going for your Terastallization to increase the damage even further. So I reckon, like, even with the resisted hit, you've got the Life Orb on top of the Terra Steel, on top of your +4 special attack. I don't think this Amoonguss can take the Make It Rain, even with the resistance.
Well, let's find out. Fake Out.
Oh, no protect.
The Ursaluna, there's no protect. Ursaluna not going to be moving this turn. The Pollen Puff, a little bit of recovery here, but oh my goodness, they need to be brave in the face of all these coins that are coming flying out from this Golden Go. It's a big axe on the head. It's a lot of coins flying in the face. That's going to be enough for the knockout on Amoonguss. That's going to be enough for the knockout onto the Ursaluna. It's a double, almost one hit KO there. That's the Terra option down and out for Alessandro too. Matty Morgan finding the right turn to strike.
Yeah, that very, very nicely done there for Matty. That kind of had to be a protect on the Ursaluna there, because this was just a completely free Fake Out into a Make It Rain. And because that was strong enough to be able to KO Amoonguss, there was nothing stopping that. And now there is just no damage into this opposing Golden Go. That's why the Terra Blast fighting would be nice, but not in this case. You don't have Terra available anymore. So Alessandro is going to see the writing on the wall here. Matty Morgan, absolutely fantastic play coming out. Such a well-positioned Golden Go.
Matty Morgan struck, and he struck gold. It's going to be Matty Morgan advancing through to our grand finals. Give it up for your first finalist.
Golden Go proving why it is still absolutely a threat here in this Regulation H. We haven't been able to feature it too much on stream. Like in day one, we had it like once, I think.
Yeah.
But that was just such a good showing of how strong the Golden Go can be. We've been seeing a lot of defensive Terras coming out. It's usually been Terra Dragon as the defensive Terra of choice. But here, Terra Steel, just do massive damage. I don't care if you're a water type at this point. I'm still going to knock you out, even at basically full HP, because it was just allowed opportunities to go for the nasty plots. The fact that the Incineroar was taken care of so quickly in both games just freed up the Golden Go. Ursaluna was the only Pokemon available to be able to deal with it. Amoonguss is kind of useless against it. It was still brought in Game 2 as well, even though it was not really doing too much in Game 1. The Pollen Puffs were nice, but you just aren't threatening the Golden Go. That's kind of the job of the Flamigo as well, and the Golden Go itself that could Shadow Ball. So those could have been reasonable adjustments for Alessandro, but really relying on the Ursaluna and just not being able to position it. So Golden Go absolutely sweeping through the game.
Yeah, perhaps putting too many eggs into that basket. You did have the option of Clear Smog on the Amoonguss over on Alessandro's side. Now,
doesn't help against a Steel type.
You can't. Well, you can't target into the Golden Go, but you can into the partner Pokemon, which, yeah, I mean, you can reset some stat boosts and stat drops indeed. But yeah, that Golden Go kept really, really safe there. And yeah, again, Game 1 was so fast, Game 2 was much slower, but still, Matty showing that they are able to just keep things calm and collected and know when to strike when the iron is hot, and that's certainly what came out. I'm not sure about the lack of Flamigo was intriguing to me, rather than stepping on the gas. Especially when you have the opposing Porygon 2 able to reverse the Trick Room that's just been set up. I mean, it's just an interesting tactic to rely on if you're Alessandro.
Yeah, like the Flamigo is kind of on teams for Golden Goes, right? And especially against the Porygon 2, like getting close combats into Porygon 2s and Golden Goes and into an Incineroar seems pretty good, and that wasn't brought to this match, and definitely could have been a way that Alessandro could have approached the match, because of the fact that Incineroar was taken care of too quickly meant you had to be in Trick Room to be able to deal with the Golden Go. Like, if you weren't in Trick Room, then you can't win, because the Ursaluna just gets KO'd to the Make It Rains, then that doesn't work, whereas Flamigo doesn't have that issue. It can just immediately well, I'm outspeeding already. I'm threatening the one-hit KO, but ending I'm not being brought to this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, still, huge congratulations to Alessandro for reaching top 4 in Dortmund. What a way to get your season kicked off, having such a phenomenal first finish at the first event of the season. But it will be Matty Morgan advancing to the finals here in Dortmund. Yes, a prior regional champion and a trainer who has had such fantastic finishes at other events around the globe and across the season. So, who will they be facing in the finals? Well, the next match will tell us everything.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And I'm not surprised to see a Porygon 2 Ursaluna team, not Ursaluna team, the Garchomp team make it in. Because one of the debates has been, do you go with the Garchomp or do you go with Ursaluna on the Porygon 2 team? Well, Garchomp doesn't need Trick Room. I can just threaten offense straight away. Well, Ursaluna does need Trick Room, kinda, and we saw a perfect example of that in that game. It had to be in Trick Room. Garchomp wouldn't have been, needs to be, and it didn't get brought to the game, but it seemed like the fact that Matty was able to just go, well, I can threaten straight away without the need for Trick Room.
Yeah.
That ended up being a really big advantage for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of the trainers, of course, have a lot of experience under their belts. Alessandro recently from the seniors division. Here's a little recap of everything that happened in that absolute thriller of a game. The first game, so much faster paced than the second. Golden Go able to get itself set up in both games, and that really was crucial to Matty's game plan. Whichever game we're talking about, massive Make It Rain coming down onto the field, boosted up by that nasty plot. And yeah, I mean, Ursaluna is so threatening, but it needs a little bit to get going, and that's just not something Alessandro had in the tank.
Yeah, I'm curious if that Flare Blitz would have been enough into Porygon 2. I'm dubious if it was. Like, the critical hit, it obviously just immediately sealed the game, but yeah, that would have been really close, because Porygon 2 is incredibly bulky. I think it was really smart to Ice Beam that Incineroar turn 1 and leave it on the field, because that stalled out an extra turn of Trick Room. And then, of course, the Incineroar was taken care of. When you stalled out the Trick Room, well, here you go. Ursaluna, it didn't even matter that that was in Trick Room at that point, but there wasn't a Protect on the fake out, maybe over-predicting there just a little bit, and then, yeah, as soon as the Make It Rain goes off, that's immediately game.
Yeah, and you've got to know when to make those big calls, right? I mean, it really can. So many games, especially at the high level, can come down to, well, my opponent should do this, but are they going to? Because if they don't and I do this, then suddenly I'm back in the driver's seat. So you're thinking a few turns ahead, you're thinking a few what-if scenarios ahead, and then all of a sudden, yeah, it was, in the end, Matty that came out on top. But such phenomenal experience that Alessandro would have built up over the course of this game, and that really is what it's all about. You know, you gain that experience, you take some losses along the way, and then just come back stronger next time.
Yeah, and Matty winning here is just showing that the experience is coming to help, because he's absolutely an experienced player at this point, been playing for multiple years, multiple great results, already a regional champion, going to be trying to join the accolade of multi-time regional champion, and we don't have too many of them. Like, we're actually starting to accumulate quite a few.
Yeah.
But winning one regional is already fantastic in itself. Winning more than one is very, very significant, and that really, really cements your place in the echelons of history for the Pokemon BGC.
What a way to compliment yourself there, Jamie. It certainly is a way to...
I wasn't going to mention myself. Now that you brought it up.
Yeah, don't worry. You can pay me later for that one. But yeah, it's a really, really phenomenal achievement. And the competition only gets tougher as the season goes on and more players get involved in all the excitement at these events. Newer players, older players alike. The level is so high these days that reaching this achievement this time is even more significant than reaching top 4 in a previous season. So huge congratulations once more to Alessandro. And, you know, on a team, fairly similar teams coming out from both trainers, that can be a little bit off-putting. You know, how do I play against a similar team composition? But of course, the way the Pokemon might have been trained might be totally different. Little tweaks to the movesets and to the items. Really cool, for example, seeing the Brave Bird over on Alessandro's Amigo as opposed to the Dual Wing Beat. But as you say, Dual Wing Beat better to break focus sashes and great into Vivian that's been rising up in the meta. So yeah, all of these tiny intricacies at play.
Yeah, I was just realized, and I should have realized earlier, well, Dual Wing we will KO a Sneasler in one shot.
You're right.
Yeah, I was just like, throughout this tournament, it's going to KO the Vivian in one shot. And of course, Sneasler is run focus sash a lot of the time as well. Yeah, absolutely makes perfect sense for the Dual Wing Beat. It does have that chance to miss. It's noticeably weaker, but then yeah, you can KO through focus sash, and also you don't break your own focus sash. So very, very reasonable. And you were mentioning about the just very subtle changes between teams, and that I think that's been the main thing of here in Dortmund Regional Championships. We've had the battle of Electabuzz versus Magmar, we've had the battle of Garchomp versus Ursaluna, we've had the battle of Dragonite versus Dragapult, and it's just this small team tweaks that we've been seeing that have really come into play. So yeah, the Garchomp coming out on top here, and I think interestingly as well, like we've been seeing so many Life Orb Garchomp, as in every Garchomp that we've seen has been Life Orb. Until now, and the one that's in the final is Clear Amulet. So quite interesting, because that was the most common, and then we shifted all the way to Life Orb, but back we come to Clear Amulet.
Yeah, and it's a Life Orb Golden Go that's in the final as well. And again, I really love that because, of course, it means you can go for those protects, give you a bit more flexibility in Trick Room. But that's enough of us wittering on. It is time to hear from our first finalist here in Dortmund. It is the incomparable Matty Morgan.
After 11 rounds of Swiss yesterday and today, as well as going into our asymmetrical top cut, it is Matty Morgan who joined me on the couch, who will be our first finalist this weekend. First off, congratulations for making it this far. You've definitely shown why you're a trainer to watch this season. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good, yeah. I'm very happy with how the game went. I haven't had a lot of success since Worlds last year, and that's over a year ago now. So it feels really good to be back, yeah.
Matt, you heard it here first, traders at home. Matty Morgan is back this season, and what a fantastic game that you've just had against Alessandro. Let's dive into that a little bit more, because it's a team composition that we were saying just before we went on camera that is a little bit more expected since Baltimore, and you said you've had a lot of practice coming into that matchup. What are the main points that you were trying to hit? What are the main beats that you were trying to hit through that game?
So basically, I was just trying the whole game to not give Ursaluna a free switch in. I think if Ursaluna gets going and gets in safely, it's really hard to stop. So that's why I set up like so many nasty plots, because I didn't want to remove the Amoonguss and just let it come in. If it comes in on a KO, it's not burnt immediately, which helps a little bit. But with Terra Ghost, they can protect, and then you can't even fake it out next turn. So it's just really about getting KOs at the right time, yeah.
Well, speaking about KOs, let's go right back to the start of game one, because you're playing very aggressively with the Sneasler and the Porygon 2 in the lead there, and you managed to get a KO onto the Incineroar turn one. You went for it again in game two as well. How important was knocking out that Incineroar in the early game to your game plan?
Well, my main win condition is just setting up with Gholdengo, so obviously getting rid of Incineroar makes that a lot easier.
Yeah, pretty big deal, isn't it?
There's Ursaluna as well to worry about after that, and that's it. It's really good in the Porygon and Amoonguss, so yeah.
So just making sure that that Gholdengo is set up there and ready to go. And then in game two, I mean, speaking of Nasty Plot being your game plan, you certainly executed that very, very well. At sort of midpoint of game two, there was the Porygon 2 and Amoonguss on the field, and then you just managed to get Nasty Plot after Nasty Plot up.
Yeah, I tried to lock him in a sort of dead board where if he brought in Ursaluna, it would get KO'd and he would have no offensive pressure left. And the way to exploit that is just to not attack, basically. You're running out Trick Room turns. Once he turned his Amoonguss, I tried to make it so I could have Fake Out at least coming in, just in case he switched in Ursaluna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when he Terra Watered the Amoonguss in game two, kind of. Then you know that threat of Terra Ghost that you mentioned earlier isn't really a threat, is it?
It helped a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely just gives you that sort of peace of mind, I suppose, coming into that game. Well, I mean, that matchup was one that you practiced a lot before coming into this event, but you've played a lot of Pokemon this weekend already. Tell us, what has it been that's given you a bit more trouble so far?
My two losses were to Michael Der Best and Jack Clark.
Very different teams there.
Yeah, Jack's team really caught me by surprise. I managed to rematch him in top 8, which was nice. Yeah, Toxtricity does so much damage.
Yeah, it does. What was that rematch like, knowing that you'd played Jack in the Swiss and it didn't go your way?
It was fairly close both times. I kind of got destroyed in game 3 of Swiss, and my lead was really bad in game 1, I think. So I knew what to lead better. I kind of focused down to Volcarona in top cut so my Gholdengo could sweep, sort of like that game again, but with Volcarona instead of Incineroar.
So going into the finals, we've talked quite a bit already about Golden Go being one of the key members of your team that you're really trying to get set up. Is that what we should be watching out for in the finals?
I don't know. I haven't seen the team. I try not to look too far ahead. It stresses me out.
All right, well, let's not be. Well, there's not too much further ahead that we have to look. Just one more game of Pokemon. Well, let's get you to the sidelines while the other top 4 match is going on. But just before we do, have you got any more shout-outs for friends and family that have helped you along the way?
First, I'd like to thank my parents. They've always supported me, whether I do well or bad. So, yeah, thank you so much. I'd like to thank Carson, who helped me so much with this team. I actually changed the version like a couple of nights ago, and he sort of gave me the go-ahead on that, and it's worked out a lot. I used to have Primarina instead of Garchomp. It didn't come up there, but yeah, Garchomp really carried a lot of games. All my other friends, Sam always supports me, practices. All the Irish guys out there's too many, and all my friends at home as well. Thank you so much for everything.
Kind words there. Thank you so much, Matty. We are going to be getting into our next top 4 match in just a moment. So trainers, don't go anywhere. We are soon going to be deciding who is our second finalist here in Dortmund. So stay tuned.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Dortmund Regional Championships. My name, for those of you just joining, is Lee Provost. I have the pleasure to be joined by Mr. Ben Kiriakou, and we are getting ready to get into our second top 4 here of the tournament. Ben, what a game and a great interview with Matty. It's always great hearing some insights from our players, and our first finalist is through already.
I couldn't be happier for Matty. He's a previous regional championship. He was telling me he doesn't feel like he's managed to get that far since he got the top 8 at the World Championships in 2023. But now, I mean, well, we've heard it already, but if you didn't see that interview, you've heard it here first. Matty Morgan is back this season.
He is back indeed. In what fashion as well. He played so well in that top 4 game. Really just shut down all of the options for the Ursaluna. And, you know, the fact that he mentioned it there, why he was going for those nasty plots, and just to not give that free switching, because if it had come in at any point when that Trick Room is in effect, it would have been so difficult, knowing the Pokemon that Matty had remaining in his party, to get rid of it effectively without losing a lot of pieces along the way.
Yeah, that is definitely what happens when you let an Ursaluna run rampant against your team, especially when it's boosted by that Flame Orb and Guts ability. But let's get into the present here with our players in this second top 4 set. Of course, we've got Nicolo that we've featured a couple of times on stream already, and there is also David playing up against him. Both of these trainers have had fantastic records all the way through. They are nearly there, but only one of them will make it to challenge Matty Morgan for the title of the Dortmund Regional Champion.
Yeah, exciting to know which one of these players will be. Both of them just as worthy as the other getting to this point in the tournament, but they've got a big challenge in front of them before they can take on the final one in Matty. Of course, we have seen Nicolo previously on the broadcast today. We've seen that Dragapult, we've seen the Sneasler in action, and we have mentioned David's team quite a bit because it's got a lot of functionality to it. It's got the double dragon there with the Hydreigon, the Garchomp. It's got the double fairy, Clefable, and the Whimsicott, and also that double ghost between the Gholdengo and the Annihilate as well. But we'll start off, as always, with the accomplishments of both of these players.
Most recently, that's Gdansk Regional top 8 in 2024. Just last season, last year, that they were able to get that top 8 finish. Top 64 in the European International Championships the year before. 2020 Paris Special Event top 8, and of course the 2016 National Championships, getting a top 4 finish there as well. So a seasoned player, an accomplished player over many years of competing. Here again, getting another top 4 at least accolade under their belt.
And that's exactly at the minimum what Nicolo will be able to add to their resume going forward for future events, which is really exciting. We are going to be able to take another quick recap of Nicolo's team that they are piloting to so much success this weekend with that Rillaboom, the Dragapult, the Primarina, Sneasler, Electabuzz, and the Kingambit.
It's not all about going for those spicy picks every single time. It's about how you really construct your team and are able to execute its strategies. And I think the one thing that has stood out to me is that Terra Ghost Kingambit. We've seen it quite a lot where Nicolo has been on stream, and that has definitely won him some games. In fact, do you know what? I can't read. It's Terra Dark. I was thinking about another Kingambit there.
Yeah, we've had a lot of Kingambits on. Like I mentioned, in the top 16 players, we had 8 Kingambits. So we've had a lot of Kingambit action. Easily done, my friend. But we will move on to David's team. And we can see the Whimsicott, the Hydreigon, the double dragon there between it and the Garchomp, the Gholdengo, the Clefable. Really nice pick with that Unaware ability, and the Annihilate.
And the Misty Terrain is what's sticking out.
I love that.
With the Clefable.
Especially with how impactful Diaclaw has been at the minute on the Sneaslers.
Yeah, no secondary effects whatsoever, no activation of the Poison Touch that we've seen as well. But also, it's got a little bit of a secondary benefit. Garchomp, that would be taking super effective damage from Dragon-type moves, of course, would have the damage from Dragon-type moves reduced just that little bit as well. So a little bit of a double function there for that Misty Terrain to be on the field. But and also, you can turn off Rillaboom's Grassy Glide.
Yeah, and the other thing to note as well is that Hydreigon, you know, the Choice Specs item on there, that is a a bit of a throwback to the last time I saw one of those. And then you look at the Whimsicott, what support options does it have? Of course, yes, Tailwind. Yeah, Encore, we see that commonly. Sunny Day?
Sunny Day.
No, Fire type. So, of course, yeah, we've got Terra Fire on the Hydreigon, and we've got the Heat Wave. So that boosted Under the Sun is going to be something to really have to consider going into this match, especially if you are wanting to use that King Gambit, say, if you are Niccolo, because you'd have to Terastallize to get rid of that Fire type weakness.
It's such a powerful Pokemon, and even if it's not going for those compounding boosts with its Fire type damage, dropping a Draco Meteor on your opponent is a surefire way to be able to try and take some knockouts, especially boosted up by those choice specs. So lots of great offensive options there, and this is the sort of Dragon Mirror we have. One has choice specs, one has choice specs. I mean, there's a Life of Guard job there. We're just going to throw that to the side for a second. It is the Dragon Bolt versus the Hydreigon, I think, in this matchup, as the Dragon's dealing lots and lots of damage.
Well, we're going to get into it as we see David lead out with the Goldingo and the Clefable, and Niccolo lead out with that Primarina and the Sneasler.
Fake out on the board, turn one, going to be able to stop that Clefable going for any redirection, but the Primarina and the Sneasler aren't able to do too much damage to this Goldingo on David's side of the field. He's going to be able to maybe try to set up his own nasty plot and be able to get himself boosted up and ready to pick up some key KOs. Most notably on that Primarina, we saw it, Niccolo use it to such great effect in his top 8 set, but it's got to get boosted up with its Throat Spray before it's going to do any major damage.
Oh, we see a Protect starting out from the Clefable here, wanting to avoid any damage. Super effective damage from that Dire Claw that's coming out from the Sneasler. On Niccolo's side of the field, Nasty Plot is what we're going to see from the Goldingo, boosting that special attack by 2 stages, making it a very threatening target next turn. Primarina is going to launch out an attack as well, and it will be that Hyper Voice to activate that all-important Throat Spray that we're seeing, +1 in the special attack, meaning the next time it does launch an attack off, it's going to hit that little bit harder.
Well, that is if it is able to even get off an attack. This Goldingo has Nasty Plotted, it's boosted up, it is ready to go, powered up by the Metal Coat item that it's carrying. It's probably going to be able to pick up a one-hit knockout, take the Sneasler down to the Focus Sash, and just looking at Niccolo's options here, only really the Electabuzz and the King Gambit would really be okay switching into this particular attack. But when I say okay, I use that term quite loosely,
yeah,
because they're going to be taking quite a lot of damage for their troubles.
Yeah, we saw the impact of that boosted Make It Rain in the previous top 4 game. We're going to probably likely see it in this one as well. The Sneasler not wanting to contend with any of that damage. The Electabuzz is going to come into the fray as we see the first Terastallization of this top 4, and it is going to be on David's side of the field. It will be that Goldingo. It will be into the Steel Terror type. It will be boosting the potential Make It Rain. It has that Nasty Plot already under its little belt, and will we see it do enough damage? It is going to hit the field, and 1, 2, 3, 4, it's down. The Primarina is out. Huge setup and a big knockout to boot.
Big knockout on the Primarina, and the Electabuzz taking over half of their damage. Clefable going for a Moonblast, not fearing that Dire Claw one bit, getting that damage down onto the Electabuzz, getting the special attack drop. If Electrode is going to be close to getting a KO, well, it's going to be a bit further away now as Sneasler comes back in with its Focus Sash intact.
Yeah, and the problem here is, yes, the Goldingo now susceptible to those close combats, but the problem is you've got the Clefable, it's full health next to it. It does have that redirection as well, so you can just redirect those away, protect the Goldingo, and give it enough room to get another Make It Rain off. It's still +1 special attack, so it's still going to be hitting very hard, and the Electabuzz, of course, will be able to take the next one, but the Sneasler is going to go down to its Sash, and then it's on a timer before it gets knocked out.
Even if you predict, if you're Niccolo, going for the Follow Me, and then you go for a Dire Claw, try to remove that Clefable, there are still 2 Pokemon in the back, and if that Dire Claw isn't able to pick up the KO on that Clefable, it's got that Citrus Berry, it's going to be able to recover some HP as well, and just maintain its advantage, maintain that Follow Me that it's going for right now.
Well, there is the Follow Me in the close close combat is chosen by Nicolo, and it is into the Clefable. Not going to be very effective, and reduce that defense and special defense by 1 stage as a secondary effect. Make it rain. Here's the second round of it into both these targets. The Electabuzz does go down. Sneasler down to its sash, and we are going to see a big lead here taken from David.
Electabuzz even outsped by that Golden Go, so a big clue there as to how David has been able to train their Golden Go, being a little bit more fast, a little bit on the offensive side as well, to be able to remove that big threat. Now King Gambit coming in for Nicolo. Well, it's only carrying the dark type moves of Kowtow, Cleave and Sucker Punch, so that Clefable, it's going to need to go down to a Dire Claw this turn if Nicolo wants to carve their way back into this match.
Yeah, there's a lot to do for Nicolo here, but one of the Pokemon that has a decent opportunity here is that King Gambit. We are going to see the Sneasler just go for a Protect, doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage this turn, and see what David decides to do. Another Follow Me coming out from the Clefable to redirect those attacks as the Make It Rain for the 3rd time in a row is coming out. Not boosted this time, but still powerful, powered up by the Terrestrialization, and the Metal Sword item still doing some significant damage, even though it is resisted by this King Gambit. King Gambit, though, deciding, you've boosted, it's my turn. Swords Dance. Boosting that attack by 2 stages, becoming a lot more threatening going into the next turn. But the big problem here is that Clefable's still sitting or active on the field.
I think if you were ever going to try to get that King Gambit to be winning in the end game, you do need those Swords Dance boosts. Clefable taking away that Sucker Punch. Nicolo trying to find an opportunity to attack into that Golden Go with the King Gambit, but David just not having any of it whatsoever. Following away that Sucker Punch, following away that Dire Claw. The Dire Claw does get the KO onto the Clefable, but for his troubles, Nicolo has to lose the Sneasler, the one Pokemon that's really going to, well, as well as the King Gambit, going to be able to knock out that Golden Go.
Yeah, and David just really controlled this game from start to finish. It's been a real issue for Nicolo to deal with this lead of Golden Go and the Clefable, just not able to function at all. And the one Pokemon that you can bring in to kind of help support your Golden Go is going to be that Annihilate. It is going to take neutral damage from the Sucker Punch because of its Ghost and its fighting typing, but it does have access to fighting type attacks that can come out into that Bishop. Bishop again? King Gambit, I should say, and take it down.
We're evolving back from our day when it was Bishop from back in the day. But yeah, this Annihilate is looking like it's in a good spot. Now, I don't believe that Nicolo has yet used their Terra type in this game, so the King Gambit could go for its Terra Dark and be able to take a little bit less damage from that Drain Punch, but then you would fall foul of a nasty plot. Again, Sucker Punch going into that Golden Go. The Golden Go wasn't actually attacking that turn, so the move failed. Drain Punch into the King Gambit. It's enough to pick up the KO, and David will be taking game 1 of our second top 4 here in Dortmund.
Yeah, what a convincing and dominating performance here from David, and just making things so difficult for Nicolo. I don't know how you would approach better, because that's what you've got to do. You cannot let that lead be as dominating as it was going into game 2 if you're wanting to make it into the final. You've got to have better ways to deal with it. Now, looking at the 2 teams, Ben, is there anything that you feel like you could identify changes up that Nicolo could make? We've seen Nicolo in the previous games make adjustments and really turn a match around, really make those winning decisions. Can he do it here? Has he got the options to be able to deal with the Golden Go and that Clefable?
Well, I think the thing I would identify there is the way that you play the tools that you have available to you. We saw how much damage that Dire Claw did to the Clefable. If you can get into a situation where the Dire Claw is going to be able to knock out the Clefable a little bit earlier on in that game, and to take away that support at the front end rather than at the back end, then maybe you've got a little bit of an option. And in that first game, Nicolo kind of switched it out when it was pressuring the Clefable, maybe predicting it to go for a Protect and trying to work around the Golden Go a little way, whereas there was that opportunity to just go and knock out the Clefable and allow the Pokemon in the back to come in. So I think Nicolo's brought at least 3 out of 4 of the right tools there. You could maybe make an argument that the Rillaboom could come in to offer some fake-out support, and with the Assault Vest, it would be able to take and make it rain from the Golden Go, put a little bit of pressure back on the board that way. But whether it was good into the other members of the team, well, that I'm not quite so sure about.
Well, we're about to find out. We are going to see a bit of an adjustment here from David with the Annihilate and Goldingo coming out on his side of the field, and the Electabuzz and Primarina for Niccolo.
And again here, Electabuzz and Primarina, they're doing okay damage to the Goldingo. But the trouble is here, if you go for damage with the Electabuzz and you try to use that Electro Web, well, here's an Annihilate. It's got its Defiant ability. Yeah, you could slow it down, but you're probably going to be boosting it up more than you would like to and more than it's safe to in this scenario. And we also know that the Goldingo is indeed faster than the Electabuzz at the moment. That would give the opportunity for a Make It Rain to come out and the Primarina to take pretty significant damage right here on turn 1.
Yeah, it's pretty safe at this stage in the battle as well if you're the Goldingo on David's side of the field to get that nasty plot up. You're not in any immediate danger of getting knocked out, in particular from a Primarina. Hyper Voice, and even after it's boosted, you're still not going to be in range. And the Annihilate does have to be a little bit careful here because the Moonblast would do some really considerable damage, but concentrating all your efforts into that side of the field leaves the Goldingo, which we're now seeing Terastallize free to do what it likes. Protect coming out from the Annihilate. Pierre don't want to take any Moonblast damage if that's what we see, but fastest Pokemon on the field, the Goldingo launching just straight up with a Make It Rain and doing some significant damage to kick off this game too.
No Citrus Berry on the Primarina either, so that Primarina doesn't have the recovery that it needs to take another Make It Rain. Taunt going into the Protect on the Annihilate and not managing to stop the Annihilate from not protecting, not bulk upping later on, and just a Hyper Voice changed into a Water type by that Liquid Voice ability, of course, doing the same 35-40% to Davide's Goldingo that it did in the last game. But now, because there was no Electro Web, it's all down to the Goldingo to be able to take up another KO. And if that Sneasel is in the back, well, if it switches in here, it's going to take a Make It Rain. It's probably going to go down to its Focus Sash still.
Yeah, I think it's a risky thing, but obviously Niccolo has a game plan here, locking in with two options and maybe one that is a little bit risky. We'll see how it plays out. If that Annihilate stays on the field, we know an Electro Web is coming out from Niccolo's side, but the Annihilate switches out here on David's side, and the Clefable going to come in. That's the line of support for the Goldingo now back on the field. Protect coming out from the Goldingo, so going to avoid any of that Electro Web damage this turn to slow it down. We are seeing a Protect on the Primarina as well. Smart play, actually going for that Protect, avoiding the Make It Rain damage, using the Electro Web to slow the Goldingo down. Risky because the Annihilate was out and you'd activate the Defiant ability, but thankfully for Niccolo, it's just the Clefable instead. But that Goldingo still in the driving seat. It is pressuring with that Make It Rain this next turn, and because of the initial damage that the Primarina has taken, it is going to be in knockout range.
Yeah, so you definitely got to preserve your Primarina if you're Niccolo in this situation. Davide really did well to protect the Goldingo on that turn, on the turn that Primarina was protected. Sometimes even if you're on the front foot, you do need to protect yourself and just make sure you stay on the front foot in this game, and that's why the King Gambit has been pressured in by that Goldingo.
Yeah, the King Gambit coming onto the field to take this attack a little bit better as another Make It Rain drops onto Niccolo's side of the field. Electabuzz takes that very well, and the King Gambit very comfortable in this situation here. Another special attack drop as we do see a Taunt come out from the Electabuzz, but maybe suspecting that the Clefable is going to launch off a Moonblast, and it is into the King Gambit, freshly onto the field. No special attack drop though, and a little bit of a get out of jail card for David there, because if we saw the Defiant activate there, things would look a very different game going into this next turn.
Now this King Gambit could start going for a Sword Stance, but because that Clefable is unaware, those Sword Stance boosts are not going to get past that Clefable. Electabuzz, of course, can only attack with an Electro Web, and I'd really like to see from David if he was able to get that Annihilate onto the board, follow me away any attacks from the King Gambit, and then get that set up and get going. Niccolo's got to find a way to again, same as game one, got to find a way to remove that Clefable from play with Davide, just protecting it and switching it out himself.
Yeah, well, expecting maybe the Annihilate to come in to catch another Electro Web to get a Defiant boost. We're not seeing that. Just a follow me from the Electabuzz as the Garchomp now comes onto the field, and a nasty plot to undo those special attack drops, putting it back to a neutral special attack stat as we see the Swords Dance coming out from the Kingambit. The one thing that you would say is a bit of a detriment for the Clefable going off the field is now that Sucker Punch is enabled, you don't have the redirection, you don't have a way to mitigate it, so the Garchomp and that Goldingo are both going to be threatened by this going into the next turn. +2 boosted as well. It's going to be very strong.
But now Davide is going to have his choice of what Pokemon he really wants to favor in this scenario. Again, we're not putting any pressure. Nicolo needs to find a way to put pressure onto that Clefable, because either the Goldingo or the Garchomp could protect themselves. The Clefable can come in, again, protected by that Unaware, and it really does make life difficult for Nicolo.
We're going to see a protect on the Garchomp this turn as it follows suit the Kingambit, protecting as well to avoid any damage. Make a Rain coming out from the Goldingo, of course, it is going to drop onto just the Electabuzz. It is going to just take resisted damage, so not doing too much here, but still doing a respectable amount as that is getting chipped down. The big important thing here is that the Electabuzz is allowed to fire off another attack, and it is going to be that Electro Web, and this time into the Goldingo, and now it will, all importantly, drop that speed stat, so it will be a slightly bit slower going into this next turn, but the big immediate threat is that Garchomp here. Will it be able to take a Sucker Punch? I would imagine +2 Sucker Punch, but the thing is, you can Terrastallize. Would it be able to take a Dark Terra boosted +2 Sucker Punch?
You know what? I don't think the Garchomp would be able to. That's one of the real benefits of using a boosting item on your Kingambit. You really do lean into the damage that it can do. But of course, by using Make It Rain over and over again, you're making your Goldingo a little bit less of a threat. So maybe the Kingambit isn't targeting into that. You can get your Clefable in on the Garchomp slot. That's exactly what happened. The Sucker Punch fails into that slot.
Oh,
it's a Shadow Ball coming out. It's a -1. It's going to be not enough quite to pick up the KO, but it's a big amount of damage. Puts it squarely in Make It Rain range.
That is a brilliant, brilliant play there, because you could go for the Make It Rain. You know, probably would do good damage into that Electabuzz and a little bit into the Kingambit, but at the same time, is it going to switch out? Catching the switch is so valuable, and you've done some really detrimental damage to that Dragapult. It's not going to be as threatening as it was before. Of course, it can still throw out the big damage onto the field, but you do have that Clefable now on the fray. It is able to use that Follow Me, redirect any of those Dragon-type attacks, and just preserve things on David's side a little bit further.
Well, it's just going to be a Protect this turn. Coming out from the Clefable on Davide's side. Phantom Force, the move of choice for the Dragapult coming in here, and a nasty plot coming out. This is the opportunity that Nicolo has been looking for to try to knock out that Goldingo, and he gets it!
That's a huge knockout. The Kowtow Cleave into the Goldingo, taking that Terrastalized Pokemon down, clawing this match back from Nicolo.
And the Clefable here is going to be sitting protected at the moment. But if I could hazard a guess, a Choice Band Dragapult would be one of those ways that you could really target down into the Clefable. The Annihilate coming onto the board, but there is something else that these trainers have to worry about. Davide needs to worry about where that Phantom Force was targeted. Do I need to Follow Me or do I not? If the Clefable doesn't go for a Follow Me and the Dragapult is actually targeted into the Annihilate slot, it could be going down this turn. It can't tear away from its Ghost typing.
No, and that is the big threat here. You know, Nicolo has preserved the Terrastalization very well in this game, even under pressure, able to keep it for this turn. And if you go for the Terrastalization onto that Kingambit here, you not only get rid of one of those weaknesses to the fighting types, you reduce that slightly, but you get the boost to those big Dark type attacks that you have access to as well. We are going to get into it. We are going to see the Terrastalization bend, and it is going to be onto the Kingambit, going from the Steel and Dark type into the pure Dark type Pokemon.
Just Dark type Kingambit doing all of the damage in the world. It's sitting there. It's got its crown on its head. It is ready to go. Clefable is going for the Follow Me. It's going to be redirecting the Phantom Force. Will it be enough to pick up the KO? No, it will not be. The Clefable hangs on with a lot of HP remaining, munching on that Citrus Berry. This is going to be a follow-up of the follow-up of Rage Fist from Annihilate into the Dragapult, picking up that KO, and this Kowtow cleave that the King Gambit has locked itself into will probably not be able to pick up the KO on this Clefairy. Clefairy remaining on the field as the biggest threat to Nicolo.
Yeah, and you just see the importance there of that unaware ability. You'd think, oh, well, it has used Sword Stance. It is +2, so it is boosted by Terastallization, but the unaware ability coming in so key here, making sure that that boost that the King Gambit's got isn't going to play a factor in it, and the Clefable acting as that perfect support option in this situation. The Annihilate in a decent situation as well, where it has got access to the Rage Fist, can get rid of the Electabuzz. We know the speed tiering here is going to outspeed the Electabuzz, get the knockout there, but we are going to see it protect Nicolo trying to claw their way back into this game.
I think you've got to try and keep that follow me support active there as Drain Punch goes into the Electabuzz and pings off of that shield. Moonblast landing into the King Gambit. It's only Dark type, not a Steel type anymore, and it's enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah, the outspeeding the King Gambit with the Clefable is huge. Now it is a pure Dark type. It's taking more damage from that Moonblast, utilizing it as a support option and that offensive tool as well. So well done. Full health Annihilate looks a little bit too much for Nicolo to deal with. Can he with the Primarina as the Follow Me comes out from the Clefable? What are we going to see? The options here, the Annihilate going to lock into the Drain Punch, claw back, a little bit of damage onto the field, knock out another Pokemon, the Electabuzz going down, and the Primarina here left on its own to deal with the remaining Pokemon as it fires a Moonblast out, finally taking down that Clefable.
That Clefable is down and out, but that Annihilate is going to be outspeeding the Primarina. Nicolo has done a very good job at making sure that that Rage Fist has not boosted up more than he can handle, but unfortunately for Nicolo, there is a Garchomp in the back with its Life Orb, stomping Tantrum, going into the Primarina, picking up the knockout, and Davide Miraglia is going to be your second finalist here at the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Such a convincing win in such style, and moving into the final of the regional championships here in Dortmund. Incredibly done by David. Absolutely phenomenal play and so dominating throughout, start to finish, utilizing that Clefable so well throughout that set.
It was so difficult for Nicolo to be able to deal with, but not just that. Davide making sure he was putting it in the right spot to be able to take advantage of it fully. Just going for make it rain after make it rain after make it rain after make it rain.
After make it rain.
Sorry, I missed one. I missed one there. Going for all of those, just spreading the damage on the board, putting the Primarina under pressure, putting the Dragapult under pressure with the Shadow Ball prediction in Game 2, just trying to knock out the Electabuzz, and hey, if I get the Dragapult, perfect. That also goes along with the game plan that I'm trying to make, and he just positioned his team so effectively.
Yeah, and that lead was just... it was just too much for Nicolo to deal with, and you could see the idea there, bringing the Primarina out early on and utilizing, but the thing is, to activate that Throat Spray, it puts you in that awkward position where you have to lock in with the Hyper Voice.
Yeah.
And it's not always the most optimal thing to do. Yes, you want to get this special attack boost, but at the same time, you're kind of not really doing anything to the Golding on this, the opposite side of the field, and it's getting a +2. And then it's going to really threaten a knockout on you, and you still need to deal with the Clefable that's sitting next to it. You can see the Make It Rain here coming out, just wiping that Primarina from the field. And the Electabuzz just hasn't got the offensive presence to really support you in that situation. A very passive lead here from Nicolo, especially when you can't get maybe any returns. And then obviously this is game 1 where the Sneasler came, and it was impactful in places, but it just didn't carry the game like you would normally hope it would. It was eventually able to get that Diaclor off, but by that stage, how David had played the game, it didn't really matter because the Clefable had done what it needed to do and supported the Goldinger into bringing out the best potential in it to take down the really big threats, allowing the Annihilate in the end here to just end things.
Just absolutely end the game there. It was sitting nice and pretty with its full HP there, getting the Drain Punch, getting the Rage Fists onto the board and picking up those key knockouts. And of course, yeah, being able to get the position, get the damage on the board for that Garchomp to be able to pick up that final KO on the pre-Marina boost. It didn't even need the Life Orb at that stage. It came in game 3. Yeah. It was able to sit there, put pressure onto the King Gambit that had gone for a Sword Stance, and then it's like, hey, well, I put pressure on the board now. I don't need to do anything else. I'll just switch back out to the Clefable, let the others deal with it, and come back in at the end and take all the glory for themselves.
Pretty much, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, yeah, it popped in, said, hello, I'm here, and then, yeah, I'll come back when you've done all the work, and I'll, yeah, it was all me, wasn't it?
It was, but it, you know, it's that key knock. If Garchomp wasn't there to take the knockout, Annihilate probably would have done this.
Oh, yeah,
so,
yeah. I think at that stage, the Primarina was just had too much to do, and you kind of would be hoping at that stage of the game, if you were relying on just the Primarina, for it to be in a lot more healthy position. But you know, having maybe 25% of its health left, it just had too much to do against the threats that were in front of it, and you didn't have a route then to support through any speed control or anything like that, so there was no real hope of kind of positioning it in a place where you were able to overwhelm the threats on David's side of the field. I think you needed to utilize the Dragapult, but that was dealt with quite effectively from that Annihilate, unfortunately.
When you've got a Fairy-type Follow-Me user, yeah, it's really hard to be able to utilize Dragapult properly, because its mainstay on the field tends to be going for a Dragon Dance, on it pinch going for an Outrage as well. But in that situation, well, Phantom Force would have been the only move that would have done significant damage to the Clefable. And we did see one go off onto it. It didn't do too much damage. It certainly doesn't put it in range of many other things. You know, looking back at the King Gambit that had got its Swords Dance boost, you can see how effective that Unaware was on the Clefable. You called it out earlier, Lee. And not just that, but I think Clefable is really taking advantage of the lack of Fairy-type threats that we have in the format. Yeah. People don't have as many options to deal with that type of Pokemon. And I think that's why Davide's identified that and has been able to execute his plans so well.
Yeah, it's perfect, really. When you think about it, the Clefable will be threatened quite heavily from the Sneasler, very popular Pokemon, as we've seen over this weekend. But a really good Pokemon to position next to it is a Goldingo that can just go for those nasty plots. When there's room to do it, you become so threatening, and then you do put yourself in an odd position where when you do Terastallize, you become subjected to the close combat, but you've got the redirection. And then it puts the 50-50 in your opponent's mind. Do I click into close combat and they don't follow me and I get some reward for it, or do I click into the Diaclone knowing that the follow me is going to come in? And if I, you know, so it's really, really tricky.
Well, someone that has been an expert all weekend of making those mind games is Davide. Let's kick it over to the couch for our final interview before we get into our finals here in Dortmund. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lee and Ben. I am, of course, joined with our second finalist here in the Pokémon Dortmund Regional Championship. Davide, congratulations. How are you feeling about making the final?
It feels great, really great. I feel really great.
Yeah, because you've had some great consistency across the years. We've seen like top 8s before, but now you've been able to make it into the final for the first time. It's been a really cool team as well. So, like, what made you choose the 6 Pokemon that you brought to this tournament?
So this team was built with my 2 good friends, Riccardo Pamea and Francesco Oli Macrasini. I will shout out to them later also. And we were trying the beat-up stuff that was we thought was really good. And at the last minute, we tried many different versions, like with Ninetales Alola. I did a local recently with Ninetales Alola, and it was really great because, you know, Aurora Veil, it was good with Garchomp. And then we decided at the last minute, more or less, to add Garchomp, because it's Garchomp in this meta is doing well, and Clefable. Clefable because we had the issues against King Gambit, and apparently Clefable solves those issues, so we're okay.
Well, we saw that in the match, didn't we? So yeah, the Clefable really shut down that King Gambit. Yeah. I think the main star it's got to be the Goldingo, right? Like, that just completely swept through the game 1 and really put in the work in game 2. So, like, how well positioned do you think Goldingo is currently?
It's Goldengo is a busted Pokemon. One thing that we also thought about putting Clefable is that it would have helped Goldengo sweeping teams, and that's what it does. Because the plan against Gigambit is going with Goldengo and make it train 90% Terra, make it train +2. So it's really, really strong. Also, in that balanced team, is good against Sneasler because it doesn't touch you. Is good against Primarina because yes, it can touch you, but it takes make it train, so it takes a lot of damage before. So it's Goldengo, you know, and it's immune to Among. You know, it's Goldengo.
It's a very good Pokemon.
It's a very good Pokemon. Yeah.
Yeah, and we know, of course, you're going to be facing Matty Morgan in the final. Yeah. We know what team he's going to be running. What do you think your chances of your team taking down his?
I honestly don't know. I will figure it out something. I don't want to spoiler my plans. I have something in mind. I have something in my mind. I don't want to spoiler, but you know, I will try my best.
Well,
as always.
We'll see very shortly. And yeah, I don't want to keep you too much longer because, of course, you've got a final to prepare for. So just before we conclude, are there any shout-outs you want to give anyone?
A precious shout out to Appa e Oli. Thank you so much because this is a team achievement. All the Team Aqua that I am family, and all the guys that stayed here, Francesco Pardini, Charlie, everyone that stayed here, you know, losing their transports to watch my final, and most important, my girlfriend, Paulina, that today she's not here because she's doing her things that she loves, but without her in my life, her support, I would never be here today. So those are my shout-outs. Thank you so much, guys, because I really appreciate it. I love you all.
That's lovely to hear. Absolutely. Congratulations on making the final, and we'll be back very shortly. It's going to be the final of the regional championships. We're going to determine who is going to be our first European here to qualify for the World Championships, so don't you dare go anywhere.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Mariah. I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the big survives on. What's it going to be? Luca Cherubelli. Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon Video Game World Champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events Champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cherubelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favorite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the World Championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion. We've soared through the skies on our Dragapult. We've landed squarely in the face of all the coins that Golden Go has been dishing out. We've ridden on the back of our Ursalunas. We have climbed to the top of Mount Coronet in our Sneasler parcels on the back from Legends Arceus. And we have landed right now at the Grand Finals for the Dortmund Regional Championships. We're starting our 2025 Play Pokemon season strong, and indeed the regulation set H rule set. Who's going to be joining Nicholas Morales as a winner of a regional championship in our 2025 season? I am Charlie Merriman, and I couldn't be merrier. In fact, I have the utter delight of being joined by Boyd. Jamie, how you doing?
That was a good effort. There's not much that rhymes with Boyd. I'll take it, yeah.
There's so much potential for puns on that.
Yeah.
A sweet for sore eyes. I mean, just to name one. I'll
Save them.
Save them. I'm backing them like a Golden Go.
No, we want to focus on our two players here. Matty Morgan, a previous regional champion, maybe going to be getting that second, maybe a multi-time regional champion, of course, against Davide Miraglia, going to be looking for their first.
Oh, it's so exciting being in this situation. These two trainers, we had some really famous names in the Pokemon VG scene, and both of them have made up a name for themselves over the past few years in the scene. And of course, here they are meeting in the finals. This would certainly be quite the accomplishment to add. You know, beyond anything else, knowing that you've really come to the fore in really a brand new format. It's a format we've only been getting used to for a few weeks now, and one of them will go all the way.
Yeah, and automatically qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim. That kind of sorts your season out straight away, doesn't it? First tournament, and then you can somewhat relax and know that you've already qualified for the World Championship.
See you in 11 months.
Yeah, exactly. and probably a completely different format as well. But this format has been so good to see. So much innovation coming out. Loads of different teams that are coming out in Dortmund. So I think we're going to see a lot of these teams be picked up and continue throughout the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was interesting is in this finals, yes, I'd say Matty Morgan is perhaps running a composition we're more familiar with, but still with those tiny tweaks. And I will never forget Eric Rios saying back in the 2023 Worlds in Yokohama, in an interview, he said that for him, the best teams are the ones that use the classic, really strong Pokemon, but you make the odd tweak here and there to item, moveset, abilities, for example, in order to catch your opponent off guard. That certainly seems to be something that Matty is doing, running, for example, a Garchomp, but with Clear Amulet, freeing up the Life Orb for the Golden Go, whereas normally we'd see that Life Orb on the Garchomp, but we'll be getting into those teams in far more detail very shortly, and this is our bracket, the path that they went on to get to this position.
Yeah, being able to take down some very, very good names. Of course, Matty Morgan taking down one of the coolest teams that we did see this tournament with that Drifloon Toxtricity coming out from Jag, and then, of course, the aged-up senior that was having a very, very solid showing, getting top 4, only recently aged up to Masters, but Matty, with their experience, able to take him down.
Yeah, and Fevzi Ozcan, of course, someone who we featured on stream earlier today, doing so well against that very team that Jack Clark was running. Unfortunately, losing to Nicolo Barado there, but what an achievement for Nicolo. Someone I had the pleasure of being able to talk to earlier, and someone who only started competing about a year ago. So there really is no time like the present, trainers. You could have a fantastic run at one of these very events.
Yeah, and we've seen that already. We saw it in Baltimore. We saw someone turn up to their very first tournament and win the whole thing. But at the same time, we're seeing someone who has already won a tournament turn up to this one and potentially win their second. We can see here Matty Morgan is really, really accomplished player. Top 8 at the World Championships. Absolutely fantastic back in Yokohama in 2023. As mentioned, in that 2023 season, he was the Malmo Regional Champion using a Safe Goals Pelipper with a Palafin that used to be very meta, and sorry Palafin, you're no longer here. But yeah, really, really consistent player.
Yeah, and with that Garchomp and Sneasler to boot, Sneasler has to be one of the headlines from this weekend. I mean, we all had our eyes on it coming into the Dortmund Regional Championships with that Dire Claw move. A chance to inflict a status condition, poison, paralysis, or indeed sleep. And in that situation, the best you can hope for really, most of the time, would be a poison. Certainly better than a mandatory turn of sleep, meaning that you are definitely unable to act on that turn. And as we were saying before, Jamie, therefore you see something like Golden Go Rise Up being a steel type, so it's immune to those poison types. Then if you Terra Steel your Golden Go, then it's going to be taking super effective from the close combat, whereas once it was immune to them. So you've really got to play the ever-shifting scales of Pokemon VG, trainers.
Yeah, for sure. And we've been seeing Golden Go not so much in day 1, and then suddenly here in day 2, it's been putting on a fantastic showing. Matty being able to position against the Ursaluna that would have been able to just completely knock it out in one shot. Really, really nicely done. And then the Golden Go coming out from Davide here, completely completely swept through that top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Davide was really putting on a fantastic show for us all. And this isn't such a common team archetype that we have seen so far in regulation set H. I mean, we've got a double dragon with Garchomp there, but also the Hydreigon. That's a Pokemon we saw a couple of times, a little bit. It's certainly not as favored as some of the other powerhouse Pokemon, but Hydreigon clearly working wonders for Davide, alongside the Whimsicott. Really ample support coming out from it. Clefable there too, as the Follow Me user of choice. Previous formats we've seen, in fact, Eviolite Clefairy, the pre-evolved form, with a bolster to its defenses, but now it's going to be that Clefable running, of course, the Unaware ability.
Yeah, these are all 6 Pokemon that you aren't surprised to see in the final, but maybe as a combination of 6, we wouldn't have been expecting this. So yeah, really, really nicely built team here, coming out from Davide. The previous accomplishments, top 8 of the Regional Championship last season in Gdansk. I know that he was one of the trailblazers for the Landorus Incarnate that actually became meta. He was using it in that tournament, and from that tournament onwards, Landorus Incarnate became meta, and Davide was the first person to break through into the top 8 with that Pokemon, and then it actually became a staple in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a lovely person as well. I remember interviewing Davide at, perhaps it was indeed Gdansk, and both of them such fantastic people in their own right, and well aware that, you know, at the end of the day, we are playing a game in order to have fun. And yes, there's a lot on the line right now. Yes, the stakes are very high, but fundamentally, if we're not having fun playing this game, then why would we play it at all? And so it's all about the experiences you make along the way, and the venue has been absolutely thriving and buzzing with players reconnecting from across previous seasons, and indeed for the first time.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, there won't be a German in this final. I know that we had a lot of support in the crowd for the German players, but they were knocked out in the top 8. We do have Ireland versus Italy here, so going to be a very, very solid showing for both of those regions. As we mentioned, these are both absolutely fantastic players, both worthy regional champions for sure.
But no man is an island, Jamie, and they will certainly be very grateful for the friends they've made along the way, helping them with the team building, helping them with the practice. It's a game that's very difficult to do well in if you are not being able to practice your matchups and build teams together. It's all about advice. The sooner we fail, so to speak, in inverted commas, the sooner we learn lessons the hard way and make mistakes, the sooner we can build on and improve on them. Now, Davide Moralia certainly looking to claim their first win at an event here, and it would be absolutely huge for them. And again, what a way to start off the season. And following nicely in the footsteps of, well, not quite entirely in the footsteps of Nicolas Morales, who won the very first event they ever attended. Davide has a bit more behind them, but this would certainly be an achievement that stamps Davide's name on the map even further.
Yeah, been playing for what, back to at least 2016, so that's going to be like, well, 8-9 years at this point. So a lot of experience behind himself. Broke through into the top 8 with that Gdansk regional back in the previous season. Got top 4 in Italy in the nationals in 2016 as well, so has been consistently doing very well at tournaments, and then finally broken through into this final. This is his chance to become a champion finally.
Yeah, it certainly is. As the trainers are thinking carefully about the Pokemon that they will need to lock in, they are focused on the desk here. Matty Morgan, a player who has such a history behind them as well, and I cannot wait to see how these two teams match up into each other. You would say that Davide would probably have had more practice playing against an archetype like what Matty is running than Matty would have had playing against a team like Davide is running. Yeah,
we've been mentioning throughout the broadcast that do you go with the tried and true team that, yes, this is definitely a good team of 6. We know that. It's been used before, it's proven itself. But then if you use that team, well then when you go up against a potentially uncommon team or an anti-meta kind of team, then they have the experience against your team, but you don't necessarily have the experience against theirs. So then you only have 90 seconds to come up with a game plan, whereas the anti-meta team has probably had a few weeks worth of experience behind themselves as well. So that's the choice that we got to make. Matty going with what would be considered a pretty standard team, but we got the somewhat anti-meta team coming out from Davide, and it's been very successful so far. Can it just take down that one more standard team to be able to cement itself as a champion team?
Yeah, and even though it's open team list and you can see everything that your opponent has up their sleeve apart from the training on the Pokemon, some situations you're thinking, great, well, what do I do with that? How do I approach this matchup in the first place? Well, let's take a look at Matty's team to see the tools he'll be using. Amoonguss, Incineroar, Sneasler, Golden Go, Porygon 2, and Garchomp.
Yeah, very, very common 6 there to see. And yeah, Sneasler, I think, has been one of the stars of this tournament for sure. It's not carrying Fake Out. Fake Out has been incredibly common on Caesar, but instead going to be carrying that coaching. With the Terra Flying, you have the option of going for Terra Flying and then just coaching your Garchomp. And here's massive Earthquakes coming out. You can coaching your own Porygon too, and it's such a bulky Pokemon, you won't be able to break it with when you get the coaching boost. And it can also turn the Terra Blast into a physical move if you do go for that Terastallization into the ground type. So yeah, really nice synergy coming out from that coaching. A little bit of a deviation from the standard Sneasler that we've been seeing, but still incredibly effective.
And of course, we've seen a lot of Terra fighting on Porygon 2, whereas now it is the Terra ground for Matty. With the Terra Blast, that would be able to target down a Steel type like Goldengo, or indeed an Incineroar Fire type pre-Terastallization with that move. So very nice tech to see there. And of course, called out earlier, the Life Orb on the Goldengo and Clear Amulet on the Garchomp. And that means that the Garchomp will be immune to any Intimidates or other attack drops that could be targeted into it from Incineroar or the like.
Yeah, it's going to be the most common item that we saw previously coming back into the fray. It was basically all Life Orb up until now. Basically, all Life Orbs now proven by Davide, because he is running the Life Orb Garchomp that we have been seeing. But yeah, a little bit of a deviation with some of the sets on his Pokemon. We've got the Choice Specs Hydreigon for absolutely massive damage. The Clefable, we saw it pop up right at the beginning of the regulation because it's unaware, very good into potentially Dondozo teams, but also into, as we saw in the previous match, King Gambit. Usually, you would think a Steel type would beat Clefable, but most common set on King Gambit is just Mono Dark attacks. So the fact that you can ignore the Swords Dances and just be able to redirect and keep something like the Goldengo safe, which we saw in the top 4. Clefable, Goldengo, follow me, make it rain, and that swept through the game.
I love that Misty Terrain on the Clefable as well. That's going to pay huge dividends. Against the Sneasler that Matty is running, Misty Terrain, of course, protects your Pokemon against any status conditions. That's certainly one way around all of the nuisance that Sneasler can provide on the field, something we've seen time and time again on the stream. In terms of the other Pokemon that Davide is running, Whimsicott, we haven't seen too many of them so far in Dortmund, but with Encore, you've got to be so careful playing around that. Encore can lock your Pokemon into the move it's just used. Being boosted by Prankster, you have the luxury of seeing the moves that are being locked into and then going for it, as long as your opponent doesn't switch out. So it's certainly an even better move to use in an endgame scenario when perhaps your opponent's down to their final 2.
Yeah, and it did have the option to have Beat Up available on the Whimsicott and paired up with an Annihilate, but no, sacrificing the Beat Up for some other tech moves like you mentioned. Encore, very disruptive. Sunny Day would have been for the rain matchups that we have been seeing very consistently, being able to disrupt the Archelodons from going for Electro Shots. So no space for Beat Up on this Whimsicott, but the Annihilate, also seen in that top 4 match, was still incredibly effective at just pinning down something like the King Gambit. The Porygon 2 would not appreciate a Bulked Up Annihilate for sure, getting those Drain Punches, getting all of that recovery. At least it's going to be the Terra Ground version, so if you do go for the Terastallization, you'd be able to threaten the Annihilate with some pretty good damage. Yeah, I'm not seeing an obvious winner here just based on the teams. Like, it does seem like a pretty even matchup between them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Obviously, you have the option of Tailwind on your Whimsicott, but then Porygon 2 can very easily go for a Trick Room. You're not really threatening it with a one-hit knockout here. Either that Annihilate, we need to get going with a Bulk Up or 2 first. So, it's time, trainers. Let's lock in. Let's get going with our Masters Finals of the Dortmund Regional Championships of the 2025 season. Make some noise for Matty Morgan and Davide Moralia. Let's get into it.
Yes, let's get into it for sure with an Annihilate lead and a Hydreigon head up, facing down. That's Porygon 2 getting an attack boost with download and the Amoonguss. So there's not too much going to be stopping a Trick Room coming out here. Yes, the Annihilate is carrying the safety goggles and would be able to completely ignore it and get a Drain Punch into Porygon 2, but without any kind of bulk ups, it's not going to be doing too significant damage, and a Rage Powder would be able to keep Porygon 2 safe from the Specs Hydreigon. If you're comfortable, you'd be able to survive. You could launch off a Spore into that slot, but yeah, Hydreigon's not going to stay on the field here, but Goldengo, that is a perfect switch into a potential Spore.
And with the Annihilate holding the safety goggles, nothing will be going to sleep if that is indeed what Matty locked into. But it's already time for our first Terastallization, trainers. It's going to be the Porygon 2 for Matty going for the Terra Ground. It's wearing its Seismic Layers cap and ready to deal out some super effective Terra Blast damage into potentially the Just Wished in Goldengo. Would be a bold call given that it was once the Hydreigon with a Levitate. Annihilate, bold bolstering its attack and defense with that bulk up. It was indeed the Spore trying to connect with the recently switched in Golden Go. Not going to be doing anything here, but Porygon 2, very safe to go for the Trick Room here, just terrestrializing away from its fighting weakness.
Yeah, excellent switch in for the Golden Go there. The Amoonguss is kind of useless now. Like, yeah, we're in Trick Room, and Amoonguss loves to be in Trick Room, so you can just launch off Spores basically before anything else can, but you got the safety goals in the Annihilate. A perfect item choice in this finals. The Golden Go with its good as gold ability. You can't be Spored. Like, Sludge Bomb would do not much damage at all to Annihilate. You don't really want to go for a Sludge Bomb because that would start to build up the Rage Fist damage.
Yeah.
Like, you've gone for your Terra Ground on the Porygon, so it's not going to be weak to the fighting type attacks anymore. You kind of want to ignore the Annihilate, because if you start getting those Rage Fist boosts stacked with a +1 or maybe even a +2, because the Annihilate is kind of free to go for another bulk up if it does one, then it could become very dangerous.
That's exactly the problem with leaving it alone. Exactly, Jamie. And there's the ground type Terra Blast into Davide's Golden Go here. How much damage will it do? It's super effective. That is a huge amount of damage. Golden Go brought down to about a fifth of its HP. Make It Rain boosted by the Metal Coat, which boosts the power of steel type moves. And of course, Golden Go with slightly less change to spare now, getting that recall to its special attack. A little bit of recovery could have happened on the Annihilate, but already at full HP, and the Porygon 2 whittled down just a little bit.
Yeah, it's below half already, so really, really good damage coming out from Davide. Even in the Trick Room, the Golden Go and Annihilate already putting in work. Golden Go able to survive the Terra Ground Terra Blast. That was thanks to the attack boost being the download instead of the special attack. That would have been special attack. That's a KO Golden Go. So very nicely trained on Davide's side of the field to allow an attack boost instead of special attack boost. But the Porygon's still in a pretty reasonable position. You've got a KO into the Golden Go if you want, but then you've also got that Hydreigon that you know is available in the back. That could switch in and completely absorb a Terra Blast because it is a ground type.
Yep.
If you Ice Beam a Hydreigon switching in, that would be very, very good damage. But Ice Beaming a Golden Go would be pretty brave. But no, it's not Hydreigon. It's just the Clefable switching in instead.
The reveal of the fourth Pokemon, and let's certainly hope that Davide can write their own fable right now here in Dortmund. Annihilate going for its Terra. It's all of a sudden become a water type, not the fire type that we commonly see. This Annihilate enjoys a little bit of a dip in the pool. It's time to lock into our turn as the ground type Terra Blast will be connecting down into the recently switched in Clefable. Got a nice amount of damage on the Clefable. It's not too much there, but every little bit of chip can help. Shadow Ball, in fact, coming out from the Golden Go, connecting into the Annihilate. Is there going to be a special defense drop? Oh my goodness. And you've just given a free Defiant boost to Davide's Annihilate there. That now the Annihilate is at +3 of its attack, I believe, after the bulk up on the prior turn. Big Rage Fist now connecting into Matty's Golden Go easily enough to secure the knockout.
Yeah, that's not good for Matty. That is a KO Golden Go. That would have been definitely a KO on the Annihilate. If it didn't go for that terrestrialization, we saw it did half damage. So if it would have been super effective, that would have been the KO. But yeah, the special defense drop. It's nice for being able to knock it out with your special attacking Pokemon. You got the Amoonguss and you got the Porygon 2, but now it's going to be kept safe by the Clefable, so you can just go for a Follow Me, and then the Porygon 2 can't go for a Terra Blast into the Annihilate. It would have been really close if a Terra Blast, thanks to the special defense drop, would have KO'd the Annihilate, but now you don't really have that option because of the Follow Me redirection. And now, like you mentioned, +3, and Rage Fist is now actually reasonable damage as well. Like, it's been hit once, so it's at least 100 base power. So the Annihilate is in just a fantastic position because it's being protected by the Clefable as well.
Yeah, goodness gracious me. The Annihilate could very quickly run away with this game, as we've seen in previous sets, not only in Regulation Set H, but all the way back in the heady days of Regulation Set A when Annihilate was first introduced to the scene. Clefable wants to be the star of the show right now, waggling its finger. It is the center of attention. Sludge Bomb will be nice, super effective damage. That's a huge amount of damage. You don't see that amount of damage every day. It is a critical hit from the Amoonguss into Davide's own Clefable.
Now the special defense
really
drop.
Turned, and the special defense recover coming out from Porygon 2. Okay, so healing a little bit of HP here. That's going to be nice and, well, a little bit more secure. Yeah, the Drain Punch actually not doing too much damage there, which is really a relief for Matty to see.
Yeah, if that would have been a Terra Blast, thanks to that special defense drop, that would have been really close if that was enough to KO the Annihilate. But no, it's just a recover instead. And now that Drain Punch recovery as well, that's definitely put the Annihilate outside of range of a Terra Blast. We still should have one more turn of Trick Room here, so if you switch in the Golden Go, you're threatened by the Terra Blast. If you switch in the Hydreigon, you're threatened by the Spore. So at least Golden Go can protect. If you switch in Hydreigon, you've got a basically guaranteed Spore and also Terra Blast into the Hydreigon slot, and either it's asleep or the Golden Go switches in and you catch that very nicely as well. But no, Golden Go coming in, going to be able to protect if it does want to. But then, of course, do you recover as the Golden Go would surely protect on the final turn of Trick Room to stall it out? out, and then you can go on the offensive, because Golden Go ignores Amoonguss every single day. Golden Go will beat an Amoonguss. So do you get risky here and just go on the offensive, because of course the Golden Go is going to protect, or do you try and predict that, go for your Terror Blast without the recovery? Because I think that based on the previous damage of the Drain Punch, the Porygon 2 is probably in range of that. It would definitely be in range of the Rage Fist. If the Drain Punch did that much, and the Rage Fist is now active, at least 100 base power, then it would be able to pick up the knockout on that Porygon 2.
Mind games are plenty right now, trainers. I'd have loved to see how much damage that Sludge Bomb would have done without the critical hit. But as it is, Amoonguss deciding that's a good job, well done. Going to the back for Matty, and it's the reveal of the final Pokemon, Sneasler, joining the field right now. Recover is indeed being opted for on this Porygon 2. All eyes on the Annihilate. How is it going to respond on the field after the Golden Go's big Make It Rain here? Sneasler takes it decently well, actually not brought down to its Focus Sash, but Rage Fist connecting down. This Sneasler switching into a very unwelcome welcome. Already down on the field, Matty down to just the Porygon 2 and the Amoonguss. Not the most offensive lead, I would say.
Yeah, Davide being able to stall out Trick Room, very, very effective there. Made the correct call. If there would have been a Protect from the Golden Go, then suddenly this Porygon 2 is incredibly healthy and probably can get up another Trick Room if it needed to. But now we're in a situation where Trick Room is over. You can incredibly safely just go for a Make It Rain and also a Rage Fist into Porygon 2, and there's the safety goggles on the Annihilate, so there is nothing that this Amoonguss can do about it. The Porygon 2 will absolutely be in range of a Make It Rain, even a -1, and also a +3 Rage Fist that has been at least hit once. So yeah, very, very nicely done from Davide to stall out this Trick Room, and I think just the safety goggles choice as an item on Annihilate, it allowed it to ignore this Amoonguss. The Golden Go's are obviously able to ignore Amoonguss, but yeah, here, there's no point in going for a Rage Powder. There's the safety goggles, there's a massive Rage Fist, and there's a KO'd Porygon 2.
Porygon 2 is down, leaving just a little mushroom that could, or could it? I mean, it's got the Sludge Bomb. It cannot deal any damage at all into the Golden Go unless you're going for the Pollen Puff, which, of course, would not be doing very much damage at all. It's a Make It Rain coming out. It's just slowly whittling away, so it looks very much like it's going to be Davide Moralia taking this game. That Sludge Bomb is really decent damage. I hope that Amoonguss is still feeling very proud of itself, because certainly one of the most offensive Amoongusses I've seen. Annihilate, yes, it's got that poison now, but with the Hydreigon lurking in the back as well, it's time for Matty to consider the game plan for Game 2.
Yeah, Annihilate was very, very solid in this game. Amoonguss, it's great at trying to enable Trick Room, but if you're facing down a Golden Go and if you're facing down an Annihilate, then just Amoonguss isn't doing anything, and it's kind of just a wasted slot on the field. It's not even got access to Pollen Puff, so you can't use it as a recovery bot to try and recover all the HP on your other Pokemon. So yeah, Amoonguss, I'm not seeing it in this matchup because of that amazing item choice, especially for this finals, of the safety goggles on that Annihilate. Going for a Protect here, just getting some thinking time. Yes, the game is over. Yes, the Amoonguss cannot win this. Like, Davide has won Game 1. This Protect here is just to allow Matty some thinking time, because this is the Regional Championship final. You need to figure out your game plan.
Yeah, you certainly do. And if you're fairly new to competitive video game Pokemon trainers, yes, the Amoonguss here is, I mean, just locked on the field, and Matty is stalling out, as you say, in order to work out the game plan heading into Game 2. If Matty loses at this point, then yeah, that's it. That is the championship going over to Davide. Safety Goggles, such a nice item choice on the Annihilate there. We've also seen leftovers in the past, but the Safety Goggles, of course, protect it from any powder moves that could be coming out from this Amoonguss. And yeah, with the Pollen Puff dropped in favor of the Sludge Bomb, not even any opportunity to heal up your partner. So back to the drawing board here for Matty.
Yeah, it does seem so. I reckon I would leave the Amoonguss on the bench here. It doesn't seem like it's offering too much. Like, the Spores, it didn't actually manage to get any off, because whenever it went for a Spore, it was just into the Golden Go that switched in. And then with these two Pokemon on the field, there's nothing it can really do. So there's Game 1 for Davide.
That is Davide Moralia going up a game in this grand finals at the Dortmund Regional Championships. Just one win away in this best-of-3 set from becoming your champion, and the first championship title for him to claim. It's not, though, that Matty does not have the appropriate tools that he could use to deal with Davide's team. But once again, you know, with Sneasler with the Dire Claw, but then you have the threat of the Clefable with Misty Terrain that can prevent all Pokemon from status conditions. Could be a really nice tech to see. And again, the Sludge Bomb, really nice into those Clefables, threatening super effective damage. But I don't know, Jamie, coming into this second game, what do you think Matty needs to do?
Yeah, I think that the Sneasler could be pretty reasonable, because coaching boosts against the Annihilate to effectively match the bulk up could be pretty nice. And like we saw, the Terra Ground committed immediately on the Porygon. That does somewhat free up the Porygon against the opposing Annihilate. If you can get some coaching boost behind you, then suddenly, well, that attack boost now can turn into a +2 attack, and then I would assume that the Terra Ground would be enough to KO something like the Golden Go. If you do end up still bringing the Amoonguss, if you can KO the Golden Go, then that does free up the Amoonguss somewhat to start sporing whatever the other slots is. So Sneasler could be pretty reasonable here. Garchomp is another one that you could be bringing. Like, we didn't see the Garchomp or the Whimsicott coming out from Davide's side of the field, so there was no speed control, and there was no potential speed ties that we could see as well. So the Garchomp, that would also threaten down the Golden Go pretty heavily. If you get a bulk up off of the Annihilate, then it won't be doing as much, and like we mentioned, it is the clear amulet, so it's not going to be doing as much damage as a Life Orb Garchomp would have been able to do. The Golden Go on Matty's side would have been able to knock out the Annihilate in one shot if it can get into that position with just its regular old Shadow Ball, because we saw it did half damage to the Terra Water Annihilate. So if maybe the Golden Go can get into a pretty reasonable position, well, that could just be Make It Rains across the board, and that could also be putting in some work.
Yeah, it could. I mean, Terra Water indeed would resist the Make It Rains that could come out from Matty's Golden Go here. But, well, Trick Room or Tailwind, these are also the mind games that need to be decided. I mean, does the Whimsicott come here? The Amoonguss really threatens it with a super effective Sludge Bomb, potentially. Holding the Focus Sash there, too. You could poison it as well. But Davide looking like doing a really good job of keeping his calm and composure heading into this game, too. Will this be the final one here at the Dortmund Pokémon Regional Championships, trainers? Only one way to find out. Let's see who we're going to be crowning unless we go to a game 3. Let's get into this next game.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to potentially be seeing some kind of adjustment here. It is going to be Sneasler coming out with the Porygon 2, and there's it's the special attack boost this time. That's almost not what you wanted to see, because ideally you're going to be coaching your Porygon 2 and then starting to increase the attack. If you'd have got the attack boost, that would have been +2 attacks straight away if you'd have been able to go for the coaching. Of course, for facing down the Clefable and the Annihilate, this can allow the Annihilate to just go for its bulk up pretty freely, which if you go for the Follow Me with Clefable, it's not really threatened at all by the Sneasler. Of course, it's threatened by Diaclaw going for its cheeky little statuses, but Clefable is heavily threatened by the Diaclaw coming out. Going to be able to do some very significant damage to that Clefable. Probably not knock it out in one shot, so it would be able to at least survive and then be able to redirect, keeping this Annihilate safe to do what it did very, very well in that previous game.
Yeah, the thing with Misty Terrain on this Clefable is if you get statused with Diaclaw before you can opt for the Misty Terrain, if you go to sleep, for example, then maybe it doesn't go up in the first place. But coaching does indeed come out on this Porygon 2. Terra Blast, of course, hits on whichever stat is higher, the physical attack or the special attack. So really flexible way that move can be used on Porygon 2. As Annihilate does get another bulk up off here, it's been in the gym and it's ready to boost its attack and defense. As just a Moonblast connecting on the Sneasler, breaking the Focus Sash, a raw Terra Blast into the Clefable as well. Significant chip damage.
Yeah, and of course the Clefable, that's exactly why it's on the team. It's unaware. Ignored the special attack boost from that Porygon 2. Of course, Terra Blast is definitely still a special move. There's been no terastallization, but you're ignoring the +1. That Clefable, nice chip, but that's not enough, and the Sash has been broken on the Sneasler, so yes, you could go for another coaching boost. You could potentially go for a Diaclaw. That's got to be in range of Diaclaw now that you've got that noticeable chip into the Clefable. You'd be able to get around something like the Citrus Berry, but that Annihilate would be free again, once again, to go for another bulk up if it wants. It can go for maybe, probably not a KO into the Sneasler, because it's not got its Rage Fist activated yet, but it could very freely just go for another bulk up here if it wanted.
Yeah, well, Porygon 2 seems to be angling to twist those dimensions once again. Clefable just keeping itself safe. Perhaps the Annihilate will have gone for that bulk up as the Diaclaw heads into that shield that the Clefable so wisely set up in front of it. Another bulk up is indeed what Annihilate opts for here. Davide really focusing down on making this Annihilate as threatening as it possibly can be, as Porygon 2 does indeed decide to make things all rarefied in the Trick Room.
Yeah, and that's actually somewhat going to benefit Davide in here instead, because the Sneasler was the fastest Pokemon on the field, and now it's heavily threatened by the Annihilate. I would assume that a +2 Rage Fist, even still at 50 base power, might be enough to be able to KO the Sneasler, and if you're not confident in that, just go for the Moonblast as well to cover for that. You could also just now go on the offensive with a +2 Drain Punch into the Porygon 2. That would do absolutely massive damage, and I reckon maybe a +2 Drain Punch with a Moonblast might be close to be able to KO the Porygon 2. It should just about survive because of the earlier coaching, so a +2 Drain Punch against a +1 defense. You're going to see why the coaching was put in place on the Porygon 2, because the EVO Light stacked with a +1 boost, it's going to give a significant defense to the Porygon 2. But yeah, the Sneasler, it's really not in a good position here. That's got to be why it's switching out in this Trick Room.
Right, and then who's going to be joining it is the Amoonguss, of course. Loves to be in Trick Room, loves to be alongside the Porygon 2. Terra Blast once again connecting into the Clefable, ignoring those boosts thanks to its unaware ability. Fable having the opportunity to heal a little bit of HP back thanks to that Citrus Berry now. But now it's consumed, so no more recovery that could come out from that, as Moonblast does connect into Porygon 2, doesn't get a special attack drop there, thankfully, as Rage Fist connects into the Amoonguss, boosted up by the bulk up.
Yeah, that was still significant damage, because of course this Rage Fist is still just 50 base power. Yeah. If that would have been a Drain Punch into Porygon 2, that would have been huge damage. Probably not quite a KO given the coaching boost from earlier, but still, you've chipped away at this Porygon 2. There's no opportunity to go for a Pollen Puff. We saw Sludge Bomb do really good damage and knock out the Clefable from much bigger HP than that with a critical hit. I would assume that the Clefable should be in range of a Sludge Bomb from this Amoonguss, because it does actually seem like it's doing reasonable damage. It might be trained a little bit in its offense. So yeah, you're throwing some pretty good damage into that Clefable, but then the Porygon 2, it would kind of have to go for its Terrestrialization to threaten good damage into the opposing Annihilate. And yeah, of course, Clefable, it went on the offensive last turn. It does have the option to protect.
It certainly does, and that's what it does. Sludge Bomb is not going to be doing anything to the Clefable here, leaving the Porygon 2 and Annihilate to fend for themselves. Porygon 2 fending for itself so much that it's actually going to be recovering a good chunk of HP. It's coming back up to full health now. But Drain Punch, super effective. How much are they going to do? About half HP, so just goes to show, even with +2 to the attack stat, how bulky Porygon 2 can be.
Yeah, for sure, but this Annihilate, the safety goal was coming into play here again, because usually you wouldn't want to protect something like your Clefable, because otherwise the Spore could be going into the Annihilate slot, but no, Safety Goggles means Protect is entirely safe on Clefable. This Annihilate does not care about the Amoonguss in the slightest. If it goes for a Sludge Bomb, well, thank you very much. Now you've activated my Rage Fist a little bit more. So yeah, this Annihilate is still in an absolutely fantastic position, because 2 turns of Trick Room has already been stalled out, and there's still just no offensive pressure available to just do damage into this Annihilate. It's been free to just bulk up twice. It could even bulk up a 3rd time if it actually really wants to here, because it's still not threatened at all.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision from Matty to set up this Trick Room, given that, really, I mean, well, you potentially have that Golden Go in the back that is relatively good speeds here in the Trick Room, but the Annihilate is certainly benefiting far more from this here, as Davide's own Golden Go decides to switch in, and it's time for a Game 2 Terrestrialization Trainers. So this Porygon 2, once more becoming a ground type, is not going to mind those Drain Punches quite as much that were coming out from the Annihilate here, keeping things nice and earthed. That Sludge Bomb that was going into the Clefable, but of course Golden Go being a Steel type, it just shrugs that off, as Porygon 2 able to recover all of that Drain Punch damage back, and now Drain Punch will be doing much less, thanks to it no longer being super effective into a ground type.
It was still pretty reasonable damage though, it was. And it does add up for sure. This last turn in the Trick Room, very easy to just protect with your Golden Go. Like, you've got a special attack boost on the Porygon 2, and then the previous game it had just an attack boost, was a neutral special attack, and then it wasn't able to pick up the knockout on the Golden Go. But with the special attack boost, I would assume that it is now going to be strong enough to KO the Golden Go. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Protect here, but then we're in the same mind game as we were in the game 1 on the final Trick Room. This is such an obvious Protect from the Golden Go. And in the previous game 1, he just went for on the offense, went for the Make It Rain, and that was game ending immediately. So do you expect the Protect once again here? Because if you do Protect and stall out this last turn in the Trick Room, what's going to stop just to Make It Rain and a Rage Fist potentially just KOing this Porygon 2?
Well, what's going to be coming in from the back, it's going to be Sneasler once again. The former Alpha, it has had its focus sash broken, as Golden Go does indeed go for that Protect, keeping its money nice and shiny as Terra Blast tries to connect down into this Golden Go. Matty trying to find all the outs they possibly can, leaving this Annihilate to go for yet another Drain Punch. Of course, any turn that you attack, you are not recovering with that Porygon 2, so looking a bit worse for wear than the previous turn.
Yeah, this is looking like a absolutely fantastic position for Davide here, because the Sneasler, it's been putting in so much work across the entire tournament, and it cannot touch the Golden Go in the slightest. Both the Close Combat and the Diaclaw does absolutely nothing to Golden Go. There will be nothing here stopping just to Make It Rain and also a Drain Punch into this Porygon 2. I say nothing. Diaclaw has been putting in some work. A Diaclaw into the Annihilate might be what you need at this point, because otherwise, there's like the Make It Rain and the Drain Punch will just straight up KO this Porygon 2. That stops the Trick Room. That means the Amoonguss is going to be kind of useless. And then the Sneasler, well, it's also not going to be able to do anything. You don't want to Diaclaw Annihilate, but you kind of have to here. And no, there was no status. That's going to be a KO Porygon 2 to this Drain Punch. And then the Golden Go can follow up just to make it rain.
Yeah, absolutely. The Annihilate is able to see it through without any status to worry about as Make It Rain. Oh my goodness. And then it just picks up the knockout onto the Sneasel as well. Where there's a Dark Claw, there could be a way, but for Matty, it just did not transpire. But you gotta hope that the luck balances out. I'm sure he's had plenty of matchups previously where the Dark Claw did get that status condition. Davide is inching ever closer to becoming our Dortmund regional champion.
This is just an absolutely fantastic position for Davide here. The Amoongus is just, again, kind of useless. What does it do against a Golden Go and a Safety Goggles Annihilate? This is the saving grace. Here is the Golden Go. This is the only way back into the game for Matty now. It has to be Golden Go or Davide will be winning this regional championship. But the issue is that the Safety Goggles is there. The Annihilate, it could just go for its Terastallization and then definitely survive the Make It Rain or the Shadow Ball and ignore the Amoongus and just go for a Rage Fist. It's now 150 base power. It's been hit twice because you had to die a Claw into it. So yeah, there's just going to be no way to KO this Annihilate. We've already seen Shadow Ball did half damage to the Terra Water. So if it goes for this Terastallization, there is no way for this Golden Go to be able to KO it, even with a critical hit. So this Annihilate will ignore this Amoongus. It will go for a Rage Fist and it will win Davide the regional championship.
Time for Annihilate's hairdo to get even more wild with that Terra Water crown pouring out over its head. Rage Fist.
It was faster anyway.
Coming in, it's faster and it's into the Golden Go. It's super effective. It's a clean one-hit knockout. That is Golden Go down and out. It is just this Amoongus. It cannot harm the Golden Go over on Davide's side of the field. We've got to dot the I's and cross the T's, trainers, but we know who's winning this regional championship.
Yeah, Amoongus is going to put in a little bit more effort here. Sludge Bomb into the Annihilate. I'm afraid that's not going to cut it. Yes, this tournament is decided. There is absolutely nothing this Amoongus can do to a Golden Go. Doesn't even matter. Why not just pick up the immediate KO with the Annihilate, putting in so much work? And Davide Miraglia is going to be your Dortmund regional champion.
Davide Miraglia is on the map, Pokemon trainers. The first major level win that Davide has been able to achieve, and against a trainer with such standing behind them as well in Matty Morgan. So many fantastic finishes and previous regional wins. Could not be more thrilled for Davide here. Just goes to show there is a first time for everyone to claim that victory, and with a team that we haven't really seen as much of an archetype so far this weekend. So Davide, you said it before, Jamie, influencing the metagame with that Landorus Incarnate all the way back in Gdansk, and now potentially doing so again with this Whimsicott Hydreigon, really unique build.
Yeah, with an archetype that we did not expect here.
Yeah.
And we've been having this debate across the entire tournament. We've been seeing loads of archetypes pick up. Like, Matty was using a team that was not unexpected. This is a team of 6 Pokemon that absolutely works. And then here's Davide's team that no one would have expected this combination of 6 Pokemon. I don't think I've ever seen that combination of 6 Pokemon hit together before, but absolutely perfect choice here. I think the master stroke was the Safety Goggles on the Annihilate.
Yeah.
Because without that, yes, the Amoongus could have put in so much work in that finals, but because of that Safety Goggles, that Amoongus was just a wasted slot, and it was almost like it was just a 3v4.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the Amoongus, as we were saying, cannot touch that Golden Go. It only has a Poison-type move. And, I mean, interesting decision for Matty to bring the Amoongus in the first place, but also interesting to be setting up that Trick Room. I suppose that, you know, in Matty's arsenal, there are... Well, you've also got that Garchomp there. You can go for that faster damage, but how to deal with the Annihilate is a question that's plagued philosophers for a very long time, trainers, and it's one that everyone is still searching for an answer to. As we take a look at what went down in our grand finals here in Dortmund, just this Annihilate being able to run rampant.
Yeah, and normally we see it paired up with Beat Up. We saw that in the top 8 with a Mouse Hold that would classically beat up the Annihilate. We've seen that the Whimsicott is available on Davide's side of the field, but it didn't even need Beat Up. This Annihilate was just putting in so much work itself. As soon as it gets hit once, then suddenly the Rage Fists are doing so much damage. You were seeing it just cleanly knock out so many Pokemon because it was just allowed the opportunity to bulk up once, bulk up twice even, and then just be able to KO everything.
Once, twice, 3 times an Annihilate, and that's all it needed to secure this game for Davide. And with this Make It Rain coming out from Golden Go as well, so well played, Davide. It just goes to show, it's sometimes, I think, when you're a trainer who has has really fantastic top 4 finishes, top cup finishes, day 2 finishes. How you break through that psychological barrier and go ahead and say, no, I can be a winner. I can go all the way. And that is something Davide has just done. And the future is Davide's. We'll have to see just how many more victories Davide Moralia can rack up.
Yeah, that was a fantastic showing. So much consistency across so many years has finally culminated in that championship for Davide. I could not be happier for him because he is absolutely deserving of that champion title.
What a milestone achievement. And yeah, I think you are calling out the Mousehold Annihilate combination that we've seen before earlier. And as threatening as it is, there are quite a few Follow Me users in the format right now, not least the Clefable, for example.
Which will pick up a lot more now.
Yeah, exactly. It certainly will. And Beat Up would be redirected into that. You're not getting the stacks to the Rage Fist onto your Annihilate. And so it's nice for Davide to say, you know what? Yes, I could go further in on this Annihilate. I could index even more heavily on the Rage Fist. Or it's a powerful enough Pokemon by itself. If you ignore it because you don't want to give it stacks to Rage Fist, I can just set up Bulk Ups and then sweep that way. And Drain Punch was certainly doing a lot of damage. Even forced out the Terror on Matty's Porygon 2 there, going for the ground when potentially would have ideally wanted to Terrasilize something else rather than going for something defensive just to try and stall out for as long as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I think the choice of both like Golden Go and Annihilate, because we've been seeing like Sneasler was almost the star of this tournament.
Yeah.
But Annihilate, well, you don't want to Diaclor it because suddenly there's a Rage Fist boost, and that's the best you can do, and it's like going to be resisted very heavily. Golden Go is completely immune to a Sneasler's as well, so yeah, just having both of them on the team, that was just a fantastic combination to be able to bring them together. We have seen it before in previous regulations. Like when we've seen Beat Up Annihilate with a Mousehold, Golden Go was very commonly paired up as well with that. But then you don't even need the Mouseholds. Like, yeah, Golden Go and Annihilate still just putting in work as a combination.
Yeah, certainly. And it was these guys, Mousehold, going all the way in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. This weekend, it is the Annihilate. But, of course, without the Mousehold there alongside Archaludon going all the way in Baltimore too. We've seen a lot of those this weekend, but it wasn't Archaludon even in the final. No Archaludon to be seen. So what other archetypes will be coming out? Will we start to see more Drifblim and Toxtricities? I certainly hope so. Will we start to see more Pokemon and teams that counter picks like that? We'll certainly start to see things that counter Davide's team here.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing like a reasonable amount of the teams that have been brought here still continue to be used. Like, I strongly suspect that the team, the Mousehold Annihilate with the Archaludon should be picking up in popularity as well. We've seen loads of different archetypes across here. Like we mentioned, Drip and Toxtricity. Let's hope that catches on because that's just so cool. But yeah, we've seen the Pelipper and Archaludon. We know what that does. We've seen before the team that Abraham, that Nico Davide Cunyeso was using, even Niccolo was using. That was very consistent. It was just, well, which Follow Me user do you use? And then we've seen that archetype, and that's going to continue for sure.
Look at the number of powerhouse Pokemon in this top 8. Hydreigon, Garchomp, Dragapult. We got Salamence down at the bottom there. Kommo-o. All of these Pokemon, they are known as powerhouse Pokemon for a reason. They have such high stats. And in a format where Restricteds and Legendaries cannot be used, these are some of your best options for just all-round good power as well as bulk. And as far as I can see, that's only one Archaludon in the top 8 being run by Fevzi, which is absolutely fascinating. It can be such a threatening Pokemon.
Yeah, it has been putting in a lot of work over this weekend for sure, and it was in the top 12 usage. I think it was somewhere around the 8th or 9th most used Pokemon, about 20% usage, but that did not convert very well here in Dortmund at all. I think the best conversions were probably the Sneasler, because Sneasler he managed to get that third place slot going into the day 2, and Golden Go I think was in 4th, and we're 3 in the top cut as well. Like we barely saw Golden Go's putting in any work at all in day 1, and then suddenly here it is, and it's just sweeping through the whole championship.
Yeah, and only 3 Sneasler there as well. 3 Sneasler and 3 Golden Go, and of course that classic Electabuzz and Magmar rivalry. You got one being run by Niccolo there in 3rd position, then Ibrahim and Nico with their Magmar 2. Both Follow Me users, both have access to the Vital Spirit ability, so they would not be put to sleep. Kingambit there too is looking really quite diverse actually. In Rillaboom, the #1 most popular Pokemon on day 2 here in Dortmund. Only 3 appearances there.
Yeah, and I think we were having debates before. There's 1 Electabuzz in the top 4 and there's 2 Magmar in the top 8. So who came out on top there as the Follow Me user, do you think?
Oh, I mean, I guess the math says Magmar.
No, you're wrong. It's Clefable, of course. Clefable was able to win the entire thing, so that has taken the crown here as the Follow Me user you should be using.
Yeah, and with Unaware too, doing its best Dondozo impression. Speaking of which, you don't see any Dondozo in the top 8. And we haven't really seen any Tatsugiri this weekend either. I'm sure they've been out there, but we've seen lots of Solo Dozo.
Yeah, Solo Dozo has been way more common than Dondozo with its normal partner of Tatsugiri. So yeah, it has been interesting to see that pop up just a little bit, but yeah, not enough of a conversion here to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, and only 2 Incineroar too, Jamie, you'll be pleased to hear.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's about mid, where Incineroar actually is.
Wow. Well, hot takes coming all out. And of course, the Volcarona there as well, speaking of hot takes, being run by Jack Clark with the Fairy Terrestrialization, indeed male on that team as well. I mean, come on, so exciting. And only one Ursaluna, no Blood Moon either, just the regular form. So really, really diverse top 8 that we're seeing here. Very exciting, paving the way for the future of Regulations at Age. I mean, there's so much more we could continue to talk about. Only 2 Porygon 2 here as well.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that EU can very much build.
Yeah.
And we can play. For sure. Very, very good showing coming out here from all of these trainers. Congratulations to our top 8 and fantastic achievement. Of course, the extra congratulations does need to go to Davide for claiming that championship.
Yeah, so well played throughout the tournament here, and also adapting to the changes to the way the 2025 championships work this coming season. Davide seeing it all the way through to the end, through the asymmetrical top cut. What a strong team. Cannot wait to hear more from Davide coming up very shortly indeed. But for now, trainers, I hope you're so excited for the future of Regulations at Age, because I know we certainly are.
Yeah, there's been so much variation, even amongst what was expected here in the tournament. So, yeah, going forward into the rest of the regulation, like, I think this is going to be my favorite rev of the regulations.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Regulation A.
Yep.
And then, well, the power level increasing, it didn't suit me because I like the niche Pokemon having places. Yeah. And Regulation H, now that the power level is being decreased back down, this is the time for niche Pokemon. As we've seen, like Drifloon Toxtricity, who would have thought that that would make the top 8?
Yeah, absolutely. Such cool Pokemon to see coming out. And the way Drifloon works with its unburden ability and activating the seed, even though it is a flying type, the seed does still activate, even though it's not technically grounded. And as Jack was saying, the combination of Will-O-Wisp and Acrobatics, absolutely phenomenal to see. But that's just a couple of the Pokemon that we had here in Dortmund. Let's take a look at some of the other stats for day 2 as we wrap up this Dortmund Regional Championships, the usage and what trainers have been thinking along the lines of. Let's take a look. So the top 12 Pokemon here on day 2, there it is, Rillaboom out in front, Kingambit and Sneasler occupying the top 3 positions.
Yeah, Rillaboom didn't have that great conversion into the top 8. At least it didn't make the finals at all. It was mainly because it was paired up with the team, like we see there, Rillaboom, Kingambit, Sneasler, Primarina, Dragon, and then Follow Me user. Well, that was one of the most common teams that we were seeing. So I'm not surprised to see those 4 in the top 4 positions because of the amount of that team archetype that we were seeing. But then Sneasler, who would have thought that it would have been in the 3rd position going into this tournament? I would. Yeah, I believed in Sneasler. Yeah. I believed in Sneasler for months, and people are only just realizing.
Frankly, I would have believed it, Jamie. There was so much hype about Sneasler coming into this tournament. Then Incineroar down in 5th as well. That was our #1 top used Pokemon on day 1 here in Dortmund. Basculegion just easing in, sneaking in at the bottom there in the 12th position too. Certainly saw a lot of them. You've got to really respect it with its last respect move. And it is Electabuzz there as well as in the Electabuzz Magma rivalry coming out on top. But are we now from this position, from this point on, going to see more Clefable being the favored Follow Me user, as you say? Well, only time will tell.
Well, we've had Mouthful win the Baltimore Regional Championships, the Follow Me user. We've now just had Clefable as our Follow Me user over here in Europe, even though the hype was around the Electabuzz and Magmar. So what's going to be the next Follow Me user? I'm holding out for Furret.
Oh, yeah, I love that. Love to see a Furret winning a regional championship. Certainly on board with that. I mean, there's Follow Me, and then there's something like Rage Powder, and Amoonguss gets access to that, but so does Vivian. And we've seen plenty of Vivian here in Dortmund as well.
Yeah, Vivian was
holding a focus
common.
sash. Yeah, really common. I mean, for example, Davide Carrere running a Vivian, accurate sleep powders, and like even more accurate hurricanes outside the rain thanks to its Compound Eyes ability. But then you see, for example, Dual Wing Beat being run on Pokemon like Flamigo, and that's a way to deal super effective damage and break a focus sash as well.
Yeah, and to be able to KO the Caesars that were carrying the focus sash as well. But of course, Amoonguss is going to be the most common redirection Pokemon that we do have available. It's been consistent across all of these formats. I wasn't impressed in the top 8. I think there was too much anti-Amoonguss. There was the Golden Goes that were ignoring it. There was just the Safety Goals that were ignoring. Like in that final, Amoonguss was kind of useless, and I don't think it should have been brought to the game given the Safety Goals in the Annihilape, because it just wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision from Matty there. You are sort of locking down some other slots on the team, I suppose, but of course, ultimately, it did go Davide's way. And looking at the diversity of types we've got here, I mean, we've got 3 dragons Pokemons in this top 12 with Dragapult, Archaldon, and indeed the Garchomp there. And Dragapult is a Pokemon that, of course, Michelle Kelsch was flying the flag for Dragapult since all the way back in Worlds 2023, potentially even earlier than that. But now it's a Pokemon that lots of trainers are looking towards because, once again, as one of those very threatening powerhouse Pokemon, it's one of the most powerful in this format of Regulation Set H.
Yeah. Like, I think that what came out in the top 12 was entirely reasonable and it's not too much unexpected. Because I'm saying that because I expected it. I actually kind of nailed it with my caster predictions. There's three of my Pokemon. Of course, I'm a huge proponent of Superior. Of course, I'm going to think that's going to do well, and just wait until Lil. But Basculegion and Primarina and Sneasler, all in the top 12 there. 2 of them in the top 4.
Yeah, congratulations to you, Jamie. Lee with the Amoonguss, I mean, it was on the second place team. We saw a couple of them. Golden Ghost, certainly. Pelipper, actually, we didn't see too many of them at all. Sneasler there as well. And then Ben was going all in on the weather. Pelipper, Torkoal, Tyranitar, and the Alola Ninetales. Didn't really see too much weather at all. If the most common, if anything, would have been the rain. And then in terms of countering that, Sunny Day, for example.
Sunny Day won the tournament.
Well, so, yeah, technically it did. We didn't see it ever click, but it did win the tournament. And, of course, going all the way through to the finals, I'm sure it did come out at some point along the road. And yeah, just like you, Jamie, of course I'm going to say Kingdra's my #1. I do prefer Politoed as a weather setter right now. It's very bulky. You get access to Perish Song and Helping Hand, and it's very difficult to remove from the field. Porygon 2, of course, that's a very common Pokemon right now. Porygon Z, I do think has some unexplored potential here. Very powerful indeed, especially with adaptability, Silk Scarf, Choice Spec, something like that. Hyper Beam, if it connects, can just be a delete button. But its time will come, I hope.
We will see. Like you'll need to bring it to a tournament if you're going to back up that claim, I think.
Yeah, true. So, yeah, I will. But then would I just go for Kingdra? I don't know. Or maybe I'll do some cooking. I'll see.
Yeah, and like Politoed, we did see it. Like it was brought to one of our spring games. So the Choice Specs variant with still having the Tech Perish Song paired with the Gothitelle. So yeah, that was a really cool showing. But yeah, it seems like Pelipper is still the most common rain setter. Like it was doing huge damage with Hurricanes. Like Fevzi had a Life Orb on his top 8 Pelipper as well for just like absolutely huge damage.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's all about finding those supportive Pokemon that can still offer a lot in terms of offense, so it's just not a lockdown slot on the field. Like with a Life Orb Pelipper, or for example with the Choice Specs Politoed that was brought to stream yesterday. It didn't come out in the games, but it was on one of the teams that we were able to feature. And of course, the Choice Specs Galarian Weezing that we saw doing so well in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago, neutralizing gas, locking down the abilities on the field, but then you're still able to do massive damage and potentially get a cheeky confusion with Strange Steam.
Yeah, and we saw Galarian Weezing on stream as well, paired with the team that Wolf was using, but Kilowattrel of all things sweeping through the game. I'm looking into Kilowattrel. I think that has some great potential given what I saw Evar using.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially with Annihilate winning. You want that big flying type damage into Pokemon like Annihilate that are threatened by flying type moves, being a fighting type. So in terms of the predictions, Jamie, I guess we give the victory to you there. And Lee, I guess next. I'm going to say that I come next because we saw a lot of Porygon 2. We saw a Politoed at least. Yeah. And for Ben, there was the Pelipper there, but actually, I would say less common. I don't know, but I would guess Pelipper less common here than in Baltimore.
I think we just all agree that Ben lost.
Sure.
Like that's definitely the case.
Yeah, let's check with Ben. What you? Yes, Ben agrees. Ben agrees. Yes. Unequivocally, Ben has decided that he has lost. So congratulations to you, Jamie. You don't win anything, but someone who certainly does win something is Davide Moralia, and we're just getting ready to talk to Davide, our 2 finalists here in Dortmund. Cannot wait to hear what they have to say for themselves. And well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the main emotion Davide is feeling right now is, beyond the joy, maybe a little bit tired. These are certainly very draining days physically and mentally to be thinking so in depth about Pokemon. So now Davide has earned the right for a bit of a refresher, take a step off the gas a little bit. He's already qualified for the World Championships in Anaheim, so that now really frees up his season to be able to decide, oh, okay, well, I can play where I want, so I don't want to keep my hand in, so I'm ready to go for the World Championships, but also need to have that well-earned rest time.
Yeah, I like obviously winning a regional championship is a fantastic accomplishment. I think the thing here is, finally, I have won one because he's been playing for so long and he has had great consistency and he's been getting very good results and hasn't broken through the top 8 of regionals. Got top 4 international all the way back in 2016, but has just been consistently playing the game. Seen him at loads of different tournaments and being able to really put in the work, but finally, it's paid off.
Yeah.
Finally. Yes, Nicolas Morales, first ever tournament, wins the whole thing. That's awesome. but this is I have finally done it.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Davide just rising up against everything that's been thrown his way to claim that victory, and could not be happier for him. And I hope that tale is a very inspiring one for everyone at home to get involved as well. Your journey has to start somewhere. Yes, you could turn up to your first regional and go all the way like Nicholas, or it could be a first step along the way. You could come and not win a single game, but at least you've made that step. Every journey to improvement starts with potentially things that are more difficult to take.
Yeah, I think between Baltimore and here, it's a really good showing of just being able to get into the game, because yes, you can win the first one when you turn up to. Yes, you can have great consistency and then finally reach your goal. And those are the two extremes that we do have. And we've been able to show them very, very well over here in Europe and also over in Baltimore.
Yeah, well, thrilling to see. Before we're able to go ahead and talk to our winner and indeed our finalist, let us just go for a little break to enable the trainers to get ready to go on stage. Don't go anywhere. Don't miss the key insights that Davide has to share with us. We'll see you in just one moment.
We came from far away to share our love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokémon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go.
Shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough. It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion.
Battle can do whatever they want.
We're going to go straight forward. It's stunned in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel.
Our champions.
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina Beastar, a pivotal card here in the Reggie Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championship.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earth and Vessel. And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much, as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is going to be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game
still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
世界チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo. Se siente increíble.
Well, Pokemon trainers, it is that time. We're here at the Dortmund Regional Championships and we have the winner's ceremony, one of the most privileged places to be after an amazing final, and we are here to celebrate our players. Of course, congratulations to everyone that partook this weekend. It was an incredible event and what a way to cap it off. But first, let's bring up our runner-up of the Dortmund Regional Championships. Everyone give it up for Matti Morgan. Firstly, congratulations on just an incredible run this weekend. I know you didn't manage to win it in the end, but how are you feeling about the event overall? How are you feeling the team performed, and how are you feeling you performed?
I'm feeling good, yeah. It's a pity I couldn't win the finals, but my opponent just played really well. I really liked my team. I think it was very good, and yeah, I'm really happy. This means a lot for me because I've been doing really not so great lately, so it's good to be back, yeah.
Well, you've definitely undone that this weekend because you performed so well. I mean, the top 4 match was just incredible to watch, and I'm pleased that we were able to see the team perform so well. You've now acquired a lovely medal and a lot of championship points as well, but what's your plans for the rest of the season?
Well, I'm going to Lille in, I think, 3 weeks, and I'm not sure after there. I'll have to see.
So far. So, well, we hope to be seeing you in Anaheim later in the year, of course. And, of course, before we let you go and celebrate your victory with everyone that's here, I need to ask the obligatory, do you have anyone here in the venue or anyone at home that you would like to give a shout out for?
Yeah, first I'd like to shout out my parents just for everything they do for me and supporting me and believing in me. And I'd like to shout out Carson as well for working on the team with me. I couldn't have done it without him. I'd like to shout out Sam for always being there with me. All the guys here watching me, and all my friends at home as well.
That's amazing. Matti, once again, congratulations on an incredible run this weekend. I'm sure it's not going to be the last time we see this season, and thank you again. Everyone, please give it up for our runner-up, Dortmund Regionals, Matti Morgan. With our runner-up done, that leads us to our winner of the tournament. Of course, it wasn't done in such fashion as well. And I'm just going to bring him up. Everyone, please go wild. Davide Maraglia, our Dortmund Regional Champion. Davide, firstly, congratulations. How are you feeling now you are a regional champion?
Great, really amazing, great, yes.
Oh, amazing. I can imagine. It's been you have played for a very long time, and you've had such consistent results throughout the years, just never quite getting across the mark. But this team you brought this weekend, incredible. We kind of highlighted it on the broadcast. and identified it's really unique. And I think that's one of the running themes this weekend, the unique picks and unique teams. What kind of made you settle on the Pokemon? Because it's unlike everything else that we've seen in the field this weekend.
This team is, I work with friends, with two guys over there, Riccardo and Francesco, and we built this team. The main concept was the beat up move. Before in this team there was Mousehold, and we decided to substitute with Garchomp in the end because he had better matchups against the common metagame in this moment. We tried many different versions. There was Ninetales Alola at some point I did a local with that, doing great, but it was okay, but not so great. In the end, not great because with Kingambit it was still difficult. So in the end, that man decided to put Clefable just the day before, and we leaving, and apparently it was the call because he completely shuts down Kingambit, the Swords Dancer one, and it helps Goldengo setting up. It was an answer to Hard Trick Room with Misty Terrain or to the Porygon Duo Ursaluna stuff because with Misty Terrain, Ursaluna can't get burned, so it doesn't have the boost, and also Amoonguss cannot sleep, so it was a good call.
It was a very good call indeed, and I love the intricacies of how you ended up on the Clefable. I think one of the things that I just loved about the team immediately when I saw it was, yeah, it's an alternative redirector, but it's got that unaware ability. It's great into things like Dondozo that we may be expecting to see a lot more of it this weekend, but you would have had no problems with it. The other thing that I would love to say is the item selections on your team. The safety goggles on the Annihilate came in huge in the finals. Did it play quite a large role throughout the tournament as a whole as well?
It was a really good call also because he stays there, and against Porygon 2, Amoonguss, that kind of also Vivillon, you don't care about the sleeping stuff, and so it was a really good call. Yes,
that's amazing. Well, David, and Davide, I know you're going to go and celebrate with your friends, and we've held you long enough, but I do just have a few extra questions for you. You now have your Worlds invite, so you're going to be in Anaheim. Had you already kind of planned out events that you were going to be attending this season, and do you plan to continue playing, or are you going to take it easy and just kind of get prepared for later in the year?
I will definitely help my friends with this current metagame that we have, like for Lille. I already booked for Gdańsk. We will see if I will get there. Probably yes, because it's also a vacation with my girlfriend that I love, and even she's not here today, but we can have a vacation together. I will definitely go to London, so we will see. Yes, I will definitely play, of course.
Well, that's great news for the rest of us because we get to see more of you playing this season, which is great. Again, congratulations on getting that invite. It's an incredible accomplishment. Before we do let you go, of course, I need to ask, do you have any shout-outs for anyone here in the venue? I'm sure you do, and anyone watching at home.
To those guys over there that we build the team together, and to the Team Aqua, my Pokemon family. They support me all the time. They were there losing the bus to watch the top 4, and I really appreciated it, guys. Thank you so much. And I already said to my girlfriend, because without her patience, I would not be here today.
That's amazing. Davide, once again, congratulations. And we look forward to seeing many more from you in the future. I'll just point you down there. And then we'll get there. Well then, that is the award ceremony done, but we're not finished yet, trainers, so don't go anywhere because we have a show wrap-up, and it's definitely one, not to spoil anything, that you're not going to want to miss. So sit tight, we'll be right back on the couch to wrap up the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Pokemon trainers, we certainly are all one big part of a big, happy mouse family. You'll notice we're now a family of 3. Jeremy unfortunately had to dash off, but he's here in our hearts, and he's here as this Quackly, I guess. Just delighted to be here on the sofa. And you, of course, all are part of our big Pokemon mouse fun community. So thank you. You may lower your plates. The best we could do at short notice was those dinner plates and assume the microphone position. Well, we have our first champion of our EU 2025 season. It is Davide Moralia, and what a journey he's been on to achieve it. Right, Liam? You were just talking to him, man?
Oh, incredible. And you can just see what it means to him as well, which is just the nicest thing. Because it has been a long time in coming, really, in the making, because he's played for a very long time, had very consistent results, just never been quite able to get over the line. And I feel like that was a kind of running theme a lot in the EU regionals last year, where we had these players that were very consistent, getting good results, but never quite getting across the finish line. And then we started to get this influx of these players just doing it one after another. And it's great to see Davide do it here this weekend, and what a team to do it with as well. You know, there is a way of winning, and then there's a way to do it in style, and I think Davide just did that.
Certainly did, and what a time to do it. Their time has come. Shall we do it? Shall we take a look at our first face on our EU champions for this 2025 season? Little mouse family, there he is, Davide Moralia. We have so many more champions to crown, but a very worthy winner here, Ben.
Very much so. I mean, just look at the team that he was able to pilot and how he was able to pilot it through this tournament. We didn't manage to feature him that many times on stream, but the times that we did, he put in the work, he made it absolutely count. And the one thing that I want to really focus in on is his use of Clefable and how he was able to protect it and take advantage of the support with the unaware, with the follow me, and just be able to use that just so effectively.
Who knows, now that Davide has won one event finally, maybe it'll be time for his face to cover that graphic that we had just there. Could be our champion for all of the events coming up. Only time will tell. And speaking of those events, why don't we hop on over, Little Mice, to see our journey that we have. There it is. That's our first grayed out monochrome event. I know it's so sad to see, Lee. That's our first stop done already, but plenty more events that we'll be able to go on our happy little mouse family holiday too.
Yes, Lille up next, and can't wait to see the results from that. Who will be on the board, the winner board? Of course, we've got plenty more in store for you, trainers. Gdansk, then leading into the first international of the season in Sao Paulo. That is going to be an amazing event. Stuttgart, Birmingham, then the next IC in London. Then we're going to be in Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht, Bologna, before we head to our final international championship again of the season, New Orleans, before we all head and make our way to Anaheim to crown, hopefully, our 2025 world champion.
You say hopefully, but I mean, we definitely
we will. Yeah,
crowning that
hopefully.
champion there, Lee. Plenty of action to get our nom incisors sunk into. Yes, that is a move that Mousehole can learn in the TCG. Who'd have thought? And such an exciting journey that will be going on. We'll be visiting so many stops all over the world. And of course, our first international championship is coming out in just a few weeks' time at this point. 5 weeks, 6 weeks, that sort of thing, taking us into mid-November, and the Latin America International Championships. That, of course, will be running Regulation Set H that we have been running this weekend so far in Dortmund and in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. We've got a couple more grand challenges coming up over the next couple of months, too, for trainers to get involved in. But how much will the results here in Dortmund affect that? Well, we've got a couple more regionals on the way to get to first, Ben.
Yeah, we haven't. You know, if this is any indication of the way that Regulation Set H is developing, I, for one, am very excited. We have so many very intelligent players that really understand how to take advantage of the trends in the format and the new Pokemon that we're finding. I mean, we got to call out Jack Clark there, making top 8 with a team of Pokemon that didn't appear in the top 12 usage statistics, showing us that anything is possible in the upcoming regional championships, and it's absolutely all to play for. If you can find out a way to use the Pokemon that are strong for you in the best possible way, you've got a chance of becoming a regional champion.
More than a chance. I mean, finishing in top cut, absolutely phenomenal. Break that mold, trainers, get those teams built. But there's the regional championships, but then there's plenty more Pokemon action to be tuning into. But if you, like us, are little scaredy mice here on the couch, then you're going to want to be brave for the Pokeween thrills and chills. Some Halloween-themed episodes of Pokemon coming out there on Tuesday. Then you can revisit the Latin America and Oceania International Championships for Go from 2023 on Wednesday, and a little bit of a trip down memory lane for the Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh League Victors League.
Yeah, lots of treats to look forward to kind of ease you through this week after all the excitement of this regional this weekend, of course. Especially the end of the week. The Diamond and Pearl, the throwback to that, they're great anime series. But don't miss Wednesday, the rerun of the Oceania LATAM International Championships.
Yeah, indeed, for Pokemon Go. Yeah, summiting Mount Coronet in that DP League, Sinnoh League Victors there.